Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Common Room. Why are other transmigrators transformed into once-in-a-century geniuses upon arriving in the magical world, attracting the attention of professors and winning the Academy Cup with ease? And me? I'm a bona fide bottom-of-the-class student, even though I'm in Hogwarts. What am I supposed to do here? Just sit in and observe? Caesar stared at the newly posted Charms class report card on the bulletin board, a tightness gripping his chest. That wasn't just an ordinary result, it was proof that despite his best efforts, he still failed miserably. In his previous life, Caesar lived a simple yet fulfilling 25 years as an ordinary person named Lin Yuan. Until 2025, a fire instantly engulfed everything. Having traveled to the present day and entered Hogwarts for nearly half a year, his current identity is Harry Potter's cousin. An exceptional case who was admitted through a faint, almost undetectable fluctuation of magical energy in Dumbledore's meaningful charter. He was overjoyed when he received his acceptance letter, his dreams were golden, and he had many wonderful fantasies. For example, what if Professor McGonagall were to announce with satisfaction the next moment that he had a special talent in a certain area, but just needed special guidance? For example, an ancient book from a forbidden book section might resonate with him, allowing him to comprehend magic unique to himself. Or perhaps, a supernatural system suddenly awakens in his mind, telling him that from today onwards, the task of upholding the Academy's honor and writing a legend is entrusted to him. But as the days go by, expectations are ground into fine sand by reality and slip through your fingers. He no longer asks for any other miracles, he only hopes to successfully complete a basic spell, avoid making a fool of himself in class again, and simply be able to listen in peacefully. But today, the results for the Charms class were released. This is Professor Flitwick's most demanding subject, and also Hermione Granger's strongest subject. The report card is posted, it's a long sheet, densely covered with names. But his grades remained pitifully at the bottom. Next to each high score, the words Hermione Granger were written in a glaring way. Why did Caesar know all this so clearly? Because every time he was publicly corrected, every time he was compared and ridiculed, it stemmed from her. At this moment, all his efforts were completely extinguished by this yet another public, silent contrast. Am I, really not the main character? Caesar's lips twitched slightly, a smile that was hard to decipher. Merlin's beard, Caesar, you've messed up again. A low but clear gasp came from the side, carrying an undisguised sense of reproach. Hermione Granger's brow furrowed, her gaze sharp as a scalpel as she said. I clearly hand-copied the 7 precise wrist-waving movements and pronunciation tips for the happy mantra for you last week. Did you even look at it? Caesar's lips moved, as if he wanted to explain that the magic couldn't be stably formed at the tip of his staff, or that he had memorized the movements but the light from the spell always dissipated weakly when he cast it. But all the words stuck in his throat. Under Hermione's gaze that seemed to say, why can't you ever learn something so simple, any explanation would be futile. I saw it, he finally said dryly. You saw it? Hermione's voice rose slightly, drawing mocking glances from the students in front of her. Would it turn out like this? You've already lost 20 points to Gryffindor this week. Ron and Harry watched nervously from the side, not daring to say a word. Being humiliated in front of so many people, even Caesar, with the soul of an adult, felt somewhat embarrassed. Those things were not his intention. His pitifully thin magic was unreliable, and his control over it was disastrous, it was simply a matter of talent. But to the incessantly chattering Hermione, this was irrefutable proof that he didn't prepare, didn't practice, and wasn't serious. Hermione, have you considered that the problem might lie elsewhere? Caesar finally couldn't help but retort. It's not that I don't want to pronounce the incantation correctly, nor do I want every swing of the staff to be ineffective. Then we'll put in the corresponding effort. Hermione insisted without backing down. Then, She walked over and pointed to her neat notebook. Look at this. That's the difference. Magic doesn't favor the lazy and those who try to get away with it, Caesar. Hogwarts isn't a place for you to experience life. You're here to follow the rules. Your current behavior is dragging Gryffindor down. The word burden pierced Caesar's heart like an icicle. He looked up abruptly and met Hermione's eyes, which were filled with anger and disappointment at his lack of ambition. Behind her, Harry awkwardly lowered his head, pretending to read a book, while Ron gave Caesar a helpless look. Therefore, our discussion may simply be a waste of time. Caesar's voice turned cold. This wasn't a matter of effort, it was a matter of talent. Hermione's face flushed red, seemingly stung by his retort and words, but her pride and unwavering belief in rules and effort above all else prevented her from backing down. That's not what I meant. But you should at least show some signs of progress. Instead of repeating the same mistakes over and over again, and then putting on this I can't help it attitude. Do you know that every time we get points deducted because of you, the rest of us have to work twice as hard to make up for it? Is that fair to us? That's not fair. Caesar suddenly stood up. He stopped looking at Hermione's face, which had momentarily frozen in shock and then grown even angrier, and ignored the surprised looks from his classmates. Amidst whispers and astonished gazes, they burst out of the oppressive atmosphere of the Gryffindor common room. The streets of the college gradually changed colors in the afternoon. The leaden clouds had somehow swallowed the last ray of sunlight, and the air was so stuffy it felt like you could wring water out of it. Just as Caesar was aimlessly walking past the third intersection, raindrops began to fall without warning. Drizzling. At first, the rain was sparse and scattered, but in the blink of an eye, it became a continuous line, and in an instant, the rain poured down like a waterfall. The students on the road cried out and scattered, hurriedly seeking shelter from the rain. Caesar followed behind them, at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, he was thinking. How exactly should we solve the problem of magical talent? The icy rain lashed his body, soaking his thick brown hair, which clung to his forehead in strands. The thin black school uniform was instantly soaked, clinging tightly to his body and outlining the boy's slender yet already upright frame. Rainwater streamed down his defined jawline, across his neck, and into his collar. What happened? Suddenly, Caesar felt neither cold nor disheveled. Instead, a strange, almost blissful tranquility enveloped him. All the noise, chaos, dampness, and cold of the outside world seemed to be kept away by an invisible barrier. A clear and cold voice, directly entering his consciousness, finally tore through the long-standing hazy barrier and appeared completely before his eyes. Protagonist's conditions met. Resonance level confirmed. Cognitive threshold breakthrough, mental stability. Villain life simulator binding complete. World loading, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Identity loading, Caesar Disley. Core rule, experience, choice, shaping. Each simulation you undertake will accumulate traits that influence the real world. New player tutorial simulation coming soon. Enjoy the game, future villain. In the rain, Caesar abruptly stopped, the system's information instantly flooding his mind. Deep in his eyes, a light that had been dormant for many years finally shone brightly. Chapter 2. Please select the final objective for this villain's life simulation. 1. Become an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts and survive the Voldemort crisis without Harry Potter. Quest reward, ordinary magical talent, difficulty, B, status, a first-year student with extremely poor magical talent. 2. Defeat Voldemort and become a top-tier wizard. Quest reward, advanced magical talent, difficulty, A, status, ordinary wizard under Voldemort. 3. Destroy Hogwarts. Quest rewards, legendary magical talent, special animagus, difficulty, S, status, youngest professor of history of magic at Hogwarts. Villain life simulator, is this my cheat code? Caesar paused for a moment, then continued reading carefully. As a transmigrator, after arriving in this extraordinary world, his greatest goal naturally boils down to two words: the strongest. As for the path to becoming the strongest, he didn't care. I suspect my body and soul were transported to this world together. Although my age has returned to 12, my original body has no magical talent whatsoever. I must solve this problem. All three simulated targets above can grant Caesar magical talents. However, the ordinary magical talent granted by the first task was completely insufficient for him. His precious cheat ability shouldn't be wasted here, so the first task was immediately ruled out. While the second task could grant advanced magical talent, the reward was a terrible one. What kind of people were Voldemort's henchmen? Tom never gives himself a chance to develop normally. I choose the third task. Although it's the most difficult, it gives me the most time to develop, and the initial environment is better than the first two. You have selected the final objective for this simulation: destroy Hogwarts. Initial character selected: the youngest professor of history of magic at Hogwarts. You can choose 3 from the following 10 random talents as your initial talents. Repented and Reformed, top-tier magical talent, Animagus, exceptionally gifted, Parcelian, ancient magic about love, genius scholar, flying master, potions master, dark magic genius. Parcelian, a flying master, ancient magic about love. Isn't this the setup for Harry Potter? However, besides these, there should also be a talent called Protagonist Halo. Without this talent, relying on these 3 points is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What if we stack combat power? Caesar turned his attention to the talents best suited for stacking combat power, but was quickly disappointed. Even if you choose a combination of top-tier magical talent, exceptional intelligence, and dark magic genius, by the time Voldemort attacks, their strength would probably only be on par with top-tier wizards like McGonagall and Snape. They were utterly powerless against legendary wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore. Now he finally understood why destroying Hogwarts was an S-level mission. Things were getting a bit tricky. Just as Caesar was hesitating, the number 1 ranked talent caught his eye. What kind of talent is this? Correcting to evil? It seems extraordinary. A careful reading of the description reveals: you can retain the memories and experiences of a character in this simulation, affecting the same character in the real world. However, only one character can retain their memories per simulation. I thought nothing from simulations could be brought into the real world, but there's been an unexpected surprise. This is going to be fun. A sharp glint flashed in Caesar's eyes, and an evil plan formed in his mind. He had already decided what to choose. Initial talents selected: Reformation, Genius Scholar, Ancient Magic of Love. Note that Harry doesn't exist in the simulated world. After all, the system can't simulate the behavior of the chosen one. Simulation begins. Time: 15 years. Immediately afterwards, Caesar felt his consciousness instantly leave his body and enter another world that seemed both real and illusory. You grew up in a pure-blood wizarding family, a member of the renowned Black family. Because your parents supported Grindelwald, they were killed in the aftermath of the subsequent war with Dumbledore, leaving you an orphan at the age of 6. After the war, you were taken in and raised by the Habsburg family and renamed Caesar Habsburg. However, you were determined to avenge your parents' death and studied magic day and night. But due to your limited talent, your strength stagnated after adulthood. Seeing that you cannot take revenge through your own strength, the clever you decide to join Hogwarts to seek an opportunity for vengeance. At this time, the position of Professor of the History of Magic at Hogwarts catches your attention. Perhaps it is because of your genius as a scholar that, even though your magical combat power has stagnated, you possess a critical thinking ability in history that is difficult for ordinary people to match. At 18, you used your vast knowledge to defeat all competitors, becoming Hogwarts' youngest professor and embarking on Caesar Habsburg's journey of revenge. Main quest begins. As the son of vengeance, you begin your life at Hogwarts. Find a way to defeat Dumbledore and destroy Hogwarts. With a jolt of energy, Caesar felt his soul return to his body, and then he took in the scene before him. At this moment, he was atop the Ravenclaw Tower at Hogwarts, in the office of the Ancient History of Magic. This office exudes a sense of history and refinement. The towering bookshelves reached the vaulted ceiling, crammed with heavy tomes bound in dragon skin or the leather of unknown magical creatures. The air was thick with the sense of parchment, old ink, and a faint, lingering aroma of preservative potions. A large, dark lacquered desk occupied the center of the room, upon which, besides a mountain of scrolls, sat an astrolabe that was rotating automatically. And a fragment of an ancient curse, sealed inside a glass case, occasionally flashing a dangerous red light. Caesar's gaze swept quickly across the table, finally settling on a newly opened letter bearing the Hogwarts wax seal. The title above reads, Hiring. Putting away his letter of offer, Caesar began to formulate his next plan. Based on the conclusions of the simulation just now, the magical potential of my current body has been developed to its limit. Rather than increasing my magic power, I should first learn knowledge. Especially the history of magic that I teach. You, Dumbledore, may be invincible in this world, but you can't possibly be the first to do so. Perhaps I can find a way to defeat you in the records of those who came before. Caesar was always a man of action, and he never hesitated to do something. Once the decision was made, the books in the room were immediately categorized, and a schedule was set for reading and studying. Chapter 3. Caesar initially felt that time was very tight, because it would typically take most people several years to complete the entire outline of the history of magic. To his surprise, it only took him less than 40 days. Caesar felt both joy and sorrow at this outcome. The good news is that the genius scholar's talent is indeed extraordinary, he can basically remember everything he reads, and he has indeed found some feasible ways to deal with the legendary mage. Sadly, these feasible methods were not in the history books in his office. The history books only mentioned the most malevolent curses in the world in a few words. He would have to search the library or even outside the school to see if there were any traces of these forbidden curses. You quickly discover the second advantage of being a teacher: you can borrow any book from the library without needing to apply for approval like a student. However, as time goes on, you notice your colleagues' gazes becoming increasingly strange. After several days of observation, you realize the problem. While teachers have the freedom to borrow books, they are not without constraints. Hogwarts has a system of peer oversight, and your extensive borrowing of books unrelated to the history of magic has already aroused the suspicion of some professors. You immediately adjust your strategy, deliberately mentioning in everyday conversation that you are researching the history of black magic during Grindelwald's time, and intentionally pairing books with relevant historical documents when borrowing them, making the entire research plan appear academically sound. This method proved effective quickly. At Hogwarts, as long as a professor could provide a reasonable explanation for their actions, their colleagues were mostly willing to believe in their professional ethics. Your anxiety slowly subsides, and you continue your research into forbidden magic. Time slips by unnoticed, and your understanding of various forms of magic deepens daily. Anyone who still mistakes you for an ordinary teacher at this moment will pay a heavy price. One late night, as you were engrossed in your book and lost track of time, Dumbledore unexpectedly appeared. Clearly, your in-depth study of Grindelwald had caught his attention. Headmaster Dumbledore. Caesar's gaze instantly shifted from the book to Dumbledore. The legendary figure of the wizarding world stood at the door of his office, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles gleaming with an all-knowing light. Subtle magical ripples still lingered in the air. "I hope I haven't disturbed your precious reading time, Professor Caesar." Dumbledore's voice was gentle as he approached slowly, his long silver beard almost brushing against the thick volumes on ancient dark magic and modern European magical history on the bookshelves. His gaze swept over several notebooks spread out on Caesar's table, clearly labeled Gellert Grindelwald, A Study on the Evolution of the Mark of the Deathly Hallows, and Early Architectural Drawings and Magical Defenses of Nurmengard. Of course not, headmaster. Is there some emergency at Hogwarts that's causing you this late at night? Caesar closed the book, subtly shifting his body to the side, obscuring several more private research manuscripts concerning the Blood Pact and the Obscurials. His face displayed just the right amount of surprise and respect, but his mind was racing, assessing Dumbledore's true purpose for coming. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Instead, he extended his long, slender fingers and gently brushed them across the cover of an open ancient book. It just so happens to have a silhouette of a magical photograph of Grindelwald giving a speech when he was young printed on it. It just came to mind that I've recently noticed you've devoted considerable research enthusiasm to a rather sensitive period in history. The principal is referring to Gellert Grindelwald. As soon as he spoke, Caesar noticed a flicker of fire in Dumbledore's usually calm and collected gaze as he looked at the silhouette in the photograph. The flame didn't evoke anger, but rather an extremely complex emotion that unconsciously surfaced. In the blink of an eye, the wisp of flame vanished completely. This guy is ruthless. Regardless of how others evaluate this legendary mage, this was Caesar's first impression. In his view, there are two kinds of ruthless people in this world. One type is ruthless towards others, like Grindelwald. One type is ruthless to oneself, and Dumbledore is the latter. To destroy Hogwarts, one cannot bypass this legendary wizard. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Caesar's face, his tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable penetrating power. Gellert Grindelwald, a name full of talent and tragedy. I'm very curious, what could have attracted such a young and promising professor of ancient magic history to develop such a strong interest in such a dangerous historical figure? There seemed to be an invisible thread taut in the air. Dumbledore's question, though seemingly casual, precisely pointed to the core of all of Caesar's recent research. Caesar could sense that this was not a casual act of concern, but a gentle yet extremely serious test. He met those penetrating blue eyes, smiled slightly, and in a steady tone, instead of answering, asked, "What does the principal consider the significance of history?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly behind his half-moon spectacles, and he touched the tips of his fingers together, as if carefully choosing his words. History. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet full of wisdom, like that of ancient parchment. For most people, history has nothing to do with their lives, but for me, history allows us to see where we come from and avoid repeating the same mistakes. I completely agree with this view. Caesar paused, deliberately giving his words a slightly academic tone, and said with a smile. As you often say, those who ignore history are destined to repeat the same mistakes, and learning from history is the main theme of my lifelong research. Principal, isn't the significance of history precisely because it illuminates the present and the future? Grindelwald's rise was no accident, it was due to his ideas, his power, and his control over people's hearts. Understanding him might help us overcome a similar shadow that our times may be facing. Shadows. Dumbledore listened quietly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, making a soft tapping sound. The room was so quiet that you could hear the crackling of the fire in the fireplace. After a long while, he also smiled, but deep within that smile lay a barely perceptible solemnity and reminiscence. This is a completely different emotion from when Grindelwald is mentioned. It represents another dark wizard, Tom Riddle. A very insightful observation, Professor Caesar. Dumbledore nodded and said softly, however, some flames, while trying to illuminate the path ahead, are also very likely to burn the one holding the lamp. Studying history is fine, but please keep your distance. Having said that, he nodded to Caesar as he had come, turned, and walked away slowly, the hem of his long robe sliding silently across the ground. Chapter 4. The office door closed gently. Caesar's smile slowly faded. He looked down at Grindelwald's eyes, burning with fanatical conviction in the photograph, and then recalled Dumbledore's meaningful warning. "Keep your distance," he muttered to himself, his fingertip lightly touching Grindelwald's portrait. "Unfortunately, I study history, never to keep my distance." Your cleverness has temporarily dispelled Dumbledore's doubts and worries. You now finally have time to master the necessary secrets and spells. However, to bring these treasures buried deep in history back to life, they will inevitably require some extremely sensitive magical materials. Some of these materials can be easily collected at Hogwarts, while others are not at Hogwarts, or even in England. Even wizards would need to spend a great deal of time on them. So, at the end of a semester, you approach Dumbledore and request to leave school for 6 months, citing the need to travel and exchange academic ideas with other scholars. Dumbledore is very supportive of your academic pursuits, but your absence from school has been a bit too long. He hopes you will reconsider, as finding a substitute teacher would be quite troublesome. This time you were very firm and wouldn't budge, saying you had received information that an ancient magical ruin was about to be discovered. But when Dumbledore pressed you for details about the ruin, you became vague. 3 days later, Muggles discovered ancient Roman ruins in Exeter, England. This news simultaneously appeared in both the Muggle worlds The Times and the Wizarding worlds The Prophet. The ruins contain research materials that almost every ancient magical historian would flock to. You deliberately let the entire school know that you could have been there first, but now you are being held captive at the school. Hearing your deliberate complaining, Dumbledore, realizing his mistake, didn't try to reject your application again. He also apologized, understanding that his suspicions had been misguided. 1990, Britain. On the train from Exeter to London. Exeter is an ancient city with a history spanning over 1,000 years, where Roman-era city walls still silently guard medieval streets. At this moment, the outline of the city is being left behind by the slowly accelerating train. Inside the carriage, Caesar sat by the window. Outside the window, the damp fields and pastures of southern England receded rapidly in the twilight, like a roll of green velvet being hastily rolled up. His gaze fell on the neatly folded Daily Prophet in his hand, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Ministry of Magic Emergency Briefing. An unusual magical disturbance occurred in the suburbs of Exeter yesterday, suspected to be related to unregistered magical creatures. Relevant departments have intervened in the investigation and have preliminarily determined it to be an isolated incident that has not had any impact on the Muggle community. Citizens are advised not to be overly concerned. Random phenomenon? Only Caesar knew that the so-called unregistered magical creature was merely an echo caused by him accidentally triggering ancient magic dormant in the ley lines when he took an ancient magical material from the ruins. However, the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic, as always, were happy to whitewash the situation. This saved Caesar a lot of trouble. He folded the newspaper and turned his gaze to the car window. His young but overly calm face was reflected in the glass, along with a family walking from the connecting area between the carriages. There were 3 people in total, the father carrying a briefcase, the gentle mother, and the woman buried in a thick book, her fluffy brown hair swaying gently with her steps. Caesar's gaze paused slightly, lingering on the reflection. She was a slender little girl, about 11 or 12 years old, dressed in neat, even meticulous, casual clothes, as if she were ready to attend an important job interview at any time. Hermione Granger? At this moment, Hermione was still a child, so engrossed in the world of the book that she was even walking, completely unaware of the fate that was about to change. The gold lettering on the cover of that thick book was clearly visible even in the swaying reflection selected important historical events of the 20th century. Sizzle. The train jolted violently and came to an abrupt stop with a screech of brakes. The lights inside the carriage flickered, and passengers leaned forward due to inertia, filling the air with whispers of complaints and doubts. Due to a sudden strike, service at the terminal station, Victoria Station, is suspended. The resumption time is to be determined. The announcement was drowned out by the commotion of the crowd. Caesar stood up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic carriage and precisely locking onto the location of Hermione and her family. In the brief moment of chaos caused by the parking lot, a slender figure nimbly approached Mr. Granger, who was comforting Hermione. A slender pair of tweezers silently reached into his open vest pocket and grasped the delicate pocket watch chain. "Sir, it seems you've taken the wrong thing." A calm voice sounded behind the thief. Caesar's hand had gripped that filthy wrist like an iron clamp. He moved so fast that the surrounding passengers didn't even see how he appeared in the crowded aisle. The thief turned around abruptly and met a pair of unfathomable eyes. There was no anger or panic in his eyes, only a cold scrutiny that sent a chill down his spine. "Mind your own business." The thief tried to break free, but found that the young man's hand did not move. "Dad! Your pocket watch!" Hermione exclaimed, immediately understanding the situation. Mr. Granger then realized what had happened and hurriedly reached into his pocket, both shocked and furious. The surrounding passengers also turned to look, and the thief, caught in the act, panicked. Caesar ignored the thief's struggles, simply increasing the pressure slightly to force him to loosen his grip. The old silver pocket watch clicked back into his palm. Without even looking at it, he handed it back to the still shaken Mr. Granger. "I think this is yours." Thank you, young man." Mr. Granger took the pocket watch, gripped it tightly. "My goodness, this was left to me by my grandfather." In the chaos, the subdued thief seized an opening, broke free, and disappeared into the commotion. Caesar didn't chase after her, but turned around, only to meet Hermione's gaze directly in his direction. The girl's eyes were filled with inquiry, curiosity, and a lingering sense of fear. How did you do that?" Hermione finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. "You were so fast, like a gust of wind." Caesar merely curved his lips into a slight smile, his tone displaying a maturity far beyond his years. "It was just a coincidence that we were nearby." Chapter 5. Then, Caesar's gaze swept casually over the thick volume of selected important historical events of the 20th century in Hermione's arms, his tone so calm it betrayed no emotion. "A love of history is a good habit. However, next time you're engrossed in it, it's best to also keep an eye on your surroundings." Hermione followed his gaze and looked down, only then realizing how engrossed she had been in her book. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively hugged the book tighter, as if it could hide her embarrassment. "I really need to thank you properly." Mrs. Granger stepped forward, her words filled with lingering fear and gratitude. "If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have even realized the things were missing, and even if we had, we probably wouldn't have been able to get them back." "You're too kind." Caesar nodded slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over Hermione again before looking away. This minor incident was quickly overwhelmed by the greater anxiety that permeated the carriage. The stagnation brought about by the strike was like an invisible, heavy, wet blanket covering everyone. Complaints, sighs, and the impatient crying of children mingled together, making the air heavy and almost stagnant. People's attention shifted from the brief chase scene and they were once again trapped in endless waiting. The Grangers exchanged a glance, both seeing clear remorse on each other's faces. "I shouldn't have come here," Mr. Granger muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. The original plan was so wonderful, to take Hermione's history-obsessed daughter to Exeter to visit the newly discovered ancient Roman ruins and surprise her on her birthday. To my surprise, when I arrived, all I saw were cold police tape and a no-entry sign. Returning home disappointed was frustrating enough, but on the way back I almost lost my family heirloom pocket watch, a cherished memento, and now I'm stuck halfway because of this sudden strike. This chaotic, oppressive, and stifling train carriage made him yearn for that leisurely afternoon last weekend, when the sun was shining brightly at home, and he had a cup of fragrant coffee by his side, a peaceful moment. Unlike her parents' agitation, Hermione couldn't completely tear her attention away from the figure by the window. Every now and then, she would steal glances up, her gaze sweeping across the noisy crowd before settling back on the slender young man. Caesar had somehow returned to his window seat, as if the swift, cheetah-like interception had never happened. At this moment, he simply turned quietly to look at the equally still scenery outside the window. The dim light of the sky outlined the calm lines of his profile, which was out of place with the restlessness around him. A strange feeling, a mixture of curiosity, gratitude, and an inexplicable sense of inquiry, lingered in Hermione's mind. The young man's composure beyond his years was unlike anyone she knew. That composure under pressure, that decisive and efficient skill, and those eyes of his. Hermione recalled those eyes looking at her, at the thief, and even at the view outside the window now. They all possess a similar, almost detached, clarity, as if he could see through the turbulent threads beneath the surface at a glance. Caesar could clearly feel the probing gaze, warm with warmth, that occasionally fell upon his back. But he didn't turn around, he only looked at the blurry figure of the little girl holding books through the dim reflection in the car window. His fingertips tapped lightly on his knees, rhythmically and silently, as if he were calculating something, or simply passing the time. Time crawled slowly in the midst of anxiety, while the situation outside the car window not only failed to ease but took a sharp turn for the worse. The railway workers' strike and rallies are escalating. Their scattered complaints coalesced into a dense, dark crowd, firmly occupying both sides of the tracks and the open space in front of the station. Signs stood in rows, their bold lettering demanding higher wages and more guaranteed benefits. Caesar's gaze swept over the heads of the restless crowd, calmly fixed on the distance. There, a negotiation that had clearly reached a stalemate was unfolding. He could see a man dressed in a respectable suit, looking like an official, talking intensely with several worker representatives, his gestures frequent and forceful. A moment later, the official shook his head violently, turned away with a grim face, no longer trying to persuade him, and quickly retreated. What happened next caused the pupils of everyone who noticed this direction, whether intentionally or unintentionally, including many passengers pressed against the windows in the carriage, to suddenly contract. The negotiator retreated not behind the police car line as everyone expected, but into a cavalry unit that had silently formed ranks at some unknown time, as if it had stepped out of a historical painting. "I see." Caesar understood, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, a subtle arc between mockery and interest. He recalled a historical scene unfolding in this era, a scene that had been described with a cool, detached touch in textbooks. After World War II, under the leadership of the Labour Party, Britain vigorously promoted nationalisation and social welfare policies in an attempt to build a cradle-to-grave security system in order to appease the public and win votes. However, after entering the 1970s, the spectre of stagflation loomed over Europe and the United States, with economic stagnation and inflation raging at the same time, unemployment rising, and government finances stretched thin. When Margaret Thatcher took office at Downing Street, she, a believer in neoliberalism, began sweeping austerity reforms, the first of which was cutting huge welfare expenditures that were seen as a drag on economic efficiency. The conflict thus erupted sharply. How could the traditionally powerful British trade unions stand idly by and watch their rights be eroded? Strikes erupted one after another, spreading from coal mines to railways throughout the country. Besides tough negotiations and legal means, the Iron Lady's approach also included a more direct display of power at crucial moments, such as reviving and employing a deterrent method with strong historical roots. Simply put, its suppression. In the name of order, they crush others. Hiss! A soft, pleasant crackling sound rang in Caesar's ears, contrasting with the faint clamor coming from outside the window. He took a can of butterbeer from his suitcase without anyone noticing, hooked the tab with his fingertips, and easily opened it. Golden foam immediately poured out of the bottle, releasing a slightly sweet malty aroma. At that very moment, he saw the officer wearing the royal insignia at the front of the cavalry column in the distance calmly and decisively swing his riding whip toward the dark mass of people ahead. The movement was small, yet it was like an invisible switch being pressed. In an instant, the previously clamorous protests below seemed to be abruptly cut off, suddenly subsiding and becoming noisy and chaotic. The first rank of cavalry, like the tip of a wedge, embedded into the edge of the crowd without hesitation. The impact occurred. The crowd, which had initially tried to hold their ground, instantly collapsed into chaos, and pushing and trampling became inevitable. They're going to kill people. Run. Scatter. Back off. Back off. Panic, like the most virulent plague, erupted suddenly among the crowd. The instinct for survival overwhelmed any initial intention to protest. In an attempt to escape the ever-advancing wall of steel and flesh, some workers began frantically rushing toward the nearest object that seemed to offer shelter. For example, these silent and enormous train carriages stretch across the railway line. Chaos swept wildly along the railway tracks like a runaway tsunami. Bang! Bang! Crash! The doors of each carriage were violently forced open, and more terrified people desperately tried to squeeze inside, attempting to use the steel shell as a temporary refuge. Chapter 6. Hermione. Grab my hand! Mr. Granger screamed through the commotion, desperately spreading his arms to shield his wife and daughter behind him. However, the out-of-control crowd, like a flood bursting its banks, easily overwhelmed his desperate attempts to protect them, and his clenched fingers were forced to loosen in the shoving. Dad! Mom! Hermione's terrified cries were instantly drowned out. A burly man staggered backward and crashed heavily into her shoulder, almost causing her to fall. When I looked up again, my parents' figures were completely blocked by the surging crowd, with only their faint echoes breaking through the noise. The book, Selected Important Historical Events of the 20th Century, which she was holding, also slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The cover was immediately covered with messy shoe prints, and the pages made a creaking sound as they were trampled underfoot. The Grangers frantically tried to go against the current, but were pushed further and further away by the panicked crowd that kept pouring into the carriages. Hermione! Stay where you are! Her mother's tearful cries came, but they were like stones sinking into the sea. In the chaos, Hermione was squeezed into the cold connecting area of the carriage, her thin back pressed against the metal wall. She was surrounded by unfamiliar and excited faces, the smell of sweat, shouts, and pure panic overwhelmed her, her mind going blank from the sheer volume of fear. Just then, a strong hand firmly supported her shoulder, which was about to collapse. It was Caesar. He had somehow appeared, standing like a rock in the center of the chaotic vortex, exuding an eerie tranquility. He pulled Hermione into a relatively stable corner of the carriage, then stood sideways in front of her, his slender yet upright back forming a barrier. Then, without hesitation, he threw a punch. Splash! The car window shattered instantly, and glistening shards rained down. Watch your step, Hermione! Before she could finish speaking, Hermione felt a sudden tightening of her collar, and Caesar lifted her up, nimbly but decisively sending her out of the carriage through the tier. The next second, Caesar braced himself against the windowsill with one hand, nimbly flipped out, and landed beside her. Ignoring the pain of her fall, Hermione scrambled to her feet and, still shaken, gripped Caesar's clothes tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. Caesar's gaze swept calmly across the scene. The chaos on the platform was no less than that in the carriages. In the distance, the cavalrymen wearing feathered helmets were regrouping, their hooves pounding the ground restlessly. He looked down at the little girl, her face pale but stubbornly looking up at him. This is no place to linger. But my mom and dad are still inside. Hermione shook her head vigorously, her brown curls swaying, her voice trembling as she tried to hold back her tears. Reason told her that turning back now would not only prevent her from finding her parents, but could also put her in danger again. However, her emotions prevented her from moving. Caesar looked at her, who was clearly terrified but was trying to appear calm, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and gently ruffled the top of her fluffy hair. This unexpected gesture of intimacy stunned Hermione, even her fear momentarily froze. The cavalry will be charging here soon. He leaned down, his gaze level with hers, looking directly into her brown eyes filled with panic. I promise I'll make sure you get home safely after you leave the station. Please trust me, Hermione. His voice was soft, yet carried an unwavering certainty. Hermione saw no panic in his unfathomable eyes, only a calm that instinctively drew one to him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horses' hooves grew louder as they approached, like the urgent beat of a drum. There was no time to hesitate. Caesar decisively grasped her hand, leaving her with only one sentence, "Trust me." He led her by the hand, weaving nimbly through the chaotic crowd like a fish. His movements were clean and efficient, sometimes sidestepping to avoid a violent collision, sometimes ducking to dodge flying debris. Several times Hermione was nearly knocked down by the crowd, but Caesar always managed to catch her safely. Hermione followed closely, looking up to see only his sharply defined jawline and unusually calm profile. In a world where everyone was in a state of panic, this incongruous calmness seemed to radiate a strange power, gradually bringing her wildly beating heart back to rhythm. At the same time, she vaguely realized a strange phenomenon: whenever someone was about to bump into them, they would unconsciously veer off course, as if an invisible barrier quietly separated them from the disturbance. Hold on tight. Caesar's voice pulled her back to reality. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Hermione instinctively gripped his hand tighter. In this moment filled with unknowns and dangers, this unfamiliar young man had become her only lifeline. Little did she know how this chance encounter, which began in chaos, would completely alter the course of her predetermined destiny. Stepping out of Victoria Station feels like entering another world. The commotion and commotion behind me suddenly faded away, replaced by the usual grey skies of London streets and passers-by hurrying by, completely unaware of the riot that had just occurred. A sudden silence descended, almost unreal. Caesar held Hermione's hand until he was sure they were completely out of danger, then he naturally let go. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered thank you, but her gaze kept drifting back to the station, worry lingering on her. They'll be fine. Caesar's voice broke the silence, calm and resolute. The station is under control, and the chaos will soon subside. The Royal Horse Guard's primary objective is to disperse the crowd, not to harm ordinary passengers. Your parents are likely already safe and trying to contact you, or you can go straight home and call the police. Hermione pursed her lips. Caesar's analysis was clear, logical, and made her feel a little relieved. She looked up at the young man, who seemed quite young but exuded a maturity beyond his years. Thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I might already be. It was nothing. Caesar interrupted casually, seemingly unwilling to say more about the matter. He stopped beside a rather old red telephone booth and took out the half-finished bottle of butterbeer from the seemingly limited-capacity suitcase. Are you thirsty after walking this far? He handed over the bottle. The golden liquid swirled gently in the glass, with fine foam still clinging to the top. A beverage with a rather unique flavor. It's non-alcoholic, you should try it. Thank you. Hermione took it curiously, and out of politeness and the trust she had just established, she carefully took a sip. The next moment, her face scrunched up, and she used great self-control to prevent herself from vomiting. It was an extremely complex and intense flavor. It's cloyingly sweet, mixed with a burning sensation that's similar to alcohol but not quite, and a rich, strange aroma that's like a blend of toffee and roasted grains. For an 11-year-old girl whose taste buds are accustomed to fruit juice and water, this was truly too much of a shock. Chapter 7. She swallowed the strange liquid with difficulty, quickly handed the bottle back to Caesar, her small face a mixture of forced politeness and barely concealed embarrassment. The taste is very unique, but I might not be used to it. Caesar couldn't help but chuckle as he watched her struggle between wanting to speak frankly and trying to hold back. He calmly took the bottle, tilted his head back and drank a mouthful, looking as content as if he were savoring fine wine. It seems it's not to your taste. No problem, to each their own. Besides, My name is Caesar Habsburg, you can just call me Caesar. Come on, Miss Granger, he said, regaining his usual composure, let me keep my promise and take you home. What's your address? The Wendell and Monica Granger family, in Hampstead. Hermione answered instinctively, then her eyes widened in surprise. Wait. How did you know my last name is Granger? I don't think I've told you that yet. Previously, the situation was so critical that there was no time to think things through, but now that she was out of danger, the clever girl immediately noticed this discord. Caesar paused for a moment, then turned his head and gave her a meaningful, slight smile. A ray of sunlight pierced through a gap in the often present London clouds, falling into his deep eyes and creating shimmering specks of light. At the station, your mother called out to your father, and I heard the surname Granger. As for your name, Hermione, it was your father who called it out in a moment of panic. My hearing has always been excellent. This explanation is reasonable. Hermione said outwardly accepting the statement, but the faint lingering doubt in her heart had not completely dissipated. She quickened her pace to catch up, gazing at the tall, somewhat mysterious figure of the young man ahead. An idea swirled in her clever little head. This Caesar Habsburg seemed shrouded in an impenetrable mist. He was unusually calm, his drink was peculiar, and his appearance and the help he offered were almost deliberately coincidental. However, regardless of the circumstances, it was he who helped him. Hermione Granger has always been clear about her likes and dislikes. Then, Caesar. She jogged a couple of steps to stand beside him, her tone earnest. As a way of repaying your help, and to apologize for not appreciating that drink properly, perhaps I could treat you to a real juice another day. Caesar glanced down at her, the girl's brown eyes shone with sincerity and intelligence, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. Okay, he replied gently, I'm looking forward to it. London is known as the foggy city because its weather is unpredictable. Soon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Fortunately, Caesar delivered Hermione to the neat Victorian townhouse in Hampstead in time, based on the address. Before I could even ring the doorbell, I heard anxious voices coming from inside, and the sound of a telephone receiver being slammed down. Hermione immediately ran to the door and knocked. Mom. Dad. I'm home. The door was practically flung open, and Mrs. Granger, her eyes red-rimmed, pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. Hermione. God, where have you been? We were going crazy with worry. Mr. Granger followed closely behind, his face beaming with relief. He patted his wife's back reassuringly while glancing at the young man standing quietly outside the door. It was this Mr. Caesar Habsburg who helped me. Hermione lifted her head from her mother's arms and quickly explained, in such chaos at the station, he's the one who got me out of there safely. The Grangers' gazes immediately fell upon Caesar, filled with heartfelt gratitude. A uniformed police officer also came out of the house, holding a notebook in his hand. They were clearly filing a police report. Young man, thank you again. Mr. Granger stepped forward and shook Caesar's hand firmly. The station was in complete chaos. We got separated in the crush and couldn't find Hermione anywhere. My heart was pounding. Thank you for bringing her back safely. It's just what I should do, sir. Caesar bowed slightly, his demeanor refined and displaying a composure beyond his years. In that situation, anyone would lend a helping hand to a little girl in need. His politeness and composure left a very good impression on the Grangers. Mrs. Granger wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and warmly invited, "Please come in and sit down, so we can properly thank you. We're just about to have dinner, you must stay." Caesar's gaze swept quickly and almost imperceptibly across the room. It was cozy, tidy, and filled with the atmosphere of a Muggle middle-class lifestyle. Hermione's certificates hung on the walls, and the bookshelves were overflowing with books. He gave a perfectly timed, slightly apologetic smile, thank you so much for your kindness, it's truly too generous. But I'm afraid I shouldn't disturb your family reunion any longer. No, 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 it's not at all inconvenient. Mr. Granger insisted. You saved our daughter, a simple meal is far from enough to express our gratitude. Please stay. Under the sincere and enthusiastic persuasion of the Grangers, and with Hermione's expectant gaze, Caesar finally reluctantly agreed. The atmosphere at dinner was very pleasant. At the dinner table, Caesar's manners were impeccable, and his words and actions revealed his insight and critical thinking skills. The Grangers secretly admired him and appreciated the seemingly well-mannered young man even more. The Grangers were gentle and talkative. They asked Caesar some basic questions, such as where he lived and whether he was studying or already working. Caesar's answer was cautious and subtle, only mentioning that he had recently arrived in England from America and was currently a historian. My trip to England was for two reasons: first, for academic research, and second, because I had heard about the newly discovered ancient Roman ruins in Exeter. I will need to stay in London for the next few months and travel to various places for inspections. The Grangers were convinced of this, as Caesar's words matched recent news reports. When they learned that he had not yet found a permanent place to live, they immediately and enthusiastically recommended a small house for rent next to their villa. With the economy in a downturn and London rents high, Caesar, being so young, likely had limited savings, so this was their way of expressing their gratitude. Caesar could not refuse the proposal and had to agree, but insisted that rent must be paid, albeit at a very favorable amount. Hermione looked at Caesar, who was chatting and laughing with his parents at the dinner table, and the many doubts she had had during the day resurfaced in her mind. His unusual calmness, that strange drink, his perfectly timed appearance. But now, in his warm and bright home, looking at his parents' undisguised praise and affection, those doubts seemed to have faded somewhat. He had indeed helped me, and at that moment he was behaving like an impeccable gentleman. Chapter 8. Your actions during the train strike earned you the Granger family's trust. Subsequently, you used this as a base to frequently travel the world in search of the materials needed to cast spells. Your trips range from 3 to 5 days to 1 or 2 months, and each time you return, you bring back gifts from various places for Hermione to increase her favor. This clever and quick-witted girl completely lets down her guard and becomes completely captivated by the persona you've created. Thanks to your tireless work, you finally achieved your goals before the end of your 6-month vacation, and you also informed the Grangers of your departure date in advance. The Granger family will miss you dearly. The past 6 months have been very enjoyable for them, your presence brought them even more laughter and joy. However, the understanding Grangers still extended their blessings to you and returned the rent you had paid for the past few days in full, hoping that you would return to England on your next trip so they could show you hospitality. Hermione hid in the shadows of the porch, like a sulking kitten, cheeks puffed out, toes rubbing impatiently on the carpet. She hadn't seen Caesar for 3 days, only knowing that he had locked himself in his room, making clanging noises, and she didn't know what he was fiddling with. Caesar is leaving England tomorrow. Doesn't he want to see me at all in these last few days? Hermione finally couldn't resist and quietly slipped to his door. The door was ajar, leaving a crack through which warm light and the faint sound of friction wafted out. She glanced around furtively, then held her breath and peered through the crack. Inside the room, Caesar sat with his back to the door at an old wooden table by the window. The afternoon sun streamed through the lattice window, casting dappled shadows on his shoulders. He lowered his head slightly, so focused that the whole world seemed irrelevant to him. Hermione's gaze went over his shoulder and landed directly on his hands. He held a uniquely shaped knife in his hand, its blade occasionally flashing a cold light in the sunlight. Her fingertips were holding a silver necklace, the chain of which was not yet finished, but the pendant was already taking shape. It was a dark-colored jade piece, meticulously carved into an irregular shape, with an ancient and warm appearance. Caesar's movements were slow, with an almost pious meticulousness. The knife gently scraped the jade piece, each movement was extremely steady and precise. Jade shavings fell like tiny snowflakes, piling up in a small clump beside him. This was not a brutal cutting, but a guiding process, as if the soul of the jade head had already existed, and Caesar was simply patiently, little by little, releasing it from its confinement. Hermione couldn't make out the exact shape of the pendant. But you can see that Caesar's fingertips are slightly white from the pressure he's applying, and that he occasionally stops to gently stroke the carved lines with his fingertips, feeling their curves and depths, before continuing. His breathing was steady and long, blending seamlessly with the rhythm of the carving knife in his hands. She was so engrossed in watching that even her initial displeasure was washed away by the tranquil and focused scene. She had never seen Caesar like this before, devoid of his usual languid or playful demeanor, leaving only a pure, serene stillness, immersed in some creation. His entire aura changed, he became like a silent mountain or a deep, dark sea. Just then, Caesar stopped moving. He didn't turn around, but his voice carried clearly, with a hint of gentleness that broke the silence of the room. "Have you seen enough, little Hermione?" Hermione was startled, and as if she had been stepped on, she sat up abruptly, her cheeks instantly burning. She bit her lip in frustration, knowing she had been discovered. But since she had already been discovered, she decided not to hide any more. With a "what's the worst that could happen" attitude, she pushed open the door. You've been working on this for the past few days." She walked into the room, her gaze still fixed on the necklace in his hand, her tone a mixture of curiosity and a lingering sense of grievance. "What's this?" Caesar finally turned around slowly, his fingertips still clutching the unfinished necklace. He looked at her, his eyes showing a hint of weariness, but more so a deep emotion that Hermione couldn't decipher. Caesar did not answer her question, but simply raised the hand holding the necklace slightly, making the dark jade pendant more clearly visible in the sunlight. "The necklace," he said. "Remember when I came back last time and told you about the two strange, large birds I found on the world's highest peak in the Far East?" Hermione remembered the stories Caesar would tell her every time he came back, and asked. "You mean those two birds that look like owls, but only have one wing and one eye, and that must pair up to fly? That necklace was made from them?" Caesar nodded, his hand gripping the necklace tightly, his gaze filled with reminiscence. It was a close call. That male bird's wings were sharper than any blade in the world. I almost missed. If I had been just a fraction of a second slower, what you would see now is a neat scar running from my left shoulder down to my ribs. Then, Caesar paused, seemingly savoring the thrilling moment, before looking up at Hermione with an indescribable gleam in his eyes. "However, it was precisely when that feather brushed past the top of my heart that I caught sight of its body. Not with a wand, nor with any spell, but simply in that life-or-death moment, I felt the unbreakable connection between them." Caesar opened his palm again, and the dark jade pendant lay quietly in his hand, its previously indistinct patterns now clear under the light. It was not a simple carving, but rather the intricate embedding of a slender yet resilient feather, shimmering with a faint iridescence, into the jade in an extremely delicate manner. At the base of the feather was a tiny, shimmering, deep red crystal, smaller than a grain of rice, resembling a drop of congealed blood. "These are the feathers of the lovebirds." Caesar's voice was soft, carrying a solemnity akin to recounting a legend, not just a single feather, but the only symbiotic feather shed when the two birds fly together, their breaths mingling and their magic resonating. He then pointed to the red crystal. "This one over there is the blood of the male bird's heart, spurted out in a moment of desperation to protect its mate. It embodies the purest form of protectiveness." Hermione held her breath, her eyes fixed on the small necklace. She could sense the faint yet powerful magical energy emanating from the object, warm, harmonious, and imbued with an undeniable force of connection. This also proves that she possesses a talent that muggles don't have. It's a quality that belongs to wizards. "Oh, right." Hermione suddenly stood up abruptly, her face drained of color, and her eyes, which had just been sparkling with intelligence, were now filled with pure panic. "You just said you were injured? Where? Let me see." Without waiting for a reply, she reached out and touched Caesar's shirt button, her movements urgent and authoritative. In her view, when fighting legendary magical creatures, even the slightest wound could contain unknown dangers. Caesar seemed surprised by her strong reaction. He paused for a moment, then helplessly allowed her to unbutton the top 2 buttons, revealing a patch of firm chest skin below her collarbone. Chapter 9. Thump thump thump. "Honey." Just as Hermione was acting recklessly, Mr. Granger, who had just arrived outside the door, finally couldn't resist and walked in. His eyes behind his glasses were filled with a kind smile, a smile that showed he found his daughter utterly adorable. "Excuse me for interrupting your adventure story, it's lunchtime, come out now. Caesar was injured in the battle with the magical creatures, he should go to the hospital first." Hermione, without turning her head, retorted sharply, completely oblivious to the fact that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. "Besides, they're not adventure stories, Dad." Okay, they're not adventure stories." Mr. Granger gave a helpless smile and looked at Caesar, as if to say, "You're in charge of this." Every time Caesar returned, Hermione would pester him to tell her stories of magical creatures. Children of this age are completely captivated by stories of magical creatures, listening with rapt attention and believing them wholeheartedly, which the Grangers found quite amusing. However, they wouldn't argue that these stories were actually false, since childhood innocence is a child's most cherished memory. They also hoped that Hermione's childhood could be spent in beautiful fantasies, and that adults shouldn't ruin a child's dreams. "Don't worry, Hermione. I've been on many adventures, and that bird didn't hurt me." Caesar gave Mr. Granger a reassuring look, glanced down at his chest, and got dressed. He covered the scar again, which would have been exposed if he had just unbuttoned another button, and casually patted his chest to indicate that he was all right. "Are you really all right?" Hermione was slightly relieved upon seeing this. "Of course it's true. You've seen Caesar's abilities firsthand. Besides, why not discuss such a fascinating story over the dinner table? After all, even heroes need breakfast, right?" As Mr. Granger spoke, he hugged Hermione, continuing, "And this time, my wife and I have prepared this carefully for a long time, including your favorite chocolate bars, little Hermione." After breakfast, a sense of parting filled the Granger family. Caesar quickly packed his luggage, which consisted of only a suitcase, and the train was scheduled to depart that evening. Perhaps disliking the prospect of waiting any longer in this emotional state, Caesar pushed open the door, looked at Hermione, and said calmly, "Hermione, the rest of the time is yours." His tone was so casual, as if he were just going to the next street corner. Hermione had been holding her anger in for days because he had left without saying goodbye, and she was determined to at least say something harsh. But looking into his smiling eyes and hearing his words, "The rest of the time is yours," all the words I had prepared stuck in my throat. "Let's go." She simply nodded, ran back, and quickly grabbed her coat. Just like the afternoon Caesar knocked on Granger's door, London was shrouded in a thin layer of grey mist as the two men stepped outside. He seemed to be surrounded by a dry, warm halo. He didn't have an umbrella, and tiny water droplets clung to his hair, sparkling like broken diamonds. Caesar took her and hopped onto a red double-decker bus, climbing straight to the front row of the top deck. The bus started swaying and rattling, passing through the wet streets. London outside the window looked like a flowing oil painting washed by the rain. Hermione sat up straight, her eyes sparkling as she watched the familiar street scene unfold before her from a novel perspective. Caesar didn't speak, but occasionally he would reach out and support her shoulder when she swayed slightly as the bus turned. The bus stopped near the London Eye. Caesar bought the tickets and then led her into a transparent carriage. The carriage slowly rose, and the whole of London unfolded beneath their feet. The Thames looked like a grey ribbon, and the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben appeared somewhat hazy in the rain and mist. Hermione pressed her face against the glass, completely absorbed in watching. Caesar stood behind her, as quiet as a shadow. It was supposed to be a rare opportunity to have fun, but because of the impending separation, that joyful feeling was slowly overwhelmed by another sense after leaving home. It was as if every drop of rain was a countdown to their future. Caesar, are those stories all true? Hermione looked at Caesar's reflection in the window and added, a lovebird with only one wing and one eye, a fire-breathing dragon that can destroy cities, a dangerous and terrifying mad leopard. You didn't lie to me. I won't lie to you, little Hermione. Caesar gently closed his palms, took out the necklace, stepped forward, took Hermione's hand, and gently placed the necklace in her palm. The jade is warm and lustrous, and the feather embedded in it seems to carry the slight warmth of life. I made 2 necklaces out of lovebirds, and you should be able to feel it. This necklace represents an absolute dot. No matter how far apart they are, or what they encounter, they cannot be truly separated by the absolute. Hermione felt her palms burning, the heat spreading through her bloodstream to her cheeks and then to her heart. Looking at the gift in her palm, a gift carrying thrilling legends and deep sentiments, all her previous dissatisfaction, grievances, and resentment vanished in that instant. Instead, I felt a bittersweet yet overwhelming sense of emotion. She clutched the necklace tightly, looked up, her eyes slightly red, but incredibly bright. You promise? You promise it will let you know I need you? I'm only leaving for a short time. Caesar looked at her, his eyes deep. Wear it. That way, wherever I am, I can sense when you need me. And it will protect you, just like the male bird protects its family. Caesar treated Hermione as family, and the Grangers truly treated him like family for the past 6 months, showing no exclusion whatsoever in terms of food, clothing, shelter, or transportation. After coming down from the London Eye, Caesar took her to a roadside stall and bought hot dogs, which were drizzled with too much ketchup and yellow mustard, so much so that Hermione had some sauce on her nose from eating them. He also won a street shooting game and received a silly-looking long-eared rabbit plush toy, which he insisted on giving to Hermione. Hermione hugged the rabbit, which was almost half her size and made of rough fabric. She would normally find the rabbit lacking in refinement, but at this moment, she held it very tightly. The rain had stopped some time earlier, and the setting sun peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a golden glow. Caesar walked her all the way to her doorstep and stopped. That's enough for now, he said. Hermione looked up at him. She knew that this time it was truly goodbye. She didn't ask him if he would come back, nor did she say anything sentimental. She simply hugged the rabbit in her arms tighter, then held up the necklace and said very seriously. 6 months ago, on my birthday, my parents gave me a train ticket to Exeter. It was the best birthday present I'd received in the last 10 years. For a proud girl like her, this was almost the highest level of praise. It doesn't involve any magic, it's all about how you feel at this moment. Caesar paused for a moment, and then a very, very real smile, without any hint of mockery or profundity, slowly bloomed on his face. He then reached out and, very lightly and quickly, ruffled her fluffy hair. Hermione, I left you a gift under your bed. Consider it compensation for that first encounter with Butterbeer. Then Caesar turned, put his hands in his coat pockets, and walked into the twilight that had not yet completely faded, without looking back, only a calm voice. Hermione stood in the doorway, watching his figure disappear, clutching the silly rabbit in her arms and the necklace in her hand. She felt a warm yet wistful feeling filling a certain part of her heart. This afternoon, this still moment, has been forever frozen in her time by something more wondrous than a magic story. Chapter 10. After your 6-month break, you returned to Hogwarts and reported the results of your trip to Dumbledore. Thanks to your talent, while busy with your own affairs, you also managed to publish 2 academically valuable articles in the Prophet's Gazette, for which Dumbledore praised you. Meanwhile, you decided to wrap up your research on Grindelwald as soon as possible. You shared your findings with Dumbledore and discussed many details with him. You've completed the final draft of The History of Gerald Grindelwald, a book that cements Grindelwald's place on the pillar of historical infamy, earning you honor. Next, you begin your other research projects, behaving just like a diligent and normal history of magic teacher. Because of your kind attitude towards students and your similar age, you receive more recognition in helping students solve problems compared to stricter professors like McGonagall and Snape. Until the summer of 1991, on Hermione Granger's 11th birthday, an owl delivered her college acceptance letter directly to her window. Originally, Hogwarts would send a professor to visit the homes of Muggle families to explain the situation and gain their trust. The original choice was Professor Minerva McGonagall, who was both the vice principal and the Transfiguration professor, and possessed considerable knowledge of the Muggle world. She was meticulous in her actions and highly persuasive. However, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore looks at you over his half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes gleaming with insight. I've noticed that your friendship with the Grangers has not faded with time. Considering this special bond, perhaps you would be more suitable to act as the messenger for this home visit? I believe that the presence of an old friend would put them at ease rather than a stranger. You gladly accept the task, a surge of indescribable anticipation welling up within you. Watching that little girl, who once frantically checked your chest for injuries out of worry, gradually enter your world, there couldn't be a more beautiful arrangement. London, England, 2 p.m. It was another rainy and foggy day. When Caesar stood once again before the familiar door of the Granger house, Mrs. Granger's face was filled with astonishment as she opened the door. "Caesar? My goodness, it's been so long." Mrs. Granger ushered Caesar in, her tone both kind and puzzled. "You've come at the right time. Something very strange is happening here." Caesar walked into the living room and immediately saw Hermione sitting on the sofa. She had grown a bit taller than last year, and her hair was still fluffy. At that moment, she was clutching her admission letter tightly to her chest, as if it were her strongest shield. When she saw Caesar, her bright brown eyes flashed with an incredible light, followed by a huge, almost overflowing hope. She wanted to rush over, but she held back, silently mouthing Caesar's name. The gifts Caesar left her when he left last time all found a reasonable explanation at this moment, everything connected. "In fact, Mrs. Granger." Caesar smiled, his gaze sweeping over the serious-looking Mr. Granger before finally settling on Hermione. He nodded slightly to her. "I've come precisely because of this strange matter." Then, Caesar elegantly waved his hand, and his Muggle clothes instantly transformed into the dark robes characteristic of Hogwarts professors, the hem of which fluttered even without wind. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Caesar Habs, Professor of Ancient Magic History at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Caesar calmly announced, "It is my honor, on behalf of the school, to formally invite Miss Hermione Granger to Hogwarts and to guide her into the magical world." For the next hour, Caesar, acting as a professor, patiently and clearly explained to the Grangers the basic structure of the wizarding world, the history of Hogwarts, and its security. He didn't use any fancy magic, he simply made Mr. Granger's favorite pipe fly back to his hand and made the lilies in the vase bloom and close in an instant. These small but irrefutable pieces of evidence are more persuasive than any elaborate incantation. From initial shock to skepticism, the Grangers eventually accepted this incredible reality in the face of Caesar's composure and undeniable facts. The look in their eyes as they looked at Hermione changed from worry to pride and support. With all questions answered and the Grangers excitedly discussing the list of items they needed to buy, Caesar finally had a chance to approach Hermione. At that moment, Hermione looked up at him, her voice trembling slightly with immense joy. "So, when you left last time, you went to Hogwarts?" "Yes," Caesar crouched down to Hermione's eye level, "just like that afternoon many years ago, I promised we would meet again." As he spoke, he took out a small, softly wrapped item from the inner pocket of his robe. "Happy birthday, Hermione! And welcome to the wizarding world!" Hermione opened it carefully. Inside were neither toys nor fairy tale books. It is a seemingly antique brass compass, but instead of directional markings, the pointer is surrounded by finely engraved runic characters. "This is an ancient rune learning aid, and your first tool in the magical world," Caesar explained softly. "It will guide you, not just geographically." Hermione gripped the compass tightly, her knuckles turning white. She looked at Caesar, tears welling in her eyes, but a smile played on her lips. "So?" She took a deep breath and asked in as serious a tone as possible, yet still with the excitement of a little girl, "Caesar, when are we leaving for Diagon Alley?" "Hermione, you're about to call him Teacher Caesar." The Grangers, having calmed down from their excitement, corrected her, "Caesar is a teacher at Hogwarts. You're a student, you can't just call him by his name anymore. That's not ladylike behavior." Hermione's excited expression froze instantly, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. She subconsciously bit her lower lip, her gaze shifting from her parents' serious faces to Caesar, a hint of helplessness in her eyes as she sought confirmation. She has always called him Caesar, ever since the day they met. This name carries all the secrets between them, and that afternoon with the butterbeer. She could see the barely visible pale mark on his chest, even though a button was still fastened around it. And there was that dusk before he left, when he stroked her hair. Chapter 11. "Hermione, your parents are right." Caesar's voice rang out, gentle yet carrying a formality she had never heard before, the kind that belonged to a teacher. He looked at her, his gaze calm, as if stating a perfectly natural fact. "At school, we need to follow certain rules, and how we address each other is one of them." Upon hearing this, Herman felt a slight stinging sensation, as if he had been gently pricked by the tip of a quill pen. She lowered her head, staring at her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, where she still held the brass compass, the cold metal digging into her palm. She understood that her parents' words made sense, and she also understood Caesar's position at this moment, but a strange sense of grievance still spread in her heart. It seems that with the change of this form of address, something pure and private between them was forced to be hidden away. She took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, she tried to make her expression look sensible and calm. She looked at Caesar, trying to mimic the obedient student's demeanor towards their teacher, as she had seen on television, and spoke in as clear a voice as possible, though inevitably tinged with a hint of stiffness. "Yes, Dad, Mom. I understand." She paused again, as if needing to gather her courage, before finally fixing her gaze on Caesar. "Teacher Caesar." The 4 words were uttered lightly, yet they seemed to draw an invisible, but real, line between her and Caesar. "Very good, Hermione." He responded with the same formal title, but couldn't help but reveal a doting smile the next moment. "Haha, little Hermione is so obedient and adorable. From now on, you only need to call me teacher when other students are around, feel free to do whatever you want in private." "You? Humph." Hermione realized she'd been tricked. She snorted and sat quietly to the side, no longer interrupting excitedly as before, looking like she was about to be comforted. Caesar looked at her, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on but was trying to remain calm, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. He went up and hugged this adorable, proud little girl. "I'm sorry, Hermione. To express my apology, I'll prepare your wand and cauldron from now on, okay?" Hermione's eyes darted around, and her puffed-up cheeks finally relaxed. "That's more like it. I'll give you one chance, but don't let it happen again." Next, the Grangers, wanting to welcome Caesar, insisted on staying for lunch, and Caesar didn't refuse, as time wasn't an issue. Mrs. Granger prepared a sumptuous meal and inquired incessantly about the details of life at Hogwarts, from dormitory conditions to dietary habits, leaving no stone unturned. Caesar patiently and humorously answered all their questions, skillfully soothing the anxiety of the parents who were about to be separated from their daughter. The reunion was too short, and lunch ended in a pleasant yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Caesar elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and gently reminded him. "We should get going. Hermione needs time to buy her school supplies and adjust to the new environment before school starts." The air fell silent instantly. Mrs. Granger immediately put down her fork, her eyes, which had been sparkling as she talked about magic, now misted over, and she reached out to hold her husband's hand tightly. "Yes, yes, of course." Mr. Granger took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to Caesar. The usually calm and rational dentist's eyes were now filled with the solemnity of a father. "Caesar." He paused, as if organizing his thoughts, and finally spoke in an extremely sincere tone. "Hermione is in your care now. She's intelligent, but also stubborn and overly curious. Since we won't be around to look after her, please take good care of her." Mrs. Granger also came over, her eyes slightly red, her voice choked with emotion. "Please take good care of her, this is the first time she's been away from home for so long." Hermione stood behind her parents, head down, biting her lip hard to stop herself from crying. She could feel the heavy love and worry in her parents' eyes, which moved her even more than when she first received the magic letter. As Caesar looked at the couple who had entrusted their beloved only daughter to him, the nonchalant air he had when teaching muggles about the new world quietly faded from his face. Instead, he wore a deep and solemn expression. He nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Mr. and Mrs. Granger before finally settling on Hermione, who was fighting back tears. "Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger." Caesar's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable power, as if he were making an ancient vow. "Rest assured. As long as I'm at Hogwarts, I will never allow her to suffer any real harm. I will watch her grow, guide her, and protect her. This is not only a teacher's responsibility." Caesar paused, his voice lower and more somber, carrying an undeniable personal emotion. "It's also a promise as a family member." The words "a promise from family" made Hermione look up abruptly, tears finally streaming down her face, but she forced a smile. "Caesar." The Grangers came up and gave Caesar a warm hug, saying emotionally, "That's wonderful. We've always considered you part of our family, you've been like Hermione's brother." "All right, it's getting late." Caesar's expression softened again as he turned to Hermione. "Take your luggage, we should be going." Hermione nodded vigorously, gave her parents a final, tight hug, then picked up her already packed suitcase and stood firmly beside Caesar. Caesar gave the Grangers a final nod, then took out a small, flickering object that looked like a lighter from the inner pocket of his robe. "Fleur powder guide." He snapped his fingers at the empty fireplace in the living room, and a cluster of green flames burst into flames with a whoosh in the cold hearth. It then rapidly expanded, forming a stable, rotating channel that flickered with an eerie green light. "Stay close to me," Caesar said, stepping into the green flames first, his figure instantly engulfed. Hermione glanced back at her parents, whose faces were filled with surprise and reluctance, took a deep breath, and hugged her suitcase tightly. Following Caesar's example, I bravely stepped into that dazzling green expanse. The moment she disappeared, the fire in the fireplace returned to normal, leaving only the Grangers standing there. Looking at the empty living room, my heart was filled with anticipation for my daughter's future and a lingering sense of melancholy. But they knew that their Hermione was heading towards a wider world. And she has a reliable guardian by her side. Chapter 12. The moment Hermes stepped into the green flames, he felt a dizzying sensation, as if he had been stuffed into a huge, rapidly spinning pipe. Colorful lights and shadows swept past her, she squeezed her eyes shut, suppressing a gasp from her throat. She felt her arm being firmly grasped by a steady, strong hand, which stabilized her slightly unsteady body. A few seconds later, the uncomfortable squeezing and spinning sensation abruptly stopped. "You can open your eyes now, we've arrived." Caesar's voice rang in his ears, calm and even, as if they had just walked up an ordinary flight of stairs. Hermione cautiously opened her eyes and found herself standing in a small, dimly lit, and cramped bar that looked somewhat dirty. The air was filled with the aroma of aged wood, burnt bread, and some strange spices. Several strangely shaped figures dressed in tattered robes whispered among themselves in the corner. Behind the bar, an almost completely bald old man with nearly all his teeth was slowly wiping a glass. "Is this the first stop in the magical world?" A flicker of surprise crossed Hermione's mind. This was nothing like the magnificent, golden entrance she had imagined. She instinctively moved closer to Caesar, her fingers unconsciously clutching the cuff of his robe. Caesar glanced down at her, his gaze lingering for a moment on her slightly pale face as he explained, "This is the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley." Then, he lowered his voice, his tone reassuring, "Most newcomers find this place quite unique." Caesar led her through several crooked tables toward the bar's backyard. When the bald old man, Tom, saw Caesar, a hint of respect flashed in his cloudy eyes, and he nodded slightly. Upon arriving at the backyard, all I found was a dirty little walled yard piled high with trash cans, looking utterly unremarkable. "Remember this," Caesar drew his wand and pointed precisely at a brick in the wall, 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks down. As he struck the brick he touched began to shake violently, and then the bricks around it began to move and rotate. A narrow archway rapidly widened, eventually forming a broad, winding, cobblestone street. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating a magical world Hermione had never imagined. A bustling crowd dressed in colorful robes, shop windows displayed flying brooms, winking owls, potions bubbling with eerie bubbles, and golden cauldrons gleaming in the sunlight. In the distance, a towering white building, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, overlooks the entire street. The air was filled with all sorts of sounds, the hawkers' cries, the hooting of owls, the excited screams of children, and a faint, almost imperceptible magical hum. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Hermione." Caesar's voice carried a barely perceptible chuckle as he looked at Hermione's face, which was completely stunned by shock and elation, her slightly parted mouth and wide-open eyes. Hermione was completely speechless. She released her grip on Caesar's sleeve, took a few steps forward, stood under the archway, and greedily surveyed everything before her. This is the magical world of her dreams. It is full of color, vitality, and endless possibilities. "Our shopping list is very long," Caesar said, walking up to her and handing her a piece of parchment. "First, you'll need a wand, that's the most important. Then we'll go to Flourish and Blots to buy books, followed by a cauldron, scales, and a telescope." Caesar's words pulled Hermione back from her shock. She took the list, nodded vigorously, and her eyes burned with unwavering determination. She was no longer the little girl hiding behind her parents. She stood here, at the center of the magical world, with her trusted guide by her side. "Let's go, Teacher Caesar." She looked up, her voice clear and bright, filled with unprecedented courage and anticipation. "Let me remind you again, from now on you only need to call me teacher when you are at school and other students and teachers are present." Caesar nodded slightly and took the lead on the gleaming cobblestone path. "Very well, Caesar." Hermione was slightly taken aback, then her face lit up with the radiance of victory. She took a deep breath of the magical air, followed closely in his footsteps, and took her first real step into the magical world. "Oh! Look who this is, a new face." Just as Caesar and Hermione were about to head towards Ollivander's wand shop, a slightly shrill voice, tinged with arrogance, cut in. Hermione turned her head at the sound and saw a pale-faced boy with a pointed chin. He had platinum blonde hair that was meticulously styled with hair gel, and wore an expensive robe that was clearly tailor-made. Beside him stood a similarly haughty couple. The man had a stern face and leaned on a silver snakehead cane, while the woman was tall and slender, with a discerning eye as if examining an antique. What Hermione couldn't take her eyes off was the little creature behind them, dressed in tattered pillowcase-like clothes and with large, bat-like ears. Its green eyes, the size of tennis balls, were filled with fear and humility, and it was nervously twisting its slender fingers. "Mr. Malfoy, madam." Caesar nodded slightly, his tone calm and polite, revealing no emotion. He took half a step forward, subtly shielding Hermione halfway behind him. "Good day. This is Hermione Granger, a new student at Hogwarts. Muggle-born." The platinum-haired boy was none other than Draco Malfoy, who was openly sizing Hermione up. His gaze swept over her tousled hair and rather ordinary clothes, and he curled his lip slightly. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, glanced at Caesar with his cold grey eyes, then swept them over Hermione. He gave a soft hum through his nose, which was his way of saying hello. Then, his attention seemed to focus more on Caesar, and he asked, "Professor Caesar Habs, I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard you're teaching at Hogwarts." "Yes." Caesar's answer was concise. Although he knew the Malfoys were all a bit eccentric, Draco's attitude still annoyed him. If he angered Hermione, he wouldn't mind taking action right here and testing Lucius's strength. However, Hermione's attention was almost entirely drawn to the small creature at that moment. Completely ignoring Draco's rude comment, she peeked out slightly, looked at it curiously, and whispered to Caesar. "What is that? Why is it wearing those clothes? And it looks very uncomfortable." Although her voice was soft, everyone present heard it. Chapter 13. Draco let out a short, mocking laugh. "That's our family's elf. Doesn't the Mudblood know that? It was born to serve the Malfoy family." Caesar frowned, his gaze shifting to Draco, a sharp displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Draco!" Narcissa Malfoy warned in a low voice. She didn't see anything wrong with how her son addressed Hermione, she was simply wary of Caesar, so there wasn't much real reproach in her eyes. If Hermione were the only Muggle family wizard, Marco wouldn't care what he did to her, but it's clear that Caesar is willing to stand up for this Mudblood. Lucius tapped the ground lightly with his snake-headed staff, and with a hint of impatience commanded the little sprite at his feet. "Dobby, step back, don't block the way, and don't frighten the guests with your ugly appearance." The little elf named Dobby trembled with fright, his big eyes instantly filling with tears. It hastily retreated, almost shrinking into the shadows of the wall, emitting a faint, tearful whimper. Yes, master. Dobby was wrong. Dobby is a bad elf." Hermione's brow furrowed deeply. She didn't understand what mudseed meant, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Looking at Dobby's terrified expression, she felt a strong sense of unease and sympathy. She simply couldn't understand why anyone would treat a living, breathing creature with obvious emotions like that. She looked up at Caesar, seeking an answer. Why are they doing this to it? It seems so scared. Caesar glanced down at Hermione and saw the pure confusion and a hint of indignation in her eyes. He tightened his grip on her shoulder slightly, a gesture that was both comforting and a reminder. He didn't answer Hermione's question immediately, but instead looked up at Lucius Malfoy, his tone still calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of ending the conversation. "Children always have a strong thirst for knowledge. Excuse me, Mr. Malfoy, we still need to go buy Hermione a wand. Please excuse us." Caesar made no comment on the house elf's situation, but that calm attitude itself, in Lucius's view, was a silent stance. Lucius narrowed his eyes and forced a smile. "Of course, please. We also need to go and have Draco's new robes made. Let's go." His last words were spoken to his wife, children, and Dobby, and his tone was icy. The Malfoys swaggered away, with Dobby trotting after them, stealing a glance back at Hermione. That look in his eyes was incredibly complex, a mixture of gratitude, curiosity, and deep sadness. Only after they had gone some distance did Hermione urgently tug at Caesar's sleeve. "Caesar, who were those people, and that Dobby?" Caesar stopped and looked at Hermione, his gaze deep. "Hermione, the magical world isn't just about the glittering cauldrons and flying brooms you see before you. It also has ancient, even dark, traditions and rules. House elves are one of them." He paused, then chose a more tactful but still clear way to explain. "They have magical contracts with some ancient wizarding families, serving them for generations. To most wizards, this is perfectly natural. But this kind of contract is immoral," Hermione blurted out, a hint of hesitation on her small face. "They'll be scared, they'll be sad, right now they're like objects." Caesar looked at the girl before him, who hadn't even entered school yet but was already speaking out against inequality, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Indeed, despite her negative traits such as arrogance, haughtiness, and rigidity, Hermione's fundamental nature is pure kindness. "My impression of you is that you're a rule-abiding girl." Caesar didn't directly confirm or deny Hermione's words, but simply ruffled her brown hair and explained calmly. "Everyone in this world has their own morals and principles, which vary, but the world has only one set of rules for operating. Our personal moral values inevitably conflict with the rules governing the world. If everyone breaks the rules in pursuit of their own morality, then there would be no rules at all." Hermione remained silent. In the original story, Hermione was initially a very stubborn dogmatist. When personal morality clashes with rules, she always chooses the latter, which leads to her actions often being in a different direction from Harry Ron's. However, later on, through her interactions with the other main characters, Hermione gradually matured. The approach shifted from complete adherence to the rules to changing the rules according to one's own moral compass. For example, his decision to push for reform of house elves after becoming Minister for Magic demonstrates great wisdom. However, this little girl doesn't yet possess the bearing of a future Minister of Magic. "Let me tell you a story." Then, Caesar released Hermione's hand, snapped his fingers, and the two instantly appeared in a secluded spot. He then spoke in a low, calm voice. "This is a story about law, suffering, and redemption." Hermione immediately stood up straight and nodded vigorously. Many years ago, in a remote, non-magical town, lived a young woodcutter named Dawn. As Caesar narrates, a moving image appears before Hermione. In the bitter cold of winter, in the dilapidated little house, Dawn's wife and 5 emaciated children huddled in a corner. The stove was cold, and there was no food left. He searched for every job, begged every possible employer, but to no avail. The children were too hungry to even cry. Caesar's voice was calm, yet carried a heavy weight. On that cold night, he walked past the only bakery in town. In the shop window, the golden brown loaves of bread emitted an enticing aroma, an aroma that cut like a knife into his heart. Hermione held her breath, sensing something was amiss. He picked up a stone from the roadside and smashed the shop window. He didn't take any money, didn't touch any valuable silverware, he just grabbed a loaf of bread. Caesar paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Hermione. Then, he was apprehended by the sheriff who arrived on the scene. "Just for a loaf of bread?" Hermione's voice trembled with disbelief. "Just for a loaf of bread," Caesar confirmed. The judge, strictly following the law, sentenced him to 15 years of hard labor for violent theft, a heinous offense. Hermione gasped, her face turning pale. Jean spent the youngest 15 years of his life in the dark mines and on the cold prison ship. His once hard-working hands became rough and numb, and his once warm heart gradually froze into a block of ice after countless unjust beatings and humiliations. He no longer believed in justice, only in power. He no longer believed in kindness, only in hatred. For him, the law was not a shield protecting the weak, but a wheel crushing the poor. "This is so sad," Hermione murmured. "Theft? That's obviously wrong. But what if it's to prevent the child from starving?" Chapter 14. Caesar steered the story back to the present. In your view, the law against stealing is moral, but for Dawn, it is immoral. For you, making a contract with a house Pokémon is immoral, but for some people, it's moral. Caesar, what would you do if you were in my shoes? After a long pause, Hermione turned to Caesar for help, the person she was closest to and loved most. She believed that Caesar's choice would not disappoint her. I would break the rules for my own morals. Caesar answered without hesitation, so quickly that even Hermione was somewhat surprised. Caesar took Hermione's hand and began walking towards the bustling street, a playful smile on his face as he said, "If one day you're hungry and I have no choice but to steal butterbeer, will you arrest me?" "Of course not." Hermione shook her head vigorously. "Hermione." Caesar's expression suddenly turned serious, as if stating a simple truth, "If that day ever comes, and you insist on capturing me, I will not resist." In the original story, Hermione possesses extraordinary intelligence, courage, and loyalty, but she also has some distinct and realistic personality flaws, such as stubbornness, perfectionism, and pride. However, these weaknesses gradually faded away due to his inherent kindness and his interactions with Harry Ron. Caesar highly approves of the distinctive young girl in the original story. If she weren't a bit lacking in strength, she could have grown into another Dumbledore. However, in this simulation, if the girl truly grows up to be as upright as in the original story, it would actually be a bad thing for Caesar. Given their current relationship, if Caesar were to ever try to do something big like Grindelwald did, Hermione would probably be the first to stop him. Just like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Hermione may be heartbroken for a while after capturing him, but the power of time will heal all wounds, including love. Caesar didn't want to end up locked up like Grindelwald. A tragic end was not suitable for Caesar. It's like an old online story about angels and demons. Angels will sacrifice you for everyone, while demons will sacrifice everyone for you. Hermione in the original books is wonderful, she's everyone's angel. At that time, Caesar was one of them. But now that Caesar's identity has changed, he hopes that Hermione will be his own personal demon, always on his side, using her extraordinary wisdom to advise him. Unconditional depravity, forever. Pfft. Hermione's previously tense face instantly blossomed into a smile, like a flower blooming in a spring breeze, and she felt a warm glow in her heart, thinking, "Caesar, don't worry, I won't arrest you, I'll help you steal it. You see, things are actually quite simple to understand." Caesar's tone returned to calm as he continued. "Do you remember the railway strike that day? The British government in the outside world is no longer able to maintain its previous welfare policies. They change the rules according to their own interests, which harms workers. On the other hand, the workers' strikes harm passengers who have paid for tickets. Everyone breaks the rules based on their own beliefs, so you don't need to think too much about it. Just do what you want to do. If you hadn't been able to resist and attacked them, I would have fought them for you. Actually, I also dislike the Malfoys very much, but you didn't. Then, shall we go back now and teach them a lesson?" Hermione stared intently at Caesar, her gaze both gentle and resolute. The gentleness was directed at Caesar, while the resoluteness stemmed from recalling the face of the white-haired boy from earlier. Caesar ruffled Hermione's brown hair and said calmly, "No need to rush. Draco will be your classmate soon. You have plenty of time to do whatever you want next." "That's wonderful." Hermione's face lit up with a smile, she was never a coward. Thinking about Draco's attitude towards her, she, who had been pampered by her family since childhood, wouldn't passively accept things like Harry, "I'll teach him a lesson then." Originally, she didn't want to cause trouble for Caesar when she first arrived at Hogwarts, but after hearing Caesar's words, it seemed that she had powerful backers, so she didn't need to be timid. She, Hermione Granger, was never a girl who would always suffer. Caesar nodded slightly, "No problem. I've prepared a magic wand for you to fulfill all your dreams. I'll take you to see it. Leaving the quiet corner, the bustling sunlight and vitality of Diagon Alley come rushing in. Caesar, with Hermione by his side, headed straight for the small, shabby wand shop. Ollivander has been crafting fine wands since 382 BC. The little bell on the shop door rang out a crisp, tired sound as they entered, like dust that hadn't changed for 1,000 years, slowly dancing in the beam of light streaming in through the window. As Hermione curiously examined the countless wand boxes piled almost to the ceiling, a soft voice came from the top of a tall ladder. "Good afternoon." Oh! Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Ollivander, with his disheveled white hair, suddenly stopped on the ladder. His pale, moon-like eyes widened instantly, staring intently at Caesar. He was completely unaware that the long-handled measuring ruler in his hand had fallen to the dusty floor with a thud. "It's you." Ollivander's voice lost its usual ethereal and mysterious quality, taking on a real, almost shocking tremor. He scrambled down the ladder in a flustered manner, his movements unusually hurried for his age, and he almost tripped over the hem of his robe. He strode up to Caesar, tilted his head back, and looked at him as if examining a priceless treasure that had been lost and found, or as if confirming that what he was seeing was not an illusion. "Mr. Caesar! It really is you." Ollivander's tone was filled with unbelievable joy, he even subconsciously reached out to touch Caesar's arm to confirm it was real. But then it stopped halfway, turning into the excited hand-wringing of a craftsman meeting a legendary material supplier. "Merlin's beard, after all this time. You've finally arrived." Caesar gave him a big hug. "Mr. Ollivander, judging from your expression, did the wand you made for me go well?" Last year at the top of the world, he obtained the materials for the lovebird's necklace, enough to make 2 necklaces. The other one was given to Ollivander to be made into a wand, with the promise to pick it up a year later. "Certainly." As he spoke, old Mr. Ollivander carefully brought out 2 long, antique-looking boxes placed side by side. His gaze passed over Hermione and landed on Caesar. "Mr. Caesar," Ollivander's voice carried an ethereal, almost epic quality. "The incredible materials you provided last year, after a long wait and refinement, have finally found their final form. They've been waiting for this day." He opened the 2 boxes. Inside, lined with deep purple velvet, lay 2 magic wands. The one on the left is made of dark brown wood with strong, powerful grain, as if it contains the power of a storm. The natural spiral patterns on the staff are faintly visible, like swirling air currents. The one on the right is more slender and elegant, with a slightly lighter color of wood and a warm luster. The wood grain is as soft as water ripples. Chapter 15. Lovebirds, the materials you brought last time were truly amazing. Mr. Ollivander ran his fingertips over the 2 wands with utmost gentleness, as if afraid to disturb the slumbering souls within them. This legendary creature has wings with edges sharp enough to cut through gold for the male, while the female's downy feathers can soothe even the most violent ripples of magic. They depend on each other for life, sharing one wing and one eye, only by being together can they fly. His gaze drifted into the distance, and he began to tell the story of the wands, or rather, the destiny of the materials. "This one." He pointed to the dark brown wand on the left. "I forged this feather from the strongest primal flight feather that the male bird broke in a storm while protecting its mate, mixed it with the dragon's heartstring, and it represents protection and strength. And this one." He then pointed to the one on the right. "Taken from the softest neck feather shed by the female bird while preening the male's feathers on a most peaceful moonlit night, its core is a phoenix tail feather, symbolizing comfort and connection." Ollivander's voice carried the pride of a craftsman. "They resonate with each other, and if held by wizards who are of one mind and cast spells together, their magic is far more than a simple sum of its parts. Rather, it is through fusion and sublimation that they can create miracles unique to them." Hermione listened intently, completely captivated by this romantic and powerful premise. "And what if, she couldn't help but ask the crucial question, the people wielding these two wands used them to attack each other. Mr. Ollivander's moon-like eyes instantly focused on Hermione's face, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. Attack each other, he repeated, slowly shaking his head, his tone carrying an undeniable warning. Child, that is the most utter betrayal of this unwavering bond. The magic of the lovebirds comes from symbiosis, not opposition. To force them to become enemies. He paused for a moment, and a chill seemed to sweep through the air. The feathers that support their core will begin to crumble from the inside. The male bird's fierce power will turn against its master, and the female bird's gentle charm will turn into a heart-wrenching sorrow. They won't harm each other, but they will self-destruct. The magic circuits will be completely burned away, reduced to 2 handfuls of lifeless charred wood and ashes. This is a taboo etched into their very essence, and must never be touched. He gave Caesar a meaningful look, then glanced at Hermione. Choosing them means choosing absolute trust and bond. They are both unparalleled sharpness and the most fragile vows. Now. He turned to Hermione, his voice returning to its usual tone, let's see, of these 2 long-awaited companions, which one is more destined for you? Hermione's heart pounded. She looked at the 2 wands that seemed to contain life, then looked up at Caesar beside her. The shopkeeper's words echoed in Hermione's mind like an ancient prophecy. They cannot attack each other, otherwise the wands will self-destruct. This is not merely a description of the wand's properties, but more like a metaphor for the relationship between the wand holder and its holder. Only close wizards can gain recognition. Give it a try, the wands will choose their own masters. At this moment, Caesar's gaze also fell on the wand, his profile appearing particularly profound in the dim light, clearly indicating that he was unaware of this matter beforehand. Given this design of the 2 wands, Hermione might be able to pick up one, but could Caesar himself pick up the other? The greatest wands choose their own masters, this is an age-old truth. As Caesar pondered, Hermione reached out, with a hint of awe and unwavering determination, and took the lead in approaching the wand of the female bird, which symbolized comfort and connection. The instant her fingertips touched the warm, smooth wood of the cane, a sudden change has occurred. The jade necklace that had always been carefully hidden under her clothes suddenly became warm without warning. The symbiotic feather of the lovebirds embedded within seemed to be infused with life, emitting an extremely faint yet undeniable iridescent halo. At the same time, the wand in her hand trembled slightly, and soft golden shimmering light flowed from its tip like ripples on water. At almost the same moment, Caesar stood beside her. The necklace he wore on his chest, which he had never shown to anyone before, was similar in style but more antique. It was made of the material of a male bird and also exuded a faint heat and resonance beneath his robe. He frowned slightly, subconsciously pressing his hand to his chest. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly turning into a deep understanding. 2 magic wands, 2 necklaces, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time, space, and matter. At this moment, they are tightly bound together by an invisible bond, resonating with an ancient rhythm that only they themselves can understand. A warm, harmonious, and incredibly powerful magical field filled the air, and even the thousands of wand boxes around seemed to emit a faint hum. Mr. Ollivander opened his moon-like eyes wide and murmured. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I had a premonition that they would resonate, but I never imagined it would be such a profound connection. This isn't just the wand choosing the wizard, it's the intertwining of threads of fate. Hermione was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling, as if she were holding not just a wand, but an extension of some kind of life force. She looked up at Caesar with surprise, wanting to share this awe. However, Caesar quickly suppressed his emotions. He didn't respond to the question and excitement flickering in Hermione's eyes, but simply stepped forward calmly. He subtly blocked Mr. Ollivander's potentially inquisitive gaze, then took a heavy money pouch from the inner pocket of his robe and placed it on the counter. His tone returned to its usual calm, devoid of any emotion. Mr. Ollivander, here is the payment for the 2 wands. Thank you for your masterpiece. The old wand maker paused for a moment, then nodded knowingly, accepted the obviously substantial sum of galleons, said nothing more, and turned to record the wand's information. Taking advantage of the moment, Caesar leaned down slightly and whispered in Hermione's ear. His voice was extremely low, carrying an undeniable solemnity, his breath brushing against her ear, "Little Hermione." Caesar did not use the formal title Hermione, but his tone was more serious than ever. Everything that just happened, about the necklace, about the resonance. He paused, looking at her intently, "Don't tell anyone. Remember, nobody." "Why? We have a clear conscience, we're family, okay?" Hermione's heart skipped a beat as she met his eyes, which seemed to see right through her. She saw the warning it contained, as well as a complex emotion that was difficult to describe. She instantly understood what he meant. The wondrous connection between them, woven from the material of lovebirds, transcends the ordinary teacher-student relationship. Under the rules of Hogwarts, this is a secret that cannot be spoken aloud. Chapter 16. Under the cover of night, the Black Lake resembles a giant piece of dark velvet, reflecting the starry sky and the majestic silhouette of Hogwarts Castle in the distance. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the distinctive scent of the lake and aquatic plants. A huge, ancient wooden boat, pulled silently by a force hidden underwater, glided toward the dock. A figure of unusually tall and robust build, with disheveled hair and beard, was standing at the bow of the ship. He carried a dim, yellow lantern, which looked like a small, moving mountain. "Hagrid." Caesar's voice was exceptionally clear as he stood with Hermione at the edge of the dock. "Professor Caesar." Hagrid's booming voice carried pure joy as he carefully hung the lantern on the hook at the bow of the boat, strode ashore, and the wooden planks creaked as he did so. A warm smile spread across his bearded face. "Welcome back." "Oh, and who is this?" Noticing the person beside him, he bent down, his massive body casting a shadow, and curiously examined Hermione, who appeared rather petite next to Caesar. "This is Hermione Granger, a freshman this year," Caesar introduced briefly, gesturing lightly behind Hermione's back. "Hermione Granger. I know you." Hagrid's eyes shone brightly in the lantern light as he exclaimed excitedly, his voice making Hermione's ears ring. "Professor Caesar always says that you are extremely smart, the most gifted child he has ever seen, and that most of the school has heard of you. Merlin's beard, oh, it's truly magnificent." Hagrid's undisguised, loud praise was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. This instantly stirred up ripples among the other freshmen waiting at the dock. These children, who had just left their families and were both longing for and apprehensive about the magical world, all turned their attention to Hermione. His eyes were filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. "Who is she? The professor actually brought her here alone. Most talented? Really?" Quiet murmurs drifted through the crowd. However, Hermione, who was in the center of attention, seemed completely oblivious to the subtle atmosphere around her. She looked up at Hagrid's enormous body, which was both imposing and incredibly friendly. Far from being afraid, they were overjoyed by the phrase "Professor Caesar always talks about it." A joy mixed with pride and recognition swelled within her, making her small face seem to glow even in the dim light. She enjoyed the feeling of being recognized by Caesar and praised in public. This made her more satisfied than any ordinary compliment. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." She responded in a clear, crisp voice, even with a hint of barely perceptible pride, "I'm just very interested in magic, so I read a few more books and accidentally finished all the first-year textbooks." The gifts Caesar left for Hermione when he left London were actually magic books and some basic high-level potions. "I've finished reading all the first-grade textbooks." Hagrid laughed heartily, clapped his enormous hands, and turned to Caesar, "Professor, you've really spotted a fine talent. Hurry up and get on board, kids, we need to get the new student over before the banquet begins." Caesar nodded to Hagrid, signaling Hermione to follow. He made no comment whatsoever on Hagrid's praise or the freshman's reactions. But as he looked at Hermione's straight back and slightly raised chin, a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. Hermione followed Caesar, stepping lightly onto the swaying wooden boat. At first, she completely ignored the complex gazes behind her. After all, to her, the whispers of those unfamiliar freshmen were all expressions of envy. She knew she was different. From a young age, those slow-witted children her age never won against her in games. But after a while, she felt a little disappointed. Before coming here, she had actually wanted to make some friends. The small boat rocked gently, silently slicing through the dark, satin-like surface of the lake, heading towards the silhouette of the majestic castle. As the distance closed, the details of Hogwarts gradually became clear in the night, like a sleeping giant slowly revealing its majestic outline. Towers stand tall, their spires piercing the starry sky. Warm golden light shone from countless windows, reflecting off the stars in the night sky, making the entire castle seem like a giant, living magical creation. The light reflected on the dark water, breaking and reforming with the ripples, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The freshmen fell silent without prior arrangement. Even the children who had previously cast envious glances at Hermione temporarily forgot their minor displeasure, and all opened their eyes wide and mouths agape. I was completely captivated by the magnificent and magical sight before me. The only sounds in the air were the soft lapping of the lake water against the boat and the faint hooting of an owl in the distance. Hermione was equally deeply shocked. She had seen Hogwarts in the magic book Caesar left her, and had imagined the castle's appearance countless times in her mind. But words and imagination pale in comparison to the reality seen with one's own eyes. Her heart pounded in her chest, overwhelmed by a mixture of awe, excitement, and boundless longing. She instinctively turned her head, trying to find Caesar and share the awe she felt at that moment with him. She noticed that he wasn't gazing at the castle with the same fascination as the other freshmen. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly fixed on the Ravenclaw Tower in the distance. The tower has unique domed windows and is said to house a star-filled library and a common lounge accessible only by solving logic puzzles. The moment Hermione looked in that direction, Caesar seemed to sense it and turned his head as well. In the hazy night and under the flickering ship lights, their eyes briefly met. Without a word, Hermione seemed to understand the unspoken message in his eyes. "Look, this is where you will live and learn." Immediately afterwards, Hermione felt a faint warmth at her fingertips, coming from the wand made of female bird feathers that she was tightly holding in her hand. Meanwhile, Caesar's hand, resting on his knee, moved almost imperceptibly, as if the same resonance was emanating from somewhere beneath his robes. This hidden connection was like a magical thread that only they could perceive. Against the backdrop of a magnificent castle, on a small boat laden with wonder and dreams, they were quietly tied together. Hermione turned back and looked again at the castle that was getting closer and closer, exuding unparalleled magic and a sense of history. The last trace of disappointment in my heart due to not being able to make friends was completely replaced by a grander and more steadfast sense of belonging. She arrived at Hogwarts. In this magical world, she still has much to do. The small boat, carrying silent wonder and the turbulent thoughts of each person, resolutely sailed towards the brightly lit dock, towards a future full of infinite possibilities that awaited them. The gates of Hogwarts are about to slowly open for the destiny of this new generation. Chapter 17. After landing, Caesar said goodbye to Hermione. As a Ravenclaw faculty member, he is also required to accompany his direct supervisor and college head, Professor Felius Fritville, to the freshman sorting ceremony and opening dinner. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, dressed in a solemn black robe, waited for the new students at the entrance of the banquet hall. Even as she offered words of welcome, her face remained tense. An uninformed person might mistake her for a stern and unapproachable wizard. In a few moments, you will pass through this door. But before you are seated, you must be assigned to a house Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Just then, a small hand shot up. It was Hermione. McGonagall nodded slightly, indicating that she should ask a question. Excuse me, which college does Professor Caesar belong to? Upon hearing the name of the sorting house, Hermione suddenly realized that she had never asked Caesar which house he belonged to. Caesar. Upon hearing the name, a flicker of surprise crossed McGonagall's calm gaze, followed by understanding. You are Hermione Granger. No wonder. Professor Caesar Habsburg will be your future professor of ancient magic history. He belongs to Ravenclaw. Although young, he is a very learned professor. Then, McGonagall turned her gaze to the few restless students and continued her interrupted explanation. During your time at the college, it's like home to you. Excellent performance will earn you points, while misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the academic year, the college with the highest total points will win the college cup. No sooner had she finished speaking than a pet toad suddenly jumped out from the crowd. The chubby boy named Neville hurriedly stepped forward to catch it and apologized to McGonagall repeatedly. McGonagall simply said, "The sorting ceremony is about to begin," before turning and pushing open the door to enter. While waiting, the curious children began to talk to each other. Two of them were particularly eye-catching. First is Hermione, second is Draco. Those gathered around Hermione were mostly curious about her relationship with Professor Caesar. Those surrounding Draco Malfoy were almost all acquaintances from pure-blood wizarding families. In this era, the few pure-blood families can only maintain some influence in the wizarding world by banding together. They may seem to still have momentum, but in reality, they are already in their twilight years, destined to be submerged by the torrent of time. Hermione recognized Draco Malfoy, whom she had seen during the day, in the crowd. Her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed directly on him, her mind already racing with ideas on how to retaliate against him. Draco seemed to sense something and looked at her as well. He utterly loathed Hermione's gaze at that moment. It wasn't an equal look, but rather the gaze of a strong person looking down on a weak person, or a hunter staring at its prey. Mudblood, he lowered his voice, his tone arrogant, "Though I don't know how you got to know the Hogwarts professors, don't think that changes your bloodline. I'll make you regret saying those words every single day from now on." Hermione's hand had already slipped into her sleeve and grasped her wand. Having spoken with Caesar during the day, she was already prepared. She had 100 ways to make this foul-mouthed boy regret his actions. "Are you threatening me? I am Draco Malfoy." Pfft. Draco was emphasizing his family background with arrogance, but Ron, the red-haired man beside him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although both are pure-blood families, the Weasleys have chosen a path completely opposite to that of the Malfoys, who fantasize about going against the tide. He had always despised this blindly arrogant pure-blood behavior. Mockingly, Draco glared angrily, "Red hair, old robes, you must be from the Weasley family." Snap! The words were left unsaid again. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded behind him, "Everything is ready inside. Follow me." Seeing this, Hermione loosened her grip on her wand from her sleeve. The group entered the hall. The magical candlelight from the dome of Hogwarts' Great Hall twinkled like stars, and the 4 house tables were filled with the excitement and anticipation of the new school year. Caesar and the other teachers sat on the staff bench, observing the group of new students with a hint of curiosity. Dumbledore sat in the center and announced several important prohibitions to the new students, after which the sorting ceremony officially began. Hermione was called by name very quickly. She was still secretly looking for Caesar, and when she heard her name called, she felt her heart leap out of her throat. She could feel the eyes of the entire school's teachers and students focused on her. As the worn-out sorting hat was placed on her head, obscuring her vision, a faint voice whispered in her ear. Very interesting. A brilliant mind, a thirst for knowledge, clear logic, and boundless curiosity, without a doubt, Ravenclaw will be your perfect fit. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. Ravenclaw. The academy where Caesar studied. She almost blurted out, "Let's go there." Being in the same department as Caesar was the most perfect beginning she could have imagined. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the faculty table, searching for that familiar figure. However, the Sorting Hat's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of hesitation. "But wait, what is this? Such a strong desire to prove oneself, very strong, and a stubborn streak that refuses to admit defeat, even a bit obstinate. The inability to blindly follow established rules and the burning desire to change the status quo are not unique to Ravenclaw. Slytherin can also help you achieve glory and prove your worth." Hermione's heart sank when she heard Slytherin. No, she would never go there. At this moment, Caesar, sitting in the teachers' section, raised an eyebrow slightly. "It seems I have a significant influence on Hermione." In the original story, the Sorting Hat almost without hesitation sorted her into Gryffindor, but now it's even considering Slytherin. "No," she said to the Sorting Hat in her heart, "I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. I just want to learn more, become stronger, and do what I believe is right." The right thing, the Sorting Hat seemed to capture the key point, a strong sense of morality, the courage to defend justice, even to the point of confronting authority, very Gryffindor-like bravery. So, should one go to Ravenclaw to satisfy their thirst for knowledge, or to Gryffindor to put their beliefs into practice? Or perhaps, Slytherin? The hat twitched slightly on her head, as if she were caught in genuine hesitation. Time slipped by quietly, and whispers began to rise in the auditorium. Hermione's palms were sweating with nervousness as she looked towards the faculty section once more. This time, their gazes met Caesar's. Caesar gazed at her calmly, his face expressionless. She seemed to read a hint of encouragement in those deep eyes, as well as a reassuring acceptance of any outcome. Just as Hermione was struggling internally and almost begged the Sorting Hat to sort her into Ravenclaw, the hat seemed to have finally made a decision. It set aside the possibility of Slytherin, and also seemed to see through her longing for Ravenclaw, revealing a deeper, more intense source of power. "It's decided." The Sorting Hat's booming voice echoed throughout the Great Hall, announcing its final verdict. Gryffindor. Chapter 18. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the long table on the right, beneath the red and gold banner. Percy Weasley puffed out his chest proudly, while the twin brothers whistled loudly. Hermione paused for a moment, then a complex mix of emotions welled up inside her. There was a sense of relief at being recognized, an anticipation for the unknown academy, but also a subtle, undeniable sense of loss. "She's not Ravenclaw, I wonder if Caesar will be disappointed." She stood up, somewhat mechanically returned the Sorting Hat to Professor McGonagall, and then walked toward the Gryffindor table amidst enthusiastic applause. Before sitting down, she couldn't help but turn back again and look towards the teachers' section. Caesar remained seated, calmly clapping along with the crowd. But when she looked over, the corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly, a very subtle smile, yet full of understanding and encouragement. It's as if it's saying, "No matter which house you're in, you'll always be the Hermione I'm so proud of." Hermione turned around, took a deep breath, and accepted the pumpkin juice that Percy offered. Yes, she is a Gryffindor. This place is full of courage and vitality. Perhaps this is what she truly longs for, a place where she can bravely put what she has learned into practice and challenge injustice. Caesar withdrew his gaze and smiled knowingly. Hermione's eventual joining Gryffindor was within his expectations. As mentioned before, Hermione's fundamental nature is kindness, which is also the Hermione he remembered. After the welcoming ceremony, Hermione officially joined Hogwarts. Although she was sorted into Gryffindor, that didn't stop her from coming to your office every evening after dinner under the pretext of studying, sharing her day's experiences while discussing magic with you. For example, I heard that a male student from Hufflepuff secretly confessed his feelings to a female student from Gryffindor today, but was ruthlessly rejected. For example, today Ms. Snape assigned a lot of homework. Worried she wouldn't have time to play with you, she frantically did her homework. Draco Malfoy, oblivious to her rudeness, challenged her, trying to waste her precious time. She severely punished him, slapping him 100 times. Besides that, she also told you that she had taken on 2 followers named Ron and Neville, who, although not very bright, were very reliable. Because of your deliberate favoritism and Hermione's intentional actions, the entire Hogwarts community knows about your close relationship. This has caused considerable discontent among other students. Of course, this discontent isn't directed at you, but rather at Hermione, whom you seem to be paying close attention to. You were originally the most popular teacher in the college, treating all students equally. You patiently answered all their questions, and many students and even teachers would come to your office to seek your help. But now everyone knows that the moment Hermione from Gryffindor knocks on the door, you'll have to stop everything you're doing to teach her. Other students need a strict process of approval from teachers to enter the library, but Hermione, with your help, can almost freely go to the library to study magic. It's as easy as eating or drinking. Furthermore, Hermione isn't exactly a humble or low-key girl, on the contrary, she's extremely arrogant. Therefore, she almost always responds to warnings and provocations from other students, and wins every time, behaving like a typical first-year academic star. While the growing disparity in achievements slightly quelled the resentment, Hermione, showered with honors, did something that truly offended Ravenclaw. She participated in the Wisdom Cup competition held at Ravenclaw last month. Ravenclaw prides itself on its intellect, possessing wisdom unmatched by ordinary people is the pinnacle of pride when facing other houses, and the Cup of Wisdom is the jewel at the summit of that pinnacle. Although students from other houses occasionally apply, they are generally just there to make up the numbers and don't make it to the top ranks. They simply serve as repeated examples of Ravenclaw's intellectual superiority. But this time, the results are unbelievable. With your wholehearted and meticulous guidance and unconditional support, Hermione has not only made tremendous progress in magic compared to the same period in the original story, but her theoretical knowledge is also far more extensive. This is the first time a non-Ravenclaw student has won the Wisdom Cup. And Hermione won with a perfect score. The students from Ravenclaw are furious. They already harbor resentment towards Hermione and are now prepared to remind the Gryffindor freshmen how to respect their seniors at this year's Quidditch tournament. The air at Hogwarts seemed to tremble with anticipation of the upcoming Quidditch match. Students dressed in the colors of their respective houses could be seen everywhere inside and outside the castle, enthusiastically discussing tactics and the outcome of the game. Hermione, who had just won Professor Flitwick's high praise for her impeccable performance in Charms class, was now walking briskly up the castle's spiral staircase. Instead of returning to the Gryffindor Tower, she headed straight for the Ravenclaw Tower. She wanted to see Caesar, to tell him about the victory in person, and perhaps, while she was at it, invite him to watch the upcoming Quidditch match. Despite Caesar being Ravenclaw's teacher, Hermione secretly hoped that he would spare some attention for her. As they approached the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker that required solving a logic puzzle to enter, several upperclassmen from Ravenclaw happened to emerge from it. Hermione stepped aside to let them pass, then expertly gave the answer to the door knocker. The door opened with a click. Caesar's office was at the end of a short corridor next to the common room. The door was ajar. Hermione approached and heard clear voices inside discussing a variant application of a complex ancient runic grammatical structure. She knocked gently on the door, then pushed it open. Caesar was sitting behind a desk piled high with ancient books and parchment, with 3 Ravenclaw students surrounding him. 2 men and 1 woman were listening intently to his explanation, their faces beaming with the excitement of absorbing knowledge. Hearing the door open, Caesar looked up. Upon seeing that it was Hermione, a barely perceptible hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly. At the same time, the 3 Ravenclaw students turned around following Caesar's gaze and saw Hermione standing in the doorway, wearing a bright Gryffindor robe. The radiance on his face instantly dimmed, like a lantern whose power had been suddenly cut off. They exchanged a glance that was a mixture of helplessness and slight displeasure. "It's her again, Hermione, that Gryffindor who always seems to show up at the most inopportune time in Caesar's office." Thank you, Professor Caesar, we think we understand," one of the boys said hastily, his tone becoming somewhat listless. "We'll head back now, so as not to bother you any longer." The other girl immediately echoed, quickly packing up her notes. The 3 of them filed out, passing Hermione without greeting her or even glancing at her, leaving behind a tense silence. Hermione could clearly feel the almost tangible sense of rejection, like a cold, thin film separating her from them. Hermione simply raised an eyebrow indifferently and walked straight into her office. In her view, Ravenclaw's much vaunted intelligence is often nothing more than pedantry and an obsession with empty theoretical talk. Many of her practical insights are often more incisive than their rigid deductions. Their jealousy stems only from my greater intelligence and ability to gain Caesar's approval. This realization didn't make her feel uncomfortable at all, on the contrary, it gave her a sense of superiority that she took for granted. Chapter 19. Caesar. As soon as the door closed, Hermione's voice immediately brightened. The unpleasant little incident in the hallway hadn't affected her mood at all. "I was just in Charm's class." She enthusiastically began to recount how she had perfectly executed an advanced blink spell, earning extra points from Professor Flitwick. Her tone carried a small, undisguised boastfulness, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Caesar, anticipating his reaction. As she narrated, Caesar's gaze would occasionally drift thoughtfully over the door that had just closed. And faint whispers of complaint could be heard from outside the door among the Ravenclaw students. "Little Hermione, did you hear that?" Hermione, understanding what Caesar meant, pouted and said nonchalantly, "Those Ravenclaws can't take a loss, they only dare to grumble behind people's backs. I bet they're planning to teach me a lesson in tomorrow's Quidditch match. But this time, I'll show them just how big the gap is between us." Well, a sense of GAN3KAI3, a feeling of mixed emotions, or reflection, crossed Caesar's mind. Hermione truly deserves to be called one of the smartest characters in the original books. Anyone who underestimates her actual intelligence and insight because of her age will surely suffer a great loss. "I believe in your abilities, Hermione," Caesar said gently, looking at her. "But why are you so competitive? As far as I know, people who are overly obsessed with honor are mostly seeking the approval of others. Your current assertive behavior might sometimes backfire." He looked at the girl's face, at the pure pride born of her knowledge and ability, and at that almost absolute confidence. Hearing her simply attribute the Ravenclaw student's alienation to jealousy of her intelligence, a complex emotion flickered deep in her eyes. He knew perfectly well that Hermione in the original story was an extremely intelligent, determined, and morally upright girl. However, she also has real flaws such as pride, stubbornness, and poor social skills. It is precisely this interplay of strengths and weaknesses that makes her character so real, believable, and captivating. She is not a perfect symbol, but someone who is constantly learning, making mistakes, and growing. She is a living, breathing girl who eventually becomes a pillar of the wizarding world and Harry Potter's most indispensable companion. Of course, to outsiders, Hermione might be a classmate who is so proud that she is somewhat annoying. But Caesar treated it all as tsundere. When Hermione heard Caesar's words, her heart felt as if a honey pot and a medicine bottle had been overturned at the same time, a bittersweet mix of emotions. He didn't respond verbally immediately. "Yes. Why should I prove myself to outsiders?" "Caesar, you big idiot! Who exactly said you were so knowledgeable?" Seeing Hermione staring at him with a complex and shifting expression, Caesar suddenly realized the problem and said calmly. "Hermione, you don't need to prove anything to them. We're family, and it's only natural for me to care about my family. Why seek approval from outsiders? Upon hearing this, Hermione simply rolled her eyes. He moved a little away from Caesar, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate arrogance. Okay, I know. Who did it for you? I don't care at all. We're family. You feed me, clothe me, buy me things, take me out to play, teach me magic, and give me special tutoring. Isn't that all only fair? I just wanted to teach those Ravenclaws a lesson. Just you wait and see in tomorrow's game. Don't even mention first years, I wouldn't even consider a fifth-year Ravenclaw a threat. What intelligent people say is often completely different from what they truly think. Caesar and I are family, of course. But are we really family? After all, there was no blood relation. As the giver, Caesar could give with a clear conscience. As the one who continuously receives help, she not only lacks confidence but also feels somewhat guilty. That's why she always longed to prove her worth and deserve this favor through honors and victories. Hermione knows the truth deep inside her heart, but she is powerless to change it, at least not now. She only wanted to prove herself again and again, until everyone at Hogwarts was convinced and said, "Look, that's Hermione Granger, a once-in-a-century genius from our school, Professor Caesar's most prized student. Professor Caesar truly has an excellent eye for talent, no wonder he has nurtured her so carefully. Confidence is a good thing, but you should also be careful not to overdo it and make me worry." After saying that, Caesar turned around and took a box from his drawer. Upon opening the box, a rich herbal aroma immediately filled the air. Closing my eyes, it felt as if the entire office had transformed into a small medicinal garden. "You've come at the perfect time. Haven't you always wanted to see how I prepare the Takamu medicinal bath? This time, you can see it for yourself." Upon hearing this, Hermione immediately put aside her previous complicated feelings and returned to being the lively and cheerful girl she always was. She lightly punched Caesar in the chest with her little fist, deliberately saying fiercely, "You stingy little devil, you've finally decided to teach me your most secret skill." She had been curious about Takamu, a magical potion that could enhance a wizard's magic power without any side effects, for a long time. One of the gifts Caesar left her before she entered Hogwarts was Takamu. At that time, she was unaware of the item's value and thought it was just an ordinary potion that would appear in potions class. However, as her understanding of the magical world deepened, she became increasingly aware of the potion's extraordinary nature. It can enhance magic power without any side effects. She was certain that once Caesar released the news, it would be the headline of the next issue of the Daily Prophet. Why are the things different today compared to before? Hermione noticed that Caesar wasn't handing her a bottle of the finished potion as usual, but instead starting to fiddle with the raw materials. She asked him, somewhat puzzled. "What about the ones I used before?" "The Takamu you used before had its potency diluted 3 times, making it only suitable for young wizards who are just starting out with magic. It was a special children's version that I made. It's not of much help to you now. What I'm going to prepare today is the authentic Takamu." Caesar patiently explained, but his hands never stopped moving. He took out various magical herbs and materials one by one from the box, precisely mixed them, and poured them into a ceramic bowl. Then they took out a bottle of red liquid and mixed it in. This process was repeated, and the materials in the box were added in an orderly manner. Ning gong delay. Then Caesar began chanting incantations in an extremely ancient and obscure language. At the same time, the mixture inside the ceramic bowl produced a strange magical reaction, suddenly emitting a soft yet dazzling light. This was the first time Hermione had witnessed Caesar preparing water spray for her. She, who loved learning, held her breath and stared intently at Caesar's every move, afraid of missing any detail. Several tens of minutes later, Caesar finished reciting. The light in the bowl had dimmed. He poured the final liquid into a crystal bottle that had been prepared to the side and handed it to Hermione. "All right." Hermione took the bottle, still mentally replaying the entire production process she had just observed. Caesar, seeing her appearance, smiled and explained. I was once at the top of the world, where, besides meeting the lovebirds, I was also fortunate enough to encounter the sacred mountain people, a group of inhabitants who live in seclusion among the mountains. To create Takamu, you must master the ancient language of the Shinshan people and accept their understanding of magic in order to create this miracle. Chapter 20. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes gleamed with a thirst for knowledge. The mysterious people of the East actually possess such a magical potion that can enhance magical power without any side effects. I've only used it for a year, and my magic already far surpasses that of a first-year student. If you're overthinking it. Caesar shook his head, interrupting Hermione's reverie. The effect of Takamu seems to be to enhance magic power, but it actually just uses magical materials to stimulate the potential in your body and increase your magical affinity. It allows you to more clearly perceive the existence of magic and more easily summon more spells. Hermione quickly grasped the key point, so this is a cheat code to increase learning speed, like those cheat codes in video games. That's right. Caesar nodded and continued, if you want to become a legendary wizard like Dumbledore and Grindelwald in the future. There are only 3 things you truly need: talent, willpower, and love. Talent, willpower, love. Hermione's mind raced. Becoming a legendary wizard was the dream of every aspiring wizard. Hermione is no exception, especially now that she's invincible in her first year of school and has extremely strong self-confidence. Caesar, how is my magical talent? If nothing unexpected happens, you will be able to become a wizard of the same caliber as Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, one of the 4 heads of Hogwarts. Caesar had a very high opinion of Hermione. She was the brain of the trio, calm in the face of adversity, and adept at analysis, planning, and preparation. From making compound decoctions in 1st grade to planning the search for Horcruxes in 7th grade, her meticulous planning was key to the team's success. Even when their strength is insufficient, they can still solve problems by using their wisdom and knowledge to their advantage, such as understanding the weaknesses of magic nets and basilisks. Of course, because his intelligence was so outstanding, he wasn't given a particularly strong talent in magic, otherwise, there might not have been any Harry Potter at all. And what about my willpower? Hermione pressed on. You are the bravest person I have ever met. In Caesar's view, courage is also Hermione's defining characteristic. In the original story, she was willing to break school rules, fight against dark wizards, and even alter her parents' memories to make them forget her in order to protect their safety, all for the sake of her friends. This requires immense, heartfelt courage. What's even more remarkable is that her courage wasn't reckless, but rather a moral courage that, after rational consideration, still chose to fight for justice and friendship. Magical talent, I have it. Willpower, I don't lack it either. So. Hermione looked up, her brown eyes, which always shone with wisdom and competitiveness, were now veiled by a rare, genuine fog of confusion. She stared at Caesar, as if questioning the most perplexing principle of magic, and then threw out her trump card. What is love? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Caesar paused for a moment. His gaze refocused on Hermione's face. Love is the most dangerous spell. It can make people lose their minds, cloud their judgment, and bring the deepest pain. It can make you so powerful you're fearless, or it can make you so vulnerable you're easily defeated. I don't quite understand, is it really that exaggerated? Hermione hadn't expected that the love Caesar spoke of would be like this. It seemed too magnificent, too overwhelming, and she didn't think she had ever experienced such a feeling before. Of course it's not that exaggerated. I heard these words from Dumbledore. Caesar smiled and shook his head. He's never been in love with anyone, so how could he know what love is like? He just overheard those words while talking to Dumbledore during his research on Grindelwald. Seeing Hermione's bewildered expression, Caesar explained, you'll understand when you fall in love with someone someday. Don't forget to tell me how it feels, I also want to know if it's really as the principal said. Teased by Caesar, Hermione shook off the strange thoughts in her mind, her face returning to the expression she had when she entered the office, with a matter-of-fact smile. But Caesar, tomorrow is the Quidditch tournament, and I'm going to represent Gryffindor in the competition. I'll give you a chance to buy me the newest broom, and then I'll agree to let you cheer me on tomorrow. When did I say I was going to cheer you on? Caesar's face showed a doting expression. Before the cute yet proud girl got angry, he reached out and ruffled her hair. No problem, let's set off before the sun sets. The next day, the atmosphere at the Quidditch stadium was almost explosive. The red and gold Gryffindors and the blue-bronze Ravenclaws stood clearly separated in the stands, their roars echoing like tangible shockwaves throughout the stadium. This is Hermione's first important match as the Seeker, and her opponent happens to be Ravenclaw, where Professor Caesar, with whom she has a close relationship, plays. Furthermore, Ravenclaw students are already prepared to avenge last month's humiliation at the Wisdom Cup. Therefore, this match was full of hype. She rode on a broomstick, suspended high in the air, the wind whipping her curly hair, her heart pounding in her chest. Between the spinning quaffle and the darting ball, her gaze would involuntarily drift towards the teachers' stands. Caesar sat there, his dark robes standing out serenely amidst the blue waves of cheering for Ravenclaw. He promised to come, and that's enough. She secretly vowed to win this victory in front of him. However, just as the game became a stalemate, and the Golden Snitch made several fleeting appearances before disappearing again, Hermione caught a glimpse of the teacher's stands out of the corner of her eye. The calm figure stood up, and without the slightest hesitation, turned and disappeared into the shadows of the passage. In an instant, the wind high in the sky seemed to become bone-chillingly cold. He left? At a crucial moment against his own academy, when she needed him most to witness her passing. A mix of disappointment, confusion, and a hint of grievance suddenly gripped her heart, almost causing her to miss a ball that whizzed past her ear. On the third floor of the castle, in a secluded corner of the corridor leading to the restricted area, intense whispers were taking place, creating an eerie contrast with the clamor of the stadium. You must stop spying, Severus. Professor Quirrell's voice carried a forced toughness, but his stammering and throbbing body betrayed his fear. You have no right. I have the right to ensure that Hogwarts is not corrupted by any internal threats. Snape's voice was like a cold, venomous snake, slippery and oppressive. His tall figure almost completely enveloped Quirrell in shadow. Your recent behavior is very suspicious, Quirrell. Especially since you returned from your vacation. That's slander. Quirrell screamed, his back pressed tightly against the cold stone wall. Just as Snape was closing in, seemingly trying to use legilimency to forcibly uncover the truth. Chapter 21. Yes, I'm so sorry, Professor. A panicked voice, trembling with tears, broke in. Neville Longbottom's chubby face peeked out from around the corner, he was deathly pale, and tears welled in his eyes. I can't find my toad, Leaf. I heard someone saw it running this way. Snape whirled around, his black robes billowing like a startled bat. His face was contorted with anger and extreme impatience at being interrupted. He snapped, Longbottom. Get back to your tower. Now. Neville was so frightened that he shuddered, burst into tears, and ran away. Snape stared grimly in the direction Neville had disappeared, then glared at Quirrell, knowing this was not the time to press him further. We'll talk later, Quirinus. He uttered this chilling threat and strode off in the direction Neville had gone, his black robes billowing in a cold wind behind him. Quirrell watched Snape disappear, then slid down the wall and sat on the floor as if he had collapsed, panting heavily, his fingers nervously clutching his dirty headscarf. He struggled to get up and leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. It seems I missed a great match, but I did catch an interesting conversation. A calm voice rang out from the shadows on the other side. Quirrell froze as if petrified, turning his head in terror. Caesar emerged slowly from behind a massive stone pillar, his face expressionless, as if he were merely stating an objective fact. He had clearly been listening there for a long time. Caesar. Professor Caesar. Quirrell's voice was distorted and filled with extreme fear, even more so than when he faced Snape. He scrambled backward, trying to get away from Caesar. You, when did you? Caesar did not answer his question, he simply looked down at Quirrell, who lay slumped on the ground, his gaze seemingly penetrating the thick turban to see the even more malevolent entity clinging to it. His eyes lacked the overt suspicion and hostility of Snape's, but instead carried a deeper, all-knowing indifference. There are always unexpected things in a castle, aren't there, Professor Quirrell? Caesar's voice was soft, yet it pierced Quirrell's eardrums like an icicle. For example, the missing toad, or the overly eccentric professor. Caesar's voice echoed in the empty corridor. Quirrell stood frozen, his eyes wide with fear beneath his turban. Quirrell's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Professor Caesar, I don't know what you're talking about. Caesar approached slowly, his footsteps echoing coldly on the stone wall. He stopped in front of Quirrell, his gaze seemingly piercing through him, staring directly at the hidden soul behind his head. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, "Let's skip this boring pretense, Quirrell. Or would you prefer me to call you Tom Riddle?" Quirrell suddenly began to convulse violently, as if he were being electrocuted. His eyes rolled back, and a gurgling sound, unlike any human voice, came from his throat. A cold, hoarse voice, like the hiss of a viper, rang out clearly from beneath the headscarf wrapped around his head, carrying an offended anger and a hint of barely perceptible surprise. "How dare you call me by that name?" Caesar's smile didn't fade, in fact, it deepened. He even tilted his head slightly with interest, seemingly enjoying this bizarre scene. "It's just a name, why be so nervous? Or perhaps you're more concerned that I saw you." His fingertips tapped lightly on his wand. The magic wand, crafted from the feathers of the male lovebird and the heartstrings of a dragon, was now emitting an extremely subtle magical fluctuation, like an undercurrent beneath a calm surface. "I've always had an academic curiosity about the form of pure existence, especially about existence like yours, Tom, which continues in such an unconventional way." The hoarse voice fell silent for a moment, then rang out again, filled with suppressed rage and chilling killing intent. But there was also a hint of trepidation, as if a nerve had been precisely struck. "Do you know who you're talking to, Caesar Habsburg? Do you know the price of provoking me? The cost?" Caesar chuckled, as if he'd heard a dull joke. "Of course I know. But I know even better the price you're facing now." Dumbledore's gaze was fixed on everything. "Severus is like a hound that has caught the scent of blood, while you, trapped in a cowardly and trembling shell, struggle even to obtain the Philosopher's Stone on your own. You need a less conspicuous helper." "A helper?" Voldemort's voice was full of sarcasm. "Do you crave power? Or fear death?" "I crave revenge." Caesar's gaze sharpened. A wisp of silver, moonlight-like thread silently emerged from the tip of his wand, pointing towards Quirrell's turban, towards the being behind it. At the same time, a destructive magical flame was summoned, transforming into a small fire dragon that roared at Quirrell with the power to destroy everything and devour souls. Then, Caesar took a tiny step forward, his voice lowered, carrying a devilish allure and absolute calm. "Cooperate, Tom. I'll provide you with cover, clear away unnecessary troubles, and even, at crucial moments, provide you with the information and access you need." Fiend fire. Quirrell's body trembled even more violently, clearly indicating that the two consciousnesses in his mind were fiercely fighting. Ultimately, that cold, hoarse voice once again took over, carrying a chilling undercurrent of calculated intent, revenge, an interesting suggestion. But what grudge do you hold against Hogwarts? Oh, I remember now, you're a remnant of Grindelwald's faction. You have the aura of a pure-blood wizard, which makes me believe you're from the Black family. Then, we'll all be exposed within Dumbledore's teacup, won't we? Caesar interrupted him, his tone as casual as discussing tomorrow's weather. This is a game of give and take. You get the resurrection and power you desire, and I satisfy my hatred. It's fair. A long, suffocating silence stretched down the corridor. Only Quirrell's heavy, unsteady breathing could be heard. Very well. Voldemort's voice finally rang out, a dangerous approval carrying the menacing scent of a serpent. But remember, Caesar, if you betray me, you will taste a pain deeper than death, even if you go to Ermengarde and hide behind Grindelwald. Caesar nodded gracefully, as if accepting a simple farewell. I look forward to our shared harvest. Then, he put away his wand, and the fire dragon vanished instantly. Tom, as your partner, I have some information for you. Dumbledore has hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the realm of Eris, and only those who have no desire for it can obtain it. Having said that, he didn't look at the nearly exhausted Quirrell again, turned around, his black robe sweeping in a clean arc, and his footsteps gradually faded into the dark shadows of the castle. Only Quirrell remained, slumped on the ground, a satisfied sigh, suppressed with endless greed and murderous intent, coming from the back of his head. Unicorn blood sustains his life, but only the Philosopher's Stone can restore his physical form. A pact to dance with the devil was quietly forged in this unknown corner. Chapter 22. When Caesar returned to the Quidditch pitch, the sky was bathed in the golden-red hues of Gryffindor's sunset, and the commentators' hoarse shouts still echoed across the pitch. Got it! Hermione Granger has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. The championship belongs to Gryffindor. A deafening roar of cheers swept across the entire stadium like a tsunami. Hermione hovered in midair on her broomstick, clutching the still struggling golden snitch tightly in her hand, her chest heaving violently from excitement and lack of oxygen. She did it. She not only defeated the highly skilled Ravenclaw, but also utterly crushed the arrogant Malfoy and his Slytherin team under her feet. Overwhelmed by ecstasy, all her weariness vanished, and she only wanted to share this moment with one person. Just then, her gaze was drawn to the entrance of the teacher's stands as if by a magnet. That familiar figure had quietly returned, standing there silently, as if it had never left. His dark robes fluttered slightly in the noisy wind, and even from a distance, she seemed to see a rare, clear approval in his eyes. Almost instinctively, Hermione even forgot to steer the broom to a smooth landing. Like a bird freed from all its restraints, she deftly flipped and leaped down from several feet in the air. The moment his feet landed firmly on the grass, he shot towards that figure like an arrow released from a bow. All the sounds around me. Cheers, applause, and teammates' calls all blurred into background noise in her ears. That goal was all that remained in her world. Under countless astonished, surprised, and knowing gazes, and amidst Ravenclaw's almost fiery, jealous stares, Hermione Granger, the newly crowned Quidditch champion of Hogwarts, shot straight through the gaps in the crowd like a small cannonball. Then, she threw herself into Caesar's arms. She bumped into him, causing him to take a slight step back, but almost instinctively he opened his arms and caught the girl, who was covered in sweat, bits of grass, and the joy of victory. Her fluffy curls brushed against his chin, carrying the scent of sunshine and wind. She could feel her rapid heartbeat transmitted to him through her robes. Caesar! I won! Did you see that? I beat Ravenclaw, and I beat Slytherin, and Hufflepuff. Hermione tilted her head back, shouting incoherently, her face beaming with an undisguised, radiant smile. Those eyes, which always shone with wisdom, now held only a pure longing for recognition and immense joy. Caesar stiffened slightly, this overly intimate contact clearly crossed the line between teacher and student. He could feel the various gazes directed at him from those around him, from teachers and students. especially the astonished and disapproving looks from the Slytherin and Ravenclaw. He could even glimpse Professor McGonagall raising her eyebrows slightly, wondering who really was the head of Gryffindor. Caesar subtly tried to push her away slightly, maintaining a semblance of decorum. But Hermione held on so tightly, as if she wanted to embed the victory, along with herself, into his embrace. In the end, he didn't forcefully push her away, but simply let her lean on him for a few seconds, feeling her body trembling with victory. Caesar lowered his head and said clearly and firmly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Well done, Hermione. I'm proud to have you as a student." His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable sincerity. This brief word of approval satisfied Hermione more than all the cheers and trophies. She finally let go, her face flushed, and took a half step back, but the light in her eyes remained undiminished. She didn't care about the gossip, nor did she care about Malfoy's furious, pale face. All she knew was that the person she cared about most witnessed and affirmed her moment of glory. And she had a clear conscience about this hug. She and Caesar were the best of family. Caesar looked into her bright, burning eyes and at the bodice that had slipped out of her collar from her vigorous movement. The lovebird necklace pendant, faintly glowing with iridescent light in the setting sun, held a deep, complex glimmer in its eyes. He gently raised his hand and casually brushed away the broom bits stuck to her shoulder, his movements as natural as an elder's. "Go ahead," he said, his voice regaining its usual calm, "your teammates are waiting for you to celebrate." Hermione nodded vigorously, and finally gave him a big smile. He turned and ran back to the Gryffindor group that had gathered around him like a gust of wind, being tossed high into the air by the cheering crowd. Caesar stood there, watching her disappear into the Red Sea, feeling the lingering warmth of victory and youth in his arms for that fleeting moment. And beneath the robe, the necklace on her chest resonated with the same faint echo as hers. This unexpected intimacy, like a pebble thrown into the center of a lake, created subtle ripples in his calm and undisturbed mind. The excitement of the awards ceremony hadn't yet faded, and the crowd began to leave the stadium in twos and threes. Hermione was bent over, wiping the handle of her Nimbus 2000. "This is what Caesar bought for her yesterday." The Gryffindor teammates were laughing and playing nearby. A tall, slender figure blocked the light in front of her. She looked up and saw Roger Venus, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, a fifth grader known for her calm tactics and pride. At this moment, the usual polite smile on her face seemed somewhat forced, and her blue eyes suppressed obvious confusion and resentment. "Congratulations, Granger. A fantastic performance." Her opening remarks were polite enough, but she went straight to the point. "However, as an opponent, especially one who just lost to you, and with Professor Caesar being one of our Academy's advisors, I have a question that might be considered intrusive." Hermione put down the cloth she was holding, stood up straight, and looked at her calmly. "Speak, Venus." Roger took a deep breath, as if trying to maintain Ravenclaw-like logic, but the sharpness in his tone still betrayed him. "Why? Why would Professor Caesar, a Ravenclaw professor, show such obvious, special attention to you, a Gryffindor? Even in front of everyone, to accept a celebration that far exceeds the bounds of teacher-student etiquette?" Her questions were direct and aggressive. This also represents the collective doubt of some Ravenclaw students after observing the situation from the sidelines. This is unreasonable, this is unfair, this behavior breaks down the invisible barriers between colleges. Hermione listened without blushing or panicking. She even slightly raised her chin, and that sharp, intelligent expression she usually wore when debating in class instantly returned to her face. "Special attention? Venus, I thought Ravenclaw valued wisdom and logic, not gossip and unfounded rumors." Then, Hermione's voice was clear, fast, and steady. "What teacher Caesar values is both ability and results. I tactically anticipated your 3 attempts at flanking maneuvers today. We've cracked your double running ball interference formation designed to counter the Seeker. Finally, he completed a high-precision maneuver by diving 700 feet vertically to catch the thief within 3 seconds. In which chapter of Advanced Quidditch Strategy and on which page of The Psychology of Competitive Flight are these discussed in detail? Should I quote them on the spot? Chapter 23. She took a small step forward, her gaze intense, and continued, if you and your team could find out who the research professors favor over time. This is used to analyze the loopholes I just mentioned, loopholes that were clearly recorded in your tactics manual but ignored by you. Today, it might not be me who catches the thief. What my teacher, Caesar, appreciated was my ability to transform book knowledge into victory. If you consider this favoritism, then I suggest you first ensure your performance meets the standards worthy of such favoritism. Hermione's words were like a precise combination of punches, without a single direct answer to why. However, they responded with cold, fact-based rebuttals, even those with the advantage of academic citation, returning the question intact, or even more heavily. She wasn't making excuses, rather, on a higher level, she completely denied the other person's qualification to even ask the question. Roggervinus's face flushed red and then paled. Her proud logic was rendered speechless for a moment by Hermione's violent dismantling based on facts and achievements. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He simply nodded stiffly, turned and walked away quickly, his back view appearing somewhat hurried. Ron, who had been pretending to organize equipment while secretly eavesdropping, now stared wide-eyed. Watching Hermione, like a victorious little eagle with its feathers ruffled but still head held high, I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Merlin's beard. She's got guts, that's Ravenclaw's captain. Neville watched as Hermione calmly resumed wiping the broom, as if she had merely casually solved a textbook problem, and couldn't help but grin. Hermione's logic can be hard to resist at times, but you can't deny that at certain moments, like right now, it's just incredibly satisfying. So what if he's Ravenclaw's captain? Hermione watched Roger Davis's somewhat hurried retreating figure, gave a soft snort, and continued scrubbing the broom handle vigorously. My affairs are none of her business. Wow! Ron leaned closer, his expression a mixture of lingering excitement and burning curiosity. He lowered his voice, as if discussing a secret more important than winning the Quidditch Cup. Seriously, Hermione, what exactly is your relationship with Professor Caesar? The way he looked at you, and the way you lunged at me today, Merlin, I dare say Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. Hermione paused for a moment while wiping the broom. She looked up at Ron, then glanced at Neville beside her, who also looked curious but was trying to remain calm. The fighting spirit on her face faded, replaced by a more private, gentle certainty, but what she said was surprisingly simple. Family. She uttered the word clearly, then continued fiddling with her broom, as if it were the most natural explanation in the world. Family. Ron exclaimed, clearly not expecting this answer. What family? A distant cousin? A godfather? Wait, you're a muggle. It's like having family. Hermione interrupted his wild guesses, her tone somewhat impatient, but a warm light flickered deep in her eyes. He's important. As important as family. Is that so hard to understand? Ron and Neville exchanged a glance. Ron scratched his fiery red hair, processing the information. Then, a look of sudden realization, tinged with a mischievous understanding, slowly appeared on his face. Oh family! He drawled, nudging Neville with his elbow. I think I'm starting to understand. No wonder the Ravenclaws, especially their prefect who always bombards Professor Caesar with questions, and that Venus from earlier, were looking at you so strangely. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? That means, Ron winked, his voice low but full of teasing. They probably don't see you as just a particularly outstanding student competitor at all. She probably sees you as, well, some kind of more intimate threat. Serves Venus right for getting the short end of the stick, she probably really thinks you're, cough, a rival in love. A rival? Hermione's voice suddenly rose, then she realized her mistake and lowered it again, her face filled with absurdity and disgust. Ron Weasley. Can't you fill your head with anything useful besides trolls and this kind of pointless nonsense? This is absurd. Caesar is our teacher. What's the big deal? Ron stared wide-eyed at Hermione with an expression that screamed, "You didn't know that," as if he had discovered something amazing. The voice, lowered by the excitement of sharing a major secret, became even more penetrating. Professor Caesar is not only the youngest teacher at Hogwarts, but he was also the second most popular boyfriend in last year's Daily Prophet poll. Who's number one? Hermione asked, instinctively feeling that no one could be more gentle, strong, considerate, handsome, reliable, and tolerant than Caesar. Neville, who was standing nearby, jumped out and said with some regret. The first place winner was a wealthy wizard. I heard he spent a lot of money on a ticket. It's a pity I missed it, otherwise I would have gotten a gift too. Hermione pouted. Does money mean you can do whatever you want? Full of disdain for money. Seeing that Neville had spoken up for him, Ron quickly continued. Therefore, it's no exaggeration to say that Professor Caesar is the number one choice in the wizarding world for being a boyfriend. The number of students who secretly admire him could stretch from 5th to 7th year. In other words, Hogwarts has no unmarried female teachers, otherwise. Why are we arranging them from 5th to 7th grade? Why can't we start from 1st grade? Is there some problem with this? This question wasn't raised by Hermione, but by Neville, who was also hearing it for the first time. Ron looked around and, seeing no Ravenclaws, whispered quietly, because I heard from older students that last year a 4th-year Ravenclaw girl confessed her feelings to Caesar. As a result, Caesar punished him by making him complete 49 homework assignments within a semester. Merlin's beard, that's 49 notebooks. As he spoke, Ron gestured a large circle in the air with both hands, as if sharing the same fear, saying, no amount of love can withstand the torment of 49 assignments. Upon hearing this, Neville couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. This is indeed a number that would deter most people. Imagine if one day the girl he likes asked him to finish 49 homework assignments before she would agree to date him. Let's forget about it. Let whoever wants to like it, we academic underachievers should just stay away. Chapter 24. After school, Hermione, carrying several books borrowed from the library, walked briskly towards Ravenclaw Tower, intending to wait for Caesar in his office first. However, this time she was accompanied by two followers, Ron and Neville, who had been completely won over by her. Hermione even planned to casually bring up the ridiculous Daily Prophet poll Ron had mentioned, to see his reaction. However, when she passed through the door knocker puzzle and entered the quieter Ravenclaw common room, she found that the door to Caesar's office was locked. But this didn't stop Hermione, she had the authority to enter Caesar's office at will. As the incantation was chanted, a question appeared on the door. Why should I let you in? Professor Caesar told me to come and get the book etymology analysis myself first. As Hermione muttered to herself, she used the spare spell Caesar had given her to unlock the door to the ancient rune office. She gently pushed the door open a crack, preparing to go inside. Wow! This is Professor Ravenclaw's office? Two figures suddenly squeezed past her from behind, Ron, his face full of curiosity, and Neville, who was being half dragged and half pulled by him, looking terrified. Ron! Neville! You can't! Hermione's pleas were drowned out by Ron's astonishment. The office is filled with the scents of old parchment, special ink, and a certain cool woody aroma. Unlike the ethereal feel of the Ravenclaw common room, this place is more formal and private. Ron's eyes swept across the bookshelves like searchlights, past the strange magical items and the desk covered with papers. Neville nervously hunched his shoulders, as if afraid of bumping into something. Merlin's beard. Look at this! Ron exclaimed, his voice tinged with the excitement of discovering a tremendous secret, pointing to the center of the desk. There, beside an open ancient manuscript, lay a strikingly different light blue envelope, incongruous with the surrounding academic atmosphere. It was excessively exquisite, with even silver thread embroidery along the edges, and exuded a sweet and expensive floral fragrance. Above, in elegant, almost affected, cursive script, it was clearly written. Open to Professor Caesar Habs. Ron leaned even closer, almost touching his nose, his voice trembling with excitement. Who wrote this? Neville saw it too, his chubby face scrunched up, and he stammered, This smells like Prefect Venus's. We should hurry, Hermione, it's not good to take things without permission. An instinctive, sharp alertness instantly seized Hermione. She recognized the perfume, it belonged to the fifth-year prefect of Ravenclaw. Roger Venus, a girl renowned for her beauty and intelligence, always tries to linger a little longer after Caesar's Ancient Runes class. She was the same person who came to see her during the match earlier today. Hermione stared at the letter, a lump forming in her throat. The joy of celebration froze instantly, replaced by anger at the invasion of territory and an impulse bordering on panic. Without the slightest hesitation, she bent down to pick up the letter, clutched it tightly in her hand without even opening it, and strode away from the Ravenclaw tower. Ron and Neville exchanged a glance. Let's go help Hermione. Ron, true to his word, dragged Neville along to catch up with Hermione. Neville, his face filled with panic, stammered, I don't want to go. It's going to be a bloodbath. Hermione didn't go anywhere else, but went straight to the bustling entrance hall, where the students gathered most before dinner. Standing in the middle of the stairs, I took a deep breath and then held up the light blue envelope. Speaking in the clearest, calmest voice she could muster, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, she said, Prefect Venus, your letter fell on the door of Professor Caesar's office. The lobby fell silent instantly. Hermione's gaze locked precisely on Roger Venus, who had just walked in from the courtyard with several Ravenclaw girls. Perhaps you'd prefer to handle it yourself. After all, leaving a personal letter of admiration outside a professor's office is not only inappropriate but could also easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. All eyes were focused on the exquisite letter in Hermione's hand and on Roger Venus's face, which turned deathly pale and then flushed red. A buzzing of whispers arose. Roger Venus had never been so publicly humiliated, especially within her own sphere of influence, by being so provoked by a younger, Gryffindor student. Her elegant facade shattered completely, and her eyes flashed with a mixture of shame and anger. Granger, she shrieked, yanking her wand. Ravenclaw's dignity cannot be trampled upon. I challenge you to a duel. Now. Just what I wanted. Hermione didn't back down and drew her wand almost simultaneously. A burning flame, unknown even to herself, blazed within her. It wasn't just about protecting Caesar from being disturbed, but more like defending a kind of exclusive, forbidden connection that she considered her own. The duel began hastily in the open space in the center of the hall, and a circle of excited and nervous students quickly surrounded it. One is an experienced and magically mature 5th grade prefect, and the other is a gifted and highly motivated 2nd grade star. They'll all turn to petrification. Armor for protection. Legs stiffen and he's dead. Stop it instantly with a curse. The beams of magic collided violently in the air, bursting into sparks. Hermione's casting speed was extremely fast, and her predictions were precise. They even used a quirky, defensive armor curse variant they'd read about in an ancient book recommended by Caesar, successfully blocking one of Rose's tricky stun curses. Roger's advantage lies in her profound magical power, stronger spells, and steady, methodical fighting style. For a moment, the two were evenly matched, drawing gasps of amazement from the onlookers. Ron and Neville squeezed to the front of the crowd, their fists clenched tightly with tension. However, just as Hermione was about to cast a binding spell that required precise magical control in an attempt to turn the tide, something unexpected happened. The magic wand in her hand. The magic wand made from the female feathers of the lovebirds suddenly trembled violently and erratically. Instead of shooting out, the sphere of magical energy gathered at the tip of the wand collapsed inward. At the same time, the necklace on her chest seemed to be pulled violently by an invisible force, sending a sharp, burning pain through her body and instantly draining all her strength. Ouch! Hermione cried out in pain. Everything went black, her wand flew out of her hand, and she fell straight backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Hermione! Neville and Ron exclaimed. Just as the back of her head was about to hit the cold stone floor hard, a figure appeared behind her like a ghost, gently yet steadily catching her sliding body. It was Caesar. Chapter 25. He appeared in the foyer at some point, his face more somber than ever before. He held the unconscious Hermione with one arm and reached out with the other to grab her. The flying wand obediently landed in his palm. He didn't even glance at the wand, his gaze swept like an icy blade over the equally stunned Roger Venus, who held the wand aloft, and the silent students throughout the room. Teacher! She provoked me first. Luoji tried to explain in a panic. Enough! Caesar's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling coldness that seemed to freeze everything, interrupting her. He looked down to check on Hermione, his fingers quickly tracing her forehead and the side of her neck, his brow furrowed. After confirming that her fainting spell was merely a temporary disruption of her magic, he took off his robe, carefully wrapped it around Hermione, and lifted her up in his arms. Then, carrying Hermione, he walked to Rose, whose face was deathly pale, his gaze calm yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. Miss Venus, I have never read that letter, and I never will. That was a misunderstanding, nothing more. His words carried clearly throughout the hallway. As for your personal feelings, that's your own business. However, this led to a public duel and resulted in injuries to younger students. As prefect, you have seriously neglected your duties. Ravenclaw, deduct 50 points. Now, go to Professor McGonagall's office. He didn't raise his voice, but every word he uttered sounded like a final verdict. Roger Venus trembled all over, tears finally welling up in her eyes. Under the varied gazes of the crowd, she covered her face and ran away. Ignoring everything else, Caesar picked up Hermione and strode quickly toward the infirmary. The students were left speechless. Someone let out a low chuckle first, followed by a buzz of murmurs. Most of them felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, Hermione Granger finally lost, and look at her arrogant attitude, she deserved it. Ravenclaw was already outraged by Hermione's recent actions. Neville and Ron tried to argue, but were drowned out by the noise. Hermione awoke quickly in the infirmary under Madame Pomfrey's care. She was physically fine, though her magic was somewhat weak. But the first thing she heard when she woke up was the deliberately amplified comments from passing students. She lost, she was saved by Professor Caesar, what a disgrace, and she's so arrogant all the time, but she only got there because of the professor. She pulled the blanket over her head, and as soon as Mrs. Pomfrey left, she jumped out of bed and rushed out. Instead of returning to the Gryffindor Tower, she hid in the abandoned women's restroom on the second floor, Myrtle's territory. In the dark and damp washroom, only the dripping of water from the leaking pipes and the occasional sobbing of Myrtle could be heard. Hermione huddled in the corner of the innermost cubicle, her chin resting on her knees, tears streaming down her face, her dusty robe stained with dirt and water. The embarrassment of losing the duel, the confusion of losing control of the wand, the sting of being mocked by everyone, and the shame of fainting in front of Caesar. All her emotions coalesced into a scalding torrent, repeatedly burning her self-esteem, which had never truly been defeated. Ugh! She bit the back of her hand, trying not to make a sound, but sobs still escaped from between her teeth. The proud Hermione Granger, for the first time on her own battlefield. They suffered a crushing defeat, a complete and ugly loss, in both knowledge and in this struggle to maintain some kind of special sovereignty. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the cubicle door, not in the elusive way that Myrtle used. Hermione. Caesar's voice rang out from outside the door, calm as ever, yet clearer than ever through the door panel. Hermione stiffened, burying her face deeper in her knees, her voice hoarse as she said, "Go away." There was a moment of silence outside the door, followed by the soft click of the latch opening. Caesar walked in, his tall figure making the small cubicle seem even more cramped. He ignored any stains on the ground, knelt down in front of her, and lowered himself to eye level with her. "Losing to a more trained fifth grader is not shameful," he said, offering no further words of comfort. "I didn't lose to her." Hermione looked up abruptly, her red eyes glaring at him, tears welling up again. "I lost to myself. My wand. Why won't it obey me? And this?" She roughly pulled out the lovebird necklace that she had been hiding in her clothes. The wooden pendant was now dull and lifeless. They all went wrong together. At the most crucial moment. "This doesn't make sense." Her words were incoherent, a mixture of grievance, anger, and deep confusion. Caesar's gaze fell on the necklace in her hand, then slowly moved to her tear-streaked face. Instead of immediately explaining the wand and necklace, he suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Hermione, do you know why lovebirds are classified as symbiotic taboo in magical creature classifications?" Hermione sniffed, and instinctively answered from memory, "Because they cannot survive alone. Each has one wing and one eye, they must live in pairs, sharing life force and magical circuits. Forcibly separating them will cause both to rapidly decay and die." Her voice trailed off, as if she had realized something. "That's right, sharing life force and magic circuits," Caesar repeated, his fingertips lightly touching the necklace pendant in her hand. Miraculously, the feather embedded inside the pendant shone with a faint iridescent light, and at the same time, a similar faint glow emanated from beneath Caesar's own collar. "This is more than just a romantic legend, Hermione. It's a deep, almost irreversible magical contract. The materials used to craft these two items came from a pair of lovebirds that truly shared life and death. Their powers resonated with each other, yet also restrained one another." He gazed into her eyes, his tone becoming incredibly serious, even carrying a hint of cold honesty that Hermione had never heard before. "When one party is caught in intense, negative emotions directed at the other holder. For example, if your hostility towards Rhodigny Venus today is mixed with fear and anger that I might be taken away, this contract will instinctively resist. It's not meant to harm you, but to prevent the contract itself from being contaminated. Because the core of the lovebirds contract is absolute trust and coexistence, not possession, much less destruction." Caesar stretched out his hand, palm up, and his wand, made of male bird feathers, silently appeared. "Through these two creations, we are indirectly linked to the same contract. In this world filled with all sorts of gazes, calculations, and dangers." He paused, his voice lowering, yet each word was clear. "In a sense, we are like those lovebirds. Alone, one might be able to fly, but it's destined to be difficult, lonely, and fragile. Only by confirming each other's direction can they truly soar, and even withstand the less-than-friendly storms." Hermione forgot to cry, staring blankly at him, at the wand in his hand that resonated with her necklace, and at the deep and honest starry sea in his eyes. Caesar's words stripped away the cruel and real core of the romantic legend, and suddenly placed the feelings she had always vaguely relied on into a grander, more fatalistic framework. "To fight the world, none of them can be missing." These words weighed heavily on her heart, yet strangely soothed the bewilderment she felt after her devastating defeat in her solitary battle. Chapter 26. "Do you trust me, Hermione?" Caesar asked, his eyes piercing. "Not just your family, but me, the one bound to you on the other side of the same ancient pact." I believe that even if you fail, are embarrassed, or lose control, I will still be the one who catches you, and the one you need to catch in return." This was not a consolation, but an invitation to expose her vulnerabilities, a move from the position of pampered student to the realm of equal symbiotic allies. Hermione's heart pounded in her chest, faster than when she caught the golden snitch. All the grievances and shame melted away strangely in his words and open gaze, transforming into a more surging, more unfamiliar current of warmth. Looking at his face so close to hers, at her own reflection so clearly in his eyes, she realized for the first time with such clarity. Her feelings for him had long surpassed the admiration a student has for their mentor, and even exceeded the dependence on a family member. It was a longing to stand shoulder to shoulder, to possess him exclusively, to have our eyes meet his in both glory and humiliation. In the picture he depicted, where the two were subtly opposed to the world, she felt not fear, but an unprecedented sense of security and excitement. "I believe," she heard her own voice say, hoarse but firm. She reached out her hand but did not take the wand. Instead, she gently grasped his still outstretched, warm palm, her fingertips touching the calluses left from practicing magic on his palm. Just as they trust each other. The instant her fingertips touched his palm, the necklace in her hand and the light from his wand simultaneously bloomed softly. The dimly lit cubicle was bathed in a warm, iridescent light, which also enveloped the two of them. Myrtle sobbed enviously from the nearby water pipe, but no one could hear her now. Hermione knew that some things had changed completely from that moment on. She was still saddened by the failure, but no longer because of shame, but because she longed to become stronger quickly and truly deserve the name partners. That first, clear feeling of attraction, like the magic of a contract awakening, was deeply imprinted on her soul, inseparable from the warmth of the necklace. This failure not only helped Hermione overcome her personality weaknesses but also deepened her bond with you. Through Hermione's introduction, you also met Ron and Neville. Time flies, the first semester ends, and as Hermione leaves school, she secretly challenges Roger Venus. This time, she knows no one can take you away, and this time, Hermione wins easily. Combined with your almost all-encompassing guidance and Hermione's exceptional learning abilities, Hermione was able to surpass the fifth-year prefect in just second grade. You're pleased that your efforts have paid off. Hermione's future potential already surpasses that of the heads of the four houses, and she's poised to follow in Dumbledore's footsteps. With the setup at Hogwarts complete, you devoted your time and energy to the unexpected discovery of the joyful mountain people during this simulation. You then began frequently leaving school under the pretext of academic research, and sometimes your classes were even temporarily taken over by Hermione upon your request. While you were away, many things happened at Hogwarts. First, Tom's covetousness of the Philosopher's Stone became undisguised, and the vigilance of the Hogwarts teachers and students was heightened through a series of farcical events. Secondly, Hermione's outstanding performance, while dazzling at Hogwarts, also attracted the attention of Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, and Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, considering Hermione the most outstanding genius of the last half-century besides Tom Riddle, hoped to mold her into an excellent and upright Gryffindor, not a Ravenclaw. Dumbledore, on the other hand, only wished for Hermione to walk the righteous path. As time went on, Hermione and Professor McGonagall grew closer. During a conversation, McGonagall learned that your recent behavior had become increasingly strange. After reporting this to Dumbledore, they decided to carefully inquire about your research findings over the years upon your next return. They certainly wouldn't know the immense power you discovered at the Sacred Mountain, an extremely ancient and terrifying spell, its source even pointing directly to the origin of magic. Your ambition drove you to touch this forbidden realm. You believed you had mastered its power after years of research, but unfortunately, you lacked the protagonist's aura. While attempting to use the ancient magic, the uncontrollable spell nearly destroyed your body, almost killing you on the spot. When you returned to Hogwarts a year later, you receive invitations from two people seeking a meeting, one from Tom Riddle, and the other from Vice Headmaster McGonagall. At the same time, a plan begins to form in your mind. The corridors of Hogwarts were still bustling. But when that familiar name, Professor Caesar Habsburg, has concluded his long academic investigation and is returning to the castle today, spread like a silent incantation. Hermione Granger, who was studying the higher magical laws in the library, unexpectedly drew a strange ink mark on the parchment with her quill. Her heart skipped a beat, almost bursting out of her chest. It's been a month. It has been a full month since he last left in a hurry to investigate a dangerous ancient magical ruin. Hermione is now one of the most outstanding fifth-year students at Hogwarts and a candidate for straight A's in the Owls. Even in private, Professor Flitwick admitted that her practical magic skills surpassed those of many teachers, including himself. Unlike before, she didn't drop everything and rush over. Instead, he took a deep breath, carefully placed the quill pen down, and closed the heavy legal code. She quickly tidied her stubborn curls behind her ears in the reflection of the windowpane, and pursed her lips. The 16-year-old girl in the mirror had a tall and straight figure, sharp and intelligent eyes, and had long since shed the roundness of a child. His jawline was well defined, exuding an unconscious, composed radiance born of extensive knowledge and formidable strength. Standing tall and graceful, she is captivating. This is a term used in a recent article in the youth section of the Daily Prophet about Hogwarts's outstanding witches, which made Ron and Neville laugh for a whole week. She walked towards his office with a slightly faster pace than usual, but still maintaining her composure. She encountered several younger students on the street who greeted her respectfully. "Senior." She merely nodded reservedly, but her heartbeat grew louder and louder. Chapter 27. The office door was ajar. Hermione raised her hand, paused for a moment, and then gently tapped the door open. "Please come in." It was his voice. Deep, steady, seemingly no different from a month ago. Hermione pushed open the door. Caesar stood by the window, his back to the door, gazing at the view of the Black Lake. He was still wearing a well-tailored dark robe, his posture upright. He turned around when he heard the door open. Time seemed to have left few traces on his face, but his eyes seemed even more profound than they had been at their deepest. Hermione felt a throbbing in her chest. The lovebird necklace she never parted with was burning hot under her clothes, emitting a pulse that only she could sense, a pulse of joy mixed with an urgent question. It's been a month, and this resonance has never been stronger. She stood at the doorway, her fingers unconsciously touching her collarbone, feeling the warmth emanating from the jade pendant through her clothes. 5 years had taught her restraint. She no longer threw herself into his arms like she did when she was 11, nor did she shed tears in front of him like she did after losing the duel in first grade. She simply stood there, her brown eyes tracing his features, from his still black sideburns to his sharply defined jawline, finally settling into his unfathomable eyes. "Caesar," she heard herself say, her voice more steady than she expected, "welcome back." Caesar's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, and that scrutinizing look almost made Hermione recoil. It wasn't the look she remembered. In my memory, his gaze was always warm, even during the strictest moments of instruction. His eyes held a unique indulgence towards her. At this moment, Caesar's eyes were like ancient silverware that had been dipped in a cold pool. Though the surface remained smooth, it exuded a chilling coldness. "Hermione," Caesar called her name, his voice devoid of emotion, "you've grown taller." A simple, ordinary greeting made Hermione's heart sink slightly. She would rather he ruffled her hair like before, or ask her in that teasing tone how many classmates she had crushed recently. Instead of treating them like any other ordinary student, using the most polite and perfunctory language. Hermione suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, trying to make her tone light and cheerful, even with a little bit of the boastfulness that belonged to her age. "A lot has happened this past month. I founded the House Elf Rights Promotion Association, or SPEW for short, although it doesn't have many members yet. She spoke faster, sharing what she considered her most important achievements of the past year, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, longing to see that encouraging and knowing expression she remembered. A very meaningful attempt. Caesar walked behind the desk and sat down, gesturing for her to sit as well. Caesar's movements remained elegant and composed, but as the hem of his robe brushed against the edge of the table, Hermione keenly noticed a very faint, silver-grey mark on the back of his right hand. It resembled a scar left by some kind of magical burn, its bizarre shape reminding her of an ancient curse symbol she had seen in a forbidden book. "And what about you? What have you been doing this past month?" Hermione pressed on, sitting down in the chair opposite her, her back ramrod straight. "You didn't even come back for Christmas. Professor McGonagall said the ruins you went to don't even have a complete record in the Ministry of Magic." Caesar did not answer immediately. He reached into his desk drawer and took a long, narrow leather suitcase, pushing it towards Hermione. "This is for you. Takamu's help to you is dwindling, this is the last thing you have." Hermione didn't touch the suitcase, her gaze remained fixed on Caesar's eyes. "You haven't answered my question yet." A few seconds of silence fell over the air. Outside the window, on the black lake, giant squid tentacles schemed the surface, casting swaying shadows. Just when Hermione thought Caesar wouldn't answer, he suddenly spoke, his voice so soft it was almost a soliloquy. "Hermione, if I really went to steal butterbeer, would you catch me?" "What?" Hermione didn't react for a moment, thinking she had misheard. "Nothing." Caesar smiled and said calmly, "I just wanted to say that my research in the East has yielded many results. It seems I can no longer fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher at Hogwarts, so I plan to resign tomorrow and leave the school." "Leave Hogwarts?" Hermione's voice caught in her throat, trembling without her even realizing it. She had imagined countless scenarios, but none of them included this one. "What will I do now that you've left?" Just then, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from outside the door. "Professor Caesar, I hope I haven't disturbed you." "Oh, Miss Granger is here too." Professor McGonagall entered, nodded to Hermione, then looked at Caesar, her tone carrying both the familiarity between professors and a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Was your trip smooth? You look." "I'm a little tired, a long journey is inevitable," Caesar replied naturally, his smile impeccable. Professor McGonagall exchanged a few more pleasantries, and before leaving, her gaze seemed to casually sweep over Hermione, especially pausing for a moment on Hermione's fingers as she unconsciously clutched the necklace at her chest. In the hallway, Professor McGonagall called out to Hermione, who was about to leave. "Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall's voice was low, her gaze behind her glasses sharp and complex, "do you sense that Professor Caesar's return this time is different?" Hermione's heart sank heavily. Even Professor McGonagall noticed? She looked up and met Professor McGonagall's probing gaze, which held concern and deep worry. Hermione recalled the unusual throbbing from the necklace, the lingering chill, and the ever-deepening darkness in Caesar's eyes. She was an extremely intelligent person, intelligent enough to piece together countless clues into a disturbing picture. Her long-term investigation into dangerous ancient magic, the change in her aura upon her return, and perhaps some undercurrents she was unaware of. "Caesar." Hermione hesitated, her throat feeling dry. "He seems more focused on his research. Perhaps he's just too tired." Hermione gave a conservative answer. But the slightly pale knuckles and the fleeting fear and speculation in her eyes, fear that even she herself didn't want to delve into, did not escape Professor McGonagall's notice. Professor McGonagall gave her a long look, then simply patted her on the shoulder. "Stay alert, child. And take care of yourself." Hermione walked alone on her way back to the Gryffindor Tower, her fingers tightly clutching the necklace at her chest. The warmth that resonated with Caesar still emanated from there, yet it seemed to be fighting against a different kind of chill rising from the depths of her heart. She was still overjoyed at his return, and the excitement she had felt for so many years remained undiminished. But at the same time, a chilling question, like the deepest undercurrent of a black lake, began to swirl in her mind. Where did he go each time he left the academy over the years? What did they bring back this time? Chapter 28. Late at night, on the roof of the North Tower of Hogwarts, in the shadows of the Astronomy Observatory, Professor Quirrell slumped against the stone railing like a rag doll, a corner of his purple scarf lifted by the night wind, revealing the grotesque features protruding beneath his pale skin, writhing on the back of his neck. His eyes rolled back, but what escaped his throat was a serpentine hiss. "You are late, Caesar." Caesar emerged from the shadows of the spiral staircase, his steps a beat slower than usual. There was an almost imperceptible pause as his left foot landed, and at that very moment, moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating half of his cheek. Now, a faint, silvery grey undercurrent flows beneath his skin, like a living thing, sliding from his cheekbone to the side of his neck, and disappearing into the collar of his black robe. Voldemort probed through Quirrell's senses, his hiss suddenly becoming shrill. "Your body is resisting magic?" "No, magic is devouring you." Caesar stopped 10 feet away from Quirrell, a distance that allowed for conversation but was beyond the range of any sudden spell attack. He did not deny it, but slowly raised his left hand and unbuttoned his cuff. "The skin from my wrist to my forearm is covered with a dense network of dark blue cracks. It's like shattered porcelain being forcibly glued back together with cheap adhesive. Deep within the cracks, a cold, mineral-like light shines through, unlike anything that belongs to flesh and blood." Although it was a simulation, the pain was truly real. He was careless. However, Voldemort must not notice anything amiss at this time, lest he discover that his body is not functioning properly. That boiled egg means the person is mentally unstable. Their collaboration could turn into betrayal at any time, affecting the final outcome. "A price to pay." Caesar's voice was steady, but each word seemed to be painstakingly carved from beneath a layer of ice. Researching certain forbidden ancient contract magic always comes at a price. He lowered his sleeve, covering the horrifying cracks. "The Philosopher's Stone can stabilize it. It'll at least let me live a few more years." Quirrell's head snapped back at an unsettling angle, completely exposing the back of his face, with 2 dark holes where his nostrils should have been. "Healing? Ha, a wizard like you, so pathetic over living. Only by staying alive can we continue our research." Caesar's right hand unconsciously pressed against his chest, where the jade pendant was burning hot through his clothes, the heat so intense it hurt his very bones. "And the Philosopher's Stone happens to be my most effective research subject and catalyst at present." The air was silent for a few seconds, with only the whistling of the wind whistling through the cracks in the tower's stones. Voldemort is weighing his options. A collaborator who is critically injured and on the verge of death but is also highly knowledgeable is easier to control than in his prime, but also more unpredictable. "Tomorrow night." The hissing voice rang out again, carrying a probing, venomous quality. "After moonset, Snape will be on the last watch guarding the Philosopher's Stone. I have a way to make him just leave his post for 15 minutes. That's enough." Caesar took out a roll of tan thestral skin map from the inner pocket of his black robe and unfurled it in the air. The map is marked with 7 different paths leading to the restricted area on the 4th floor of the castle, using fairy blood ink. Each path is accompanied by a note indicating the guard's weaknesses and how to avoid them. Then, with a light tap of his fingertip, several lines of dancing runes appeared on the map. "Hagrid's 3-headed dog needs continuous hypnosis, and I have concocted a powerful sedative mixed with dragon nerve powder. Sprout's devil's web fears not light, but sound waves of a specific frequency. As for the Mirror of Eris, Dumbledore's trick." Voldemort's hissed, filled with suppressed rage. "Only someone who doesn't want to use the stone can retrieve it. Ridiculous. So we need to make it think we don't want to use it." Caesar put away the map, his eyes gleaming with a light deeper than the night. "I have a way to temporarily deceive that mirror," to make it voluntarily hand over the stone. Quirrell's body convulsed violently, clearly Voldemort's emotions were stirred. What method? Tomorrow at midnight, we'll see the truth in the mirror. Caesar turned, his black robes billowing in the stench. You only need to ensure two things. First, deploy all the forces you can mobilize near Hogwarts. Once you obtain the Philosopher's Stone, attack Hogwarts directly. Second. Caesar turned around, his last gaze landing on Quirrell's face at the back of his head, his eyes as cold as if he were scrutinizing an experimental subject about to be scrapped. Control your curiosity, Tom. There are some ancient and powerful spells in this world, once you see them, there's no escape. He disappeared around the corner of the stairs, his steps still carrying that strange sluggishness. Quirrell collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony, his hissing turning into a maniacal chuckle. You can't escape, ha ha. Caesar Black, you're more like a ghost than I am. Meanwhile, below the tower, Hermione hid behind the giant shield held aloft by the statue of William II, holding her breath. She used 3 layers of magic. The disillusion charm blended the figure into the stone wall, while the silver line of the eavesdropping charm meandered from the tip of the wand to the crack in the rooftop. Most importantly, there was a strand of hair wrapped around her left wrist. It was a few silver-black strands that she had accidentally hidden when Caesar was tutoring her in ancient runes last year. It was now slightly warm, a variant of the bloodline tracking charm, pointing towards the top of the tower. She saw it. I saw Caesar's left leg stiffen for less than half a second as he walked onto the rooftop. When the moonlight fell on his profile, I saw the fleeting, dark blue cracks beneath his skin, like the flashes of light as a glacier breaks apart in the night. When he unbuttoned his sleeves, I saw those horrible marks that stretched from his wrists to his forearms, as if they had been repeatedly slashed and then barely glued back together by invisible blades. Hermione's nails dug deeply into her palms, and the lovebird necklace burned against her chest. This is no longer the warmth of resonance, but a sharp alarm. The other side of the contract is crumbling. She heard it. He heard a hoarse, inhuman voice rumble from Quirrell's throat, your body is resisting magic. Hearing Caesar acknowledge the price in a calm yet cruel tone, every price has to be paid. Hearing the magic stone can stabilize it and after the moon sets tomorrow night. When Caesar said, I have a way to temporarily deceive the mirror, Hermione almost rushed out. The Mirror of East was the final line of defense personally set up by Dumbledore. How could he possibly? But she bit her lip tightly. 16-year-old Hermione Granger had already learned to keep her secrets to herself. So, as Caesar turned, she noticed an unnatural bulge in his left shoulder blade, barely visible beneath his black robe, as if something foreign was embedded in his flesh. She listened to his departing footsteps, each step carrying the stiffness of blocked magic, like rusty gears being forced to turn. She slowly, inch by inch, backed away. Remove the eavesdropping spell, dispel the illusion spell, and finally sever the tracking hair on your wrist. That strand of hair turned to ash at her fingertips, ending the one-way connection. She ran down the empty corridor, the burning sensation of the pendant on her chest growing stronger, the red blood vessels soaking through her underwear and leaving a small damp patch on her robe. She rushed into her bedroom. Lock the door. Chapter 29. She clutched the burning pendant to her chest, the jade pendant of lovebirds oozing iridescent blood streaks in the darkness. It wasn't light, but real, warm blood, imbued with the magic of a contract, dripping from between her fingers onto her school robe. The sound coming from the other end of the pendant was no longer the warmth of resonance, but a kind of forcibly torn, dying cry. Backlash, Hermione murmured, frantically piecing together clues in her mind. Contract magic, when one party is on the verge of collapse, the other party will bear part of the damage. She suddenly remembered the shape of the cracks on Caesar's wrist. Those weren't marks of injury at all. Those are the backlash patterns of an ancient symbiotic contract, briefly described in the appendix of Ultimate Poison Magic. When one party to the contract attempts to break a core oath, such as not to harm the innocent, or when their own being is corrupted by high-level dark magic, the contract will visualize the pain. The Philosopher's Stone can cure diseases. No, perhaps the real focus is elsewhere. She wiped the blood from the jade pendant, tucked it back into her collar, pulled out a blank parchment she always carried, and began writing rapidly with the tip of her wand. 1. Caesar's physical condition, a sign of impending magical collapse? Black magic parasitism? Backlash from an ancient contract? 2. The deal with Voldemort, genuine cooperation? Feigned exploitation? Real objective? 3. After moonset tomorrow night, Snape's duty roster will be vacant, needs verification, the Forbidden Forest defenses will have weaknesses, needs investigation, and the Mirror of Eris's deception method, the biggest point of suspicion. For my action options, report to Dumbledore immediately, insufficient evidence, and may alert the enemy, sabotage the Philosopher's Stone's transfer route in advance, requires location tracking, confront Caesar and force him to tell the truth, most dangerous, but the contract might protect me. When she reached the last line, Hermione stopped writing and paused for a moment. The rational thinking that had been running non-stop in my mind suddenly stopped. Why did I write most dangerous for Caesar? This is not a clear judgment. Absolutely not. Hermione felt a chill run down her spine. The next second, forcefully cross out the last line. As Caesar once said, love is the most dangerous spell, it can make people lose their minds and cloud their judgment. No one is an exception. The parchment suddenly rolled up on its own, revealing Caesar's handwriting on its surface, a two-way encrypted message spell he had taught her many years ago, which she had assumed had long since lost its power. Hermione, don't interfere. This is the only distance that can protect you. The writing burned away completely 3 seconds after it appeared, leaving not even ashes. Hermione stared at the last spark in the air, then suddenly smiled. That smile held no warmth, only a Gryffindor-like, burning stubbornness. Protect me. She spoke softly to the empty cubicle, her fingers tracing the withered pendant. From the day you gave me this feather, we were destined to fall together, Caesar. That night, Hermione curled up in the corner of the four-poster bed, shutting herself off from the world through heavy curtains. 3 open books lay on the bedside table. The backlash of the symbiotic contract. The signs and disguise of magic collapse. The Mirror of Eris, 17 flaws in the map of desire. The lovebird pendant on her chest had stopped bleeding. But the iridescent feathers had completely faded to grayish white, and felt cold and brittle to the touch, like the last dead leaf of late autumn. But when Hermione closed her eyes, she could still clearly sense the presence of the other end. It wasn't a specific image, but a feeling of weightlessness, as if Caesar were standing on the edge of an abyss, and she was tied to his wrist by invisible ropes. I need the magic stone to cure my illness. Caesar's voice replayed repeatedly in her mind, the barely perceptible tremor beneath the calm surface now amplified infinitely by memory. Cracks beneath the skin, sluggish steps, bulging shoulder blades, deadly magical diseases. She felt so sorry for Caesar. But what pained her even more was the reasoning that followed. If all of this is true, Caesar was dying and needed the stone to prolong his life, so he was willing to cooperate with Voldemort for it. Should she stop him? Should she just watch him die? If all of this is a lie, and Caesar has ulterior motives, he might even be betraying Hogwarts. Should she expose him? And personally send him to Azkaban? Ah! Hermione buried her face in her knees, letting out a suppressed sob. Logic broke down at this moment. Every fork in the road leads to a deeper thicket of thorns. She remembered when she was 10 years old, Caesar holding her hand and leading her home. I promise, I'll take you home after we leave the station. Please believe me, little Hermione. She remembered when she was 11 years old, when Caesar brought her to Hogwarts. If I were to steal butterbeer one day, would you arrest me? He recalled how, after their first-year duel defeat, he held her trembling hand in the restroom stall. To fight the world, no one can be missing. She recalled countless nights when she would wake up from nightmares, and the necklace would always emit a steady, warm pulse, his silent response from the other side of the castle. Hermione trembled as she pulled a small mirror from under her pillow. In the flickering light, she saw her pale face, with heavy shadows under her eyes. But in those brown eyes, besides fear and confusion, there was also a stubbornness that even frightened her, a stubbornness that refused to be extinguished. She finally understood her deepest fear. It wasn't that I was afraid of Caesar's betrayal, but rather that I was afraid that even knowing it would lead to betrayal, I would still choose to stand by his side. This realization caused her stomach to clench. She is Hermione Granger, the Hermione Granger who always puts being right first. But when being right means destroying the person who left the deepest mark on her life. The moon outside the window began to set in the west. There are less than 20 hours left until the moon sets tomorrow night. Hermione slowly stood up and opened the door. The last trace of hesitation in her eyes was completely burned away. The torches on the corridor wall reflected in her eyes, like two clusters of fierce blue flames that refused to be extinguished. Ravenclaw Tower, Caesar's office, at dusk. Caesar sat at his oak desk, the quill pen tip hovering above the parchment, a drop of silver blue ink about to fall. The setting sun outside the window dyed the black lake a blood-red amber color, and the light filtered through the gaps in the bookshelves, falling on his left hand. Those dark blue cracks flickered with each heartbeat, like dying fluorite in an underground vein. He changed his pen. It wasn't a typical unicorn feather pen, but an old pen with a cracked handle inlaid with scales. That was a birthday present Hermione gave him in 3rd grade, a haphazardly made do with her shed hair and bowtruckle bark, which she had muttered to herself at the time. Anyway, you don't lack anything. The pen tip wasn't dipped in ink, but in beads of silvery blue blood from his fingertips. Mixed with mithril powder, the blood on the paper would change color depending on the reader's emotional state. The pen tip falls. Hermione. By the time you read this letter, I will likely be no longer alive. Do not grieve, this is the end I deserve. Chapter 30. If you are standing at the foot of the astronomy tower, or anywhere you can see the black forest to the west of the castle, please look up at the sky. My fate should involve a spectacular magical explosion, which they will hopefully later describe as an unfortunate experimental accident. That would be best. It's better for a professor obsessed with dangerous research to suffer the consequences of his own actions than for the name Caesar Habsburg to be associated with deeper conspiracies, more lasting suspicions, and ultimately, you. I suspect that, with your intelligence, you've probably pieced together most of the truth, my deal with Tom Riddle, my motives for the Philosopher's Stone, and this crumbling body. Yes, I need it, so urgently that I'm willing to walk on a knife's edge. But curing the illness is just an easily understood excuse, or rather, the least significant part of my purpose. What truly drives me is the allure of a discovery deep within the ruins of the sacred mountain people, an ancient power that touches upon the very essence of magic. I arrogantly believed that I could control it and transform it into the cornerstone for reshaping certain rules. Perhaps, it could even eliminate, once and for all, the darkness born from the incompleteness of the soul, like that of Tom. I failed. The backlash from that power far exceeded expectations. It wasn't destroying my body, but rather conceptually erasing the very foundation of my existence as a wizard. The Philosopher's Stone is theoretically the only thing that can temporarily anchor me. So you see, getting to this point was less driven by Tom's conspiracy and more by my own ambition and arrogance that led me to this dead end. I sacrificed myself to an overly dangerous thirst for knowledge, a classic example of Ravenclaw tragedy. I must confess to you the deepest, and most painful, deception. My feelings for you. I used to think that the extra care, indulgence, and companionship that went beyond the plan could be simply attributed to appreciation of outstanding students or family-like responsibility. I even tried to convince myself of this reasoning, attempting to define the increasingly clear differences between us as your illusion or temporary dependence. I was wrong. I don't know when it started, but perhaps it was the first time you gazed at me with that look that was a mixture of admiration and stubbornness. Perhaps it was when you secretly placed the golden snitch figurine, a symbol of victory, on my desk after you won a Quidditch match. Or perhaps it's just the light that shines in your eyes when you share those seemingly trivial thoughts on countless ordinary days. You are no longer just a part of my plan, or a younger sister who needs my care. You became the only variable in my cold calculations, the only warm color in my gloomy landscape, and the only reason for me to turn back and stop on this long road. That's why I'm even more terrified. I fear this feeling will cloud your judgment and drag you into my abyss. I fear that once you know the whole truth, you will make an irrational choice in the name of love, and that you will be doomed along with me. So I pushed you away, with indifference, with distance, with the lie of my impending departure. I'd rather you misunderstand me, resent me, than risk your life for me. But I underestimated you, Hermione. You are not a fledgling that needs to be sheltered under wings, you are an eagle destined to soar. You sensed the abnormality and chose to face it head-on. At this moment, I can imagine the determination with which you are heading towards unknown dangers. Please forgive me for not being able to stop you in person, nor for being able to protect you anymore. That lovebird pendant is the last thing I can keep. Its power of contract will crumble with my demise. The dimming of the rainbow is not your fault. But it is still an ancient protective artifact. Keep it or destroy it, it's up to you. It's no longer a constraint, but simply a record of a memory. Don't let love or responsibility hold you hostage. You don't need to prove your feelings for me, nor do you need to bear any responsibility for my fate. I am responsible for my own choices. Your path lies ahead, it is a bright, broad path, full of endless possibilities. Be whoever you want to be, the most outstanding minister of magic, a pioneering scholar, a determined reformer, or simply a happy, free Hermione Granger. Use your wisdom and courage to build, protect, and love those who deserve to be loved. If one day in the future you meet a partner with whom you can openly entrust your trust and walk side by side, please do not hesitate for a moment. In eternal silence, I will offer you my sincerest blessings. I once thought my story would end in hatred or obsession. Thank you, Hermione, for allowing me to find a more heartwarming ending at the very last moment. Farewell. May your future be bright, and may you have no regrets in this life. It will always belong to you. Caesar. In the dead of night, the air in the cold stone chamber seemed to freeze. The mirror of Eris stood silently in the center, its surface so deep that it reflected no clear image, only a blurry, swirling mist. The ancient runes carved on the frame cast distorted and flickering shadows in the flickering light of the torches on the wall. Quirrell, or rather, the wool represented by the face on the back of Quirrell's head, is staring anxiously at the mirror. They bypassed the snoring Cerberus, passed through the trembling web of the devil, cracked the flying keys, the chessboard of life and death, the puzzle of logic, and finally stood before this last and most daunting line of defense. Quick, get it quickly. Quirrell's voice was hoarse with tension, and his fingers nervously scratched at his purple scarf. His eyes kept glancing uncontrollably at the back of his head, as if seeking instructions or perhaps fearing something. Caesar stood half a step to the side of the mirror, his posture seemingly relaxed. But upon closer inspection, one can see that the fingers of his left hand, hanging at his side, are twitching slightly, and the dark blue cracks under his skin seem to be clearer than when he arrived, like an undercurrent rushing faster beneath the ice. His gaze fell on the mirror, devoid of Quirrell's greed and eagerness, but rather as if he were examining an old object, carrying a hint of understanding and weariness. Only those who do not wish to use the philosopher's stone can retrieve it from the mirror. Caesar spoke, his voice remarkably clear in the silent stone chamber, almost jarringly calm. Dumbledore likes these little moralistic tricks. Then what do we do? Quirrell asked anxiously, then instinctively scratched the back of his head. Master, Master needs it. We need to make it believe, we don't want to exploit it. Caesar took a step forward, closer to the mirror. His shadow was elongated and cast on the cold stone ground, its edges slightly blurred, as if detached from reality. Or rather, the act of taking out the stone, by letting the mirror see it, itself fits the definition of not using it. Chapter 31. Then, Caesar reached out, but instead of touching the mirror directly, he pressed his hand on several specific runes on the frame. His movements were slow, his fingertips infused with magic. With each press, the corresponding rune would briefly glow a pale white light. Then it dimmed again, as if it had been forcibly awakened for a moment, before quickly falling into an even deeper slumber. A faint groan, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, echoed from inside the stone chamber, and the air temperature appeared to drop several degrees. Quirrell held his breath, watching Caesar perform a series of actions he couldn't understand at all. He felt the surrounding magic field become extremely chaotic, and the light mist on the surface of the mirror began to churn violently, like a boulder being thrown into a calm lake. Finally, Caesar's index finger hovered over an inconspicuous rune shaped like an Ouroboros at the top of the picture frame. He paused for about 3 seconds, then gently tapped the button. There was no dazzling light, no earth-shattering sound. The swirling light and mist inside the mirror suddenly subsided, becoming as clear as the purest obsidian. Immediately afterwards, at the center of the mirror, a point of red light, like a drop of blood falling into water, slowly spread out, gradually condensing and taking shape. A gemstone the size of a pebble, its entire surface a deep, burning red, emerged from the depths of the mirror. It was as if I had passed through an invisible layer of water, and was quietly suspended in the air a foot in front of the mirror. Inside, it seemed as if liquid flames were slowly flowing, emanating an ancient, majestic, and yet soul-stirring magical aura. Magic stone. Quirrell's breathing suddenly became heavy, his eyes widened almost to the point of bulging out of their sockets, and his face was a mixture of ecstasy and disbelief. He instinctively took a step forward and extended his trembling hand. However, the other hand was faster than him. Caesar casually scooped it up and grasped the floating gem containing incredible power in his palm. The light of the ruby shone through his fingers, making the skin on his hands appear as transparent as red jade, and the dark blue cracks looked even more eerie under the red light. He didn't check it immediately, or even glance at it twice. He simply weighed it casually in his hand, feeling its heavy, almost soul-scorching magical texture. His face showed no excitement or greed at having obtained what he had longed for. There was only an almost indifferent calm, as if he were holding not the philosopher's stone, but a slightly warmer, ordinary stone. It's just a simulation, he doesn't really care. The real goal is elsewhere. Quirrell's hand froze in mid-air, his ecstasy instantly turning to astonishment, followed by rising anger and a hint of shame at being fooled. He turned his head sharply, his neck making an unnatural creaking sound, revealing his flat, distorted face on the back of his head. The nostrils were like 2 black holes for inhaling air, and his gaze was fixed on the ruby in Caesar's hand. Give it to me." Quirrell's voice cracked, now laced with Voldemort's signature snake-like hiss, "Give it, to the master." Caesar finally looked away from his fist gripping the stone and slowly raised his head. He first glanced at Quirrell, whose face was twitching and whose gaze was gradually being completely controlled by another will. Then, his gaze shifted, as if piercing through Quirrell's skull, directly meeting the gaze of the evil soul residing in the back of his head. He raised an eyebrow slightly, and a faint, almost playful smile curved his lips. That wasn't the anger or panic one should feel when betrayed by a collaborator. It's more like a just as I expected sentiment, even tinged with a playful appreciation that the other party has finally revealed their true colors. Quirrell, or rather, Quirrell under Voldemort's control, was clearly enraged by this reaction. Perhaps the allure of the Philosopher's Stone, so close at hand, completely eroded the last shred of pretense in their alliance. Caesar Habsburg. A hoarse voice came from Quirrell's throat and the back of his head simultaneously, overlapping and sending chills down his spine. Your mission is complete. Now, give it to me. In consideration of paving the way for me, I might consider letting you die a quick death. The atmosphere in the stone chamber suddenly plummeted to freezing point, and a murderous intent emanated from Quirrell like a tangible tide. Caesar gave a soft hat, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. His right hand, which held the philosopher's stone, fell to his side, while his left hand had been raised at some point, its fingertips shrouded in a wisp of mist, deeper than darkness itself. Indeed, he shook his head, his tone as flat as if commenting on the weather. How snobbish, Tom! Beneath the usual deep stillness in his eyes. Finally, something cold, sharp, and of the same origin as the dark blue cracks on his body emerged without reservation. That was neither righteous anger nor grief-stricken despair. It also originated from darkness, but was more profound, more unpredictable, as if it came from the end of time or the bottom of an abyss, a pure black. How arrogant! Caesar's voice remained steady, yet carried a metallic, scraping quality. You think you can handle me with just a possessed servant? You'll have to do it yourself. Quirrell, or rather, the tangible dark magic that Voldemort unleashed through Quirrell's body, was the first to break the stalemate. Without any incantation or even obvious gestures, dozens of pitch-black tentacles, composed of pure negative energy, suddenly condensed in the air. Like a leech that has caught the scent of blood, it silently and swiftly lunged at Caesar. Wherever it passed, it left charred, corroded marks on the stone walls, as if even the light itself was being swallowed up. Caesar did not even take a step back. His right hand, still holding the philosopher's stone, remained hanging at his side, as if the heavy temptation or burden was no longer relevant to him. The raised left hand, with its 5 fingers, moved lightly across the front of him as if plucking invisible strings. There was no dazzling magical light, no deafening explosion. Suddenly, countless fine, silvery blue rays of light burst forth from the cracks in the ancient bricks and stones of the stone chamber's floor, walls, and even ceiling. These rays of light were not straight lines, but meandered and twisted, like living things, or like cold and sharp vines and thorns that grew out of nowhere. They were precisely interwoven in front of Caesar, forming a vast and inescapable net. The dark tentacles collided with the net of light, but instead of the expected fierce confrontation and annihilation, they emitted a series of teeth-grinding sizzling sounds, as if a hot knife were cutting into solidified grease. The tentacles were easily cut, decomposed, absorbed, and turned into wisps of black smoke as they dissipated, all by the silvery blue light. The light itself glowed slightly, its color becoming even deeper, as if it had just had a hearty meal. This is... A hiss of doubt and surprise escaped Quirrell's throat. An ancient protective charm? No. That's not right. Good eye, but too late. Caesar's voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of lecturing patience. This isn't protection, it's absorbing. He suddenly clenched his left hand. The large net formed by silver blue rays instantly contracted, no longer serving as a defense, but transforming into dozens of agile light snakes that pounced back at Quirrell. The light serpent moved faster than anyone could imagine, and its trajectory was even more unpredictable and elusive, as if it could predict the gaps in Quirrell's magical flow. Chapter 32. The air inside the cold stone chamber was like solidified asphalt, filled with the lingering, pungent smell of black magic and the scorching odor of intense magical clashes. Although Caesar was initially able to easily suppress Quirrell, as time went on, Voldemort's power, released through Quirrell's body, gradually gained the upper hand. Caesar's situation was extremely precarious. Those eerie silver-blue filaments originating from Grindelwald still stubbornly burrowed out of the void, coiling and cutting through the incoming black flames and curses. However, their growth rate slowed down significantly, and their luster dimmed considerably, as if their vitality was being constantly drained away by some invisible force. Caesar's face was ashen, Each swing of his wand seemed unusually heavy, his breathing was short, and his hair was soaked with cold sweat and stuck to his skin. The dark blue cracks beneath his skin were no longer just faintly visible, they now meandered and pulsated like living things on his cheeks, neck, and even the back of his hand holding the cane, emitting an ominous glow. The red light from the magic stone he clutched in his right hand no longer flowed steadily. Instead, it flickered unpredictably with the trembling of his body and the fluctuations of his magic, like an unstable beating heart. "Your power is betraying you, Caesar Habsburg." Quirrell's voice was hoarse and excited, with a cruel, cat-and-mouse-like quality. "Has that ancient spell of theft finally begun to turn against its master? Or, is the catalyst you carefully selected igniting you from within?" A particularly vicious black arrow, carrying a piercing shriek, darted towards Caesar's ribs while he was parrying another wave of fierce fire. Caesar managed to turn to the side, the arrow grazing his robe, the hem instantly turning to ash, leaving a charred burn mark on his skin. He groaned, staggered backward, and slammed his back against the cold stone wall, a trace of dark red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Just as Quirrell was laughing maniacally, gathering an even larger and more terrifying dark magic, preparing to deliver the final blow to Caesar, who seemed to be at his last gasp. "Crush to pieces. Imprison them immediately." The two spells did not come from Caesar, nor were they aimed at Quirrell, but rather struck precisely at the weak points of the arch above the entrance to the stone chamber and one of the walls. The explosion and the sound of falling rocks rang out simultaneously, and a large amount of smoke and dust filled the air. Although it did not cause much damage, it successfully created chaos and provided temporary cover. A slender figure, as nimble as a swift swallow, darted through the billowing smoke and dust, instantly blocking Caesar and Quirrell's path. Hermione Granger was slightly out of breath, her school uniform stained with dust, but her eyes were as sharp as tempered steel needles, instantly clearing the situation. The horrific state of Caesar's severe injuries and near death, Quirrell/Voldemort's determined and ferocious expression, and the nauseating, almost tangible malice in the air. Her gaze finally settled on the Philosopher's Stone in Caesar's hand, its light flickering uncertainly. Her pupils contracted slightly, confirming her worst suspicions. But there was no surprise on her face, as if all of this was within her deep-seated expectations. "Another annoying little bug," Quirrell hissed, filled with irritated rage. "Get out of my way, mudblood, or become nourishment with him." Hermione ignored him, she didn't even look at Caesar. Her wand was pointed steadily at Quirrell as she rapidly chanted, and several magical chains intertwined with tiny arcs of electricity burst forth from the tip of her wand. It wasn't an attack, but rather like a flexible tripwire, attempting to entangle Quirrell's ankles, wrists, and wand, disrupting his spell-casting and center of gravity. At the same time, she quickly sprinkled a handful of glittering powder from a small pouch at her waist with her left hand. The powder turned into a shimmering, slightly sensual, pale golden mist upon contact with the air, which drifted between her and Quirrell. Her tactics were clear, not to injure the enemy, but to disrupt and delay them. This would buy Caesar even a few seconds to catch his breath, and also give himself time to observe and make judgments. Their movements were crisp and clean, and their teamwork was so seamless that it seemed they had rehearsed countless times, demonstrating a level of practical skill and composure far exceeding classroom levels. Caesar leaned against the stone wall, breathing heavily, watching Hermione's back as she unhesitatingly stood in front of him. Watching her execute tactics, which clearly bore the marks of his instruction yet incorporated her own unique style, he realized that. A complex glint flashed in his unfathomable eyes, a mixture of bitterness, approval, and perhaps even a sigh. Just as Hermione's interference began to show results, Quirrell became somewhat irritated and slowed his offensive. They'll all turn to petrification. A cold, authoritative voice, filled with boundless rage and despair, boomed like thunder at the entrance to the stone chamber. The milky white petrifying spell beam wasn't aimed at Quirrell, but rather, with a sharp whooshing sound, it went straight for Caesar, who was leaning against the wall. Professor McGonagall appeared almost simultaneously with the incantation. She had clearly arrived in a great hurry, her usually meticulously styled hair was somewhat loose, and she wore only a travel cloak hastily draped over her emerald green nightgown. But her posture was as straight as a pine tree, and behind her glasses, her eyes burned with a fire Hermione had never seen before, a mixture of shock, the pain of betrayal, and a cold, resolute determination. Her fingertips still clutched a crumpled envelope, left in the office by Caesar before his arrival, containing notes detailing the events leading up to it. But clearly, Professor McGonagall used it as some kind of evidence at that moment. Caesar seemed to have almost no strength left to even raise his hand, he merely tilted his head slightly. The petrification spell grazed past his ear and struck the stone wall behind him, leaving a pale, stone-like mark. Minerva. Caesar's voice was hoarse and broken, yet it still carried that irritating, indifferent detachment. Good evening. But stealing the letter I was going to give to Hermione doesn't seem like the behavior of a teacher. Caesar Habsburg. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with suppressed anger. She first gave Hermione, who was standing in the middle, a stern look in her eyes, filled with incomprehension and warning. He then stared intently at Caesar. Or should I address you something else? It doesn't matter. What matters is this letter. She waved the letter in her hand, although it wasn't a real suicide note, the few words on it were enough for her to piece together terrifying thoughts. And what you've done now? You've betrayed Hogwarts, and you've betrayed everyone's trust in you. How dare you associate with Voldemort and plot against the Philosopher's Stone? Betrayal of Hogwarts. Caesar forced a weak, distant smile. I've never belonged here, Minerva. This place is just a temporary stop for me. As for bowing down to Voldemort. He coughed twice, and dark red blood foam spilled from the corner of his mouth. This statement really makes me a little sad. You may question my motives, but don't insult my taste or compare me to those broken, mutilated souls. Chapter 33. Professor McGonagall roared, sophistry. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Now. Almost simultaneously, Quirrell hissed, give me the stone. The master needs it. McGonagall and Quirrell's gazes instantly focused on Caesar's tightly clenched right hand. That deep red gem became the eye of the storm. Hermione's heart pounded, she stood slightly in front of Caesar. He could sense Caesar's increasingly unstable aura behind him, and Professor McGonagall's resolute will and Quirrell's greedy killing intent ahead. Reason told her that she should help Professor McGonagall retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure of Hogwarts, entrusted to her protection by Dumbledore. But, out of the corner of her eye, she could see Caesar's pale face and feel his life force rapidly slipping away like sand through an hourglass. The lovebird pendant, which had been pressed against her chest and was now cold and lifeless, was now sending waves of faint but sharp pain through her. It was as if the connection on the other end was crumbling, leaving behind only the echoes of despair and farewell. Caesar. Just as Professor McGonagall decided to deal with the main threat first, the wand lit up again, preparing to forcibly take the Philosopher's Stone from Caesar's hands. Just as Quirrell grinned maliciously and began to gather dark magic, intending to seize the opportunity to steal it. Hermione moved. It's neither an attack nor a defense spell. Suddenly, the tip of her wand burst forth with a dazzling silver light, as if tearing apart the Milky Way. The light did not attack in a straight line, but instead transformed into countless fine, hair-like, yet incredibly resilient silver threads, which instantly erupted and spread out in a sphere centered on her. These silver threads are not physical entities, but rather a manifestation of highly condensed magic and a certain protective will. Instead of directly attacking McGonagall or Quirrell, they precisely and densely intertwined around Caesar's body, forming a constantly flowing, swirling silver cocoon-like barrier. At the same time, more silver threads, as if possessing a life of their own, deftly wrapped around Professor McGonagall's disarming and binding spells aimed at Caesar, as well as the several dark magic arrows that Quirrell had launched a sneak attack from. When the silver thread came into contact with the incantation, there was no violent explosion, but rather a strange sizzling sound, like melting ice and snow or metal rubbing together. McGonagall's spell was weakened and deflected layer by layer, eventually disappearing without a trace. Quirrell's dark magic was entangled, decomposed, and absorbed by the silver threads, as if it had encountered a natural nemesis. This is a variant of an ancient guardian spirit? Such powerful mental magic! Professor McGonagall stopped her attack in astonishment, staring at Hermione in disbelief. She recognized part of the magic's essence. But the scale, precision, and power of Hermione's spell far exceeded the limits of a student, and even most adult wizards. Hermione did not respond. She maintained the massive spell, her face visibly paling, and veins bulging on her forehead, clearly indicating a great deal of exertion. But she stood firm, her brown eyes fixed on McGonagall and Quirrell, silently declaring through her actions, no one could get past her or easily touch Caesar and the Philosopher's Stone. After a few brief, probing attacks, Professor McGonagall was shocked to discover he was unable to break through this strange silver defense in a short time without actually harming Hermione. Hermione's control over magic was so exquisite it was almost unbelievable. Her defenses even possessed the properties of reflection and absorption, making her feel helpless and unable to find a way to attack. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall's voice was filled with anguish. Do you know what you're doing? You're protecting a traitor, someone who could drag Hogwarts into the abyss. Give me the Philosopher's Stone, it's not too late to turn back. I don't want you to fall because of this degeneration. Hermione chewed on the word, a faint, almost tragic smile appearing on her pale face. Professor, if upholding a trust, protecting someone, even if they might be wrong, might go astray, but someone who means everything to me, is considered a fall from grace. She didn't finish her sentence, but her resolute tone sent Professor McGonagall's heart sinking to the bottom. Meanwhile, unable to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell's Voldemort-like face contorted in agony, and a hoarse roar nearly ripped through his throat. Useless! All of you are useless! Since you can't get it, then I'll take it myself. Quirrell's body suddenly convulsed violently, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The skin on the back of his head suddenly split open, and a thick, impenetrable black mist, as if it contained all the malice and coldness in the world, surged out. The black mist rapidly condensed, no longer dependent on Quirrell's body, forming a vague, distorted, shapeless shadow in the air. Only two crimson lights, like eyes from hell, were fixed on Caesar behind the silver barrier and the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Quirrell collapsed like a lump of mud, his fate unknown. Voldemort, at great risk, forcibly projected even more of his own will and power onto this place. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire stone chamber, as if the air itself had frozen. Hermione's silver barrier fluctuated violently, emitting a hum that seemed unable to bear the strain. At this moment of utter despair, I think this farce should come to an end, Tom. A calm, aged voice, yet one carrying undeniable power, rang out. The air at the entrance to the stone chamber rippled like water, and Albus Dumbledore's figure appeared silently. He wore a deep blue nightgown that resembled the starry sky, and his gaze behind his crescent-shaped glasses was as sharp as an eagle's. The elderwood wand in his hand seemed to be held casually, yet it seemed to contain the power to calm a storm. Severus Snape followed closely behind like a silent shadow, his black robes billowing, his face as sallow and somber as ever. But those dark eyes quickly scanned the entire area, and their pupils contracted slightly when they saw Voldemort's shadowy figure and the collapsed Quirrell. Albus! Professor McGonagall's tense nerves relaxed slightly when she saw the headmaster appear, but then a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes when she saw Snape. Voldemort's shadowy form let out a piercing shriek, Dumbledore! You've finally come! But alas, it's too late. The Philosopher's Stone will be mine. I'm afraid not, Tom. Dumbledore slowly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Hermione and Caesar behind the barrier. A deep understanding and a faint regret flashed in his eyes before finally settling on Voldemort's shadow. Severus. Snape stepped forward expressionlessly, raising his wand, but not pointing it at Voldemort, nor at Caesar, but at the dark figure in the air. He recited an extremely complex and obscure incantation rapidly in a cold, clear, and emotionless voice. As the incantation was chanted, the surrounding magic began to resonate at a specific frequency. The ancient runes on the stone walls and floor seemed to be awakened, emitting a faint light and subtly forming a field of binding and purification. Clearly, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather something that had been planned in advance. Voldemort's shadowy figure roared in shock and rage, "Snape! How dare you! I have never been loyal to you, Tom." Snape's voice remained icy. "I have only been loyal to a promise, and to avoid anything worse." Hermione stared in shock at the scene, then a sudden inspiration struck her. Dumbledore already knew. He knew about Caesar's potential problems and Voldemort's coveting of the Philosopher's Stone. He might even have used all of this to set up a trap using the Philosopher's Stone as bait to lure Voldemort into revealing more of his true power and then attacking him. Snape, who has always been a double agent, has finally revealed his true colors. Chapter 34. At this moment, a delicate and dangerous three-way battle has taken place inside the stone chamber. One side consisted of Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. On one side was Voldemort's true form, a shadowy figure, and Quirrell, who had collapsed. On one side was Caesar, critically injured and clutching the Philosopher's Stone, and on the other was Hermione, who stood in front of him, her magic power greatly depleted but still stubbornly maintaining her defense. They were the weakest, but the Philosopher's Stone was in their hands. While Dumbledore's appearance drew most of Voldemort's attention and attacks, Snape's spells began to restrain the shadowy figure. A resolute glint flashed in Hermione's eyes. She can't stay here and become a target, nor can she hand over the Philosopher's Stone to either side, at least not now, or at least not before saving his life. She turned quickly and whispered to Caesar, her words rapid, "Follow me, don't make a sound, don't use magic." Caesar looked at her, his gaze still complex and unreadable. He suddenly felt as if he had transformed from an older brother and teacher into a student and a younger brother, but he nodded. Or rather, he almost didn't even have the strength to nod. Hermione continued to maintain the shrinking silver barrier with her left hand, guarding against possible stray arrows and Voldemort's aftershocks. He quickly drew several symbols in front of him with his right wand while lightly stepping on the ground. During the day, she uses the pretext of practicing ancient magic runes and preparing advanced materials for potion classes. Small concealment arrays were secretly placed along some key paths in the castle and in the vicinity of this area, along with potion vaporization points to confuse perception and trigger runes for short-range directional teleportation. Activated simultaneously at this moment. A faint, almost invisible mist began to emanate from her feet and several points around her. It carries the distinctive scent of potions, which can interfere with magical tracking and visual perception. Her and Caesar's figures, veiled by the mist and silver light, began to blur and distort, as if trying to blend into the background. At the same time, a small magic circle, just big enough for two people to stand, lit up beneath her feet. This was a short teleportation route to a hidden evacuation point outside the castle that she had already calculated. Although the distance is not far and it will take time for things to stabilize, it will be enough for them to disengage from the immediate battlefield. As Caesar watched Hermione methodically begin the setup, a genuine, almost gratified smile finally appeared in the complex glint in his eyes. "That's exactly the feeling I've been looking for. A partner who is smart enough, strong enough, capable of independent planning, decisive execution, and even able to find a way out in desperate situations. All his years of dedicated guidance and nurturing have been worthwhile. She has truly grown up, even exceeding his expectations. But just as the teleportation light grew brighter and brighter, and it seemed they might actually be able to temporarily escape from this quagmire of multi-party warfare, Caesar's gaze passed over Hermione's shoulder and landed on the figure battling Dumbledore's silent spell. Voldemort's shadowy figure, enraged by Snape's binding charm, and McGonagall, who, despite her fury, had to cooperate with Dumbledore to deal with the greatest threat. Finally, his gaze seemed to pierce through the stone wall and fall upon the ancient, sleeping castle. He can't just leave like this. If he left like this, he and Hermione would forever bear the stigma of traitors, thieves, and accomplices to dark wizards, and would be wanted and hunted down by the entire wizarding world. More importantly, his goal has not yet been fully achieved. The actors in this play have only just taken their places. Hogwarts is not destroyed yet. Just before the teleportation array's light stabilized, Caesar's body seemed to sway slightly due to the severity of his injuries. The right hand, which had been gripping the Philosopher's Stone tightly, loosened its grip almost imperceptibly. The deep red gemstone emitted an extremely subtle, unnatural fluctuation in its light. The fluctuation was extremely faint, but those present were all top-tier wizards, especially Voldemort, who had an extreme thirst for the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Opportunity, the dark figure roared with ecstatic joy. Ignoring the fact that Dumbledore's sharp silver spell had swept away some of the black mist, it also temporarily withstood the pulling of Snape's binding charm. Suddenly, a stream of dark energy, solid as an arrow, shot out, seemingly possessing a life of its own, bypassing the weakest point of Hermione's silver barrier. That was precisely the slight flaw that Caesar had unintentionally revealed. Without a doubt, the shadow struck Caesar's right wrist, where he held the Philosopher's Stone, with lightning speed. Ugh! Caesar let out a muffled groan of genuine pain, a soft cracking sound coming from his wrist as his fingers involuntarily spread open. The radiant magic stone, imbued with endless legends, flew out of my hand, tracing an alluring red arc. Voldemort's shadow unleashed its full power, whipping up a whirlwind of blood as it pounced on the falling gems. Dumbledore's several interception spells and Snape's binding spell fell simultaneously. However, it only tore off a larger part of the shadow, failing to stop its core, filled with greed and ecstasy, from firmly seizing the Philosopher's Stone. The crimson light disappeared into the surging darkness, and the next second, an incomparably powerful, ancient, and chaotic magic erupted. The black mist churned violently, expanding and contracting, as if undergoing some terrifying reshaping and evolution. Quirrell's collapsed body was completely drained and turned to ashes. A clearer, taller body, exuding a suffocatingly evil aura, forcibly fused with the Philosopher's Stone's boundless life force and Voldemort's dark will, gradually emerged amidst the surging magic. Although far from perfect, it is a far cry from its previous weakened, remnant soul state. Success, I'm back! Ha 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 ha! The newborn body, with its stone-like sheen and mangled flesh, let out a hoarse and arrogant laugh. His crimson eyes immediately locked onto Caesar, who was lying on the ground, barely alive, due to the backlash from the stolen Philosopher's Stone. The first sacrifice is you. The newly reborn Voldemort raised his hand, and a perfectly condensed, emerald-green killing curse, amplified by the Philosopher's Stone, shot mercilessly towards the almost immobilized Caesar. No! Hermione's scream tore through the air. The teleportation was interrupted. She watched helplessly as the magic stone was taken, as Caesar collapsed, severely wounded, and as the deadly green light shot towards the last trace he left in this world. Everything happened too fast. Dumbledore's rescue spell was a beat too late, and Professor McGonagall's exclamation was drowned out. Just as the green light was about to touch Caesar's body. No one expected that Snape, who had been silently cooperating with Dumbledore, now had a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Whether it was a misjudgment or some inexplicable impulse, I suddenly took a step forward, as if trying to block it with my body or to cast some kind of spell. Pfft! A faint sound, like flesh being pierced. The killing curse missed Caesar, but by sheer coincidence, or rather, due to Voldemort's arbitrary adjustment of its trajectory, it pierced Snape's chest. Snape's body stiffened abruptly, his expression freezing on a complex mix of utter astonishment and something deeper, a mixture of relief and endless regret. He staggered, his black robe falling to the ground, his life force extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind. Severus. Dumbledore's voice trembled violently for the first time, his aged face filled with shock and pain. Voldemort's new body glanced at the fallen Snape as if he had merely crushed a troublesome insect. His bloodshot eyes turned to Caesar again, this time, no one will shield you. Chapter 35. However, he did not have the chance to cast the second killing curse. Because Hermione Granger had already rushed to Caesar's side. She knelt on the cold ground, her trembling hands lifting Caesar's nearly broken body. Caesar's body temperature was rapidly decreasing. Blood gushed from the wound on her wrist, the corner of her mouth, and even from the dark blue cracks beneath her skin, soaking through her sleeves. The blood was as hot as lava, scorching her skin and her soul. Pain. Indescribable pain. Worse than the Cruciatus curse, more despairing than losing everything. Scenes from the past 5 years flashed wildly through her mind. I first met him at the train station, his calm eyes were captivating. His faint smile as he stayed up late tutoring students in the office. His silent encouragement came from the Quidditch stands. And the phrase "we are family" brings a warmth that transcends time. And at this moment, in his gradually blurring pupils, he saw his own face reflected, wet with tears and filled with terror. Caesar! Caesar! Look at me! Don't sleep! You promised you wouldn't leave me! Hermione's voice was broken and incoherent as she futilely tried to cover his bleeding wound with her hands, but blood continued to gush out from between her fingers. Caesar's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he could only spit out more bloody foam. His gaze focused intently on Hermione's face, which showed no fear of death, only a deep, almost tender remorse, and a hint of relief. Like. This word exploded like a thunderclap in her utterly chaotic and collapsing world. What is the most important thing for powerful magic? Talent? Willpower? Or, as Dumbledore once vaguely mentioned, the oldest and most powerful force often mocked in fairy tales? It is love. Her feelings for Caesar had long surpassed admiration, dependence, and even naive infatuation. It was a habit ingrained in one's bones, a pull of soul resonance, a resolute willingness to defy the world to protect him, and an empathy that felt more painful than death itself when seeing him suffer. At this moment, I am enveloped by layers of deception, betrayal, despair, and the fear of impending death. The passion that never died out, but instead burned even more intensely, was like a dormant volcano that finally erupted with a roar. The lovebird necklace on her chest, the grey-white jade pendant that had long been dull and withered, like a dead leaf in late autumn, suddenly became scalding hot in that instant. No, it's not just a simple burn. It was as if a heart had been re-injected with molten lava, a covenant that had slumbered for 1,000 years had been brutally and thoroughly awakened by the most primal and powerful emotional force. The dull, grey jade showed cracks emerging from within. It's not shattering, but a rebirth, a blossoming of glory. Each crack emitted an intense, blinding golden red light. That light was not the cold light of a magical creation, but rather carried the warmth of Hermione's blood, the rhythm of her heartbeat, and the cry of her soul. Ah! The shriek pierced the stone chamber, yet seemed to echo simultaneously in another dimension. Centered on Hermione and Caesar, space itself began to tremble and distort. It wasn't like apparition, with its rhythmic, compressed jumps, it was something closer to, the veil of reality being brutally torn apart by a torrent of pure emotion. Blazing white light erupted from every pore of Hermione's body, bursting forth from the golden red streaks of light that shattered the necklace. They are no longer just light, but more like liquid flames, solid beliefs, and gaseous guardianship. The gentle light enveloped Caesar's cold, breaking body, like the strongest silk thread, or like a mother's arms protecting her infant. Wherever the flames passed, the bleeding from the gruesome wound on Caesar's wrist miraculously stopped, and the shattered wrist bones were temporarily welded and fixed by the flames. Beneath the skin, the frantically throbbing, spreading, dark blue cracks seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Forced back and suppressed by the blazing white flames, it was firmly frozen beneath the surface, no longer able to penetrate deeper and erode his internal organs and magical core. At the core of this cocoon of blazing white light, where destruction and rebirth intertwine, Caesar's unfocused pupils were illuminated by a clear golden red light. Hermione's face, streaked with tears yet burning with a resolute flame, was reflected in the mirror. His remaining consciousness seemed to be pulled back for a moment by the overly bright, overly warm light. So warm. It's warmer than the brightest flames in the Hogwarts fireplace. It's even warmer than the bone-deep soothing effect of a traditional herbal bath. It was warmer than anything I could remember. This warmth came from the girl who held him tightly, from her intelligent and stubborn heart that was burning brightly for him. His lips moved again, and this time, an extremely faint breath of air escaped along with a gush of bloody foam. It barely formed a few broken syllables, as light as a sigh, yet clearly etched into Hermione's soul. Sorry. In the instant the last syllable faded away, he exhausted his last bit of strength and, with extreme difficulty and trembling, raised his still intact left hand. With his fingertips stained with his own blood and her tears, he gently touched Hermione's violently trembling, bloodless lower lip. That wasn't a kiss. But it was more like a brand, more like a farewell, more like etching all the unspoken words, the unfulfilled promises, the unfinished bond, along with all his remaining warmth and guilt, into her life than any kiss. Then, his fingertips slipped limply, his arm fell limp, and the last vestige of strength that kept him conscious vanished completely. His heavy head rested on her thin shoulder, his breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible, the candle of his life flickering to its smallest point in the gale. Strangely, it stubbornly refused to go out, its last glimmer of life held aloft by the blazing white flame and the surging love. No. Don't go. I won't allow it. Hermione's cries were heart-wrenching, and she hugged him even tighter, as if trying to meld him into her very bones. The necklace on her chest shone even brighter, its golden red patterns merging completely with the blazing white flames, unleashing an even more powerful and blinding force. This power is no longer just about protection and healing. It began to actively reject it. With the cocoon of light as the boundary, the spatial rules of the entire stone chamber seemed to be brutally rewritten. Voldemort's dark magic, imbued with the power of the Philosopher's Stone, was about to strike when it collided with the outer edge of the cocoon of light. Like ice and snow meeting a hot iron, it emits a shrill hissing sound and instantly melts and evaporates in large quantities. Forced by this, the newborn, ferocious body retreated in terror, its scarlet eyes filled with horrified and greedy madness. The silver spell network that Dumbledore cast in an attempt to stabilize space and probe the situation. When encountering this realm of fused light and flame, it's like a clay ox sinking into the sea, silently enclosed or rejected, unable to penetrate even a fraction of its depth. In the old wizard's blue eyes, shock finally transformed into a profound, almost awe-inspiring understanding. He stopped his futile spell casting, simply gripping his wand tightly, gazing at this miracle that far exceeded his understanding of magic. Professor McGonagall was speechless, covering her mouth tightly with her hand, tears blurring her glasses. She looked at her best student, embracing the traitor she believed to be, and unleashed a power powerful enough to shake the darkness and leave Dumbledore helpless. The figure in the light was so desperate, yet so sacred. Let's go together. Hermione whispered hoarsely, no longer a question, but a command, to herself and to the dying Caesar in her arms. It was also an order given to this power she had awakened, a power originating from the deepest part of the soul and the contract. The cocoon of light suddenly contracted inward to its limit, like a star about to explode as a supernova, reaching its peak brightness. It completely engulfed Hermione and Caesar's figures. Chapter 36. Immediately afterwards. There was no sound, yet it was as if a soul-stirring hum resounded in the depths of everyone's heart. The cocoon of light, along with the two people inside, vanished into thin air. It wasn't the crackling sound of apparition, the spinning and pulling of a key, or even any known spatial jump with magical traces. They were thus drawn by that force, a blend of fiery white and golden red, driven by the purest will of love and protection. From the current spatial coordinates, it was completely erased, or rather, transferred to some unknown dimension or corner, which even Dumbledore's magic could not yet trace. Inside the stone chamber, the lingering afterglow of the blazing white light slowly dissipated, leaving only a lingering warmth and sense of purification in the air that sent shivers down one's spine. And on the ground lay a large, still wet pool of blood, a shocking stain of dark red and silver blue, the blood left by Caesar. In the center of the bloodstain lay a small clump of grayish-white powder. That was the last remnant left behind after the lovebird necklace had completely exhausted its power, completing its final resonance and protection. Dead silence. Then came Voldemort's furious roar, a mixture of the pain from his unhealed burns and his yearning for that mysterious power, and Dumbledore's heavy, mountain-like sigh. But all of this is no longer relevant to Hermione and Caesar. They were swept away by the ancient and powerful magic that erupted from love, and carried them into an unknown torrent of destiny. The only certainty is that the ashes of the necklace, which once served as a bond and ultimately burned out in the heat of passion, testify to the end of a certain connection. Perhaps, this is also the beginning of another, deeper, and more inseparable bond. The frigid air, carrying the sweet, metallic scent of gunpowder and dark magic, filled the abandoned corridor. Hermione could barely feel her legs moving, all her senses were focused on the increasingly heavy body on her back, the body whose life force was rapidly fading away. Caesar's head slumped limply to the side of her neck, his faint breaths brushing against her skin, each one lighter and cooler than the last. Her clothes were already soaked with his blood, the hot, sticky liquid now turning cold, as if it were freezing her heart along with it. Behind them, deafening explosions and the crashing of collapsing buildings echoed from the main battlefield of the castle, mixed with the terrified screams of students and the arrogant whistles of the dark wizard. Voldemort's magical roar, echoing through the corridors after his escape, seemed to still reverberate, crush them. Make Hogwarts history. Immediately afterwards, more explosions, eerie howls, and the dull thud of wings flapping through the air came from all directions of the castle. The main force of the Death Eaters, along with dangerous creatures summoned or tamed by darkness, are launching a full-scale attack on this ancient fortress. Hermione stormed into an abandoned potions classroom, locked the door behind her with her wand, and cast the most complex protective and confusing spells she could think of. She carefully lowered Caesar from her back and placed him against a dusty laboratory table. Caesar's face was ashen, like a ghost's. The dark blue cracks beneath his skin, temporarily frozen by the blazing white flames, began to throb and spread restlessly, their edges turning an ominous purplish black. His body was twitching uncontrollably, each twitch draining the last bit of color from his face. Caesar! Hold on, look at me! Hermione knelt beside him, futilely trying to wipe away the blood and foam that kept gushing from the corner of his mouth, her fingers trembling violently. The surging, powerful magic that erupted from her extreme emotions still coursed through her veins, roaring like a flood bursting its banks. It made her feel stronger than ever before, but it also brought a sense of panic and loss of control. She could clearly sense the intense magical clashes, the passing of life, and the growth of darkness throughout the castle. Caesar struggled to lift his eyelids, his once deep and sharp eyes were now cloudy and unfocused, yet they still captured her face with precision. His gaze slid over Hermione's tear-streaked and soot-covered face, then over her chest, which heaved with heavy breathing. Finally, it seemed that he saw the uncontrollable, dazzling torrent of magic within her. A very faint, almost imperceptible, complex expression flashed across his eyes. He had the ancient magic of love rune that the system had given him engraved on Hermione's necklace. However, he hadn't expected the effect to be so powerful. Hermione's magical abilities had now far exceeded the limits described in the original story. Is this what they call the potential of a protagonist? But that won't do, it's too clean. The outburst was so pure, originating from protection and ending with salvation. She still had a way out, she still harbored a longing and illusion for a brighter future. Caesar must stain her with indelible blood, let her protection, her power, her love be stained. Completely bound to the ruins of Hogwarts, to the inescapable sins, she had no way back. Miss. Caesar's voice was hoarse and broken, like the lingering sound of a broken bellows, yet it carried a strange, undeniable clarity. Hermione rushed closer. I'm here. I'm here. You'll be all right, let's go find Madame Pomfrey, or ask Dumbledore, there's bound to be a way. Caesar shook his head very slowly and with very slight movements, a gesture that seemed to have exhausted his last remaining strength. He struggled to raise his still intact left hand, his index finger trembling as he pointed at Hermione's forehead. His fingertips were cold, stained with his own blood, tracing an extremely small path in the air, a path that sent a shiver through Hermione's soul. It's useless. With each word he uttered, more blood and foam gushed out. Without the magic stone, I can't hold on much longer. His fingertip gently touched Hermione's brow. There was no light, no incantation. But a chilling, bone-piercing flow of thought, containing boundless information and unwavering resolve, pierced Hermione's mind like a poisoned ice pick. That wasn't language, but rather a direct imprint of images and perceptions. The Philosopher's Stone pulsated within Voldemort's deformed body, like the core of a dark heart. The pure life and transformative power that once resided within the stone is now being corrupted, distorted, and extinguished by Voldemort's evil will and dark magic. Take it. Not for Voldemort, not for Dumbledore, not for Hogwarts, but to save him. Only that item could reverse the collapsing magical structure within him, counteract the ancient backlash, and pull him back from the brink of annihilation. How to approach it? How to identify that essence? How to seize it from the enraged Voldemort and the chaotic battlefield? A series of rapidly flashing, extremely risky yet logically rigorous tactical segments, imbued with Caesar's characteristic cold calculation and precise style. The moment the information transmission ended, Caesar felt completely drained, his arms slumped to the ground, his eyes were half closed, and his breath was so weak it seemed he would stop at any moment. No. No. Hermione's tears flowed freely, a mixture of fear and a desperate anger. She knew this might be a trap, further exploitation, a shackle binding his own survival to her with deeper sins. But, she looked at Caesar's face, which was rapidly losing its vitality, and felt the cold plan in her mind that clearly pointed to the only way out. She had no choice. Never, ever, on matters concerning Caesar. She never truly had a choice. Chapter 37. Wait for me. Hermione heard herself speak in a dry, unnatural voice. She tore off the relatively clean lining of her school uniform and quickly and clumsily tried to bandage his still bleeding wrist and several obvious wounds. Her movements were very light, yet her fingertips turned white from the force she exerted. Finally, she forcefully poured several bottles of the most potent white cinnamon essence and blood tonic she carried with her into Caesar's mouth, regardless of whether he could swallow them or not. She gave him a deep look, as if trying to etch his vulnerable yet still calculating expression into her soul. Then, she turned resolutely, wand in hand, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes burned away by the cold flames. Hermione, like a silent shadow, stepped out of the classroom and rushed towards the center of the castle, where the battle was most intense and the dark magic was most concentrated. The abandoned classroom fell silent once more, save for the distant sounds of battle outside the window and Caesar's barely audible breathing. A few seconds later, Caesar's half-closed eyes slowly, then fully opened. Although the physical damage and injuries were still real, the weakness receded like the tide, replaced by a chilling focus and sense of control. He shifted his body with difficulty, trying to make himself more comfortable. His left hand reached into the innermost pocket of the tattered robe with extreme slowness, yet with remarkable stability, concealed by a seamless stretching spell and multiple layers of protective magic. My fingertips touched a cold, hard object. It wasn't a magic wand, but a crystal disc engraved with layers upon layers of dizzyingly complex spatial coordinates and summoning runes. At the center of the rune was a small piece of fire dragon scales whose color constantly changed, a tuft of purple venomous leopard fur that shimmered with metallic luster, and a piece of rubble unique to the lands of the giants, exuding a primitive and savage aura. This was a byproduct of his many years of academic research. He utilized some of the lost spatial secrets of the Divine Mountain people, combined with the summoning contracts he obtained from the system and researched on his own. In hidden corners and dangerous areas around the world, one-way forced summoning links are established with powerful, ferocious, and often hostile magical creatures. He spent countless resources and faced several life-or-death crises to collect these beacons and secretly perfected this massive group summoning magic circle. They are not allies, but destructive weapons that have been bound, provoked, and precisely deployed to this place. "It's time," Caesar murmured to himself, his voice devoid of any emotion. He poured the little magic he had left, along with a strange command originating from a soul contract, into the crystal plate. The crystal disc vibrated silently, and the central runes lit up one by one, emitting an eerie purplish-black light. The scales, fur, and pebbles seemed to come alive, releasing the ferocious aura unique to each of their races. On the board, a miniature map representing Hogwarts and its surroundings appears. 7 points of light flashed wildly in different locations on the map. These were the relatively weak or key positions in Hogwarts' defenses, which he had calculated in advance. Caesar didn't summon the monster directly to his side or to the center of the battlefield, that would have made his intentions too obvious. He dropped them evenly and deadly on the students and professors who were resisting the Death Eater's attack throughout the castle, behind or on their flanks. Almost simultaneously, throughout the castle. At the edge of the Quidditch pitch, the air seemed to tear apart. A fully grown Hungarian hornet dragon roared as it descended, its scorching breath forcing Professor Flitwick, who was organizing the evacuation of the younger students, to retreat repeatedly. Several students screamed as they were thrown back by the blast wave. On the open ground near the North Tower, 3 purple venomous leopards, moving with lightning speed and enveloped in a paralyzing purple mist, appeared silently. Their target wasn't the Dark Wizard, but several Hufflepuff students who were using magic to reinforce the walls. The screams were instantly drowned out by the greater chaos. The castle is located on the west side, near the Forbidden Forest. The ground bulged, and 2 towering giants, each 15 feet tall and wielding massive logs, smashed through the wall, roaring as they charged into the crowd, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Chaos escalated into a purgatory of slaughter in an instant. The defensive line, which had been barely held together by the professors, crumbled instantly when attacked from behind by these ferocious top-tier magical creatures. The number of student casualties is rising at an alarming rate. Having done all this, Caesar seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. The crystal plate slipped from his hands and shattered on the ground. He closed his eyes again, his breath becoming weak and feeble once more, as if his brief moment of consciousness was merely a final burst of energy before death. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Professor McGonagall burst in, her emerald green nightgown stained with dust and blood, her hair completely disheveled, her face bearing the marks of a fierce battle and extreme exhaustion. But her gaze remained sharp as a knife, her wand pointing directly at Caesar, who was leaning against the lab table. Behind her followed 2 Ravenclaw students, both covered in wounds and still in shock. They gasped at the sight of Caesar's horrific state. Caesar Habsburg. Professor McGonagall's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. Were you responsible for those magical creatures that suddenly appeared outside? She could hardly believe it when she received Flitwick's urgent message. The timing and location of these creatures' appearance were too bizarre for Death Eaters to control precisely. Recalling Caesar's previous actions and his mysterious research, a terrifying conjecture took shape in her mind. Caesar seemed to struggle as he lifted his eyelids again to look at McGonagall. His gaze was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the surrounding carnage and McGonagall's fury. "Minerva." He breathed softly, his voice still weak, "You're still so perceptive." "Why?" Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with anger and heartache. She stepped forward, the tip of her wand almost piercing Caesar's nose. "Those students. They might be dying. Stop. Make those monsters stop right now." Caesar slowly, extremely slowly, shook his head, a faint, almost cruel smile even appearing at the corner of his mouth. "It won't stop. Once the magic is activated, the summoning contract and spatial anchor are locked. They will keep killing until there are no more living beings left at Hogwarts, or..." He paused, his unfathomable black eyes meeting McGonagall's burning rage. "Or, I die." The air froze instantly. The two students behind Professor McGonagall covered their mouths in horror. "You..." Professor McGonagall's hand gripping her wand trembled violently, not from fear, but from extreme anger and a chilling sense of being driven to desperation. "Are you threatening me with the lives of the entire school?" "Threat?" Caesar seemed to find the word amusing, he coughed lightly, frothing at the mouth with blood. "No, it's stating a fact. The magical core is linked to my life. If I die, the contract will forcibly terminate, the spatial passages will collapse, and they will be forcibly pulled back to their original location." Chapter 38. He calmly, even thoroughly, began to confess. "Professor McGonagall, you should be able to guess where my hatred for Hogwarts and Dumbledore comes from, but let me tell you a deeper secret. It was all part of the plan from the moment I approached Hermione. Her talent, her background, her easily manipulated yet sentimental nature, the perfect pawn. The chance encounter at the train station? I orchestrated it. Guide her interest in magic, deepen her dependence, and give her the necklace, which contains not only protective charms. There's also the subtle influence on her emotional inclinations. Teaching her dangerous knowledge is all to help her grow faster and become a more useful tool. Use her feelings for me to get her on my side at crucial moments, to fight against you, against Dumbledore." Caesar, in the most detached and cruel tone, revealed the scheming hidden beneath a veil of warmth. The cold motives behind those cherished memories of Hermione were laid bare before McGonagall. Every word was like a poisoned knife, piercing the listener's heart and utterly tainting the feelings Hermione had given everything for. Professor McGonagall's face went from flushed with anger to ashen, and finally to a deathly pale. Her body swayed slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. Looking at the young man before her, whom she had once admired and even lowered her guard against because of his care for Hermione, she now felt only utter unfamiliarity, utter evil. As for Hogwarts, Caesar concluded, his gaze sweeping across the flame-streaked castle outside the window. "I've never cared. This is just a stage. Now, the show should end. Kill me, Minerva. It's the only way to stop more deaths. Oh, right, you can also avenge your disciple Snape, even though Voldemort killed him, but..." He closed his eyes, looking as if he were about to be executed, but the slight curve of his lips carried a mocking tone, as if to say, "I have succeeded." "Professor." "No," a Ravenclaw student cried out, "he might be lying to you." "Every second," Caesar interrupted him, his voice as soft as a sigh, "a student could die at the hands of those monsters. Perhaps the Weasley twins. Maybe it's that girl who's always by Longbottom's side? Maybe it's some Hufflepuff you can't name, but who greets you shyly every morning." His words struck precisely at the softest, and most untouchable part of Professor McGonagall's heart. Hogwarts. The students here. Every child here. Nothing was more important to her than Hogwarts. Protecting the castle and its students was a vow etched into her soul. More important than her life, more important than her principles, even more important than her commitment to justice. Caesar completely extinguished the last glimmer of hope in her heart that she might be able to subdue him and force him to break the spell, and also made the option of judgment pale and ridiculous. In the face of a constant stream of death, trials are meaningless. All the anger, pain, struggle, and even the personal emotions of Minerva McGonagall vanished from Professor McGonagall's face. Instead, there was a thorough, cold, resolute determination belonging to the Hogwarts vice-headmaster. Her wand was raised as steadily as a rock. The tip of the staff was aimed at Caesar's heart. There were no incantations, only the concentrated magical light emanating from the tip of the staff. That was the culmination of her life's cultivation and her will to protect at this moment, enough to pierce through metal and stone and shatter the soul. She looked at Caesar's face, calmly awaiting death, and the last glimmer of humanity in his eyes extinguished. For Hogwarts. The cold words fell. A dazzling, unreserved beam of magic, like a thunderbolt of judgment, shot towards the man who had destroyed what was precious to her and was now slaughtering the land she had sworn to protect. Just before the beam struck him, a faint, incomprehensible ripple seemed to flicker in the deepest recesses of Caesar's usually calm eyes. Finally. I got infected. Hermione, you'll hate me, won't you? That's fine too. The beam of light engulfed him. On the other side, the castle courtyard had been reduced to scorched earth. The rubble and ruins were still wreathed in the remnants of fierce fire and dark magic, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, ozone, and dust. The remnants of the Death Eaters were either subdued or scattered and fled into the night, but even greater chaos and wailing were coming from all over the castle. The furious roar of the fire dragon, the thunderous trampling of the giant, and the terrified screams of the students intertwined to form a symphony of destruction. However, all this noise turned into indistinct background noise in Hermione Granger's ears. Her world had narrowed to just the figure in front of her, radiating a nauseating blend of the light of the Philosopher's Stone and utter darkness. Voldemort's newly formed, still unstable body was already covered in cracks and charred black from Hermione's ferocious and precise magical bombardment. The spells she used far exceeded the scope of the Hogwarts textbooks, even surpassing the dangerous and effective ancient spells that Caesar had taught her. It was a fusion of her own surging, awakened magic due to extreme emotions, the vast knowledge she had painstakingly accumulated over 5 years, and an almost instinctive fighting intuition. Each swing of the staff was accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Each incantation triggered a resonance and surge of magical energy in the surrounding area. She didn't hold back, didn't test the waters, and went straight for the kill with all her might. The variant of the Guardian Charm, with its silvery light like a bolt of lightning, coils around and weakens the opponent's dark defenses. Ancient runes, forming magical blades, cunningly sliced through the shell forcibly bound together by magic stones. She even mobilized all the remaining positive emotions and protective will in her surroundings. They were transformed into invisible hammers, repeatedly striking Voldemort's already chaotic and evil soul core. Voldemort was filled with shock and rage. He had just gained a portion of the Philosopher's Stone's power and was eager to unleash it. But they ran right into a witch who seemed to have returned from hell, someone who didn't look like a student at all. Her magic was so pure and powerful that it stung his very soul, and her fighting style was as ruthless and precise as that of a seasoned auror who had experienced countless life and death battles. What chilled him even more was the cold, burning flame in her eyes. It wasn't hatred for the darkness. Rather, it was a purer, more unquestionable determination to eliminate you, as if he were merely an obstacle in the way of a certain goal. Mudblood, how dare you! Voldemort roared, unleashing even more powerful dark magic in an attempt to crush them with sheer force. However, Hermione's figure was like a ghost, always managing to evade the most fatal attacks by the slightest margin, and leaving wounds on him with even more ferocious counterattacks. The power of the Philosopher's Stone was rapidly being depleted, used to repair the temporary body and fend off Hermione's relentless onslaught. Finally, in a head-on collision of core magical forces, Voldemort's still not fully stable body shattered under the strain. A silver-red beam of light, formed from all of Hermione's magic and imbued with the burning obsession of her heart's blood, pierced through his hastily constructed defenses like a spear of judgment, striking him squarely in the chest. It is not the physical heart, but the core where the dark soul and the power of the Philosopher's Stone merge. Ugh! With a piercing, inhuman scream, Voldemort's deformed body was thrown backward like shattered porcelain, crashing heavily into half a wall and burying him in the rubble. A deep red light uncontrollably emanated from the wound that pierced his chest. It was the power of the Philosopher's Stone dissipating. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Hermione as she approached, filled with rage and disbelief. And a trace of humiliation at being defeated by someone even lower. Just as Hermione raised her wand again, ready to deliver the final blow. Jugatimur Leviosa. A gentle yet irresistible levitation spell shot from the side, not aimed at Hermione. Instead, it precisely targeted the deep red gem that had rolled out of Voldemort's ruptured chest, its light slightly dimmed but still magnificent. The Philosopher's Stone, as if lifted by an invisible hand, traced an arc and landed steadily in the hands of Albus Dumbledore, who had appeared at the edge of the battlefield at some unknown time. Chapter 39. The old headmaster also bore some marks from the battle, but his expression remained calm. Behind his crescent-shaped glasses, blue eyes gazed at Hermione with a complex expression, then glanced warily at Voldemort struggling among the rubble. Hermione's movements suddenly stopped. She slowly turned her head to look at Dumbledore, and at the stone in his hand that held the key to Caesar's life and death. The blood on her face, still wet with sweat and soot, mingled with the flickering firelight, created a breathtaking, wild, and cruel beauty. Her eyes, those brown eyes that always sparkled with wisdom and curiosity. At this moment, it was like two bottomless, icy pools, reflecting Dumbledore's figure, yet devoid of any warmth. "Give it to me, Principal." Hermione's voice was eerily calm, offering no pleading, no explanation, just a simple, unquestionable demand. Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, over the growing chaos and screams from the magical creature's attack in the distance, and finally returned to Hermione. "Hermione, child." His voice was filled with deep weariness and sorrow. "Look around. Stop, think. Caesar Habsburg, he. Miss Granger." A hoarser, weary, yet powerfully resonant voice interrupted Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall emerged from the shadows on the other side. Her steps were unsteady, her robes were stained and torn, and her face was pale from the fierce battle. And a deeper weariness and dejection, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. She gripped the wand tightly in her hand, but the tip of the wand drooped downwards. His gaze met Hermione's, and there was no anger, no condemnation, only a cold, almost desperate sorrow. "He's dead." Professor McGonagall's voice was soft, but it struck Hermione's heart like a hammer blow. "Caesar Habsburg. I killed him." Hermione's body swayed almost imperceptibly, like a slender bamboo shoot in a gale. But her expression remained unchanged, and even the icy coldness in her eyes did not melt away. She simply looked at McGonagall quietly, as if waiting for her to continue. "He said a lot before he died." Professor McGonagall handed over the letter she had found in Caesar's office, addressed to Hermione, and painstakingly, word by word, recounted Caesar's confession from the abandoned classroom. "The idea is to plan how to get close to Hermione from the very beginning, to use her talents and emotions, and to use her as a tool to achieve one's goals. And how, in the end, the lives of all the teachers and students in the school were used as leverage to force her to take action." She repeated it in the most concise and ruthless language. Without adding any personal judgment, but simply stating the facts, each word was like an icicle, attempting to break through the seemingly solid ice in Hermione's eyes. He took advantage of your feelings, Miss Granger. It was a scam from beginning to end. Professor McGonagall concluded, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. You defeated Voldemort and saved Hogwarts from the most direct reign of darkness. If you stop now, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. Headmaster Dumbledore and I can testify for you that you have been deceived and manipulated. But if you were to lay a hand on Headmaster Dumbledore now, for a lie, for someone who's using you. She took a deep breath and said with pity, you can never turn back. You will truly fall into the abyss, never to return. Silence. Only the distant clamor of battle and the mournful howl of the wind blowing through the ruins could be heard. Hermione stood there, her face smeared with the blood of both herself and her enemies, listening quietly and looking silently at the letter in her hand. Her gaze shifted from Professor McGonagall's sorrowful face to the faintly glowing Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's hand, and then back to Professor McGonagall. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet it also felt like it had only been a moment. Then, she suddenly tilted her head slightly, like a studious student pondering a complex logical problem. A faint, almost naive, hint of doubt even appeared on her face. Professor McGonagall, Hermione's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of polite inquiry. What you've said about how Caesar used me, about his plans and deception. Besides you, are there any other witnesses? This question was asked so abruptly, so inappropriate. On such a brutal battlefield, at a moment of life or death struggle and a choice between good and evil, she was questioning a witness? Professor McGonagall was stunned, and a sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Amidst the rubble, Voldemort, though barely alive but not completely unconscious, heard these words. A strange, hoarse laugh, like a broken bellows, suddenly came from his throat, full of irony and madness. Witness, ha-ha, cough cough. He coughed up black, bloody froth while laughing intermittently, his scarlet eyes sweeping mockingly over Dumbledore and McGonagall, finally settling on Hermione. Hogwarts, truly a place teeming with talented people. Besides me, there's such an outstanding student like you. It's such a pity I didn't meet you sooner. He seemed to want to say something more, such as Caesar's earlier secret collusion with Grindelwald's remnants, or a deeper conspiracy. But the severe injuries and the backlash from the magic left him only able to utter a series of meaningless hoarse sounds. But his eyes gleamed with a malice that was almost gratified. Look, yet another promising student who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Hogwarts education is truly a success. Dumbledore slowly closed his eyes, and opened them a moment later, revealing only deep sorrow. Child. He looked at Hermione, his voice old and weary. When you asked that question, you already knew the answer, didn't you? You know what you were thinking when you asked that question. Conversations between intelligent people don't need to be explicitly stated. Hermione's question, are there any witnesses, carries a subtext as clear as a torch in the night. If Professor McGonagall is the only one who knows the truth about Caesar, then all that's needed is for this witness to disappear. This truth no longer exists. Hermione's intelligence, nurtured by Hogwarts and Caesar himself, is a talent for logical reasoning, finding loopholes, and solving difficult problems. At this moment, it was not used for salvation, nor for defense, but coldly and efficiently. It begins to serve the proposition of how to preserve Caesar's hope of survival while erasing the evidence of his betrayal. Kill those in the know to cover up the truth. Hermione did not deny Dumbledore's words. She even nodded slightly, as if agreeing with his judgment. Then, her gaze fell back on Professor McGonagall. The faint doubt in his eyes was gone, replaced by pure, chilling killing intent. Chapter 40. Professor McGonagall staggered back half a step, the last trace of color draining from her face. Looking at her former most prized student, at the unfamiliar, dark flame burning solely for one person in her eyes, she suddenly understood the meaning of Caesar's final mocking smile. Caesar not only schemed against himself, but also against Hermione's reaction, and even against Minerva McGonagall. This vice principal, who values Hogwarts and its students above all else, will inevitably come to tell Hermione the truth and try to save her. And that's exactly what he used to push Hermione completely across that line. For Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall murmured, repeating the words she had spoken before taking action, but now felt an endless sense of absurdity and coldness. Hermione raised her wand steadily, aiming it at Professor McGonagall. Magic began to gather around her, far more condensed and darker than before. The silver light that once represented protection and wisdom is now faintly tinged with an ominous, blood-red hue. Dumbledore sighed and gripped the elder wand tightly. He knew that persuasion was futile. Hermione Granger, standing before us, has already made her choice. Professor McGonagall's murmur was like a final death knell, shattering the last trace of hesitation and uncertainty in Hermione's heart as student Hermione Granger. For Hogwarts? For those vague and ethereal principles and responsibilities? No. Her Hogwarts, ever since that chaotic train station 5 years ago, had already shrunk into a specific figure, a name. For him. She can betray the whole world, and naturally, she can destroy any obstacle in her way. The wand was held firmly against Professor McGonagall, the magic gathered at its tip no longer pure silver white, nor fiery gold red. Instead, it transformed into a viscous, heavy, dark red vortex that seemed capable of swallowing light, with faint black arcs of electricity leaping at its edges. That was the core obsession of the Guardian spell, utterly distorted by despair, anger, and a near-sacrificial madness. It no longer protects, but only seeks to destroy anything that stands in the way of its target, even former teachers and even the principal who symbolizes order. No sooner had Dumbledore's aged sigh ended than Hermione launched her attack. There was no incantation, no omen. The dark red vortex of magic burst forth from the tip of the staff as if it were alive. It split and spun in mid-air, transforming into countless thin, hair-like, yet piercingly sharp, dark red rays that rained down on Professor McGonagall like a storm. Each ray contained a chilling dread that seemed to sever the soul and a brutal force capable of shattering everything in its path. Professor McGonagall's pupils contracted sharply, and almost instinctively she waved her wand, using a transfiguration charm to cause the stone slabs on the ground to bulge up layer by layer. It transformed into a thick stone shield in front of him, while the light of the iron armor spell shone all around him. However, the dark red rays seemed to ignore both physical and conventional magical defenses. They easily pierced the stone shield, like red-hot wires piercing butter, leaving countless charred holes. The light of the iron-clad curse fluctuated violently under the impact of the rays, dimmed, and shattered in less than 2 seconds. Puff 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 puff. Several rays pierced through Professor McGonagall's defenses, embedding themselves deeply in her shoulders, arms, and ribs. There was no blood splattering, the struck area instantly turned ashen and withered, as if all life had been drained from it, and even the pain seemed to have been taken away. All that remained was a cold numbness and a rapidly spreading sense of weakness. Professor McGonagall groaned, staggered backward, nearly dropping her wand, her face drained of color, and her eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Hermione! Stop! Dumbledore finally moved. He no longer tried to persuade him with words, the elder wand drew a magnificent silver arc. Like the breaking of dawn, it attempted to dispel and purify the evil crimson magic, while a gentle yet resilient binding force field swept towards Hermione, trying to subdue her. Hermione didn't even turn around. She swung her left hand backward, and a surge of equally dark red, but even more violent, magic surged upward, colliding violently with Dumbledore's silver arc of light. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a teeth-grinding sizzling sound, as if two completely opposite rules were annihilating and wearing each other down. The silver light and dark red light eroded and cancelled each other out, resulting in a stalemate. The binding force field emitted by Dumbledore was silently absorbed and neutralized by the automatically circulating dark red magic field when it approached within 3 feet of Hermione. For the first time, a genuine seriousness appeared on Dumbledore's aged face. He could sense that the magic Hermione was wielding at this moment had reached an unbelievable level of quality. It wasn't just a simple accumulation of dark magic. Rather, it is a nascent form of power, almost at the level of rules, forcibly forged from a certain extreme emotion and a vast source of magic. Domineering, pure, existing solely to achieve a single purpose, and even briefly transcending many conventional magical principles. Taking advantage of the moment when Dumbledore was distracted, Hermione's figure moved like a ghost to approach the heavily injured and weakened Professor McGonagall. Her eyes were devoid of any emotion, only a cold indifference focused solely on removing obstacles. The wand, like a venomous snake striking, was so fast it left only a blur, aimed straight at Professor McGonagall's heart. This time, it's no longer about weakening or controlling, it's about taking lives. Professor McGonagall managed to raise her wand to block, but the difference in strength was too great, and the wand was easily knocked away. Just as the tip of the staff was about to touch Professor McGonagall's chest. Mind-piercing! A hoarse, weary, yet resolute shout rang out from the side. While simultaneously facing the crimson magic's corrosive influence and maintaining other defenses, Dumbledore forcibly diverted his attention and cast an attack spell on Hermione. A white light, like a venomous snake, lashed towards Hermione's back. This is the most helpless, but also the most effective, choice. Faced with Hermione at this moment, conventional spells are unlikely to be effective. Only the most extreme killing curse might be able to interrupt her attack and force her to defend herself. However, Hermione's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. She neither dodged nor defended herself. Her left hand shot out with such speed that it left an afterimage, not to block the piercing spell. Instead, it grabbed Professor McGonagall's right wrist, which was now wide open because her wand had been knocked away. At the same time, her body, propelled by the forward momentum, turned to the side by less than 10 degrees. Pfft! The white light of the piercing curse grazed Hermione's left shoulder blade, tearing away a large patch of flesh and leaving a deep, charred burn mark that exposed bone. You can even see the bones pulsating slightly underneath. The excruciating pain caused Hermione's body to tremble violently, and her face instantly turned ashen. But she gritted her teeth, not even uttering a sound, and her forward lunge and grabbing motions did not falter in the slightest. And her right-hand wand finally struck Professor McGonagall's chest with a resounding blow. It wasn't a piercing spell, nor the dark red ray from before. Instead, it was an extremely concentrated magical impact, carrying a sharp, high-frequency vibration, like the sharpest awl, instantly piercing through Professor McGonagall's last life force field and reaching her heart. Chapter 41. Professor McGonagall shuddered violently, her eyes widening in shock, pain, and a final, indescribable complexity as she looked at Hermione's face. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but only a mouthful of dark red blood gushed out. Her strength vanished rapidly, and like a fallen leaf without support, she slumped backward, her eyes dimming quickly, her life force extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. Even in death, she stared intently at Hermione, as if trying to etch the image of this student, whom she had once placed so much hope in but who had now killed her with her own hands, into the depths of her soul. Minerva! Dumbledore let out a heart-wrenching roar, his blue eyes instantly ignited by immense grief and raging fury. The Elder Wand erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant silver light, like a reversed galaxy, carrying a powerful will to purify all darkness, mourn the dead, and punish sin, as it poured down upon Hermione. This time, he held nothing back. At the moment of her success, Hermione used the recoil from her wand striking McGonagall, combined with her staggering from her severely injured left shoulder, to roll backward, narrowly avoiding the direct impact of the torrent of silver light. The shockwave swept across her back, tearing her already tattered school uniform completely and leaving large, charred burns on her back, but she seemed to feel no pain. As she rolled, her gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore. More precisely, it locked onto the moment when Dumbledore slightly relaxed his control over the Philosopher's Stone in preparation for his all-out attack, and the deep red stone was just slipping slightly out of his sleeve. Chance. Despite her severe back and shoulder injuries, Hermione landed on one knee and slammed her wand into the ground. Earth's binding. The ground instantly turned into a sticky swamp, and several thick arms made of rock and mud suddenly stretched out, grabbing at Dumbledore's feet. At the same time, she raised her left hand with difficulty, and clenched her fists loosely towards the magic stone in mid-air. Flying in. A powerful summoning force was applied to the Philosopher's Stone, causing it to shudder violently, about to break free of Dumbledore's control. Dumbledore snorted angrily, slamming his Elder Wand downwards. The muddy, rocky arm instantly transformed into a solid slab of stone, shattering inch by inch. His other hand swiftly reached for the Philosopher's Stone. But Hermione's madness exceeded his expectations. In the instant he was distracted by dealing with the ground restraints and grabbing the rocks, Hermione abandoned all defense and charged at him like a cannonball. She poured all her remaining magic power, along with her reckless, mad will, into that collision. Caught off guard, Dumbledore was struck hard in the chest. Even with his powerful magic protecting him, the impact caused his blood to surge and he staggered backward. The hand reaching for the magic stone was forced to retract and block. Now! Hermione's right hand shot out like lightning, its target not Dumbledore, but the Philosopher's Stone that was suspended in mid-air, uncontrolled, due to the synergy of their magic. Her fingertips barely touched the warm, smooth surface of the stone. A fierce glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, and without hesitation, he pointed the Elder Wand at Hermione's back. This time, the distance is closer, the magic is more concentrated, and they are determined to kill this fallen girl who murdered her master on the spot. However, Hermione seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, the instant her fingertips touched the Philosopher's Stone. His body twisted at an incredible, almost breaking angle, using his severely injured left shoulder blade to meet the Elder Wand's fatal blow once again. Puff! Another muffled thud. The tip of the Elder Wand was almost completely embedded in Hermione's left shoulder, with a small portion protruding from the front, bringing with it a spray of blood and bone fragments. The unimaginable pain caused Hermione's vision to go black, and she almost fainted. But the taste of blood on her tightly clenched tongue and the only image in her mind triggered a final burst of ferocity. Using the force of the Elder Wand piercing her body, she lunged forward, forcefully tearing the Philosopher's Stone from mid-air and clutching it tightly in her blood-stained palm. At the same time, his body was completely freed from the Elder Wand's piercing, leaving a shocking penetrating wound, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Ugh! She finally couldn't help but let out a suppressed groan of pain, and her whole body rolled to the ground like a rag doll, but she gripped the magic stone in her hand tightly. Dumbledore looked at Hermione, who was lying on the ground severely injured, yet still clutching the Philosopher's Stone tightly. Looking at Professor McGonagall's cold body not far away, a look of almost ferocious anger and deep sorrow appeared on his aged face for the first time. He raised the Elder Wand, its tip gathering a destructive light. This time, there would be no surprises. However, just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a faint, yet strangely satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Hermione's blood-stained face. She looked at Dumbledore, and with her last bit of strength, pressed her fist, still clutching the Philosopher's Stone, tightly against her bloodied chest, as if trying to shove the stone into her heart. Then, in a breathy, yet clearly audible tone, she said in a hoarse voice, "He waits me." The next moment, her body was enveloped by an extremely unstable and chaotic spatial fluctuation that suddenly erupted from both the magic stone and her own blood. Was it a random teleportation triggered by the Philosopher's Stone itself being subjected to intense magical impact and stained with blood? Or did she unconsciously trigger some life-saving trick that Caesar had imprinted in her mind before she died? Dumbledore's expression changed, and the Elder Wand shot out a beam of light, but it only shattered the gradually blurring spatial ripples. Hermione Granger, along with the blood-stained Philosopher's Stone, vanished from the spot. However, in that very instant when teacher and student turned against each other, Avada Kedavra! A faint, yet malevolent and precise, emerald green light shone from a crack in the pile of rubble. The target wasn't Hermione, but Dumbledore, whose defenses had been breached due to the shock he had caused. It's Voldemort! He still retained the strength and malice to unleash a final blow. Everything happened too fast. Dumbledore's dodge spell was a beat too slow. The abandoned potions classroom deep within the castle now resembles a forgotten tomb, its deathly silence filled with dust and a faint smell of blood. The sounds of fighting, explosions, and dragon roars outside the window were muffled background noise, isolated by the thick stone walls and Hermione's protective spells. This only made the silence inside feel more oppressive and unreal. Hermione practically kicked the door open. She ran all the way here, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, each beat pulling at the pain in her ribs and the taut string deep in her soul. She clutched the deep red magic stone tightly in her hand, the stone's warmth contrasted sharply with the cold, sweaty surface of her palms, as if it were her last connection to the world. The sight inside the classroom made her gasp for breath. Chapter 42. Caesar was still leaning against that dusty lab bench, in almost the exact same spot where she had left. He simply lowered his head, his thick, dark brown curls obscuring most of his face, remaining motionless, like a lifeless wax figure. The bloodstains on his body had dried and turned black, and the terrifying blue cracks under his skin seemed to have stopped pulsating, leaving only a deathly grayness. The entire room was devoid of any sign of life, only an overwhelming, chilling atmosphere of death and end remained. No. No. Hermione choked out a hoarse, incoherent sob, her legs buckling as she nearly collapsed to her knees. All hope, all madness, all sin seemed to have lost all meaning in that moment. She defeated Voldemort, retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, and she may even have her hands stained with blood that can never be washed away. But what does all of this mean if he's gone? Despair, like the coldest tide, instantly overwhelmed her. However, just as her pupils dilated and the world was about to completely lose its color. Beside the lab table, the corpse's fingers twitched very slightly. The movement was so subtle that Hermione would have almost missed it if she hadn't been completely focused on it, and if the room hadn't been so deathly silent you could hear a pin drop. Immediately following was an extremely weak inhale, as if squeezed from the deepest part of the lungs, tinged with blood and foam. Hermione froze, all her senses heightened instantly. She held her breath, staring intently at Caesar. His chest rose and fell very slowly, almost imperceptibly to the naked eye. He's still alive. He's not dead. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall didn't kill him. Ecstasy, like an exploding star, instantly breached all the dams of despair, sweeping over Hermione's every cell with unstoppable force. It was an almost dizzying, weightless feeling, a mixture of disbelief and the ultimate sense of relief. Tears welled up unexpectedly, not tears of sadness, but a torrent of overwhelming joy and the release of pent-up stress. Her knees buckled, and she actually knelt on the ground, not because she was powerless, but because the joy she felt was too overwhelming. Caesar! Her voice trembled uncontrollably as she scrambled to his side, carefully yet almost greedily cupping his face in her hands. His skin was cold, and his breathing was so faint it seemed it might stop at any moment, but it was definitely there. They are indeed still alive. Hermione then belatedly noticed that two students dressed in Ravenclaw robes were huddled on the ground not far from Caesar. A boy and a girl, both looking only 13 or 14 years old, had expressions of exhaustion and bewilderment on their faces after the shock. Their eyes were closed, and their chests rose and fell steadily, as if they were simply asleep or had been given a gentle sedation spell. Their wands lay nearby, and they had no obvious battle wounds. "He's a guard." Professor McGonagall ultimately did not kill him. Instead of killing Caesar to end the riot of magical creatures, she chose to subdue him, leave him to guard the area, and go to reveal the truth in an attempt to redeem herself. A complex emotion flickered through Hermione's mind, but it was quickly overwhelmed by a stronger thought: how to save Caesar. Why McGonagall didn't kill him, and why those two students were there, were no longer important at that moment. The important thing is that Caesar is still alive, and the Philosopher's Stone is in her hands. She forced herself to calm down, and despite her hands still trembling uncontrollably, she quickly checked Caesar's condition. His life force was so weak that he was almost out of breath, his magic core was in disarray and collapsed, and his body was severely damaged by the backlash. But the purest power of creation and life contained within the Philosopher's Stone is the perfect remedy. Hermione took a deep breath and gently placed the Philosopher's Stone on Caesar's cold heart. He gripped his wand tightly in his right hand, while his left hand covered the Philosopher's Stone, and he closed his eyes. Her magic, gentle yet firm, flowed into the Philosopher's Stone, carefully avoiding the parts corrupted by Voldemort, precisely guiding out the most essential, purest essence of creation. Warm, gentle energy, carrying a faint golden glow, flowed from the magic stone like a living stream. Guided by her, it slowly seeped into Caesar's chest, flowing through his limbs and bones, nourishing his parched magical circuits, repairing his shattered organs, and smoothing the raging, dark blue cracks. This was an extremely meticulous and demanding process. Hermione was completely focused, and soon fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her face turning pale. She could feel Caesar's life force slowly, very gradually, like a faint spark gradually reviving beneath the ice. His once cold and stiff body began to have a subtle warmth and softness. After an unknown amount of time, Hermione finally slowly withdrew her hand, her wand falling limply, her body swaying slightly from exhaustion. The Philosopher's Stone's light had dimmed considerably, but it remained warm and gentle. And Caesar? His breathing was noticeably more stable, although still weak. It was no longer the faint, thread-like breath that seemed ready to stop at any moment. The ashen, lifeless look on his face had faded somewhat, though still as pale as paper, he now faintly possessed the aura of a living person. Most gratifyingly, the bluish cracks beneath his skin, though not completely gone, were still visible. But the color had faded considerably, and it no longer pulsated, as if it had been temporarily suppressed and sealed away by the power of the magic stone. He remains unconscious, his injuries are still severe, and recovery is a long way off. But at least the most dangerous period has passed. He survived. Hermione slumped to the floor, leaning against the cold lab table, watching Caesar's chest rise and fall gently and rhythmically, tears streaming silently down her face once more. This time, it was purely a feeling of lingering fear and relief. Her nerves, which had been taut for what felt like an eternity, could finally relax a little. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over her, making it difficult for her to even lift a finger. However, this fragile tranquility did not last long. Outside the corridor, what began as scattered, suppressed sobs and incredulous whispers, like pebbles thrown into stagnant water, stirred up ripples that grew ever larger. The footsteps became chaotic and heavy, carrying a sense of apocalyptic panic. The sound, though faint, came from afar, penetrating the heavy wooden door and her protective incantation, reaching my ears with a mixture of indistinctness and clarity. Professor McGonagall, she. No, impossible. The Vice Principal, she. And Headmaster Dumbledore, they all say the Headmaster also. It's Voldemort. It must be that villain. Merlin, what will become of Hogwarts? Headmaster Dumbledore, also died in battle. Hermione, leaning against the lab table, stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, but the relief in her eyes froze in an instant, then was replaced by an extremely cold, high-speed sharpness. In the official version, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore died in a fierce battle with Voldemort's henchmen, sacrificing themselves to protect Hogwarts. Chapter 43. A logical chain rapidly formed in her mind, perfecting itself, cold and efficient, like the most sophisticated alchemical instrument. All the emotional fluctuations, that complex look in Professor McGonagall's dying eyes, that subtle unease about Dumbledore's failure to bring down his staff in the end. She forcibly stripped them away, compressed them, and buried them deep within. Now is not the time for sentimentality, nor even the time for rest. Caesar survived, but he was still very vulnerable. The power of the Philosopher's Stone can only temporarily stabilize him. He needs a safer environment, more meticulous treatment, and a longer recovery period. She herself was severely injured, her magic power nearly depleted, and she carried the absolute taboo of killing the vice principal, resulting in the principal's death. External perceptions are at their most chaotic and vulnerable moment. Grief, panic, the urgent need for heroes, and the fear of the collapse of order. This is the most dangerous, yet also the window of opportunity most likely to shape the truth. Although Voldemort had destroyed his temporary body, the remaining Death Eaters and the summoned dark creatures were still there. They are the final evidence, the final obstacle, and also the best murderer and achievement. Hermione, supporting herself on the lab table, struggled to her feet. A tearing pain shot through my body, especially from the wounds on my left shoulder and back. Every breath felt like a burning agony. She merely frowned slightly, gripping her wand tighter, though her fingers still trembled uncontrollably. He took one last deep look at the unconscious Caesar, his eyes swirling with endless weariness, resolve, and a hidden tenderness. Then, she turned around and pushed open the door that shut out some of the noise. The corridor was dimly lit and filled with dust and the lingering smell of gunpowder. Several younger students walked by, supporting each other, their faces streaked with tears and filled with confusion. When they saw Hermione, they paused for a moment, then their eyes shone with a mixture of awe, dependence, and pleading. "Senior Granger." Hermione didn't respond, only nodding slightly to them, her face expressionless, only a serene, pale white. She started walking, heading towards the main battlefield, towards the places where sporadic fighting and cries of agony could still be heard. Her steps were a little unsteady at first, but became steadier and faster. With each step she took, the magic within her seemed to reawaken a little more as her icy will coalesced. It is not a return to the original state, but a reconvergence in a more condensed, more focused form, existing solely for the purpose of cleansing. The next few hours were a silent and utter nightmare for the remaining dark forces at Hogwarts. All people saw was the genius witch who had single-handedly fought Voldemort at dawn and saved the situation, dragging her heavily wounded body back into the battle to wipe out the remaining enemies. Her figure appeared in every corner of the castle where dark wizards or dark creatures were still putting up a stubborn resistance. Her fighting style is concise, ruthless, and efficient. There are no dazzling spell exchanges, no lengthy grappling. It is often just a single, perfectly precise strike, a magical spike that pierces the heart, a shadowy invasion that instantly drains life force, or an ancient curse that directly dismantles the soul's structure. The darkness then vanished, leaving only a rapidly cooling or ashes remains. She killed silently, as if carrying out some kind of predetermined purification procedure. Wherever they went, darkness was completely eradicated, leaving not a blade of grass. Some tried to surrender, some collapsed and cried out, and some attempted to perish together with the enemy. Before her, the outcome was no different. When the sun was high in the sky, exposing the tragedy and sorrow of Hogwarts to the light of day, the last discordant whisper of darkness vanished completely. Hermione Granger, covered in blood and wounds, her face as pale as a ghost but her back straight as a spear, stood alone in the center of the plaza in front of the main tower, a plaza filled with rubble, scorch marks, and undried bloodstains. The survivors gradually gathered around, including professors, students, and belated Ministry of Magic officials. They looked at the girl before them, at the absence of any living enemies around them, and at the exceptionally clean ground beneath her feet, their expressions complex and indescribable. There is the relief of surviving a disaster, the immense grief for the deceased, and the profound uncertainty about the future. There was also an extreme awe of Hermione's terrifying strength and ruthless methods, and even a trace of indescribable fear. But in any case, in the history that is about to be frozen in time, it was Hermione Granger, after Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall died heroically in the final battle against Voldemort and his minions. Despite being severely injured, he remained calm in the face of danger and, with extraordinary courage, wisdom, and strength, completely thwarted the Dark Lord's plot. With overwhelming force, it wiped out all remaining dark forces, preventing Hogwarts and the wizarding world from falling into an even greater catastrophe. She is a hero who turned the tide, a light that illuminated the darkest hour, and a new legend and pillar of Hogwarts. As for those overly thorough details of the battle, those figures that disappeared into the darkness before dawn, along with some possible doubts about the sacrifice of the principal and vice-principal, the absolute merit, the survivors' gratitude, and the instinctive awe of powerful forces prevailed. All of this became blurred and eventually quietly covered up and corrected by the mainstream narrative, becoming insignificant footnotes in the epic of heroes. The dust has settled, the pain remains, but life and order must go on. The critically injured Professor Caesar Habsburg was confirmed to have been ambushed by dark magic during the chaos. Fortunately, Hermione Granger used the Philosopher's Stone to stabilize her injuries in time, and after treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital, she miraculously survived. However, his magic power was severely damaged, and he needs a long period of rest and recuperation. Given its irreplaceable role in the history of ancient magic, its public status as a victim in that battle, and Hogwarts' severe shortage of teachers after the traumatic event, Caesar Habsburg was able to retain his teaching position, and once he recovered somewhat, he returned to the castle and stood before the podium. Hermione Granger, for her extraordinary courage, precise magical talent, and leadership in the final battle, received the Ministry of Magic's highest commendation and the Hogwarts Medal for special contribution. She unsurprisingly achieved straight A's in both Owls and Newts, graduating with a record-breaking high score, shining brightly. 2 years later, thanks to his profound academic reputation, his indispensable contributions to the reconstruction of Hogwarts, and the subtle yet solid support among some of the school board members and the emerging forces in the Ministry of Magic. Despite the fact that the rumors of magic had not been fully restored, Professor Caesar Habs was still appointed headmaster of Hogwarts. This decision was unexpected, but upon closer examination, it seems to be an inevitable historical event. Chapter 44. He implemented a series of cautious reforms, advocating a fusion of practical magic and ancient wisdom. Through a series of reforms, the castle gradually recovered from its ruins and grief, even revealing a restrained vitality that surpassed its former glory. In the same year, Hermione Granger entered the Ministry of Magic with an impeccable resume. She is incredibly efficient, using both tenacity and sophistication. She excels in eradicating remaining dark magic, promoting the rights of magical creatures, and mediating international wizarding relations, and her rapid promotion is remarkable. 5 years have passed, and Principal Caesar Habs's position has become increasingly secure. Under his guidance, Hogwarts entered an era described by outsiders as more open and pragmatic. Hermione Granger, through a series of sensational legislation and crisis management, rose to the top amidst fierce political maneuvering, becoming the youngest minister in the history of the British Ministry of Magic. Her open and close collaboration with Hogwarts headmaster Caesar Habs is seen as a model of synergy between the wizarding world's administration and education system. 2 stars, shining brightly together, seem to illuminate a new chapter in magical England. Until the conference at the end of that semester. Caesar Habsburg stood at the front of the auditorium, his voice steady and clear as he announced. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with a history spanning over 1,000 years, will officially disband after this academic year. The reasons are sound and forward-looking for the diversity of magical development, for more professional and personalized education, and for breaking down existing barriers. A sudden upheaval ensued. A torrent of questions, protests, and calls to retain him surged forth. However, the principal's preparations were impeccable, the plan was logically sound, and the procedures were flawless. The most decisive support came from the immediate public statement issued by Minister of Magic Hermione Granger. She pledged that the Ministry of Magic would do everything in its power to ensure a smooth transition. Faced with power and a seemingly perfect blueprint, dissenting voices eventually faded into silence, were diverted, and were absorbed. Another school year has come to an end. The Hogwarts castle bells ring for the last time. The teachers and students departed, carrying with them complex emotions. The castle was not abandoned, but was preserved as a center for the study of the history and research of magical education, but its mission as a complete magical school came to an abrupt end. The 4 new institutions, established across Scotland, retain some traditions but place greater emphasis on specialization. The educational foundations of the magical world have been completely reshaped. No one knew that on the night the disbandment was announced, Caesar stood alone in the empty principal's office. Outside the window, the black lake was as dark as ink, and the starry sky hung low. He toyed with the philosopher's stone, now completely dulled and reduced to a deep red crystal, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips, the aftermath of a long narrative. Meanwhile, in the Minister of Magic's office, Hermione signed the final documents regarding the financial allocation for the new school. She put down her quill, rubbed her temples, and walked to the window. Beneath her feet, the lights of magical London flowed brilliantly, but her gaze pierced through the void, landing on the ancient, now silent castle to the north. There was no sense of pride or satisfaction in his position of power, only a bottomless weariness and a thick, complex feeling in his eyes. "Caesar, what is love?" I remember my own voice was childish and curious. "Love is the most dangerous spell. It can make people lose their minds, cloud their judgment, and endure the deepest pain. It can also make you so strong that you are fearless, or so vulnerable that you are utterly helpless." His answer sounded like a distant parable at the time. "I don't quite understand. Is it really that exaggerated?" Hermione took out a slightly worn letter from the inside pocket of her robes, a proof in Caesar's handwriting, delivered by Professor McGonagall. She knew every letter by heart, and every logical node was crystal clear to her. She knew it was a lie. This was true for both Professor McGonagall and for her. But she never asked him for confirmation, not even once. Because of love. The 1,000-year history of Hogwarts has come to an end. The curtain of a new era is slowly rising amidst the ashes of power and the reorganized order. Whether light or shadow lies behind the curtain, only time will tell. Main quest, destroy Hogwarts, completed. Overall assessment, S+. Rewards being processed. Mission completion deadline, 15 years, 3 years remaining. The host may end the simulation at any time. After choosing to end the simulation, the simulated body will die unexpectedly. Does the host wish to end it now? Do not end this simulation. Caesar's voice was resolute. Logically, after getting what he wanted, he should have left. But the moment that thought flashed through my mind, countless images rushed into my mind at the same time. With 3 years left, he wanted to do something, simply out of want rather than plan. It was a sunny afternoon at Hampstead's house. When Caesar and Hermione knocked on the door again and stood there saying, "We're back," Monica dropped her shopping bag. Wendell paused for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter, pulled him inside, and slapped him hard on the back, saying, "You silly boy, you didn't even send a letter." On the table were Monica's carefully prepared roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Wendell brought out his treasured wines and pulled Caesar aside to chat about dental care and interesting tidbits about the magical world. Wendell and Monica Granger went from being shocked to overjoyed when they first heard the news of their love. After all, they had long considered Caesar as part of their family, and the couple accepted this man who deeply loved their daughter without the slightest hesitation. Of course, now they welcome Caesar with a new identity, true family. Hermione added with a smile, occasionally exchanging a knowing glance with Caesar. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, the crackling fire in the fireplace illuminated the genuine smiles on everyone's faces. As Caesar watched all this, he suddenly recalled another afternoon many years ago. He was also a guest at this table then. Hermione was still a little girl who would get ketchup on the tip of her nose. While he was calculating the progress of his mission in his mind, he unknowingly stumbled into the family's life and became a member of it. Caesar. Hermione's voice pulled him back to reality. He looked up and found her looking at him with concern in her eyes. "You were daydreaming just now," she said. "I was just thinking," he smiled, "that some things, after going around in circles, will eventually come back to where they started. It's like a dream." Hermione raised her glass, beaming, "A toast to the beginning. A toast to family. For family." Caesar repeated the word aloud and in his heart, clinking glasses with him. It was a longing that Caesar might have subconsciously yearned for amidst countless cold calculations. But she never believed that the ordinary warmth that belonged to him would come. And now, he sits among them. "I feel like a thief who stole happiness." Chapter 45. An ordinary wizard's house with a small garden. In the study, the books the two had collected filled every corner, muggle and magical books mixed together harmoniously, forming a knowledge universe that belonged only to them. Caesar sat in an old armchair by the window, reading an ancient book about unorthodox Eastern alchemy in the afternoon sunlight. Hermione, meanwhile, was curled up on the sofa, her brow furrowed as she reviewed the Ministry of Magic's documents, occasionally glancing up to ask him about the historical origins of a particular legal clause. Time flowed quietly, with only the soft rustling of a quill pen across parchment and the gentle turning of pages. Sometimes Caesar would put down his book, walk behind her, and gently massage her tense shoulders, eliciting a comfortable sigh from her and a leaning motion into his arms. "Sometimes I feel like none of this is real," she whispered, her eyes closed, "like a dream that's too beautiful to be true." "Why?" Hermione remained silent. She didn't answer, but buried her face deeper into his chest, breathing in his scent. Caesar also fell silent. His hand rested on her shoulder, the movement becoming gentle and restrained. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting geometric patterns of light and shadow on the study floor. Dust particles swirled and floated slowly within the beam of light, as if time itself had taken shape. The secret they both knew was like a transparent film separating them. They could see it, but neither of them reached out to touch it. "Caesar," Hermione finally spoke, her voice so soft it was almost drowned out by the wind outside the window. If this really is a dream," she said without looking up, still nestled in his arms, "then I hope I never wake up." Caesar's arms tightened, he could feel Hermione trembling, though only slightly. It was a cloudy evening, and the outline of the Hogwarts castle ruins was faintly visible in the distance. Caesar knelt down on one knee somewhat awkwardly. He held no ornate jewels, only a simple silver ring, its design imbued with a magical spell that permanently solidified starlight and a gentle breeze. Hermione stood before him, still dressed in her ordinary wizard robes, even clutching a half-read draft of a proposal in her hand. Her brown eyes widened in surprise at first, then quickly filled with a glistening sheen, while the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upwards, her smile pure and bright. There was no grand ceremony, no crowds of onlookers. Only the wind blowing from Black Lake gently ruffled her curls. Like the rain and mist of London many years ago, gently brushing against the windows of the double-decker bus. He looked up at her and uttered the request he had never truly considered throughout the long years and countless calculations, "Marry me." Her tears finally fell, but she nodded heavily, threw herself into his arms, and scolded him with a laugh, "This was completely unplanned, nothing like you at all." In the instant she threw herself into his arms, another sunset flashed through Hermione's mind. Under the grey sky, he turned and walked into the twilight without looking back. She stood at her doorstep, clutching the silly-looking plush rabbit and holding the warm necklace in her hand. At that time, she didn't know that what seemed like a final farewell was actually the beginning of a promise. At this moment, that promise has finally been fulfilled. The two kissed in the gentle breeze and sunshine by the lake. The kiss was long and tender, as if to make up for all the missed time and soothe all the hidden wounds. As the ring slipped onto her finger, the starlight spell was quietly activated, and tiny specks of light seemed to come alive as they surrounded their fingertips. On the shore of a tranquil lake in Scotland, Caesar, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, sat on a small folding stool, his fishing rod motionless for a long time, seemingly not focused on the fish. Hermione was working on a picnic blanket spread out nearby, but most of the time she was watching him with her chin in her hand, or gazing at the lake in a daze. Sunlight shattered into countless gold coins on the water's surface, and muggle boats glided leisurely by in the distance. There was no scheming, no life or death danger, only a tranquil peace that bordered on luxurious. Sometimes she would come over, hug him from behind, press her face against his back, and say nothing. He would put down his fishing rod, take her hand that was wrapped around his, and gently stroke the plain silver ring at the base of her finger with his fingertips. "Sometimes I think of the London Eye," she suddenly whispered, her voice muffled against his back, "that rainy afternoon when we were standing so high up, with the whole city below us. You stand behind me, as quiet as a shadow, but I can feel your presence, just like now." Caesar paused slightly, then gripped her hand tighter, "I'll always be by your side." A simple yet blessed wedding. The location was neither the magnificent halls of the Ministry of Magic nor the ancient manor of some pure-blood family, but rather their own flower-filled back garden. Not many people showed up. "I sincerely wish the Grangers well." As Hermione walked arm in arm with her father toward Caesar, she saw her mother secretly wiping away tears. Several of Hermione's closest friends from her school days stood in the crowd, winking at her. There were also several important collaborators with the Ministry of Magic, as well as several professors from the 4 new schools that maintained contact with them after the dissolution of Hogwarts. Hermione didn't wear an elaborate wedding dress, but only a simple white robe, with dewy lilies adorning her curly hair. She was as simple as that girl from many years ago, holding a plush rabbit, standing at her doorstep after the rain had stopped. As they exchanged vows, the sky was crystal clear. Several curious owls, attracted by the fragrance of flowers, landed on the garden fence, tilting their heads and quietly observing. When he said "I do," her eyes shone with a light brighter than the stars. Before uttering her vow, Hermione paused for a moment, her gaze passing over Caesar as if looking into the distance. "A long time ago," her voice was clear and firm, "someone gave me a gift and told me that it represented an absolute. An absolute that can never be truly separated, no matter how far apart they are or what adversity they encounter. Today, standing here, I want to give that person a response." She raised her hand, her fingertips unconsciously touching the front of her dress. The necklace was no longer there, but this gesture had become a deeply ingrained habit. "My response to you is, I do." She looked directly into Caesar's eyes and said, word by word, "Not because of that absolute you promised. It's because, starting from that rainy afternoon, without realizing it, you've become my absolute favorite." Caesar's Adam's apple bobbed. At this moment, his usually unfathomable eyes clearly reflected an undisguised turmoil, profound and sincere. Chapter 46. On some ordinary day, Hermione pretended to be angry that Caesar had forgotten the anniversary, but when he conjured up a bouquet of everlasting starlight roses, she couldn't help but burst into laughter through her tears. In the kitchen late at night, they shared a bowl of steaming cream of mushroom soup. Outside the window, fine snow fell softly, and all was quiet. When she tossed and turned at night due to work stress, he would tell her those bizarre and fantastical bedtime stories about another world until her breathing gradually became steady and long. Together, they tried to plant magical plants and ordinary roses in the garden, teasing each other when they failed and celebrating their successes with a toast. One evening, after a failed planting, her hands and the hem of her robe were covered in mud. Hermione looked at the messy flower bed and suddenly laughed. She turned and carried out an old, long-eared rabbit doll from the house. The fabric was rough, and one ear was sewn crooked, but it was remarkably well preserved. Remember it? She pressed the button on the rabbit's belly, and a blurry recording with static began to play background music from a shooting game at an amusement park. Caesar gazed at the rabbit, his eyes as soft as the evening light. I thought you'd thrown it away a long time ago. How could I throw it away? She gently placed the rabbit in his arms. This is what you won for me. You were in the rain that day, your hair streaked with raindrops like tiny diamonds sparkling. You said, the rest of the time is yours, and then you gave me a whole afternoon, an afternoon I'll never forget. He embraced her and the rabbit together, and whispered, I'll always remember that afternoon. As night deepened, they embraced and fell asleep. Hermione unconsciously stroked her chest in her sleep. Caesar gazed at her silently, his fingertips gently tracing her eyebrows and eyes, as if trying to etch her face into the depths of his soul. Later, at a warm and lively party. Perhaps it was a holiday, or someone's birthday. The living room was filled with people, laughter, conversation, and music. Hermione was surrounded by her friends, her cheeks flushed slightly from the alcohol, and her smile was bright and relaxed. Caesar stood a little distance away, holding 2 glasses of frothy butterbeer, his gaze following her the whole time, his eyes filled with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Then, she walked through the crowd to him, took a beer from him, and gently clinked glasses with him. With a clear clink, the foam merrily overflowed the rim of the glass. This reminds me of the first time I met you, she said with a smile. You handed me a butterbeer, saying it was a gift. You looked so wary then, he recalled, like a little animal ready to run away at any moment. Because I didn't know, she whispered as she moved closer to him, that stranger who suddenly appeared in my life would become the most important absolute person in my life. Amidst the laughter and cheers of their relatives and friends, they kissed once again. This kiss contained the malty aroma of butterbeer, the sweetness of memories, the warmth of time, and all the unspoken love that had been etched into the very bones. The party lasted until late at night. After the guests gradually left, a slightly tipsy Hermione leaned gently on Caesar's shoulder. I'm so happy today, she murmured indistinctly. Caesar's voice suddenly became hoarse. Hermione paused, then buried her face in his neck and said softly, sometimes, I'm really afraid it's all just a dream. Caesar did not answer, but simply hugged her tighter. Because he knew that what she feared was about to become a reality. 3, 2, 1. Disengagement complete. The last trace of simulated light and shadow vanished completely into nothingness. Caesar's consciousness returned to the system's pure white settlement space. The previous clamor and warmth were replaced by absolute silence. There was no wind from the black lake, no fire from the fireplace, no sweet aroma of butterbeer, and no warmth or smile from her. All that remained was the coldly glowing settlement list floating in front of me, and a new notification. Congratulations, host, on the mission to destroy Hogwarts. You have received the reward, Legendary Magical Talent, Animagus. Initially cancelling 3 initial talents, Correction from Evil, Genius Scholar, and Ancient Magic related to love. The host has been detected to possess the talent Repentance and Redemption in this simulation, which allows them to retain emotional memories with a specific character from this simulation, influencing the same character in the real world. Have simulated memories and emotions been loaded for Hermione? Yes/no. Caesar floated silently in the pure white, his deep, dark eyes fixed on the yes option. Time loses its meaning here. He saw her smile through her tears when she proposed. I saw a light in her eyes that shone brighter than the stars at the wedding. He saw the warmth of her pressed against his back by the lake. I saw the bowl of mushroom soup they shared late at night. He saw her walking through the crowd towards him at the party. He also saw an even earlier past. The London rain, the double-decker bus, the London eye slowly rising, the necklace in her palm, her back as she turned away in the twilight, and the words, "This is the best birthday present I've received in 10 years. All the images intertwine and overlap, ultimately converging into this simple choice before your eyes. After a long while, he very slightly and very slowly tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was a cold, complex, and incomprehensible curve. He raised his hand, his fingertips hovering above the word yes, trembling slightly. "Forget me, get some rest," he whispered, his voice fading into the pure white, receiving no echo. But in the end, he pressed no. Then he laughed, a laugh that carried an almost cruel tenderness. "Goodbye, little Hermione." He spoke to the empty, pure white void, as if she could still hear him. That rainy afternoon, that rabbit, that necklace, and everything that followed, was so beautiful. They're so beautiful that I can't bear to let them become a painful part of your memories. Let me remind you of the original me, the stranger who arrived in the rain and left in the twilight. At least that way, you won't be tormented by this illusory memory in the years to come. In this simulated world, you will remember the promise of the necklace, the temperature of that afternoon, and then, after I die, slowly forget me. The power of time will take away all feelings. Continue living your life and become the person you want to be. But this time, I'm sorry, I'm afraid. I can't take you home." His figure began to turn transparent. The system notification sounded again. "Memory and emotion preservation complete. Simulation record has been archived." Before disappearing completely, Caesar took one last look at the void. "Something shattered in the depths of my eyes, then quietly reformed, finally settling into a bottomless calm. Goodbye, my absolute." Chapter 47. The rain hasn't stopped. The damp air still hung heavily in the night. Caesar stood alone on the quiet street, the streetlights casting his long shadow on the wet asphalt, gleaming dimly. The long and realistic simulation, along with the cold settlement message at the end, all quietly slipped away from the surface of his active consciousness like the receding tide, leaving only some more essential things to settle down. He raised his hand, his fingertips making an extremely slight hook in the air. Without chanting an incantation or even mobilizing much magic, a wisp of silver blue light, as thin as a spider's thread, naturally appeared, dancing lively around his fingers like a living sprite. Previously, this light elemental magic, which required his full concentration and considerable magical power to maintain stably, was now as easy and effortless as breathing. Is this legendary level magical talent? This feels so good. Those obscure magical principles that he once had to spend months studying old books and long periods of meditation to barely glimpse were now exceptionally clear and transparent to him. This is a transformative experience. The intuition and understanding of the nature of magic has leaped to a whole new dimension. Moreover, all the magical knowledge taught at Hogwarts is currently in my mind. Given enough materials, I can easily use those powerful spells. Caesar could sense not only his talent, but also the vast and complex magical knowledge he had accumulated over the past decade or so in simulations. Those fragments, conjectures, and contradictory theories scavenged from the Hogwarts library, lost ruins, and even the black market and forbidden books. It's all kept in my mind. However, I feel like my brain isn't working too well. Caesar's mind stirred slightly, but his lips did not show much joy, instead, they pursed slightly. Without the entry on Genius Scholars, it's as if a stone is weighing on his head, and he lacks the intuitive wisdom he displayed in the simulation. To put it simply, it's made them dumber. No, it should be said that I've returned to myself. Hermione was originally intended to fill this gap. She would become Caesar's brain, his strategist, and advise him. But the thought popped up uncontrollably, carrying with it the lingering, complex impressions of that intelligent and stubborn girl from the simulation. She certainly had the ability, and might even have done better than he expected. But Caesar's gaze suddenly turned cold as he struggled to completely freeze and strip away that trace of tender emotion that shouldn't have been there, stemming from the simulated memories. My heart softened. He calmly examined the many choices he had made in this simulation. Those unnecessary considerations, those unplanned interactions, those variables that could ultimately lead to things getting out of control. He had invested too much unplanned attention and resources in Hermione, even simulating marrying her in the ending. He cut off that thought. We must never repeat the same mistake again. A cold, resolute determination has regained control. In the next simulation, he needs a smart female character, a brain capable of acting as an advisor and assisting him in completing complex plans. However, it must also be easier to control, or at least, it should not trigger unplanned emotional entanglements. Fleur Delacour? A standout in Beau's batons, beautiful and ambitious, perhaps easily manipulated, but not cunning enough. Luna Lovegood? Her intuition is astonishing, her perspective unique, and she may offer unexpected ideas, but they are too elusive to be incorporated into a rigorous plan. Astoria Greengrass? A pure-blooded family, intelligent and patient enough, but physically weak, and entangled in potentially complex family interests. The name flashed through my mind, then was quickly set aside. The specific candidates will need to be considered based on the world background and identities in the next simulation, but the principles are set. Next time, a tool is just a tool, we must maintain absolute rationality and distance. Caesar took one last look at the deep night sky, turned around, and strode away, his figure disappearing into the mist and shadows of Hogwarts at night. In the next simulation, he will be even more ruthless, more efficient, and direct to the goal. All sentimentality and hesitation will be completely discarded. As for the fleeting images that occasionally flash through my mind of butterbeer foam colliding in the sunlight, of a smile, bright yet tinged with tears. That was just a mistake. That's all. The next morning, before the sunlight had completely dispelled the dampness of the morning mist in the Gryffindor Tower boys' dormitory, Harry and Ron appeared at Caesar's bedside with hesitant expressions. Caesar, good morning. Ron ran his fingers through his fiery red hair, his gaze unfocused. Last night, were you all right? We heard later that Hermione didn't mean it, you know, she's just sometimes too serious. Harry nodded vigorously beside her, his green eyes filled with genuine concern. She was just too eager to win, and Malfoy's words were just awful. She regretted it afterward. Caesar leaned against the headboard, still carrying the languor of early morning, but his face remained expressionless. He simply nodded faintly, it's nothing. The morning flight lessons took place on a wide grassy field. The sky was a clear, deep blue, with a few fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by. Mrs. Hodge blew her whistle, and the students clumsily or skillfully maneuvered their brooms into the air. Surprisingly, the atmosphere today was not as tense as expected. Perhaps because the conflict last night was so intense, it allowed some emotions to be released. Caesar piloted the school's somewhat old Comet 260, his movements weren't exactly graceful, but they were steady enough. At least there were no more embarrassing spins or sudden falls. He deliberately suppressed the almost instinctive insight into flight that came with his enhanced talent, behaving like an ordinary student with decent aptitude who was trying to adapt. During a brief pause in his slow flight around the field, he maneuvered his broom close to Hermione, who was carefully maintaining her balance but had clearly made significant progress compared to before. Looking at that familiar face and unfamiliar eyes, Caesar's voice was low, carried by the wind, calm and devoid of emotion. I was a bit harsh about what happened yesterday. I apologize. Hermione, who was concentrating on controlling the broom's tilt, turned her head in surprise upon hearing this, her brown eyes blinking rapidly. Her expression was complex, a mixture of lingering annoyance, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment, and perhaps a touch of surprise. She pursed her lips and replied softly, I shouldn't have done it that way. I'm sorry. The two simple sentences sound like a silent truce. There was no elaborate explanation, nor any deliberate attempt to get closer, but the tense atmosphere that had been building up before had indeed dissipated considerably. Harry saw this from a short distance away and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Ron winked at him. Chapter 48. The subsequent flight lessons went much more smoothly. Hermione seemed to have completely overcome her initial fear and began to try some basic turns and shifting. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, her focus and gradually building confidence were obvious. Caesar, on the other hand, remained at a mid-level, neither standing out to attract attention nor dragging the team down to become a laughing stock. At the end of the course, Mrs. Hodge rarely praised several students who had made significant progress, including Hermione. What excited the Gryffindors even more was Harry Potter, the seeker who made a thrilling save the day on his first encounter with a flying broomstick. And Hermione Granger, who demonstrates excellent balance and reaction speed. Both were nominated by Professor McGonagall, who appeared on the sidelines at some unknown time, and will have the opportunity to participate in the Gryffindor Quidditch team selection. This news dispelled the last vestiges of gloom from last night's conflict. Ron chattered excitedly around Harry and Hermione, while the other lion cubs cast envious or congratulatory glances their way. Caesar stood on the outer edge of the crowd, watching Hermione surrounded by her friends, her face finally showing a genuine smile of happiness, and then glanced at Harry, whose eyes were shining with excitement, his gaze calm and unwavering. The excitement is theirs. He turned and left the meadow, heading towards the castle. There are no classes in the afternoon. Caesar neither returned to the common room nor went to the library. He headed straight for the lower levels of Hogwarts Castle, to those secluded corridors and abandoned storage rooms that few people frequented. Legendary magical talent not only enhances spellcasting ability but also provides a more acute perception of magical materials. In the simulation, he traveled almost everywhere in and around Hogwarts for Hermione, searching for the herbs and minerals she might need. Now, these memories and perceptions combined greatly facilitate his search for materials. His movements were swift and silent, using his newly acquired talent and perception of magical flow to avoid attracting attention. It also cleverly avoided some places with minor protective or warning magic. He doesn't need a lot of materials, just enough to prepare a few doses of the Takamo basic medicine. In the previous simulations, he had devoted a great deal of effort to researching and improving this ancient magical nourishing potion, almost entirely to lay a foundation for Hermione and help her grow rapidly. Now, it's his turn to think about himself. He possesses unparalleled talent, a vast knowledge base far exceeding his current age, and a deeper understanding of the nature of magic. The only thing limiting him was the still developing magical capacity and physical strength of his body. Perhaps there's also a less than brilliant original mind. Takamo can gently and effectively broaden the channels of magic, enhance the affinity of magic, and strengthen the body's foundation for bearing magic. This is exactly what he needs most right now, while keeping a low profile and remaining out of the public eye. The collection of materials went surprisingly smoothly. As evening fell, he returned to his dormitory in the Gryffindor Tower with a small pouch that had been simply treated with the unseen stretching charm. Lock the door and cast a simple spell to silence and prevent interference. He didn't use the classrooms or common rooms, as they were too crowded and noisy. The dormitory space was sufficient. His exceptional talent gave him an almost instinctive grasp of the heat, the activity of the materials, and the timing of the magic infusion. Those complex processing steps and subtle reaction points now seem to be handled with ease by him. A wondrous fusion and transformation are taking place under the guidance of magic. A unique fragrance, a blend of fresh herbs and subtle minerals, filled the air. The liquid in the crucible gradually cleared from its murky state, shimmering with a rainbow-like glow. The entire process was quiet and swift, characterized by the focus and efficiency typical of researchers. There was no deliberate explanation or slowing down of the process when Hermione was preparing the ingredients, only pure purpose. When the last bit of stabilizer was added, and the liquid in the crucible completely solidified into a shimmering, pale gold color, with the texture like melted honey yet cool and clear, Caesar extinguished the flames. He carefully poured the medicine into several prepared crystal bottles and sealed them. The first batch of takamu, a type of bathing water, prepared for myself has been completed. He then put the crystal bottle away and removed the protective spell. The dormitory returned to its usual state, with only a faint trace of a strange medicinal fragrance, a blend of success and desolation, lingering in the air, slowly dissipating into the tranquility of dusk. Instead of playing around with the trio, Caesar focused solely on improving his skills, even training alone during Quidditch matches. The holidays have arrived in the blink of an eye, and first grade has ended. Thanks to Caesar's butterfly effect and covered interference, Harry didn't notice anything unusual about Snape and Quirrell this semester. Platform 934 at King's Cross Station is still filled with the hustle and bustle of farewells and reunions. The thick smoke from the steam locomotive mingled with the hooting of owls, the admonitions of parents, and the excited screams of children. Caesar stepped off the Hogwarts Express, carrying a suitcase that looked remarkably plain and even somewhat worn compared to those around him. He walked straight to the other side of the platform to wait, his gaze sweeping over Harry Potter, who was being enthusiastically surrounded by the Weasleys not far away, his face expressionless. Then, he was slightly startled, because he saw Hermione Granger talking to her parents. During the 15-year simulation, he subconsciously felt that this family should come to greet him, and then said in a reproachful tone, "You didn't even write a letter home. Caesar, you've finally come out." Uncle Vernon came up to him in a gruff voice, and his first reaction was not to hug or greet him, but to quickly look Caesar up and down with a critical eye. "You didn't bring back anything strange, did you? Like a book that bites, or a teacup that moves around on its own?" His hand was already reaching for Caesar's suitcase, as if it contained some monstrous beast. Caesar turned to look at Vernon and Penelope, whose attire appeared overly formal and conservative in the crowd, their expressions tense, clashing with the vibrant atmosphere of the magical world around them. Beside them stood Dudley, who had gained even more weight, impatiently kicking the ground. Penny's lips pressed into a pale line. Her gaze swept quickly over Caesar's simple, dark wizard's robe, then shifted away as if burned, finally settling on Caesar's face. That look was incredibly complex. It contained an instinctive aversion and fear of the abnormal, but deep within, it also held a trace of a mother's concern that had been suppressed and distorted over the years. "Was the journey smooth?" Her voice was a little hoarse. "Smoothly," Caesar replied calmly, gently taking the suitcase back from Vernon's hands. He noticed that his mother, Penny, whose hand was adorned with a ring, twitched almost imperceptibly as he took the box. Chapter 49. On the bus back to number 4 Privet Road, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Uncle Vernon kept grumbling about the muggle drivers on the road and the outrageous gas prices, while glancing at Caesar in the rear-view mirror. It was as if he was confirming whether this son who had returned in the strange robe was still the one he knew. "So," Vernon's voice boomed in the cramped carriage, "you didn't embarrass the Dursleys at that weird school, did you? How were your grades?" He deliberately emphasized the words Dexter family. Caesar gazed out the window at the familiar yet unfamiliar streetscape of Surrey rushing past, his tone utterly flat. "Attended classes as scheduled. Grades, met expectations. As expected." Vernon snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer. But then, a strange emotion, a mixture of disgust and a twisted sense of pride, surfaced on his fat face. It's better than that weirdo living in our cupboard. That Porter kid, I bet a whole year's revenue he'd be the worst student in your weird school. They might already be fired. Right? He looked at Penny as if seeking her approval. Penny's body stiffened slightly, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, and she forced out a short, unintelligible syllable. Everything about Harry Potter always manages to strike precisely at the Dursleys' most sensitive and vulnerable nerves. It was a mixture of fear of magic and disdain for the abnormal. And the complex emotions deep within Penny's heart caused by her sister Lily, emotions that she herself was unwilling to acknowledge, emotions that had long since fermented and become distorted. At this moment, Dudley, who had been sitting silently in the passenger seat, taking up most of the space, suddenly turned his thick neck. "Hey, bro," Dudley's voice, with its characteristic spoiled gruffness, rang out, "did your school really teach you to use that crappy stick?" He roughly gestured with a waving motion. "You mean those green light shooting at each other? Like in the movies?" Caesar calmly glanced back at Dudley in the rearview mirror and shook his head. "Attacks are not allowed in school. That's a serious violation of discipline." "Tch, boring," Dolly muttered, turning his head back, but after a couple of seconds, he couldn't help but lower his voice. "So, did you secretly use it on someone? For example, who should lose all their hair? Or whose nose should grow longer?" A cruel, childlike curiosity gleamed in his small eyes. "Dolly!" Penny snapped, but it sounded more like a habitual, weak attempt to stop her. Caesar did not answer Dudley's question, but simply looked away and gazed out the window again. He could sense that the family's attitude towards him was increasingly contradictory. On the one hand, Caesar, as the magical freak brother, became a twisted topic of conversation for Dudley in front of his companions, something he could boast about while simultaneously belittling himself. On the other hand, Vernon and Petunia had a complex and unspoken attitude towards Caesar. Fear, rejection, yet also an awkward tolerance and subtle discomfort stemming from blood ties and the fact that he is, after all, our son. Caesar saw all of this clearly, yet found it only absurd and chilling. All the emotions of the Dursleyan family, fear, rejection, twisted pride, and tedious jealousy. To him, they were all just environmental noise to deal with, insignificant background noise. His goal lay far away, deep within the magical world. The mundane dramas of these Muggle families did not stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. Perhaps, there is another place. It was a dull afternoon in mid-July. After using the first batch of Takamu at home, Caesar made a request to the Dursleys that both relieved and unsettled them. He needed to go to London to research for a summer independent research project at a magic school. "It might take a few days, I'll be staying at a classmate's house." Vernon muttered a few complaints about how mysterious and a waste of money. Penny nervously pressed, "Is your classmate's family a normal family?" Ultimately, after Caesar's calm but firm assurances, they reluctantly agreed. Perhaps deep down, they also longed to temporarily escape the invisible pressure brought by the time bomb at home. Caesar changed into the Muggle clothes prepared for him by the Dursleys, clothes that conformed to their aesthetic standards, and boarded the train to central London. His destination was clear: Hampstead. The closer one gets to that Victorian townhouse from memory, the more intense the suffocating sense of separation becomes. Reason coldly declared, this was his first formal visit to Hermione Granger's house as a classmate. However, in the dark waters of consciousness, countless fragments of memory, originating from simulation and imbued with warmth and detail, surged forth like ghosts broken free of their chains. Under the warm light, the study was filled with the aroma of old books, parchment, and a faint scent of coffee. At the dinner table, discussions about improvements to Muggle dental instruments and the pronunciation of some obscure ancient rune were strangely intertwined. "My mother-in-law, Monica, baked this apple pie, and its edges were perfectly caramelized, emitting a sweet aroma. The way my father-in-law, Wendell, rambled on about his prized bottle of port, supposedly a gift from some Muggle nobleman. And then there's that brown-haired girl with bright eyes, who speaks incredibly fast, and whose cheeks puff out slightly at his teasing remarks, only to be drawn in by a new question the next moment. So familiar, yet so unfamiliar, leaving one feeling empty inside. He stood in front of the red brick villa, the afternoon sun casting a warm golden glow on the neat porch and the blooming roses. Everything fits the outline in memory perfectly, yet it also exudes a hard, cold quality, belonging to the first visit to reality. Or, should we take another look? He couldn't resist ringing the doorbell, and as he listened to the clear sound echoing inside, his heartbeat remained steady without a trace of turbulence. Mrs. Granger opened the door, a gentle, slightly surprised smile on her face. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Good afternoon, Mrs. Granger." Caesar gave a slight bow, his posture impeccable, his voice steady and clear. "I am Caesar Dursley, Hermione's classmate at Hogwarts. I apologize for the intrusion." "Caesar." Lady Granger's surprise instantly turned into a warm smile. "Hermione has mentioned you and Harry Ron many times. Please come in. Wendell is Hermione's classmate at Hogwarts." In the study, Wendell Granger put down the medical journal he was reading, stood up to greet him, and was warm and friendly. The air was filled with the scents of old books, leather, and a very faint smell of disinfectant. The bookshelves were as crowded as ever, with Muggle tomes standing side by side with introductory books to the magical world. As Caesar's gaze swept across the large desk, he could almost see Hermione there in the simulation, furrowing her brow as she pondered a complex ancient rune problem. He sat in the chair opposite, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the armrest, casually offering key hints. Everything seemed to still be vivid in her memory, illuminating her focused profile. Chapter 50. A clean linen tablecloth was laid on the dining table. Although Hermione wasn't home. But Mrs. Granger brought out black tea and homemade snacks. The conversation was polite, pleasant, and even harmonious. Caesar carefully chose his topics, discussing the ancient architecture of Hogwarts Castle and interesting history lessons. "I sincerely praise Hermione's amazing talent and hard work in her studies." He patiently and concisely answered the Grangers' curious questions about daily life in the wizarding world. His composed demeanor and the insight and maturity he displayed in his speech, far exceeding those of his peers, earned the Grangers' secret admiration, and their affection and trust were undisguised. However, beneath this seemingly warm and harmonious exterior, Caesar's heart was a vacuum of absolute zero. Every familiar detail, every seemingly rehearsed line of dialogue, even the unique combination of scents that wafted through the air all belonging to this home. They are like cold needles, piercing through something that has long been declared dead but still retains phantom pain. He sat in his usual spot in the memory, sipping his perfectly warm black tea, listening with pride as the Grangers recounted Hermione's childhood anecdotes. Some had heard her retell the stories with a smile in the middle of the night during simulations, while others were new to her, maintaining a perfectly balanced, slightly shy, focused smile, nodding in agreement at appropriate times. But his gaze would involuntarily drift toward the empty ceramic vase on the windowsill of the study. In the simulation, Hermione had placed a bunch of magical forget-me-nots there, which she brought back from Hogsmeade and which changed color with the moonlight. I glanced at an unassuming oak photo frame on the sideboard. Inside was a smiling young Hermione. Holding a thick book, this photo, in the simulated world, once sat on their bedside table in their bedroom. Passing by the blank wall at the corner of the stairs, in the simulation, there once hung a tapestry he had given her, painted with magic, its star map shifting with the passage of real time. Things remain the same, but people are gone. No, not even the things are exactly the same. Those imprints of time and emotion that belong to the shared future no longer exist at this moment. What exists is merely a snapshot in this timeline, a happy, elite Muggle family hosting their daughter's classmate on an ordinary afternoon. He is a solitary observer from another timeline, carrying false memories. A profound sense of alienation and emptiness, almost overwhelming him, surged beneath polite smiles and refined words, like a silent tsunami crashing against the banks of his reason. The warmth, companionship, adjustment, and tacit understanding experienced in the simulation, the deep-rooted bonds and the complex emotions derived from them. Faced with this correct reality, it seems so illusory, so absurd, so desperately insignificant. He wanted to speak, but had no words to use. Those cold, heavy torrents churning in his chest had no outlet, nor could they be directed at the gentle and friendly couple before him. They simply accumulated heavily in my heart, bringing a dull pain that was almost suffocating, and a strange, burning sourness deep in my eyes. The visit concluded in a warm and friendly atmosphere. Caesar politely said goodbye, thanked them for their hospitality, and declined the Grangers' invitation to stay for dinner while they waited for Hermione to return home. As he turned to leave, his steps were steady, and his back was straight. Walking along the quiet, tree-lined streets of Hampstead, the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light on him. Surprisingly, it didn't rain in London today. Caesar, however, felt that there was a transparent, unbreakable curtain of rain separating him from this vibrant world. He stopped and looked back one last time at the red brick house that was gradually disappearing into the shadows of the trees at the street corner. In the depths of his eyes, even the last ripple of emotion vanished into absolute silence. Goodbye, my family. Then he turned and merged into the languid flow of people on the streets of London in the summer. That sudden, fragile illusion, almost breaking through the ice, called things are no longer the same, everything is over, and tears flow before words can be spoken. Along with those warm and painful memories that shouldn't exist, they were all sealed away in the hardest, unopenable prison of consciousness. The August heatwave had not yet completely subsided over England. Inside that oppressive house at No. 4 Privet Road, the air remained stifling, making it hard to breathe. The sky outside the window was not yet fully bright, a grey-blue morning mist enveloped the neatly arranged gardens along Privet Drive. Caesar sat at the old desk by the window, his fingers unconsciously stroking the rough cover. A 2-month-long vacation at the Dursleys' house meant nearly 60 days and nights of doing nothing and living in a stifling atmosphere. Time seems to flow viscous and sluggish here. He doesn't need this kind of rest. His rest was completed through continuous thinking, deduction, and knowledge integration. What the Dursleys provided was merely a barely usable physical space, unaffected by magic. True strength requires a freer environment, more abundant resources, and the opportunity to plan ahead. As his gaze fell upon the gradually clearing streetscape outside the window, Caesar's eyes remained calm and composed, yet a cold and precise calculation flickered deep within them. Hogwarts. It's time to go back. He had no intention of waiting for Harry Potter to leave together. That boy had his own destiny to follow. Caesar's journey was not tied to anyone else. As for Hogwarts' preventative measures against students returning to school early, they were utterly ineffective against Caesar, the former headmaster of Hogwarts. At the breakfast table, when Caesar casually mentioned that he needed to return to school a few days early to complete a final review of a summer independent research project at the library, Vernon's brow immediately furrowed. Early? Now. He put down the Financial Times, his voice filled with reluctance. What about the train tickets? And all that message of paperwork? I've already made the arrangements. Caesar's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable calmness. The Ministry of Magic has granted temporary Fleur network authorization, allowing us to return directly to the vicinity of the school. No additional tickets are needed. Fleur-net. Penny repeated shrilly, her face slightly pale, as if she had heard some filthy word. She quickly glanced towards the stairs to make sure Dudley hadn't come down yet. Is that thing safe? You didn't bring anything weird into the fireplace, did you? It's very safe, it's just a mode of transportation in the magical world. Caesar answered briefly, without offering further explanation. He knew that the more he explained, the more fear and rejection the Dursleys would feel. Ultimately, under Caesar's calm insistence, Vernon and Petunia reluctantly compromised. Deep down, they might actually be happy for this strange son to leave sooner, allowing the family to return to what they perceive as normal. There was no grand farewell, not even a proper send-off meal. Caesar, carrying the old suitcase that had been with him for 2 months, pushed open the heavy oak door of number 4 Privet Drive, amid Vernon's muttering "It's better to leave sooner" and Penny's evasive gaze. Chapter 51. The morning air was cool, and the streets were deserted. He left without looking back, his steps steady, and soon disappeared around the corner of the monotonous street scene on Privet Road. After a brief period of dizziness and a feeling of oppression, passing through the leaky cauldron's dilapidated fireplace with its perpetually weak flames, Caesar stepped into the living room of a secluded cottage in Hogsmeade Village. The air was thick with the smell of dust and old wood, but more importantly, this place is filled with freely flowing magical fluctuations, unmonitored by the trace threads, and accessible only to adults or wizards with special permits. Without pausing, he approached directly to the edge of Hogwarts, then walked across the familiar grounds toward the castle. In late August in the Scottish Highlands, the morning wind already carried a biting chill, fluttering the hem of his dark robe. In the distance, Black Lake appeared iron-grey under the hazy sky, calm and still. The castle's massive silhouette stood in the gradually brightening morning light, its spires piercing the low-hanging clouds, silent, ancient, and full of secrets. During the holidays, Hogwarts was so empty it was almost desolate. Only a few house elves and boarding professors were on duty. As the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Caesar effortlessly evaded all oversight. His footsteps echoed through the corridor. Most of the portraits lay dormant in their frames, while occasionally a few curious ghosts would peek out from the walls, only to retreat listlessly. The air was less noisy and lively with thousands of students gathered, but more solemn and mysterious, belonging to the building itself and having been there for thousands of years. Caesar went directly to the Gryffindor Tower. The common room was empty, blue curtains hung silently, and the statue of the Crown of Wisdom stood out serenely in the soft light filtering through the stained glass windows. Instead of going to his dormitory, he went into a small room that could be used as a study and experiment room in the simulated memory. Close the door and cast a simple spell to silence and prevent interference. The world was instantly shut out. He walked to the window and gazed at the castle, the lake, and the distant mountains gradually illuminated by the morning light. The emotions and nostalgia have been put aside, it's time to get down to business. Deep within my chest, something dormant began to slowly but surely awaken a sense of purpose. Time is the most precious resource, especially now that his talent has undergone a qualitative change and his knowledge urgently needs to be integrated and transformed. Every minute and every second should be used to strengthen our capabilities. Digest the ancient magical principles that become crystal clear under the illumination of top talents, and practice more subtle and efficient control over magic. To attempt to construct more complex and powerful magical models, and to analyze the theories about the soul, space, and the nature of existence recorded in the Forbidden Library. All of this preparation points to a clear and imminent goal. Magic Stone. Nicholas Flamel's masterpiece. The pinnacle of alchemy. A legendary being who could turn lead into gold and create elixirs of immortality. In previous simulations, he had touched it and felt the vast, star-like power of creation and the origin of life contained within it. But that was ultimately just speculation, a hypothetical possibility. The real Philosopher's Stone is hidden somewhere in this castle, carefully guarded by the greatest white wizard of this century. Immortality? If the power of the Philosopher's Stone is truly as legend suggests, then perhaps it is merely one of its most basic applications. What Caesar sought was far more than simply extending time indefinitely. What he wanted was control, analysis, and to transform that almost rule-based power into his own, making it a lever to unlock deeper mysteries. This reminded him of the fleeting glimpse he had caught of the sacred mountain ruins, those even older, more insane fragments of secrets that pointed directly to the underlying logic of how the world works. Mastering the power of the Philosopher's Stone might be the foundation for understanding, and even mastering, that ultimate madness. Immortality. Invincibility. These two words surfaced in his mind, devoid of any youthful passion or aspirations, carrying only a cold, absolute rationality, like deconstructing a complex magic formula. These are two coordinates that define the pinnacle of power he is about to climb. The former means breaking free from the constraints of time and decay, gaining almost infinite possibilities and error tolerance. The latter means being above existing rules, unchecked, unthreatened, and able to absolutely implement one's own will. To achieve this goal, he must obtain the Philosopher's Stone. He will stop at nothing, using any means necessary. Dumbledore's protection? Voldemort's covetousness? These are all variables that need to be calculated and overcome. A new semester is about to begin, and the castle will once again be full of life and change. And he is already in place. In the silent, deserted Gryffindor Tower, in the gradually brightening morning light outside the window, he slowly opened his palm, as if holding that magnificent, deep red gem that was yet to be obtained. A faint, cold smile curved at the corners of his lips. The hunt has begun. The new semester is like a bowstring being drawn taut, accumulating an invisible tension within Hogwarts Castle. The classes proceeded as usual, but some subtle changes, like undercurrents beneath the ice, began to be noticed by perceptive people. Caesar's daily routine seemed no different from before, following behind the trio. However, after months of training, his perception of the castle's magic field reached an unprecedented level of precision. He could vaguely sense that certain areas of the castle, especially near the corridor on the fourth floor that was explicitly forbidden, were affected. The flow of magic became subtly sluggish and disturbed, as if something heavy had been placed there, altering the surrounding field. At the same time, he also sensed two distinct yet equally subtle voyeuristic intents that frequently swept across those areas like ghosts. Cold and sticky, that was Quirrell and Voldemort's darkness and greed. The Philosopher's Stone is right there. Within reach, yet forever out of reach. The Mirror of East, which Dumbledore used to guard the Philosopher's Stone, has a core rule that is almost unsolvable. Only those who truly do not want to use the Philosopher's Stone can take it out of the mirror. In the simulated world, he was indifferent, which allowed him to retrieve the stone. But here, in the real Hogwarts, facing that legendary alchemical artifact, he was almost certain he couldn't obtain it. The mirror reflects the deepest, most urgent, and truest desires of the heart. Caesar possessed a cold-blooded clarity about himself. He wanted the Philosopher's Stone, desperately wanted it. His purpose was clear, and his desire was intense. The mirror would not open a passage for him. But some people can. The boy with the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, Harry Potter. His desire, at least for now, has nothing to do with the Philosopher's Stone itself. He longed for family, for self-affirmation, and for resistance against what he perceived as evil. This purity was the only thing that could deceive the Mirror of East. Harry needs to see the mirror sooner, more clearly, and be drawn to it. The clues about the mirror and the Philosopher's Stone need to come into Harry and his friends' view naturally in some way. Chapter 52. Caesar began to act like a patient gardener, quietly sowing the seeds of clues in the soil of the trio's daily activities. Finally, just like in the original story, on a cold night after the Christmas holidays, Harry Potter once again donned the invisibility cloak and went out at night. And then, in a secluded corridor he had never noticed before, he discovered a door that faintly emitted a strange, flowing light. He didn't hesitate for long before pushing open the door and going inside. The next day, he couldn't wait to tell Caesar, Ron, and Hermione about this amazing discovery. A huge, imposing mirror, with strange inscriptions at the top of its frame, reflected his deceased parents, vivid and warm. Ron's curiosity was piqued, and Hermione, while still shocked, immediately began to analyze the mirror's origins and dangers from the perspectives of magical theory and castle history. Finally, Caesar suggested, "Let's go take another look tonight. Perhaps we can find out what's really going on with this mirror." Hermione hesitated, reserved about getting involved in something that clearly violated school rules and could be dangerous. Respecting the rules was extremely important. But Ron thought it made sense. Yet, Hermione always knows all sorts of weird things, maybe she can tell us if this mirror sucks away people's souls or something. The voter turnout was 3-1. In the end, Hermione was persuaded. Night fell, and the castle slept. The four figures met in the shadows of the armored corridor, as agreed upon. They avoided Mrs. Loris's patrol route, dodged Peeves who nearly bumped into them, and finally arrived at the door safely. The door was ajar, and a flickering light, like a melting rainbow, shone through. Harry took a deep breath and pushed the door open first. Ron and Hermione followed closely behind, while Caesar was the last to step in, gently closing the door behind him. The room was empty, with only the enormous mirror of Eris standing in the center, seemingly the sole focal point of the entire space. The inscription on the frame gleamed faintly in the flowing light. The mirror does not reflect reality clearly, but rather is a deep, swirling vortex of light, as if leading to another dimension. The mirror of Eris. Hermione recognized it immediately. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history of the school. It reveals the deepest, most urgent desires of a person." Ron couldn't wait to step forward. He stood in front of the mirror, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Merlin's beard, I see myself. I'm the captain of the Quidditch team, holding the house cup, and also the president of the Students' Council. Bill and Charlie are both clapping for me." He watched for a long time before reluctantly moving aside. Next up is Harry. In the mirror, a beautiful woman with red hair and green eyes stood behind him, next to a man with messy hair and glasses. They all smiled at him, their eyes filled with love. The man put his hand on Harry's shoulder, while the woman gently stroked his hair. "Mom. Dad." Harry murmured, tears welling up in his eyes. After a while, it was Caesar's turn. But Caesar stood in the shadows of the room, his hands in his robe pockets. His gaze swept across the mirror, his eyes as deep as a black lake in the night, showing no intention of moving forward. "Aren't you going to take a look, Caesar?" Harry asked. "I know what I'll see," he said calmly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Nothing more than things that have already been lost." After saying that, he looked away and asked in a calm voice, calm enough to pull one back to reality. "Potter, besides your parents, what else did you see?" The voice rang out in the room filled with a magical glow, clear, calm, and without any trace of being bewitched. "That's all." Harry shook his head in surprise. "There is none left?" A hint of surprise flashed in Caesar's eyes. "Oh, right. How could I have forgotten such a crucial thing?" In the original story, Harry only saw the Philosopher's Stone when faced with Quirrell's threat. Caesar suddenly realized that lacking intellectual gifts was a very serious matter. "It seems I need to start the next simulation soon, either to get the reward for intelligence-related talents, or to find a clever and beautiful strategist to advise me." Then, Ron whispered, "Hermione, do you want to see? Maybe you'll see yourself become Minister for Magic." Hermione frowned, carefully examining the inscription on the frame, then looking at the changing light and shadow in the mirror, before finally walking towards the mirror herself. The next moment, the light from the mirror of Eris was as soft as moonlight, rippling out in circles of pearly white across the silent room. The image in the mirror began to change. The first thing to appear was the hall of the Ministry of Magic. The adult Hermione Granger stood on the high platform, wearing an exquisite deep purple robe with the Minister for Magic's badge pinned to her chest. She was giving a speech, her expression resolute, her eyes bright, and her waving arms full of power. The audience was a sea of people, and applause surged forth like a tidal wave. In real life, Hermione's eyes widened slightly. Minister of Magic, is this what she truly desires deep down? Then, the scene changed. A crowd gathered in front of Hogwarts Castle. It was no longer the usual bustling opening ceremony, but a solemn ritual. The adult Hermione stood at the front, her expression calm but unable to conceal the weariness in her eyes. She held an ancient scroll of parchment in her hands, which she slowly unfurled. The castle gates slowly closed behind her. It's not a temporary closure, it's permanent. Hogwarts has been disbanded. Hermione in real life gasped. That's not right. How could Hogwarts have been disbanded? This ancient school, with a history spanning over 1,000 years, is at the heart of the magical world. Hermione in the mirror turned around, facing the empty castle. Her eyes met those of Hermione in the mirror. In that instant, Hermione saw something in her eyes. It wasn't exhaustion, nor sadness, but a deeper, almost serene peace. Then, a man walked into the frame. He appeared behind the adult Hermione, his footsteps very light, as if afraid of disturbing something. The adult Hermione didn't turn around, but her back relaxed slightly, as if she felt at ease simply by sensing his presence. The man walked up to her and stood beside her, gazing at the castle that was about to become a historical relic. The sunlight shone from the side, outlining his profile. Handsome, mature, with eyes as deep as an ancient lake. Hermione in real life was stunned. Who is this man? She had never seen this face before, but why? Why did my heart suddenly tighten? It felt like being gently held by an invisible hand. It didn't hurt, but it made it almost impossible for her to breathe. The man turned to face the adult Hermione. He made a strange movement, somewhat awkwardly kneeling on one knee, taking a small box out of his pocket, and opening it. Inside was a plain silver ring, simple in design, yet it refracted tiny starlight under the sunlight. The adult Hermione looked down at him, her eyes widening in surprise before quickly filling with a glistening sheen, and the parchment scroll slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. But the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upwards, and that smile was brighter and more real than any image in the mirror. Chapter 53. In reality, Hermione clutched her chest. Pain. This time it really hurts. My heart felt like it was being pierced by something sharp, each beat brought excruciating pain. Tears welled up in her eyes without warning, and she didn't know why. Who is he? She murmured, her voice trembling. I remember him. But I can't remember the name. The name was on the tip of my tongue, almost uttered, yet it remained blurry, as if viewed through a thick layer of frosted glass. The image in the mirror continued to flow. It's no longer a grand scene, but rather the small, everyday moments. Lakeside in Scotland. The man, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, was fishing, while the adult Hermione worked on documents on a picnic blanket nearby. Occasionally, she would look up at him, her eyes filled with undisguised tenderness. The backyard of their home. A simple wedding. As they exchanged vows, the sky was clear, and a few curious owls perched on the fence, tilting their heads to watch. In the kitchen late at night, they share a bowl of steaming cream of mushroom soup. Snowflakes fall silently outside the window, and her feet rest on his insteps because the floor is cold. An afternoon in the study. She nestled against him and said, "Sometimes I feel like none of this is real." He kissed the top of her head, "You are real, and I am real. Every scene is so heartwarming it's heartbreaking." In reality, Hermione's tears finally fell. She didn't know why she was crying, she was just looking at those unfamiliar yet terrifyingly familiar scenes, and felt an overwhelming sadness engulf her. Then, the scene shifts to a noisy party. It seemed to be a holiday, the living room was packed with people, laughter and music mingled together. The adult Hermione was surrounded by her friends, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, her smile bright and relaxed. Among her friends were Neville and Ron. She walked through the crowd toward the man standing a little further away. She took the butterbeer from his hand and clinked glasses crisply. With a soft ding, the foam happily overflowed from the rim of the glass. Amidst cheers and encouragement from their relatives and friends, they kissed. The kiss was gentle and lingering, filled with the sweetness and tranquility of everyday life. As night fell and his friends left, the adult Hermione leaned on his shoulder, eyes closed, a satisfied smile on her lips. The man looked down at her, his eyes filled with a tenderness so deep it seemed to melt the entire world. Just then, the man's body suddenly swayed. It was a very slight tremor, almost imperceptible. But the adult Hermione immediately opened her eyes and looked up at him in confusion. The man's expression froze. His eyes began to glaze over, and the color drained from his face. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. Caesar. The adult Hermione's voice was filled with confusion and rising fear. Hermione was struck dumb by reality. Caesar. This name is like a key, instantly unlocking all the locked doors. Memories burst forth like a flood. It didn't flow in slowly, but rather swept away all barriers with overwhelming force. Those sealed away, forgotten, and buried deep in consciousness memories are all awakened at this moment. In the rainy London, on the top deck of a red double-decker bus, she and Caesar sat side by side, rain streaks etched on the window. Tiny water droplets shimmered like broken diamonds in his hair. The London Eye carriage slowly ascended, the entire city unfolding beneath her feet. He stood behind her, as quiet as a shadow, yet she could feel his presence. At the doorway of their home in the twilight, he turned and left, while she hugged a silly-looking plush rabbit and clutched a warm necklace in her hand. On the shore of Black Lake, he knelt on one knee, a plain silver ring in his hand. Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into his arms. A wedding bathed in sunlight, they exchanged vows under a clear, bright sky. In the kitchen late at night, I share a bowl of cream of mushroom soup, while snowflakes fall outside the window. At the party, people weaved through the crowd to each other, the foam of butterbeer bubbling merrily overflowing from the rims of their glasses. Every scene carries warmth, smell, and sound. She could feel the coolness of the raindrops, the heat of the necklace in her palm, the softness of the kiss, and the strength of the embrace. She could hear him say "Marry me," hear herself say "I do," hear the rain in London, and hear the laughter at the wedding. Finally, all the images converge into one scene. The scene in the mirror continued. The adult Hermione knelt on the ground, still clutching the wine glass he had been holding. She looked at Caesar, now lifeless in her arms, and at the spot where her lover had just stood. His facial expression shifted from confusion to disbelief to utter collapse. She didn't cry out, she didn't scream. He simply knelt there quietly, staring into the void, for a very long time. Then, she slowly stood up and walked towards the bedroom. The scene in the mirror shifted to the dimly lit room. An adult Hermione sat on the edge of the bed, holding 2 crystal bottles. Her expression was eerily calm. That wasn't a calm born of despair, but rather a sense of relief after making a decision. She uncorked the bottle and poured the dark purple liquid into 2 glasses. She raised her glass and lightly touched it to the air, as if toasting someone unseen. Then, she drank 2 glasses of liquid. I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, and smiled the same bright smile I had when I proposed in the mirror. She was waiting for him. Waiting for that absolute that cannot be truly separated. Hermione's scream shattered the silence of the room. No. She knelt on the ground, clutching her chest tightly with both hands, as if trying to rip out her heart, which was in so much pain it had almost stopped beating. Tears didn't just slide down, they gushed out, large drops hitting the ground and soaking his robe. Why did you leave me? I didn't even ask about the truth of that matter. I clearly chose to believe you. Choose to live in that too beautiful dream. And you gave up everything. You made me feel like a fool. You lied to me. You ruined everything I had. Those warm memories, those sweet vows, those nights spent embracing, those moments I thought would last forever. And finally, in the end you even left, leaving me in that other world, and I chose to die for love. Caesar Habsburg. The name was squeezed from her trembling lips, each syllable soaked in blood and tears. She remembered everything. All the love, all the pain, all the warmth, all the betrayal. The image in the mirror was frozen on that peaceful, sleeping face. The adult Hermione lay in bed, her expression serene, as if she were having a beautiful dream from which she would never wake. In reality, Hermione slowly stood up. Tears were still flowing, but her eyes had changed. The agony of collapse transformed into a cold, resolute resolve burning with black flames. She looked at herself in the mirror, at the image of someone who had chosen to commit suicide for love. Caesar Habsburg. This time, the voice no longer trembled. Instead, it was calm, cold, like a poisoned blade. You lied to me. You ruined everything I had. Chapter 54. She took a step forward, almost touching the mirror. Her face, streaked with tears yet piercing with malice, was reflected in the mirror, creating a cruel contrast with the peaceful, sleeping woman on the bed. Don't let me find you. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a deep-seated hatred and a deeper, heartbreak that she herself was unwilling to admit. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. Everything you took away, the pain you left behind, for that, me who followed you in death. After saying that, she took one last look at her sleeping reflection in the mirror, then turned and rushed out of the room. The robes billowed behind him like banners of despair, and the footsteps hurried away in the corridor, eventually swallowed by the darkness. The room was deathly silent. Ron's mouth dropped open, his face pale. Merlin, Hermione, what did she see? Harry was too shocked to speak. He had never seen Hermione with an expression like that, a pain that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul, a fury that threatened to destroy everything. Caesar stood in the shadows, his blood seemingly freezing in that moment. Although he didn't see the reflection in the mirror with his own eyes, when Hermione uttered the name Caesar Habsburg, everything was clear. Caesar nearly vomited blood. System, how can you be so useless? You can't even handle the NPCs you created yourself. Now I have to clean up your mess. System, that's not an NPC I created. The real world is the main world of Harry Potter, and the simulated world is a parallel subworld of Harry Potter. Both are real, functioning worlds. I'm just helping you travel to the parallel subworld. Furthermore, importing simulated emotional memories is essentially merging the souls of characters from a parallel subworld and the main real world. Simply put, you can think of it as soul transmigration. Your soul transmigrates there, and hers transmigrates here. The merged souls, when stimulated, are naturally more likely to awaken. So, in that case, I really did screw her over. Caesar had initially thought it was just a shared memory, but he never imagined it was a soul transfer. System, yes, the simulated worlds are actually parallel worlds. Memory import is like a soul traveling to the real world, while memory sealing is like a soul traveling to a world before awakening. Essentially, Hermione, who was looking at the mirror of Ariste, was someone whose soul had already been possessed but hadn't yet awakened. She is currently awakened but hasn't noticed you yet. But even if she remembered everything from the simulation, why did she say I followed you? Caesar's voice trailed off. He suddenly remembered Hermione's last words before she left. Why do I say I'm the one who followed you? Logically, after the simulation ended, the person in that world should have suddenly died from an illness. Even if Hermione is incredibly intelligent, she couldn't possibly know that she's in a simulated world, so how could she possibly follow her? System reminder, please stand in front of the mirror and recall the following fragments from the simulated world. Caesar hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked towards the magic mirror. The memories were not forcibly awakened by the system, but surged forth from the depths of his own consciousness. Those previously ignored fragments now surfaced, dazzlingly clear. The fireplace glowed warmly beside the dining table in the Hampstead family home. Like a dream. Hermione raised her glass, her smile almost unreal. A toast to the beginning. A toast to family. In the afternoon, sunlight cut geometric patterns of light onto the floor of the study. As he massaged her shoulders, she closed her eyes and sighed softly. Sometimes I feel like none of this is real, like a dream that's too beautiful to be true. Late at night in the kitchen, snow is falling outside the window. As they shared the mushroom soup, the fireplace cast their shadows on the wall, overlapping warmly. She suddenly whispered, "If this really is a dream, then I hope I never wake up." Amidst the noisy party, a slightly tipsy woman walked through the crowd. Amidst the cheers of family and friends, they kissed. In the quiet of the night, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice muffled, "Sometimes I'm really afraid this is all a dream." So all those hesitant words she spoke weren't about asking for the truth about Hogwarts' destruction. Was I too complacent, or was this girl just too clever? Caesar finally understood. That was the choice she made even after she had seen through everything. She was telling him in this way, "I know you might not be real, I know you're hiding something, I know all of this might be an illusion. But I'm willing. I am willing to give my true self to you, who may be an illusion." All the fragments of memory pieced together at this moment point to the same cruel truth. She already knew. This woman, known as the most outstanding witch of our time, this Hermione Granger who always managed to uncover the truth from the fog. How could they not have noticed? She sensed his aloofness, the cracks in their story, and all the illogical details. But she chose not to ask. Choose to believe. Choosing to indulge in that too beautiful dream, even if it really is a dream. All she wanted was him. Real or unreal, whole or broken, as long as it was him. System update. Does the host now understand? The simulated Hermione Granger has already deduced and accepted the fact that you might be an illusion from your behavioral logic. She chose to love you not because she believed you were entirely real, nor because she believed this love was entirely real, but because she was willing to give her true self to this relationship. She was willing to believe in and love you. Friendly reminder, in the simulation, Hermione always believed that if you married her, it represented an absolute promise, a commitment to take her away with you in the future. Let's leave together. Memories flooded back, each scene evoking fond memories for Caesar. The light and shadow in the mirror continued to shift, reflecting a wedding. The sunlight in the back garden was as clear as crystal. She was dressed in pure white, with delicate lilies adorning her curly hair. Before uttering her vow, she paused, her gaze seemingly piercing through the person before her, looking towards the far distance. Their eyes met those of Caesar reflected in the mirror. In the mirror, her voice was clear and firm. "A long time ago, someone gave me a gift. He said that represented an absolute. No matter how far apart they are, or what they encounter, they can never be truly separated. Today, I want to give that person an answer." She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing against the front of her dress. The lovebird necklace is no longer there, but the gesture has become a habit etched into one's bones. "My answer to you is, don't agree to his request." Caesar blurted out instinctively. Realizing his actions, he stood frozen in front of the mirror. What am I saying?" Time, however, remained unmoved in the mirror. The scene shifts, showing himself at the end of the simulation. "I'm sorry, Hermione." In the simulation, Caesar whispered to the empty white void, as if she could still hear him. "That rainy afternoon, that rabbit, that necklace. And everything that followed was so beautiful. So beautiful that I can't bear to let it become part of your painful memories. Let me remind you of the original me. The stranger who came in the rain and left in the twilight. At least that way, you won't be tormented by this false memory in the years to come. You will remember the promise of the necklace, remember the temperature of that afternoon, and then. Chapter 55. After I die, slowly forget me. But the power of time will take away all feelings. Continue living your life and become the person you want to be. But this time, I'm afraid I can't take you home. These words were spoken so grandly and solemnly at the time, as if it were truly just a dream of an amicable parting. The dream is over. You live your life, and I'll go my own way. My departure sounds almost like a gesture of goodwill. But now, standing before the mirror, looking into her eyes that knew everything yet remained so deeply entangled, Caesar felt that every "for your own good" had become the most hypocritical blade. It turns out that his so-called fulfillment was nothing more than a self-deceiving escape. In the real world, Caesar could no longer remain calm. No wonder, you hate me so much. He suddenly understood. I understand now what it means to follow you. Now I understand why Hermione looks like her brain has been messed up. The image reflected in the mirror ultimately froze on the scene he least wanted to see. After the party, the adult Hermione knelt on the ground, still holding the wine glass she had just been holding. She looked down at Caesar, who was now lifeless in her arms, and then stared blankly at the spot where her lover had stood moments before. The expression on his face changed from bewilderment to astonishment, and finally to a complete and utter collapse. She didn't cry out, she didn't scream. He just knelt there quietly, staring at the empty space ahead, for a very long time. Then, she slowly got up and walked towards the bedroom. The mirrors reflected the light. In the dimly lit room, the adult Hermione sat on the edge of the bed, holding 2 crystal bottles in her hands. Her expression was unsettlingly calm, not the deathly stillness of despair, but rather a gentle relief after making a decision. She uncorked the bottle and poured the dark purple liquid into 2 glasses. I raised one of the glasses and gently touched it to the air, as if I were drinking with someone I couldn't see. Then, she quietly drank both glasses of liquid. I lay down, closed my eyes, and a bright, warm smile appeared on my lips, just like the one I saw when I proposed in the mirror. She was waiting. Waiting for that absolute that can never be truly separated. She believed that her lover would definitely take her home with him. This was his promise. I promise I'll make sure you get home safely after we leave the station. Please trust me, Hermione. All that remained in the mirror were the plain ring, the rabbit doll with one ear sewn crooked, and a yellowed train ticket from Exeter to London. Caesar is waiting for his Hermione. Hermione is waiting for her Caesar. Let's go home together. The room was empty. Harry and Ron had already run after Hermione, who had just left, leaving only Caesar present. No wonder you hate me so much. Is it because I didn't take you away? This is troublesome. Gazing at the train ticket, Caesar stood before the mirror, motionless for a long time. His gaze was fixed on the young face reflected in the mirror, lying on the bed, smiling with her eyes closed. That smile was as bright as ever, just like when he proposed. Waiting for Caesar's unfulfilled promise. The girl who once stood against the entire world for him, who stood shoulder to shoulder with him through life and death in the night at Hogwarts, actually chose to die for love, with the unwavering belief that he will take her home. Almost there. That memory, belonging only to him, lingered in a train carriage from Exeter to London in 1990, head buried in thick pages of a book, his bushy brown hair swaying gently in the train's silhouette. They'll never come back. However, this brought new problems. How can we comfort Hermione, who has been abandoned before? The Daily Prophet's front page headline. A century-old mystery shakes the wizarding world, the legendary witch and the former headmaster of Hogwarts both pass away. Special report yesterday morning, a heartbreaking tragedy shocked the entire British magical community. Hermione Granger, the Minister for Magic once hailed as the most outstanding witch of our time, and her husband, former Hogwarts headmaster Kaiser Habs, were found dead peacefully at their house in Surrey. According to the initial investigation by the Auror office, there were no signs of intrusion or struggle inside. The two lay side by side on the bed, their hands clasped quietly, their expressions peaceful as if they were in the same deep sleep. All evidence points to the two voluntarily choosing to end their lives. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement confirmed with deep sorrow at the press conference, the on-site investigation has ruled out homicide. This is a heartbreaking tragedy, and we extend our deepest condolences to the deceased. However, this failed to quell the public's overwhelming doubts. Both deceased individuals held important positions and had positive public images, showing no signs of suicidal intent. What is particularly perplexing is that, just a week before the tragedy, Ms. Granger delivered a passionate speech at the International Confederation of Wizards about the future of magical society. Mr. Habsburg, meanwhile, had been engrossed in writing about the history of magical education. We will never accept this ending without answers. Outside the Department of Magic, the crowd held up signs and chanted incessantly. Ron Weasley, the current deputy head of the Department of Magical Creatures Control and a Hogwarts alumnus, told reporters with a grave expression, "Hermione is the most resilient and clear-headed person I've ever met. There must be more to this than meets the eye." Speculation and whispers quickly filled the streets and alleys. In the bar in Nocturne Alley, someone mentioned the remaining forces of dark magic. The Wizarding Weekly subtly alluded to the dissolution of Hogwarts and the reorganization of the Ministry of Magic many years ago. Some have even linked it to the unsolved mysteries of the final battle more than a decade ago. "This is highly unusual," said Phileas Flitwick, former professor at Hogwarts and renowned historian of magic, his voice trembling slightly. Two such important figures departing in this way simultaneously, the wizarding world hasn't been shrouded in such unease for a long time. During a further search, Auror discovered several startling items deep within Ms. Granger's desk. A plain silver ring, their engagement token, symbolizes their lifelong commitment. A long-eared rabbit doll with rough fabric and crooked ears, pressing a button produces a muffled recording, seemingly a gift from a shooting game at an amusement park. A faded train ticket from Exeter to London, with a line of small, neat handwriting written on it, "The best birthday present." Unsigned, undated, and without context. These ordinary objects were sealed away, and their connection to the tragedy, like the other mysteries shrouding the case, remains unsolved. The departure of this former hero in such a quiet and sudden manner has plunged the entire wizarding community into a chilling atmosphere of bewilderment and suspicion. The shops in Diagon Alley closed early, and everyone hushed tones, as if an invisible fog, accompanying this unsolved mystery, had quietly seeped into every corner of the magical world. The Ministry of Magic has announced the formation of a special investigation team, promising to thoroughly investigate all suspicious points. However, whether this can dispel the fog remains to be seen. Reported by Rita Skeeter, our correspondent. Volume 1 Hermione's Acid completed. Chapter 56. Early the next morning, the Gryffindor Tower common room was filled with the aroma of sizzling bacon and toast, and the slightly hurried noise of students preparing for class. Harry and Ron squeezed around a table near the fireplace, their breakfast barely touched, but their eyes kept glancing toward the entrance to the girls' dormitory staircase. "Hermione still hasn't come down?" Harry asked in a low voice, sounding uneasy. "This isn't like her. She never misses breakfast, and she's never late." Ron forked a sausage, chewing absent-mindedly, and mumbled, "Maybe she went straight to the library." "You know her, she was probably scared by that broken mirror last night and wants to find out what it is." "No," Harry shook his head, his brow furrowed, "she looked very strange when she ran out last night. We have to find her." He remembered Hermione's tear-streaked face and the cold hatred in her eyes before she rushed out the door, and that inexplicable "I won't let you go." Caesar stood by the fireplace, his fingers unconsciously stroking the wand in his robe pocket. His expression was calm, the embarrassment of that night was hidden deep within him. But the pale blue shadows under his eyes revealed that he had barely slept a wink last night. They waited in the common room for a while longer, and even asked a few Gryffindor girls who were on their way to class to check on Hermione's room. The reply they received was that the bed was made neatly, but she wasn't there. Just as the two were getting increasingly anxious and preparing to go directly to the library or classroom to find the person, Ron's friend, also a student in the lower grades of Gryffindor, came running up, panting. "Ron! Harry! I just saw Granger." "Where?" they both asked in unison. The other person gestured, "Over at the Ravenclaw Tower. She went there early this morning, and she looked really scary. I greeted her, but she ignored me." "Ravenclaw?" Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion and a hint of unease in each other's eyes. "Ravenclaw?" Ron scratched his head in confusion. "What's she doing there?" Caesar remained silent, he knew why. However, just to be on the safe side, Caesar does not intend to contact the other party using his real identity at this time. After all, it seems like Hermione has been somewhat mistreated. She was no longer the obedient yes-man she was in the simulation. If you're not careful, you might admit it. He might be greeted with a kiss. It's also possible. "We have to go find her," Harry said decisively. Without thinking twice, Harry and Ron grabbed their backpacks and rushed out of the Gryffindor Tower, heading towards the Ravenclaw Tower on the other side of the castle. As they climbed breathlessly up the Ravenclaw Tower, where there were no stairs, they discovered the entrance, which required answering a question posed by the bronze door knocker. Fortunately, the question from the door knocker today wasn't too tricky, it was about the boundary between knowledge and wisdom. Harry gave a haphazard answer: "Knowledge is accumulated, wisdom is chosen," and somehow managed to get away with it. But when they went inside, they found that Hermione was not there. Several early rising Ravenclaw students stared curiously at the two Gryffindors who had barged in. Harry stopped a girl who looked friendly. "Excuse me, have you seen Hermione Granger? From Gryffindor?" The girl blinked. "Oh, that clever Muggle-born witch? She was here just now, went straight to see our Quidditch captain, Roger Venus, seemed to have something to ask her." Following the direction the girl pointed, Harry, Ron, and the others found Hermione and Ravenclaw's prefect and Quidditch captain, Roger Venus, at the end of a corridor filled with blueprints for strange astronomical instruments. Hermione stood with her back to them, very straight, but her shoulders looked unusually taut. Roger Venus, on the other hand, looked bewildered and politely puzzled. "So, you really don't know someone named Caesar Habs? The Ravenclaw professor of the history of magic?" Hermione's voice came through, lower than usual, with a tremor she was trying hard to suppress. "I'm quite certain, Miss Granger," Roger Venus's voice was gentle but certain, "that our school's professor of the history of magic has always been Professor Binns, though he, well, is now a ghost. As for a professor or student named Caesar Habsburg, I have never heard of him, at least not during the years I studied here." "Did you remember the wrong college or name?" Hermione's body swayed almost imperceptibly. She didn't press further, but murmured softly, almost to herself, why didn't you come to Hogwarts, Caesar?" The whisper was overheard by Harry and Ron as they approached. Ron scratched his fiery red hair, then asked Harry in a puzzled whisper, "Is she calling for Caesar?" "Wait, isn't your cousin the Dursley?" Harry was equally confused, lowering his voice as well, "It's clearly not my cousin. She's acting so emotionally, what did she see in the mirror?" The two recalled Hermione calling Caesar to herself in the mirror last night, and now she's come to Ravenclaw looking for a non-existent Caesar Habs professor. This is too strange. Following behind the two, Caesar, who entered the Ravenclaw common room at almost the same time, completely relaxed the slightly tense string in his heart. Very good. Hermione's suspicions pointed to a non-existent entity. Roger Venus's testimony was impeccable. Harry and Ron were completely absorbed by Hermione's unusual mood, ignoring other possibilities. His prepared explanation for questioning, that the mirror caused hallucinations or fear, now seems unlikely to be needed. Hermione seems to genuinely not connect the Caesar in the mirror with him in reality. Just then, a light, airy voice came from the direction of the spiral staircase. Sometimes, the line between reality and dreams is more blurred than we imagine. Everyone turned to look. A girl stood at the top of the stairs. She had long, light blonde hair, light eyebrows, and large, hazy eyes, as if she were always looking at something others couldn't see. What's most striking is her strange attire, a necklace made of corks and carrot-shaped earrings. Even so, it's hard to hide her cute and pretty appearance. Luna Lovegood. She tilted her head, her large, misty eyes scanning everyone in the room, finally settling on Caesar. You seem, Luna said softly, her voice as ethereal as a wind chime, to harbor a great secret. Caesar's body tensed instantly. Luna walked over step by step, her seemingly confused eyes now surprisingly sharp. She stopped in front of Caesar, tiptoed slightly, almost touching his face. I see, she whispered, there are many swarms of swarms around you. They usually buzz around people who harbor heavy secrets. Ron muttered to himself, harassing fly? What's that? Caesar's heart skipped a beat almost imperceptibly. Luna, her intelligence is strangely sharp. Chapter 57. Then, Caesar quickly put on an expression of helplessness and confusion as he met Luna's gaze. A secret? Miss Lovegood, I think everyone has things they don't want to tell others. Hermione didn't pay attention to what was happening here. She simply thanked Roger Venus quickly, then lowered her head and hurried past Harry and Ron, leaving Ravenclaw Tower behind. She didn't even glance at Caesar, after all, this loser was nothing more than a name to her. Harry and Ron quickly followed, leaving a bewildered Roger Venus and Luna, who was still staring at Caesar with that ethereal yet sharp gaze. Seeing this, Caesar also turned and left. His back was straight, his steps steady, as if the gaze that had just seen through him had never happened. But the next moment... Your secret, Luna continued, her eyes fixed on Caesar, is related to what that classmate is looking for, isn't it? Caesar began, his tone as flat as still water, I don't know what you're talking about. Luna shook her head slightly, the cork necklace swaying with her movement, you're lying. Your eyes are lying. Caesar didn't explain further and simply left. Over the next few days, life in the castle seemed to return to normal. Although Hermione was still depressed, she at least attended classes and completed her assignments normally, though she was much quieter. With the Quidditch season in full swing and the Gryffindor vs Slytherin match looming, Harry and Ron were preoccupied with training and excitement, and their attention to Hermione's unusual behavior had somewhat diminished. Caesar used every spare moment to continue his preparations. In addition to continuing to take his self-prepared and modified Takamu, he began to tackle another, more urgent task. Targeting Quirrell. Or rather, the potion of the one on the back of Quirrell's head. There's no way to get the Philosopher's Stone without Voldemort's help, you'll have to figure it out yourself. He needs to make some preparations to ensure he can obtain the Philosopher's Stone, rather than suffering a disastrous accident and losing his life. That afternoon, there was no Quidditch practice, and the castle was relatively quiet. After confirming that the potions classroom was unoccupied, Caesar slipped inside with the prepared materials, locked the door behind him, and cast a simple anti-disturbance spell. The liquid in the crucible had an ominous, ever-changing dark purple hue, sometimes shimmering with a metallic sheen, and sometimes resembling murky oil. Caesar focused intently on controlling the heat, adding the processed materials in a specific order and rhythm. Occasionally, a wisp of magic would flick from his fingertips, guiding the magical reaction within the potion to stabilize. Just as he reached the most crucial neutralization step, slowly sprinkling a small pinch of moonstone crystals, ground into a silvery grey powder, into the crucible. The wooden cabinet in the corner of the classroom was suddenly and gently pushed open. Caesar's mind was filled with alarm bells, but his hands remained perfectly still as he steadily sprinkled in the last bit of powder. At the same time, he quickly stirred the potion 3.5 times with his wand. The color of the liquid in the cauldron suddenly settled, turning into a relatively mild light grey, and the pungent smell was greatly reduced. Only then did he turn around. There were 2 people standing there. Hermione Granger, and Luna Lovegood. Hermione's face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes were sharp as knives, fixed on Caesar and the cauldron behind him that was still emitting a faint smoke. Luna stood beside her, tilting her head as if studying a pattern that didn't actually exist on the ceiling. Caesar's mind raced. How did they suddenly end up here? Time, right, a time converter. Hermione applied to use the time turner because of a class conflict, and she could very well use the extra time to track or investigate. Mr. Dursley, Hermione began, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable air of accusation, what are you doing? Caesar suppressed his momentary astonishment, his face displaying just the right amount of surprise and impatience. Do I need to report to you what I do? Upon hearing this, Luna gave a soft hum, turned to Hermione, and said in that ethereal yet firm voice, if you're looking for someone, they might know some of the answers you need. Luna. Caesar instantly realized who the culprit was. Luna, you'll regret this. After saying that, he looked at Hermione again. Hermione, I'm just here to practice my potions class knowledge. Hermione was clearly not fooled by this flimsy excuse. She stepped forward, her sharp gaze sweeping quickly over Caesar. Your eyes are darting around, your breathing is 0.3 seconds faster than usual, and your left hand's fingers are unconsciously rubbing against your sleeve. These are small, nervous gestures you make. Hermione's voice was like stating an objective fact, fast and clear. The powder on your robe is a silvery grey fluorescence that only appears when moonstone and the stinger of the billywig bug are ground to an extremely fine powder. This isn't part of the potion's syllabus. Her gaze fell on the crucible again, her pupils contracting slightly. And you're making takamu? How do you know how to make it? No. Not exactly the same, the smell and color are different, but the basic framework is very similar. Are you modifying it? Or using it to make something else? Caesar. He was speechless for a moment. As expected of Hermione, she's incredibly clever. In just a few seconds of observation and a sense of smell, he almost saw through most of his disguise. Okay, you guessed partly right. It is indeed related to takamu, but it's not the one I use. Who is it for? Hermione pressed, her eyes sharpening. Yes. Caesar hesitated deliberately, as if struggling with whether or not to say it, then, as if making up his mind, he lowered his voice, it's for my teacher. He needs a special potion, to stabilize his magical state. Your teacher? Hermione's breath hitched, her eyes widened, and she took a step forward. What teacher? Where is he? What's his name? Her reaction was more intense than Caesar had anticipated, with a reckless abandon. Following the prearranged script, Caesar continued to let slip, he taught me a lot. He said he took me as his disciple because I was handsome. It's quite a coincidence that he shares my name, Caesar Habsburg. Caesar Habsburg. Hermione's voice suddenly rose, trembling with disbelief. She rushed forward almost recklessly, grabbing Caesar by the collar of his robe with such force that Caesar stumbled. Where is he? Tell me. Where is he now? Her other hand was already reaching for her wand, her eyes swirling with an extremely complex light. Anxiety, anger, pain, and a sliver of almost desperate expectation. Chapter 58. Caesar said calmly, he went to the Himalayas, supposedly to investigate an important ancient magical site. The snowy plateau. Hermione murmured, her grip on his robe loosening slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on his face. Why didn't he come to me? Instead, he took you as his student. She looked Caesar up and down, her tone filled with unspeakable pain and a jealous anger, as if she were examining a poorly made forgery. Then, as if suddenly waking up, she abruptly let go of her hand. He took a step back, a look of mixed disgust and resolve flashing across his face, his voice as cold as ice. You think you are worthy to be his student? You revealed all his whereabouts without even being threatened. From this day forward, you are forbidden from referring to yourself as his student. Otherwise. Before she could finish speaking, she had already slightly raised her wand, the tip pointing directly at Caesar. What do you need from my teacher? Caesar remained calm and asked the crucial question. He needed the answer to plan what would happen next. Are you still in contact? Hermione asked instead of answering, her tone slightly softer but still tense. Call him over, or tell me how to contact him. Caesar's mind raced. He glanced at Luna, who was quietly watching the battle, and a wicked thought suddenly popped into his head. There are some special ways to contact them, but they're not very reliable. The teacher mentioned that she wanted to visit Ravenclaw College at the end of the year, as she had heard there was a very bright freshman there. He wanted to investigate further and consider taking them on as students. Sure enough, Hermione's expression changed drastically. Her lips turned pale, and her eyes welled up with hurt, anger, and a sense of abandonment. Taking students? Who? I guess it's Caesar is trying to shift the blame elsewhere. Just then, Luna, who had been quietly observing, seemed to have seen through Caesar's evil intentions. Suddenly, in her ethereal voice, she softly yet clearly interjected. He's lying. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Luna's misty eyes turned to Hermione, and she added with a hint of regret, the bubble-nosed slugs suddenly jerked violently and then huddled together. That's a classic lying reaction. She tilted her head to look at Caesar, and, regarding the parts about the Himalayas and the rebirth of Ravenclaw, the color of your emotions is off, like a patchwork of colorful scraps hastily pieced together. Disley. Hermione stared intently at Caesar the instant Luna finished speaking, her voice as cold as ice. Caesar opened his mouth, but no sound came out. As long as Luna, that bug, is on the other side, no matter how eloquently he speaks, it won't matter. Sure enough, Luna glanced at him, then at Hermione, and casually added. There are more and more colorful scraps of fabric. Disley, it seems I'll have to get you to tell me the truth. Hermione held out her wand, about to cast a spell to make the other person speak the truth. At the critical moment, Caesar turned his gaze to the light blonde-haired girl and asked this question. Luna, will you regret this? Hermione paused slightly as she was about to cast the spell, wondering if Caesar had gone mad with fright. Beside her, even Luna, who always seemed to see through everything, had a hint of doubt in her eyes. At that very moment, Caesar murmured to himself. System, now begin the villain's life simulation. Please select the final objective for this villain's life simulation. 1 is Voldemort's spy sent to Hogwarts, become the third Dark Lord. Quest reward, Intelligent Scholar, difficulty, B, identity, son of a Death Eater. 2 is an undercover agent sent by Dumbledore to infiltrate Voldemort, become the third Dark Lord. Quest reward, Wise Scholar, difficulty, A, identity, son of a Hogwarts graduate. 3 become a double agent for Dumbledore and Voldemort, and train one of them to become the third Dark Lord. Quest rewards, Genius Scholar, Fantastic Beasts Expert, difficulty, S, status, son of an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. Undercover. Caesar scanned the options almost without pausing. Is there any need to hesitate? What he lacks most right now is a Genius Scholar. His current intelligence might be enough to deal with Harry and Ron, but when faced with truly intelligent people like Hermione and Luna, his cunning will immediately prove insufficient. Caesar couldn't see other people's talent attributes, but he was certain that if there were any, Hermione would definitely have the label of genius scholar. Moreover, the third point, to train one person. His target has now fallen on Luna. After the simulation ends, she'll still need to guard against Hermione. Whoever started the trouble, should clean it up. System, I choose the third option. You have selected the final objective for this simulation, to become a double agent and train someone to become the third Dark Lord. Initial character selected, son of the Auror from the Ministry of Magic. The host has been detected to possess the talents Legendary Magic Talent and Animagus. You may now choose 3 talents from the following 10. Reformed and Reformed, Master of Illusion, Expert in Magical Creatures, Gifted Genius, Parsleyan, Ancient Magic About Love, Genius Scholar, Flying Master, Potions Master, Dark Magic Genius. Caesar quickly scanned the list, his mind racing. This S-rank mission has 2 major hurdles to overcome. First, become a double agent for both Dumbledore and Voldemort. In the original story, only Snape managed to do it. The most feasible path would have been to follow his old route, first siding with Voldemort, then defecting to Dumbledore's side. This was easier than the other way around. Second, train someone to become the third Dark Lord. He had already decided on Luna as the choice. Furthermore, in order to defend against Hermione in the real world, one must train oneself to be quite powerful in the simulation. But here's the question, how do we train them? In the original books, Luna's intelligence is not the same as Hermione's. Hermione's intelligence is that of a conqueror of the known world. Through hard work, memory, and logic, she masters the existing rules. She is the perfect student in the system. Luna's wisdom lies in being an explorer of the unknown, relying on intuition, conviction, and a unique perspective to challenge the boundaries of cognition. She is a discoverer of possibilities. Both are important. Hermione keeps the world running, while Luna reminds us that there is a heaven beyond our world. In Caesar's view, Luna was the true embodiment of the Ravenclaw spirit. That extraordinary wisdom in her wasn't about getting higher scores, but rather about having a perspective that transcended common sense. It's not about accumulating knowledge, but about understanding the world, connecting with everything, and finding your own place. Therefore, Luna's intelligence is the most unique and most underestimated in Harry Potter. As the embodiment of the Ravenclaw spirit, her potential extends far beyond what is shown in the original works. However, Luna doesn't seem to enjoy fighting. She's solely focused on studying those magical creatures. After the original book's finale, Luna became a renowned magi-zoologist, discovering and documenting many new magical creatures. Instead of becoming a minister of magic like Hermione, engaged in political and wizarding reform work. Caesar suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Luna seems to possess a talent that no one else has. She can see many other creatures that are invisible to others, and communicate with them. This is absolutely a completely new realm of magic, and in the original story, Luna only used this talent to record living beings, which is such a pity. Thinking about this, a sharp glint flashed in Caesar's eyes. His mind was made up. This time, I will not show any mercy. Chapter 59. Initial talents selected: Reformation, Genius Scholar, Illusion Master. Note that Harry doesn't exist in the simulated world. After all, the system can't simulate the behavior of the Chosen One. Simulation begins. Time: 20 years. Immediately afterwards, Caesar felt a familiar sensation. His consciousness instantly detached from his body, plunging into another world that seemed both real and illusory. You are born into a pure-blood wizarding family. Both your parents are Aurors in the Ministry of Magic, belonging to the low-profile Wilkes family, one of the 28 holy clans. When you were 5 years old, a secret mission that shouldn't have been theirs to carry out left your mother forever in the aftermath of Dumbledore's brief encounter with Voldemort in the Albanian forest. That encounter wasn't recorded in any official archives. My father only brought back my mother's wand, broken in two with its core charred black. After the war, Shelby Wilkes's hair turned mostly grey overnight. He refused a promotion and transfer offer from the Department of Dangerous Affairs at the Ministry of Magic, and used his savings to buy an old house with a large garden outside Exeter in the Muggle world. This new address happened to be next to the family of the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, Senor Elias Lovegood. The decision to move was hasty and silent. Your father only said, "It's quiet here," but you knew it suited you perfectly. The primary school there was a mix of Muggle children and a few undiscovered wizarding descendants. You first saw 7-year-old Luna Lovegood under the oak tree by the playground that spring when you were 9. She sat alone, a notebook filled with drawings of strange creatures spread across her lap, humming a tuneless melody softly as she watched a swarm of ants carrying breadcrumbs. Sunlight danced through the leaves on her pale golden hair. You didn't immediately approach. Time was of the essence, but premature contact could arouse suspicion. You simply observed quietly, using the insight granted by your genius scholar talent to analyze her behavioral patterns and perceive her unusual affinity for natural creatures. You spent 6 months adapting to the slowly growing magical power within this young body, while cautiously regaining control over basic spells under your father's rigorous self-protection magic training. Finally, on a rainy afternoon in late autumn, as you sensed your internal magical energy stabilizing, you saw several figures pushing a light gold-haired girl into the deserted, rainy area behind the school building. She clutched a thick book tightly, her pale blue leather shoes slipping incessantly on the wet ground. You knew the time had come. With a surge of energy, Caesar felt his consciousness completely merge into this young body. He quickly adapted to his surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping forward. Before I knew it, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. Several figures were pushing a girl with light blonde hair into the rainy ground behind the school building, where no one was around. Luna clutched a thick book tightly in her arms, her light blue leather shoes slipping on the damp ground, each step clumsy and unsteady. From early morning, she carried that faint, lingering scent, similar to swampy seaweed. What does it taste like? Ugh, it's Luna. Did she fall into the sewer? During recess, 3 4th-grade boys blocked her way in the corridor behind the auditorium. The leader, named Derek, exaggeratedly pinched his nose, his voice shrill. I heard your mom's researching talking mushrooms? What a shame, even the mushrooms are more normal than your whole family. Luna lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the tips of her shoes. There was a small, sticky, green stain there that couldn't be washed off. Speak up, you crazy girl. Another boy shoved her shoulder hard. I'll send you out into the rain to wash off your stench. Luna fell down in the muddy, rainy ground. She remembered her mother saying that if someone bullies you, tell them it's a harassing fly affecting their judgment. You might be being harassed by swarms of. She bit her lip and whispered the standard answer. The boys burst into exaggerated laughter. What did she say? Talking nonsense. She really is a little madwoman. Derek grinned, a smug smile on his face, and reached out to grab her fluffy, light blonde hair. Luna closed her eyes tightly. The expected pulling and pain did not occur. Stay away from her. A voice came from the shadows around the corner of the corridor. Luna opened her eyes. I saw a dark-haired boy standing a few steps away. He looked a year or two older than her, wearing a clean, crisp white shirt and dark trousers, and holding an old book with no writing on the cover. When he looks at people, his eyes possess a clarity and sharpness beyond his years, as if he can see through appearances to the essence of things. Kaiser Wilkes, the new neighbor who is the son of a policeman, Kaiser's father is a Muggle, is also the top student in the class, but a gloomy guy who almost never talks to others. Derek, the bully, paused for a moment, looked Caesar up and down, then sneered, Oh, police officer, you want to meddle? Didn't your father teach you not to follow crazy people? I said, Caesar interrupted him, without raising his voice an inch. But the crisp sound of the thick book slamming shut in his hand was exceptionally clear in the empty corridor, even carrying a certain invisible pressure. Stay away from her. For some reason, the 3 fourth-grade boys looked at each other and instinctively took a half-step back in unison. Derek was a little embarrassed. He glared fiercely at Caesar, but ultimately didn't dare to go forward again. He simply said, "You just wait," and then hurriedly left with his companions. The corridor fell silent, with only the sound of rain tapping on the glass. Luna looked up, her heart pounding in her thin chest like a startled bird. She saw Caesar walk towards her, stopping a step away, maintaining a distance that didn't make her feel pressured. "Are you all right?" Caesar asked. At the same time, his gaze swept over Luna's slightly reddened eyes and her hands, which were tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. It's surprising that Luna had this experience before entering Hogwarts. This is understandable, though. Even after joining Hogwarts, she was still isolated and bullied by other students because of her strange behavior. But for Caesar, this was a good starting point. It's quite fitting that the future third-generation Dark Lord had such a childhood experience. It would also make him more susceptible to being corrupted by his own actions. Luna nodded, then shook her head, and finally said in an almost inaudible whisper, "Thank you." Chapter 60. Caesar's gaze lingered for a moment on the stubborn green stain on the toe of her shoe. "You have the frog egg resonance charm on you, is it the smell of a failed experiment?" Luna's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you know?" "You too." "My father was a police officer in the Muggle world, but he was an auror in the wizarding world before," Caesar explained succinctly. He paused slightly, as if choosing his words carefully. "I myself am somewhat interested in magical creatures and magical experiments." Perhaps it was because they had finally met someone who could understand magic. Perhaps it was because their nerves, which had been tense for too long, relaxed slightly at this moment. Luna began to explain, haltingly, the origin of the unpleasant smell on her body. It all started with a jar of magical frog eggs that Pandora, the mother, decided to experiment with. She firmly believes that if the frog eggs are given the right emotional resonance spell, the hatched frogs might be able to change color according to their mood. Her mother exclaimed excitedly, "Just imagine, Luna! How wonderful it would be if she turned blue when she was sad and yellow when she was happy." The experiment was conducted in the kitchen. Something went wrong at some point, and the jar of frog eggs, on which so much hope had been placed, failed to hatch and instead exploded with a muffled thud. A green liquid with a strange, sweet, and fishy smell was splattered everywhere. For example, Luna hurriedly put on her new shoes this morning, without even having time to properly wipe them clean. Caesar listened quietly, his expression initially calm and expressionless. But gradually, he noticed something was amiss. To his slight surprise, this was before Luna Lovegood became known as the Crazy Girl. Before those butterbeer bottle cork necklaces and demon-proof glasses became her trademarks, before everyone around her began to look at her with a mixture of pity, mockery, and alienation. She seemed to be just an ordinary little girl who was afraid when bullied and at a loss when helped. The girl now seems normal and ordinary. She lacks the intelligence she displayed when she secretly led Hermione to cause trouble for him. After Luna finished speaking, her voice lowered, and her slender fingers unconsciously twisted together, betraying her inner unease. "So, I probably won't be able to get rid of this smell anytime soon." "It's all right." Caesar offered no empty words of comfort. He simply raised his right hand, his index finger tracing a brief arc of magic in the air. A warm golden halo swept across Luna's shoes and a few inconspicuous stains on the hem of her school uniform skirt. The stubborn green slime, along with that lingering, strange odor. It was as if it had been completely wiped away by an invisible and precise hand, vanishing without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. Luna stared blankly down at her spotless shoes and light-colored dress. She raised her head and looked at Caesar. Those light silver-gray eyes blinked, their pupils clearly reflecting the hazy, rainy sunlight outside the window. And Caesar's calm, youthful face. Luna's home is a crooked, three-story house. The one who opened the door was Pandora Lovegood himself, holding a small silver knife that was slightly smoking. Mother. Luna's voice was clearer than usual. This is Caesar. He helped me. And he knows about the frog eggs. Pandora's eyes lit up immediately, with the light of pure curiosity. She looked Caesar up and down, her gaze sweeping over the thick, wordless book in his hand, before suddenly leaning in and sniffing it. Oh! It doesn't have that, well, overly realistic vibe that ordinary Muggle kids have. Hello, Mr. Wilkes Jr. Xenophilius mentioned your family moved in, the Auror family, hey? She spoke quickly, stepping aside to make way. Come in quickly, it's raining outside, it'll attract those naughty bubble-nosed slugs. The interior was more crowded and cluttered than it appeared from the outside, yet it strangely exuded a sense of warmth. A self-rotating planetarium hangs above the dining table, bundles of the quibbler are piled in the corner, and the air is filled with the mixed scent of licorice and some strange herb. The most eye-catching feature was the long table in the center of the living room, which was covered with powders of various colors and a small jar of viscous blue liquid that emitted a faint glow. We are trying to capture the dream patterns of the moon fox. Pandora brandished her knife, explaining enthusiastically, without the slightest thought that revealing experimental details to a child she had just met was inappropriate. Luna, darling, would you like to make some honey tea? Luna nodded and ran briskly towards the kitchen. Pandora turned to Caesar, her gaze becoming inquisitive. Luna said, you know that failed little spell. And it cleaned up so well. She tilted her head slightly, it's rare to see a minor wizard with such precise control over magic. Did your father teach you? Caesar shook his head slightly, knowing that the real performance had arrived. He didn't answer immediately, but instead turned his gaze to the few specks of silver powder scattered beside the jar of blue liquid. Then, he drew upon the subtle control over visual cues bestowed upon him by his master of illusion talent. At the same time, it combines the genius scholar's extensive knowledge of the characteristics of magical creatures. Next, he extended his finger and slowly moved it along a non-existent arc. At the same time, he spoke in a low voice, just loud enough for Pandora to hear, with a hint of uncertainty. They just circled around here, didn't they? Its trajectory was very light, shaped like a small wisp of silver thread. It drifted towards the window. What did you just say? Pandora Lovegood held his breath instantly. She first looked sharply at the air through which Caesar's fingers traced a line. He quickly looked towards the window, then his gaze finally settled on Caesar's face. Those light silver eyes were filled with shock and a sudden burst of ecstatic joy, as if they had found a kindred spirit. What Caesar described is precisely what the dream traces of the moon-obsessed beast in Lovegood's theory might possess. However, even Pandora herself has not fully confirmed these characteristics. Merlin's beard. Pandora gasped, the silver knife in her hand clattering to the table. She exclaimed in surprise. Caesar, can you see? Can you really see those lost threads of dreams? I made 17 observation records. Xenophilius only suspected that he had captured similar phenomena 3 times, and he always said that he might be seeing things. Oh, my dear child! Pandora excitedly circled around the table, grabbed Caesar's shoulders with both hands, and leaned down to look him straight in the eye. His voice trembled with excitement, you don't just know, you can see. Just like my Luna. No, perhaps even more so. Talent. This is rare talent. At that moment, Luna came out carrying a tray with 2 cups of warm, bubbling tea on it. Seeing her mother's excited expression, she blinked, puzzled. Pandora turned to Luna and announced loudly, as if sharing some incredibly exciting news. Luna. This Caesar, he can see. He saw that wisp of dream slip away. She looked at Caesar again, her face radiating pure, unreserved enthusiasm. You absolutely must come often. Any time is fine. Our family always welcomes friends who can see the real world. We can observe the migration path of the curved-horned snoring beast together to verify the effect of the disturbing horsefly on the boiling point of the potion. Oh, and there are so many more interesting experiments and hypotheses. What do you think? Caesar met her burning gaze, a hint of shyness and just the right amount of curiosity appearing on his face. I'd love to, Mrs. Lovegood. It's very interesting here. Chapter 61. That night, Caesar gave Luna a chocolate frog. The girl took a bite. It was very bitter, but because it was given to her by the boy, she could still taste the sweetness inside. By the time Caesar left, the rain had completely stopped. The sound of rain outside the window gradually stopped. Luna lay on her small desk, which was covered with a tablecloth with a star pattern, and opened her diary, which was decorated with colorful feathers and specimens of strange plant veins. The ink pen nib hovered for a moment, then fell, leaving behind slightly immature but meticulously written characters. It's raining today. A lot of rain. Derek and the others were saying I smelled bad in the hallway again, and that Mom was a crazy mushroom researcher. I told them there were harassing horseflies, and they laughed even harder. At this point, Luna put down her quill and rested her face on her hands. She loved watching the gleam in her mother's eyes when she talked about mushrooms, a gleam brighter than any fluorescent light. I love listening to my dad explain why he firmly believes the colors of the rainbow will make Philo's journey more enjoyable. His earnest tone, as if he's revealing a universal truth, is so captivating. This home, along with all its strange smells, unusual sounds, and the occasional little magical accidents, was, to her, a vast, warm, and perpetually surprising paradise. So, faced with discrimination from other muggles, she learned to bow her head. I learned to focus my gaze on the small patch of ground in front of my shoes, and I learned to let my long, unruly light blonde hair fall down like a thin curtain of light, slightly shielding me from those overly sharp gazes. When those shrill laughs and whispers came crashing down like hail, she silently counted in her mind the row of sunflowers along the fence in her backyard that always faced the sun. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are simple, quiet, and golden, never questioning whether the mushroom should sing, nor mocking the color of Fleur powder. I had gotten used to it. She wrote those 3 words in her diary, her handwriting steady and without emphasizing them. When they laugh, I'm reminded of my mother's excited cry when she discovered new patterns on mushroom spores. When they point and comment, I remember my father pointing at the purple sofa and saying, "Look, this is the sky at night." They probably get bored when they reach the 23rd sunflower. But today, some things are different. Kaiser Wilkes helped me get rid of Derek. He seems a little different. Luna carefully closed the diary and tied it with a slightly worn ribbon that still shimmered with tiny silver specks. A distant hoot came from outside the window. She leaned back on the table, turned her head to the side, and looked through the watermarks on the glass towards the night sky. The clouds parted a bit, revealing a few faint stars. What happened in the corridor that rainy day was like a small pebble thrown into the lake of her heart, which was used to turning on its own. The ripples were very light, yet they carried a strange, yet definite, echo. Perhaps, in this vast, strange world that often makes her feel lonely, what she can see is not only sunflowers, mushrooms, and the Lovegood family. The thought was light, like a feather, yet it brought her a subtle, unfamiliar warmth on this rainy night. At the same time, Caesar went up the stairs and back to his room. Closing the door shut out the cold, austere atmosphere of the study downstairs. The carefully maintained expression on his face slowly faded. He went to the window but did not turn on the light. Through the glass, one could see the crooked outline of Lovegood's house behind the grove of trees in the distance. At this moment, the little house should still be glowing with a warm, pale yellow light. Very good, the first step of the plan was a great success. However, this is not enough, just classmates are far from sufficient. Caesar's grey eyes appeared exceptionally deep in the darkness. The daytime performance was a success. It even exceeded expectations. Pandora Lovegood's unreserved enthusiasm and acceptance were the most ideal outcome he had calculated. A lonely researcher, marginalized by mainstream academia, suddenly encounters a young man who seems to see what she has been searching for all her life. The emotions that erupt from him are intense and blind. A perfect entry point. And Luna. He recalled what the girl looked like in the corridor. Her light blonde hair clung damply to her cheeks, and her large silver eyes looked at him. A sensitive and lonely soul living in its own world. Easy to guide, and easy to shape. Caesar's fingers unconsciously traced a light line across the windowpane. Based on his memories from his past life, Luna Lovegood's mother, Pandora, will die in a magical experiment accident when Luna is 9 years old. This accident caused significant changes in the habits of Luna and her father. The exact time of the incident and the details of the experiment are unknown, all that is known is that a certain spell malfunctioned. But the word accident itself implies a variable, an opportunity. If he could have intervened earlier and gained more trust, especially Pandora's trust, he could have done so. If he had known about, or even participated in to some extent in, the Lovegood family's research before that experiment took place. Therefore, when the accident occurs, his position will be completely different. He will no longer be just an ordinary friend. Instead, it could be a sense of presence, a person trying to help, or even, the sole interpreter. The loss of her mother would be a devastating blow to Luna, a girl who viewed her family as her entire warm paradise. Her already alienated inner world will completely lose its most important support. At that time, loneliness will no longer be the background noise she is used to, but a vast ocean that will devour everything. And Caesar, if handled properly, could become the only piece of driftwood that floats to her side. Let her rely on you, let her trust you, let her transfer all her emotional support to you in her grief. Then, guide her. A young witch with rare sensory talents, a unique and easily influenced mental world, would be a highly promising pawn if she could be fully controlled. Her perspective allows her to see magical phenomena invisible to ordinary people, her way of thinking is not bound by conventional logic, and her loyalty, if nurtured properly, is undeniable. Pure and fanatical. A top scholar in the field of magical creatures from the original work will be portrayed by Caesar as Queen of Taming Magical Creatures. Chapter 62. You were very satisfied with the outcome of your first meeting. Not only did you gain Luna's trust, but you also obtained a reason from Pandora to visit her house in the future. Next, you gradually increase their affection by protecting Luna at the Muggle school and demonstrating your talent in front of Pandora. Time passes as you begin to frequently visit Luna's house, discuss magical creatures with her, or assist Pandora in her magical experiments. You become one of the most familiar people to Luna's family. 3 months later, during a chance visit, you found the opportunity to test your riot plan. On Wednesday afternoon, Caesar knocked on the black lacquered door of the Lovegood family home. Pandora opened the door. Perfect. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Caesar's wrist, pulling him inside. I need an observer. Xenophilius has gone to retrieve the printing plates, and Luna is looking after the snails. You've come at just the right time. She led Caesar toward the narrow staircase at the back of the house. The basement workshop door was open, wafting out a complex aroma, herbs, ozone, mint, metallic burnt scents, and a hint of sweet fishiness. On the central workbench, a device composed of brass tubes and glass spheres is in operation, with a cloud of dark purple smoke that changes shape and occasionally flashes with electric silver threads at its core. Emotion Materialization Capturer, 3rd generation improved version. Pandora pointed with her long spoon at the unfolded thick notebook. I want to demonstrate that intense emotions, especially those generated when resonating with magical creatures, leave a detectable physical trace. Caesar approached the workbench. His gaze swept over the parchment notes. He flipped to the top of the notebook. Warning marked, circled in red ink. Resonance experiments require extreme caution. Today, an attempt was made to resonate with a low intensity, causing all the animals in the house to briefly display the same chaotic scene, lasting 17 seconds. Caesar tapped his fingers lightly on the words extreme caution. In addition, he could sense that there were significant flaws in the protective magic of the studio and even the entire Lovegood family. Her family's defensive magic was more about not disturbing the neighbors and avoiding obvious disasters than about resisting deep magical infiltration or resonance experiment riots. The plan took shape in his mind. There is no need to intentionally create accidents. We just need to wait for Pandora to conduct her next resonance experiment with the home's protective magic and external magical sources. Apply minor, targeted magical interference to the Wilkes household. Pandora will die according to her own plan. Saturday morning, mist clung to the edge of the forest. Caesar waited outside the gate of Luna's garden. Yesterday he told Luna that he had discovered a niffler's nest. Of course, he tampered with the niffler inside. Today is the first step in his plan to teach Luna dark magic. The plan to kill Pandora must proceed, and the plan to lure Luna into corruption must also be carried out simultaneously. The two complement each other to achieve the best results. Just as she was contemplating something wicked, Luna tiptoed out. She was wearing Xenophilius's old raincoat and carrying a cloth bag embroidered with a snorting beast pattern, from which a slight clinking sound could be heard. Caesar stepped forward and greeted him. It must be said that 7-year-old Luna is exceptionally cute, in no way inferior to 10-year-old Hermione. I brought something sparkly, Luna whispered, patting her bag. Niffles like sparkly things, right? Caesar nodded, his gaze sweeping over her face, which was a mixture of excitement and slight nervousness. Come with me. Yesterday I found tracks at the edge of the old oak grove on the west side. They walked along the damp path into the forest. Caesar walked ahead, his steps steady, his sharp eyes scanning the bushes on the ground. 20 minutes later, he stopped in front of a hole formed by the roots of a beech tree. Here. Luna stepped forward and saw a hole hidden by thick grass, from which she could hear faint sobbing and scratching sounds. Caesar parted the ferns. Deep inside the cave, 4 baby nifflers huddled together in a nest made of dry leaves and scraps of cloth. The 3 huddled together for warmth, while the 4th huddled alone at the edge of the nest. Moreover, the 4th niffler's fur is dark blue, completely different from the grey-black of the regular niffler. Niffler's mother is gone. I can feel the nest is empty. She's been gone for at least 2 days. Luna knelt at the entrance of the cave, her voice filled with sorrow, instead of paying attention to the strange, dark blue niffler. Caesar glanced at Luna, who was full of affection for animals, squatted down pretending to observe her, and then said casually. There were no signs of struggle or predators nearby. These nifflers' parents were likely captured by a wizard's trap. Luna turned to Caesar, her eyes pleading, can we take care of them? I know Dad won't approve of more pets, but we can do it secretly. Caesar's lips curled slightly as he calmly interrupted, you can't bring it home. The magical environment in your home is unstable, and it could be fatal to a weak cub. Then Caesar looked at the dark blue cub. Moreover, that color is unusual. A normal niffler cub should have a brighter coat. This dark blue color suggests it may have dark magic-infused lineage, meaning it's more susceptible to certain types of magic. Luna held her breath, her gaze fixed on the cub curled up alone. Her innate ability to resonate with living beings did not make her aware of the dangers of dark magic, instead, it led her to whisper with empathy. Then it will be even lonelier. Caesar didn't respond, but stretched out his hand above the cave, pretending to close his eyes and sense the surroundings. After a moment, he whispered. I know a simple summoning spell that can soothe magical creatures, especially those associated with dark magic. My father taught me that it originated from an ancient ritual by which people from sacred mountains established trust with the spirits of nature. Luna did not refuse. Caesar opened his eyes to look at Luna and revealed his true purpose. Do you want to learn? It can help you establish communication with that special niffler. Perhaps this can offer a little comfort to this lonely, strange niffler, who is not accepted by its own kind. Luna nodded vigorously, without the slightest suspicion. Caesar's lips curled into a slight smile. He gestured for her to extend her hand, palm facing up. Repeat after me, but don't say it aloud, repeat it silently in your heart. At the same time, imagine your magic as the finest thread, gently reaching towards it. He demonstrated, his voice steady, the core of the mantra is seeing and communicating. It's not about forcing, but inviting. This was especially true for the niffler. You must first truly see its difference, its loneliness, in your heart, and then gently extend an invitation. Luna studied diligently. Imitate the gesture, then close your eyes on the third time. Caesar sensed subtle disturbances in the magical particles around him. Luna's magic naturally carries an open and accepting quality. As she silently chanted the incantation, the dark blue niffler pup stirred at the edge of the nest. He raised his head, his wet nose pointing towards Luna, and his body relaxed. Chapter 63. It sensed it. Luna opened her eyes, her voice filled with surprise. Try again, imagine the thread gently touching its forehead, Caesar instructed. Luna did as instructed. The magical fluctuations became more stable, and the invisible thread slowly thickened, binding her and the niffler tightly together. The dark blue sniffle let out a soft chirp and struggled to wobble a few inches toward Luna. It accepted me. Luna's voice trembled slightly. It accepts your taming of it, Caesar corrected, while taking a packet of soft cake wrapped in silver foil from his purse and handing it to Luna. Feed it a little. Use the hand that holds the food, then repeat the gesture. Don't chant any spells, just watch. Luna carefully took the soft cake and reached out her hand. The dark blue sniffler hesitated for less than a second before coming over to take small bites. The other 3 cubs were also attracted by the scent and gathered around. For the next hour, they cared for the litter of abandoned nifflers together. After teaching Luna about dark magic, Caesar then taught her some basic knowledge about magical creatures. For example, identifying nearby safe food sources and setting up more discreet temporary shelters. Luna learns quickly, and her talent proves remarkably useful in caring for magical creatures. Between feedings, Luna held the dark blue sniffler, who was already asleep in her arms, and whispered. Caesar, is that spell only special people can learn? It feels different from the magic I usually encounter. Caesar paused slightly. This magic is considered an extremely cruel and strictly forbidden black magic spell among the sacred mountain people who worship nature and live in harmony with it. It can help wizards tame, command, and control magical creatures, and even inherently evil dark magic creatures cannot escape it. However, the number and strength of the creatures controlled depend on the wizard's abilities in this area. Luna is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Of course, what Caesar is teaching Luna now is just the beginning, a harmless, packaged version of what he taught her. Moreover, this strange niffler was also Caesar's creation. Caesar considered his words carefully, then looked up at Luna. All magic requires a suitable caster. There is no evil magic, only evil wizards. As long as you use magic for good, then you don't need to worry about so much. Although most wizards in this world prefer to accept only what they deem safe and normal. Luna looked down at the unusually colored little creature sleeping soundly in her arms, and remained silent for a long time. But she deeply agreed with Caesar's words, because her family was not recognized by the mainstream of the wizarding world. Her mother's experiments were ridiculed by other wizards, and her father started a weekly magazine called The Quibbler. She herself was treated as an outsider at school since she was a child. As the morning mist dissipated, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light on her light blonde hair and her dark blue fur. Luna finally looked up at the boy who acknowledged and cared for her, and asked. Can we come see them often in the future? Through our secret method. Caesar stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. Of course, but it's a secret between us, Luna. The spell I taught you and this special niffler, don't tell anyone, not even your father and mother. After all, they have their way of understanding the world, and we have ours. Sometimes, sharing things can actually cause trouble. Do you understand? Luna glanced at Caesar, then at the niffler cub in her arms with whom she had established a faint magical connection, and slowly nodded. I understand, this is our secret. On the way back, Luna walked slowly, glancing back into the depths of the forest from time to time. Caesar walked half a step ahead and to the side of her. The first step has been completed. A secret that belongs only to them, a spell bearing the mark of a slight dark magic fluctuation, and a magical creature marked as special and requiring secret protection. Sharing secrets is the fastest way to build exclusive trust. The seeds have sprouted. Now, all that's needed is patient watering. At night, Luna sat at her small desk and turned on the moth-shaped lamp. The diary lay open, a new page waiting to be filled. She dipped her brush in ink, hesitated for a moment, and began to write. Caesar has been coming often lately. His father likes to discuss the habits of the horned snorkel with him, while his mother takes him to see the dreaming fern. Caesar is very diligent, he can remember the titles of all of his father's articles and even pinpoint the mistake his mother made with that failed attempt at using emotional ink last year. His parents are very happy, calling him a rare and insightful young man. The pen paused. Luna looked up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the wall to see the scene from the daytime. Those images show more than just the workbench and crucible at home. But actually, the handwriting has become lighter, I prefer other times as well. For example, Caesar said they wanted to compare the effects of residual soil magic on daisies, so they collected samples together in the small garden behind the school. The sun was shining brightly. Caesar held a notebook and a precise little shovel, carrying a neatly sorted cloth bag. Several boys who had followed Diagon mocking her passed by, whispering amongst themselves, but did not approach as usual, nor did they make any jarring noises. They just looked around and then walked away. For example, to find out the origin of an old magical proverb, Caesar took her to the community library to look up dusty local chronicles and mythological compilations. They sat side by side at an old wooden table by the window. Caesar was engrossed in flipping through thick books, while she helped him look up the index or check the spelling of unfamiliar words. The librarian occasionally glanced at them with surprise, but no mockery. The other children merely glanced curiously at the strange books on their desks before paying no further attention. When they see me with Caesar, they're less likely to laugh at me. As I wrote this sentence, the pen lingered for a long time, causing a small stain of ink to spread. Luna realized that Caesar's presence was like an invisible yet sturdy umbrella. It is unassuming, without warning, simply unfolding quietly, representing a different kind of normal, focused, calm, and unapproachable. Those who mocked her for being eccentric seemed to automatically lose the courage to approach and provoke her outside the area marked by this umbrella. She felt safe. A long-lost sense of security, a safety that didn't require constant tension. The pen moved again, the handwriting even lighter, as if afraid of being seen by anyone. I've quietly fallen in love with this umbrella. It's not just about protection. She loved seeing his slightly furrowed brow when he was focused, and listening to his clear tone when he explained complex principles. She liked the way he would genuinely fall into deep thought when she suddenly had a whimsical idea. With him around, those weird ideas that made her feel embarrassed at school were no longer a burden, but rather interesting issues that could be discussed together. This umbrella is quiet and sturdy. Moreover, the world under the umbrella has become a little different because of him. Luna closed her diary, but didn't tie the ribbon immediately as usual. She gently stroked the cover, feeling the texture of the paper, and beneath it, her own little secret that had just been laid out. The moonlight outside the window was hazy, just like the quietly growing, still nascent feelings in her heart. It is light and quiet, like those magical plants in Lovegood's backyard that quietly unfurl their leaves at night. Chapter 64. Xenophilius stood in the kitchen, his nostrils twitching slightly. I had just returned home from a 3-day business trip when I immediately noticed something was wrong. It was his daughter who possessed an extremely faint scent, unlike any other common magical fluctuation he was familiar with. The smell was cold and thin, like frost on a windowpane on a winter night, or the chill seeping from the stone walls of an ancient basement. It was completely at odds with her original warm, open, and slightly dreamy magical nature, and cunning was also intertwined within it. "Luna, darling," Xenophilius began casually at dinner, his eyes, behind his thick glasses, intently observing his daughter. "How have you been having with Caesar next door lately?" Luna, who was chasing the rolling peas in the plate with her fork, looked up at the sound of the voice, her face brightening. Caesar knows a lot. He knew where to find the oldest bowtruckle in the forest, and he even taught me to recognize several magical creatures not mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them." "Oh? Which magical creatures did you teach?" Xenophilius asked gently, his fingers unconsciously twirling the cork necklace. "There are bioluminescent insects that glow blue only at dawn the day after a full moon. The whispering bird makes a sound like it's whispering when the north wind blows. Besides..." Luna paused, then lowered her voice slightly. "Swallowtail dogs live in the east, where little sunlight shines, and have cold, downy fur. Caesar said that some ancient magical rituals used creatures like these that prefer dark corners." Xenophilius's fork made a soft, tinkling sound as it scraped across the plate. "Swallowtail dog? That's not something a normal child would know. It appears more often in ancient rituals, as an auxiliary material for black magic, or in the fringe texts of forbidden creature habitats." "How did he know all this?" Luna hadn't spoken yet. Pandora, who had a favorable impression of Caesar, interjected to explain. "The Wilks are an Auror family, right? Perhaps they've handled cases involving ancient dark magic artifacts." "Maybe," Xenophilius said, his gaze never leaving Luna. "Did they teach you anything else? Like special spells or hand gestures? Or stories about less common magical creatures?" Luna tightened her grip on the fork. She lowered her eyes to the pea that had finally stopped falling, and spoke even softer. "He helped me take care of a litter of abandoned nifflers. On the west side of the forest, the mother is gone, and the cubs are pitiful. Caesar taught me a simple summoning spell to appease them. Especially one with very dark fur, it was very timid." "A summoning spell?" Xenophilius leaned forward slightly. "What kind? Can you show me?" The air was still for a few seconds. Luna looked up, her light silver-grey eyes glancing at her father before quickly looking away at the darkening sky outside the window. "I don't remember very clearly." She finally spoke, with a barely perceptible hint of resistance in her voice. "It's just a normal gesture. And Caesar said that the spell only works on those who truly care about those forgotten little lives. If you perform this out of mere curiosity, you might startle them. A clever counterattack." Xenophilius almost applauded the answer. If he weren't that suspicious father. The daughter is hiding something, and feels a certain loyalty to it. Xenophilius did not sleep that night. Sitting in my study amidst back issues of Singing the Divergence and manuscripts, the faint light from the tip of my wand reflected on my thick glasses. Several old notebooks, their edges tattered, were spread out in front of him, his own collection. "Swallowtail dog. A spell to appease creatures that love dark corners." Kaiser Wilks, an 11-year-old boy, comes from a family where both parents are Aurors. In theory, he could indeed have access to unconventional knowledge. But that icy magic lingered. When Xenophilius was young, he accidentally stumbled upon an abandoned hideout of dark magic artifacts while conducting an interview. The air there has a similar smell. "Are you worried about him?" Pandora's voice came from the doorway. She was wearing a star-patterned bathrobe and holding a bubbly blue drink. I think that child is quite good. Luna now has friends her own age, and have you noticed that our daughter has become more outgoing lately? Xenophilius took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's precisely because he can cheer Luna up that I'm worried. Pandora, that child knows far too much knowledge that shouldn't belong to someone his age, or even to an ordinary Auror family. He led Luna to a dark corner. It wasn't a place a 7-year-old girl should be staring at so often. Pandora walked over to him, placed the drink on the table, and the bubbles made a soft popping sound, but the world contains both darkness and light. We've always taught Luna to see everything, haven't we? She tilted her head. Besides, Xenophilius, weren't you also obsessed with legends and creatures rejected by the mainstream when you were young? That's different. Xenophilius shook his head, his voice unusually serious. I did it out of curiosity, out of a desire to uncover the covered-up truth. But there was a cold precision in the boy's curiosity. His choice of what Luna saw, and how she saw it, seems to have an underlying intention. Pandora blinked. Intentions? For example. Chapter 65. For example, make her feel that only he can understand what she sees. For example, establishing exclusive connections among them that share common secrets. For example, it subtly planted a seed in her heart that her parents don't understand the real world. Pandora fell silent. She looked at her husband's furrowed brows, and recalled her daughter's bright eyes when she mentioned Caesar recently, as well as her occasional evasive remarks. She finally suggested, perhaps you should talk to him directly? Use your roundabout interviewing skills to find out more about that kid Caesar. Xenophilius put his glasses back on, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. Yes. I really should find an opportunity to talk to him. The opportunity will arrive in 2 days. Caesar returned the experimental manuscripts that Pandora had previously lent him. And by chance, Xenophilius bumped into him in the garden. Caesar. Xenophilius approached. Thank you for accompanying Luna on her adventures these past few days. She rarely shows such sustained enthusiasm for things in the real world. Caesar turned, his deep grey eyes calmly meeting his scrutiny. Mr. Lovegood. Luna has a unique way of perceiving the world, observing with her always brings new perspectives. Like the swallowtail dog? And the strange, abandoned niffler. Xenophilius cut straight to the point, his gaze fixed on Caesar's face. Caesar's expression remained almost unchanged. Yes. Luna has a natural sympathy for those who are misunderstood. I only provided some background information. My father handled cases involving the smuggling of magical creatures, and we have related fringe materials at home. Marginal information, Xenophilius repeated, his fingers unconsciously twisting the cork necklace. Could you elaborate? For example, which system does the spell for appeasing dark creatures originate from? The air was still. The color of the hydrangea gradually changes from pale blue to grayish-green. Caesar inhaled slowly, and as he exhaled, a perfectly balanced expression appeared on his face, a mixture of offended restraint and academic defense. Mr. Lovegood, if you are questioning what I taught Luna, I understand your concerns. However, please allow me to clarify that although the Wilkes family has served in the Ministry of Magic for generations, there is another branch that focuses on researching ancient magical legends and fringe magical history. From a young age, I was exposed to these unorthodox but rigorous academic systems. He paused, lowered his voice slightly, and continued with a barely perceptible sharpness. I thought that a family like the Lovegoods, known for their Q program and dedicated to uncovering truths ignored by the mainstream, would be more open to this kind of diverse knowledge transmission. The counterattack was precise and sharp. Xenophilius experienced mild tinnitus. He simply couldn't continue to pressure him on the point of respecting unconventional knowledge. Openness doesn't mean a lack of discernment, young people. Xenophilius finally spoke, the ethereal quality in his voice dissipating, revealing the solid, wary nature of his father. Especially when it comes to the purity of my daughter's soul and magic. Some knowledge carries the shadow of history. It leaves its mark. Caesar nodded, his expression returning to calm and respect. I understand. I will be more careful in choosing what to share with Luna. But I must say, Luna's talent is very special. She may know more about those who are not recognized by the public than we think. Limiting her horizons might also be a loss. The conversation could not go any further. Xenophilius received some explanation, but failed to dispel all doubts. Caesar successfully portrayed himself as someone possessing special family traditions, misunderstood yet maintaining politeness. When Xenophilius returned to the room and relayed the conversation to Pandora, the study door was gently pushed open a crack. Luna stood there, her light blonde hair slightly disheveled, her light silver-grey eyes flashing with complex emotions in the dim light. I heard you, she whispered, her voice trembling. Father, you questioned Caesar. Do you think what he taught me is bad? Xenophilius's heart tightened. Luna, I didn't mean. But you think those nifflers shouldn't be cared for? You think swallowtails are scary? You think Caesar knows those things because his family studies dark knowledge? Luna's speech quickened, this was a rare display of excitement on her part. But Dad, you said there are countless overlooked truths in the world. You're the one who said sing a different tune would report things that others dare not report. Why do you doubt Caesar when he tells me things that others don't know? Because what he let you come into contact with, Luna, has a smell I don't like. Xenophilius tried to explain, approaching his daughter. A cold, unnatural feeling, not belonging to natural magic. I'm worried that it might affect you. How does it affect me? Luna took a step back, leaning against the door frame. Make me even stranger? Less like a normal girl. But Dad, I've never been normal. You, Mom, our family, have never been normal. Why do you object now when someone tries to understand me in a different way? Luna's voice was filled with the sting of betrayal. Xenophilius stood frozen in place, seeing the tears welling up in his daughter's eyes, feeling a helpless and sharp heartache. He couldn't explain the danger of that lingering, cold magic without belittling his own beliefs. Pandora walked over and gently put her arm around Luna's shoulder. Honey, Dad's just worried about you. We all love you. Luna leaned against her mother's chest, tears finally falling, but she still looked at her father, her eyes filled with sadness and a stubborn distance. She choked up. Caesar was the only one who didn't find me strange, but instead thought my seeing was a gift. You love me too, but you love Luna, while Caesar, he sees what I see. That's different. She broke free from her mother's embrace, turned around, and ran upstairs. The stairs creaked a few times in frustration. The study was quiet. Pandora sighed and looked at her husband. Perhaps, we did overreact a bit. Xenophilius did not answer. He walked to the window and looked at the Wilkes house next door, which appeared exceptionally neat and quiet in the night. In the garden, the hydrangeas had turned a deep, inky blue, almost blending into the darkness. The seeds have been planted. It wasn't him, but the boy with the dark grey eyes. A seed called "Our parents don't understand the world we see" quietly took root in Luna's heart. He knew that removing it would be more difficult than facing any reader's questions. Outside the window, the night wind rustled through the treetops, making a sound like a sigh. Chapter 66. The days that followed passed in a routine of magical experiments. Caesar continued to bring forth various ideas, his voice steady. Each time Caesar conducted an experiment, he would propose a hypothesis. Luna always nodded immediately. But for her, what mattered most was being with Caesar. Every time she listened attentively to Caesar's explanation of resonance and magical stability. My thoughts occasionally drift to the movement of Caesar's Adam's apple as he spoke, or the shadows cast by his eyelashes. When Caesar was engrossed in calibrating instruments or outlining runes, Luna couldn't help but count his breaths or watch how a strand of black hair brushed against his temple. Sometimes the experiment succeeds. Caesar's eyes lit up, and a genuine, slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Luna felt as if warm honey had filled her chest. All the tedium and endurance were worth exchanging for this fleeting moment of brilliance. Sometimes experiments fail. Caesar would frown in thought, his knuckles tapping lightly and unconsciously on the table. Luna quietly got up and brought him the blueberry muffins her mother had just baked, placing them beside him. Then she sat back in her old armchair, pretending to look through a magical plant atlas, while secretly glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Until Caesar suddenly stopped knocking and whispered. The reason for the failure was that the third resonance rune was oriented off by 0.5 degrees. Luna would nod vigorously, as if she had arrived at the answer with him. She gradually became able to discern his subtle emotions. The fingertips tap lightly in a pattern during deep thinking. A head that tilts slightly to the left when faced with conflict. The dilated pupils are not easily noticed when observing interesting phenomena. She treasured these memories deep in her heart, like collecting flower petals. One afternoon, Pandora was combing Luna's hair by the window. Looking at her daughter's unconsciously bright eyes in the mirror, she softly asked. "You like Caesar, don't you?" Luna's cheeks flushed instantly. "Mom." Pandora's voice was as gentle as a lullaby as she combed through her daughter's long hair. "He's a very good boy, intelligent, steady. And." She paused, then continued, "When he looks at you, his eyes are very focused. However, Mom has also noticed that he seems to be spending more time on magic experiments than with you lately. But you don't really like those complicated theoretical experiments, right?" Luna lowered her head, her fingers twisting the straps of her pajamas. "I enjoy doing magic experiments with him," she admitted softly, "but sometimes, I also wish we could spend more time doing other things together. Going to the woods to find the oak fairy, or just sitting in the garden chatting." The voice grew softer and softer, filled with grievance and longing. Pandora paused, and the room fell silent for a moment. Then, she resumed her movements, her voice soft and almost a sigh. "Remember, Luna. You don't need to change yourself to meet anyone's expectations." She draped the braided hair over Luna's shoulders, placed her hands on her daughter's thin shoulders, and gazed intently at her through the mirror. "If Caesar truly cared about you, he would appreciate the real, complete Luna Lovegood. He would love you for painting daisies and believing in the horned snorkeling beast, not just as an assistant." Luna nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. The weight of her mother's words warmed her heart yet also brought a bittersweet feeling. That night, Luna curled up by the window of her attic bedroom, and by the moonlight and a slowly burning beeswax candle, she opened the diary with a picture of a snoring beast on the cover. The quill pen was dipped into the ink bottle again and again, but it wouldn't dip into the ink. My mother's words during the day were like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that disturbed the originally hazy yet peaceful reflection. She finally put pen to paper, her handwriting neater than usual, as if she were trying hard to make sense of something. On September 7th, the crescent moon was very thin, like a silver wound. "Mom said today that I don't need to change myself. She said Caesar should like the real me." She stopped writing here, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough edges of the paper. "The real me?" She looked up at the dark outline of the beech forest outside the window. Would someone who believes that harassing horseflies can confuse the mind, who thinks the existence of nymphs is more worthy of investigation than the era of the history of magic, and who would spend an entire afternoon observing the changing shapes of a cloud? Was it that version of myself, whose thoughts would involuntarily drift to the rhythm of Caesar's fluttering eyelashes and the faint scent of cedar wood emanating from his sleeves, when Caesar explained the logic of his experiments? Can these fragments, pieced together, constitute the truth? She felt a slight sense of confusion. The pen tip fell again, the speed slowed down, and some ink stagnates. But, what exactly is the real me? I enjoy spending time with him in the studio, watching his focused expression, and the light in his eyes when an experiment succeeds. That light is real. When she wrote the character for light, her brush strokes unconsciously softened. But I do get tired of those complex magic circle derivations and those rune nestings that require precision down to the angle. Sometimes my head feels like it's stuffed with a buzzing vixen, especially when he's explaining secondary attenuation of harmonic resonance over and over again. I'd rather tell him that yesterday I saw a patch of moss on the rocks by the stream that looked a lot like cattail fluff, or wonder if the Thestral's tears are truly invisible. Her handwriting began to become somewhat messy, revealing her inner anxiety and unease. What if he's only interested in Luna, with whom he can conduct experiments and understand the theories? This assumption sent a chill down her spine. She stopped writing and pressed her slightly cool fingers to her cheek. The candle flame flickered, casting a swaying shadow in her pale silver-gray eyes. My mom said he looked at me with focused eyes. She rewrote it, as if seeking corroboration or questioning herself. But when he looked at those ancient rune diagrams, his gaze was just as focused. Perhaps, even more fervent. She recalled the slight brightness in his eyes that afternoon when the quartz successfully stored musical notes, but that light quickly sank back into the depths, replaced by the next unverified conjecture. The last few lines of writing appeared in the diary, the handwriting so light it seemed to fly, yet carrying a heavy chill. I'm scared. I'm afraid that one day I might say to Caesar, I don't want to check the data today, let's go see the rainbow tail feathers and sunbathe. Will the light in his eyes go out, and then he'll no longer need to come to this crooked house? Has that umbrella always been there, sheltering me from my eccentric interests and useful assistance? If I were to put them away, would the sky beneath it disappear as well? As I finished writing, a tiny drop of ink spread slowly next to the word disappeared, like a silent sigh, or like a trace of cool water seeping out after the ice thorn in my heart melted. She closed her diary, blew out the candle, and buried herself in the soft pillow. The crescent moon outside the window remained thin, its cold light unable to penetrate her chaotic thoughts. The cool night breeze of September seeped through the cracks in the window, and she instinctively pulled the blanket tighter around herself. Chapter 67. On the eve of the second full moon in October, a festive tension and excitement filled the basement studio of the Lovegood family home. Pandora had barely slept for 3 days, her golden hair was disheveled, but her eyes shone with a star-like light. Moon jellyfish, she explained to Luna and Caesar beside the workbench, her finger excitedly pointing to the open manuscript. It is not an aquatic creature, but a magical creature that only briefly appears under specific lunar phases and magical concentrations. According to the incomplete notes of the 17th century mystic Agnes, the trajectory of a moon jellyfish can reveal potential dangers within the next 3 hours. On the workbench, a complex device hummed. The multi-layered nested silver rings are engraved with fine ancient rune script, with a pearl-like core suspended in the center that constantly changes its luster. The small crystal dish below contains various magical materials, powdered nightmare beast horn, distilled dew collected on a moonless night, iridescent bird feather ash, and a tube of slightly pulsating, translucent blue liquid. Pandora lovingly stroked the vial of blue liquid. This is a special potion I extracted last month. Theoretically, it can attract moon jellyfish. She pointed to the slowly rotating rings. These outer silver ring magic circles are already linked to the protective charm. Once the moon jellyfish is attracted into the silver ring magic circle, it is projected onto the protective spell in real time, forming a danger prediction map for the next 3 hours. Just think. We can know in advance whether the teapot will boil dry or the steps will cause trouble. At this moment, Pandora was like a scientist about to discover a Nobel Prize winner, talking non-stop. Caesar stood at a distance, his gaze calmly sweeping over the device. The brain works at high speed, analyzing every vulnerable point. Pandora's experiment sounds very sophisticated. However, precision also means that if a problem occurs in any part of the process, the entire experiment can easily fail and turn dangerous. That's wonderful, Mrs. Lovegood. Caesar spoke at the opportune moment, his voice carrying just the right amount of admiration. By utilizing the properties of the moon jellyfish, the protective spell can be transformed from passive defense to active intervention. But Caesar frowned slightly, pretending to recall something. I seem to have read about a similar attempt in my notes on ancient creatures of the north at home. The observer noted that moon jellyfish are highly sensitive to unnatural guided magic and may briefly transform into an aggressive form. Pandora blinked. Attack? Night Dew's notes didn't mention that. Caesar's words were half true, half false. The author of the notes believes that it's the moon jellyfish's instinctive reaction to protect itself. They would interfere with all magical creatures in the vicinity. Pandora paused for a few seconds, then clapped her hands. Oh! If it appears in attack form, wouldn't that mean we've successfully attracted the moon jellyfish? The attack itself should be quite minor, right? After all, it's just a basic instinctive reaction from a tiny creature. Theoretically, yes, but it's best to be careful. Caesar nodded. Then, Caesar paused, looked at Luna, and said, Luna and I don't want you to take any risks. Why don't you give up? Pandora's answer was exactly what Caesar expected. She flatly refused, saying, studying unknown creatures is my lifelong dream. How could I possibly give it up because of a few potential dangers? Luna listened quietly, her mind instinctively clutching her sleeve. Caesar noticed her pale eyelashes tremble slightly. In the days that followed, the air felt as if it were mixed with thick honey, moving exceptionally slowly. Pandora practically lived by the workbench, her hair sticking up in a messy, unruly manner, and the starlight in her eyes burned even brighter, almost scalding. She was always muttering to herself, staring at the spinning silver rings and bubbling potions, occasionally bursting into laughter, or frowning as she reweighed a certain ingredient. Xenophilius Lockgood tried to get his wife to sit at the table and finish her meal. But often, within 10 minutes, Pandora would drift back to the basement as if pulled by invisible threads. Caesar didn't mention leaving. He became very quiet, like a shadow, but a very useful one. He would tidy up the Pandora he had carelessly left lying around, and neatly gather the still wet ink on the calculation parchment, pressing it down with a paperweight. When Pandora forgets about time, she will serve a cup of tea at the perfect temperature. It can also accurately identify the tools Pandora needs for the next stage from a pile of strange and unusual objects. Xenophilius smiled gratefully at him, seemingly not at all wondering how a child of that age could be so well prepared for such advanced magical experiments. Luna noticed. She noticed the way Caesar looked at the glowing devices. It wasn't like he was looking at some interesting new gadget, but rather like he was examining the branches of a tree, figuring out the easiest place to strike with his axe. She also noticed that when her mother clapped her hands with joy after suddenly solving a difficult calculation, Caesar would smile along. But that smile was faint, hovering on his face, and didn't reach his grey eyes. The depths of those eyes remained calm, like the surface of a frozen lake. An inexplicable unease, like damp stains creeping silently in the corner of a wall, crept into Luna's heart. It's not heavy, but it's wet and I can't brush it off. That afternoon, Pandora was finally half coaxed and half forced by Xenophilius to go upstairs to the bedroom, even if it's just to close her eyes for an hour. The basement was suddenly empty. Caesar sat in a slightly sagged armchair by the stairs, holding a book titled Atlas of Common Magical Plants, seemingly engrossed in reading it. Luna sat on a cushion on the floor, fiddling with her collection of colorful bottle caps, letting them refract tiny rainbows in the light filtering through the stained glass window. But her gaze always involuntarily drifted toward Caesar. Caesar, she finally called him softly. Caesar looked up from the book, his face displaying its usual gentle expression. Luna hesitated, her fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of the bottle cap. Besides mentioning that the moon jellyfish might transform, did that notebook say anything else? For example, what would happen specifically after it transforms? Caesar slowly closed the book and placed it on his lap. The notebook is old, Luna, the handwriting is blurred in many places. The person taking the notes seemed more interested in what happened than what happened next. Luna's voice trailed off, so, things can still go wrong, right? Even if Mom thinks she's thought of everything. Caesar paused for a moment, then looked at Luna's slightly pursed lips and pale knuckles, and gently changed the subject. It's getting a bit stuffy staying down here all the time, and the moon doesn't come out until night. How about we go out for a walk? Didn't you say last time that the little sniffles by the woods were being quite mischievous lately? Maybe a bit of fresh air will clear their heads. Luna did feel a tightness in her chest. She glanced at the machine that was still humming tirelessly, then at Caesar's calm, waiting face, and nodded. Okay, she said, gently placing the bottle cap on the mat. Chapter 68. That afternoon, Luna was preoccupied as she visited the niffler cubs at the edge of the forest. Her fingers unconsciously ran through the fur of the niffler cub, and she asked softly, Caesar, was Mommy's experiment really dangerous? Like it was written in your book. Caesar hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, all magical experiments that explore the unknown have potential risks. Especially a pioneer like your mother. She walked a path no one else had walked before, so there was no ready-made safety manual. Luna hugged Sniff tightly, and the little animal purred contentedly. I'm a little scared. Not because I'm afraid Mom will get hurt. I'm afraid that if something happens, I'll be like the frog eggs last time, only able to watch and unable to do anything. The time has come. Caesar turned to Luna, his deep grey eyes revealing a serious expression, as if sharing a secret. I have a solution. Not to stop the experiment, but to add an extra layer of protection. Do you remember the magic I taught you before to connect with the niffler? It's actually one of a whole set of spells. Another spell allows the wizard's soul to move like a spider web, detecting magical creatures. For example, the moon jellyfish attracted in your mother's experiment. Luna's eyes widened. Detection. Caesar nodded, yes. This spell itself consumes almost no magic power and cannot be detected by conventional magic. Like a mind-controlling network, once it detects signs of danger or disturbance, it emits a faint signal that only the caster can sense. Caesar lowered his voice, that way, if anything happens, we'll know immediately and maybe we can do something to help, instead of just watching. Teach me. Without hesitation, Luna replied, her light silver-gray eyes filled with determination, I want to protect Mom. Even if it's just a little bit. Caesar nodded. Luna put down the niffler, and the two sat facing each other on the moss in the forest clearing. The core of this spell is listening. Caesar began his explanation, his voice steady as if imparting a simple cleansing incantation. You must first clearly visualize in your mind the person or thing you wish to detect. Luna studied with great focus. On her first attempt, the magic at her fingertips scattered inerratically, and the magical threads could barely take shape. The second time, she closed her eyes and frowned, trying hard to imagine every detail Caesar had said. The third time, when she could barely perceive the outline of her surroundings. Caesar clearly felt a cold, slippery magical fluctuation seeping from her body, silently merging into the surrounding magical field. It worked. Luna opened her eyes, tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. Very good. Caesar said, handing her a clean handkerchief, remember this feeling. You can use this spell tonight before the full moon rises and your mother begins her experiment. Luna nodded solemnly, firmly engraving the spell and the feeling into her heart. Caesar watched Luna practice her profile pose intently, his gaze calm and unwavering. The first layer of the trap has been set. Now, all we have to do is wait for the full moon to rise, wait for Pandora to press the experiment switch, and wait for the inevitable accident to happen. And he would be the one who happens to be right next to Luna when the accident happens, guiding her to change her mindset. In the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, a dark blue niffler cub crawled back onto Luna's lap, curling itself into a small, dark ball of fluff. On the eve of the full moon experiment, Luna woke up screaming. She dreamt that her mother was in her studio. In the dream, Pandora's figure became transparent, as if she were about to merge with the moon jellyfish that had been attracted to her. But the moon jellyfish swells and deforms, extending translucent tentacles that shimmer with a cold light. The tentacles are covered with fine, suckers that resemble ancient writing. They entwined Pandora, not to approach, but to devour her. The mother's face blurred in the light, then slowly disappeared. At the same time, a cold voice echoed deep within Luna's mind, indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to Caesar or something else. You can't protect her, you can only watch her die. Mother. Luna sat bolt upright in bed, her pajamas soaked with cold sweat. Her light blonde hair clung damply to her cheeks and neck, her heart pounding wildly in her thin chest. She jumped off the bed barefoot, staggered down the hallway, and crashed into her parents' bedroom door. Pandora and Xenophilius were both awakened. After understanding the situation, Pandora immediately opened her arms and hugged her trembling daughter tightly, comforting her, "Shh, darling, it's just a dream, just a dream." Then, she stroked Luna's sweaty hair, her voice still gentle with sleep, "Mommy's here, it's all right." Xenophilius turned on the bedside lamp, his eyes filled with worry behind his thick glasses. "What did you dream about, Luna?" Luna sobbed in her mother's arms, describing the nightmare in broken sentences. Pandora chuckled softly when she spoke of her mother being eaten by the moon jellyfish. "Oh, little moon, your imagination is even more fascinating than my experiments." Pandora kissed her daughter's forehead. Moonlight jellyfish have no physical form, and certainly no tentacles or suckers. "But it felt so real," Luna whispered, her fingers gripping her mother's pajamas tightly until her knuckles turned white. "Dreams can sometimes amplify our worries." Xenophilius's voice was low. He glanced at his wife, his gaze complex. "Tomorrow is an important experiment day. Luna, you're worried about your mother, aren't you?" Luna nodded, burying her face deeper into her mother's arms, drawing warmth and a real sense of security. The next morning, Luna had faint dark circles under her eyes and seemed more silent than usual. Pandora, meanwhile, enthusiastically discussed the final preparations for the experiment. Xenophilius, however, seemed somewhat distracted, glancing at his daughter from time to time. Caesar visited shortly after breakfast, ostensibly to return another notebook. He bumped into Luna, who seemed dazed, in the garden. "Didn't sleep well?" he asked, his gaze sweeping over the shadows beneath Luna's eyes. Luna nodded and whispered to him about her nightmare from the previous night. Caesar listened quietly, neither dismissing the matter as readily as Pandora nor expressing the deep concern of Xenophilius. He paused for a moment after Luna finished speaking, and then said, "Dreams are a mirror of the subconscious. They may not be prophecies, but they reflect your deepest fears. To lose a loved one and be powerless to do anything about it." These words were like fine needles, precisely piercing Luna's softest, most fearful part of her heart. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. "I used the spell you taught me in my dream, but that spell can only detect moon jellyfish, not defend against them." She choked back tears as she spoke, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. "I understand what you mean." Caesar's voice was steady and carried a convincing power. "Your fear comes from within, from your awareness of your own inadequacy." Caesar paused, took a small step forward to close the distance, lowered his voice, and spoke with the solemnity of sharing an ultimate secret. "Luna, you're absolutely right. Fear itself is not wrong. What is wrong is dwelling on fear and doing nothing. Your mother is exploring uncharted magical territory, which inherently involves risks. To truly protect her, a warning spell alone is not enough. You need to understand more, master more. Chapter 69. Luna looked at him through her tear-blurred eyes. What more do I need to learn? Caesar's deep grey eyes were like two bottomless lakes. Understand more of the spell I taught you last time to communicate with the Niffler, and master more of that magic. You should know that spell can help you communicate with, soothe, and even tame magical creatures. The moon jellyfish is also a magical creature. Once your mother is attacked by the moon jellyfish, you can try using that spell to communicate with these creatures. Even if necessary, appease and drive them away. Luna hesitated. She could accept detection-type dark magic. However, ever since her argument with her parents, she had also felt somewhat uncomfortable with the dark aura inherent in that curse. But Caesar, that spell is a bit. It's all right, if you don't want to use that, I have another way. Caesar stretched out his hand, palm up. A dark grey stone, about the size of a pigeon egg, with a rough and uneven surface, appeared in his hand. The stone is unremarkable, but from a certain angle, one can vaguely see extremely fine, dark red veins flowing slowly inside. Caesar gently placed the stone in Luna's trembling palm. The stone was icy to the touch, the chill seemed to penetrate the skin and reach the very marrow. It's called the Stone of Tranquility. It doesn't possess powerful magic itself, but it has a calming effect on magical creatures. He gazed at Luna's fingers gripping the stone tightly, and continued in that steady, reliable tone. Bring it with you tonight during the experiment. Don't let your parents know, this is another secret of ours. If the magic in your dream really does go out of control. Hold it tightly, concentrate on imagining protecting your mother, this stone might help soothe the moon jellyfish. Luna looked down at the cold stone in her palm, the subtle dark red lines seemed to flow more quickly under her gaze. A mixture of hope, responsibility, and something heavy weighed on her heart. She gripped the stone tightly, the icy touch sent a shiver down her spine, yet it also brought a strange, unsettling feeling. Will it protect Mommy? She asked softly, her voice filled with fragile anticipation. Caesar, with a deep gaze, corrected him, this stone may only have a protective function. That won't be nearly as effective as the spell I taught you. True protection always comes from action and strength. Remember, Luna, fear can't protect anyone. But understanding fear and using that strength for loved ones can. He gently patted Luna on the shoulder, left behind that meaningful remark, and turned to leave the garden. Luna stood there, motionless for a long time. She held the Stone of Tranquility, feeling its coolness seep into her palm, and the flame within her heart, ignited by Caesar's words, a mixture of fear and determination. She didn't see the fleeting, cold, mirror-like glint in Caesar's eyes as he turned away. That stone was certainly not some kind of Stone of Tranquility. It is a dark magic resonance stone created by Caesar. It can't soothe anything. It has only one function. It acts like a trigger switch when strong and unstable magical disturbances occur in the surrounding environment. Instead of calming it down, it amplifies, distorts, and then reflects the disturbance from the moon jellyfish, based on its unstable internal dark magic structure. Caesar personally placed this unstable switch into Luna's hand. And to convince her that this was the last hope to protect her mother. Meanwhile, in Lovegood's basement workshop, Pandora was making final calibrations. The silver ring's rotation speed became increasingly stable, and the central pearl-like core emitted a soft, pulsating, moon-white glow. She hummed an off-key song, completely absorbed in her anticipation of the unknown discoveries, unaware of anything else. The cold stone clutched tightly in her pocket by her daughter was beginning to resonate subtly, yet ominously, with the experimental magic field she had meticulously constructed. Outside the window, the sky was gradually darkening. A huge, silvery full moon was slowly rising from the eastern horizon, casting its cool, frosty light upon the leaning house. The full moon rose to its zenith, its silvery light cascading into the specially widened skylight in the basement. Inside the studio, the magic reached a critical point. The nested silver rings no longer rotated slowly, but instead emitted a high-frequency, almost silent hum, moving so fast that the naked eye could only see a merging stream of light. The core of the pearl in the center has become completely transparent, and it looks as if there are galaxies flowing inside. Pandora stood before the workbench, a steady stream of silver light flowing from the tip of her wand, channeling it into the outermost layer of control runes. Her face was pale, but her eyes shone with an eerie light. "It's here. I feel the boundaries are shifting," she murmured to herself, her voice hoarse. In the corner of the room, Xenophonius clutched the cork necklace hanging from his chest, his knuckles turning white. He stood at a safe distance to record observation data as his wife requested, but the thick notebook lay open on his lap without a single word written. Upstairs, in Luna's bedroom. Luna sat on the bed fully clothed, her back ramrod straight, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. In his right palm, he tightly gripped the stone of tranquility. The stone remained cold, but the dark red patterns inside, like awakened centipedes, writhed restlessly deep within, their flow accelerating. She hesitated between the taming spell and the detection spell, but ultimately followed Caesar's teachings and used the detection spell. At this moment, she could feel it. A massive, chaotic, and increasingly unstable mass of magical energy is gathering in the direction of the studio downstairs. That wasn't the warm, mysterious vibration my mother usually felt during her experiments. Rather, it was a sharp, tearing restlessness, as if something was desperately trying to squeeze in from the other side of the curtain of reality. Images from the nightmare flashed uncontrollably through my mind, glowing tentacles, my mother's transparent figure. "No. Caesar said the stone will protect, the warning spell will alert." Luna whispered to herself repeatedly, her teeth beginning to chatter slightly. Deep down, she had already unconsciously come to regard Caesar's words as absolute truth. Just then. Ugh! A short, suppressed cry of pain, mixed with the ear-piercing sound of shattering glass, suddenly came from downstairs. Luna's heart skipped a beat, and she sprang from the bed, rushing barefoot to the door. The instant her fingers touched the doorknob, a chilling coldness rushed into her mind, flowing through her sensory nerves connected to the detection spell. At the same time, the stone of tranquility she was holding tightly in her right palm suddenly became scalding hot. It wasn't warm, but a scorching, intensely painful heat. Chapter 70. Ah! Luna cried out in pain, instinctively trying to shake off the stone, but her fingers were as if welded in place and she couldn't let go. The dark red veins inside the stone flickered wildly, as if emitting a silent shriek. Has the calming power of the tranquil stone failed? Mom is in danger. Using the detection spells Caesar had taught her, Luna sensed a large number of magical creatures frantically rushing towards her mother's workshop below. This was definitely not a normal phenomenon. Thinking back to that nightmare and the terrible consequences I couldn't accept in the dream. Overwhelmed by fear, Luna flung open the door and rushed down the stairs. Unbeknownst to her, Caesar, who had been waiting silently, followed her out the window behind her. The main characters are in place, the show is about to begin. The two arrived at Pandora's studio one after the other. It was the middle of the night. The door to the underground studio was ajar. It emitted blindingly bright, ever-changing colors of light, along with a high-frequency, ear-piercing shriek. Caesar's mind raced, and the brilliant scholar quickly deduced that it was not a sound. Rather, it's the noise that directly affects the mind when the magical structure collapses. Luna suddenly pushed the door open. The moment the scene came into view, time seemed to stand still. The silver ring protection device has completely malfunctioned. Those high-speed spinning rings veered off their tracks, flying wildly through the air like mad blades. It struck the walls, ceiling, and workbench, leaving deep burn marks and scattering sparks. The central pearl core shattered, and what gushed out was not stardust. Instead, it was a viscous, constantly twisting and changing shape, silvery blue luminous fluid, like a living, nightmarish pus. It's flowing and spreading along the workbench. In the center of the room, Pandora lay on the floor. Xenophilius lunged at her side, futilely trying to use his wand to dispel the glowing tentacles of the moon jellyfish clinging to her. It was exactly what Luna saw in her dream. The tentacles of the moon jellyfish, like greedy leeches, pierced Pandora's skin at their tips. No. It merged directly into her body. It drained away at the life-giving luster, causing her body to turn ashen and transparent at a visible speed. Pandora's eyes were still open, but her pupils were dilated, reflecting the wildly swirling currents of magic. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but only broken, breathy sounds came out. She was still clutching the wand tightly in her hand, but the wand itself was covered with black, spiderweb-like cracks starting from the middle. No. Mom! Luna let out a heart-wrenching scream and was about to rush in without thinking. A steady, strong hand grabbed her arm from behind, stopping her suicidal charge. Don't go over there, the moon jellyfish are rioting. Caesar's voice rang in her ear, still as calm as ever. Xenophonius heard his daughter's scream, turned around abruptly, his face a mixture of despair and rage. Luna, get out! Get out now! He tried to erect a protective shield, but the light emanating from his wand flickered weakly and was immediately torn apart by the surrounding violent energy. He himself was also hit by several bursts of energy, staggering backward, and charred marks instantly appeared on his arm. Let me go! I need to save my mother! Luna struggled frantically, tears streaming down her face. The stone in her right palm was burning hot, like a branding iron, the searing pain intertwined with the tearing agony in her heart. Going there now will only cause more trouble. Caesar gave a low shout, his voice infused with an undeniable magical pressure that made Luna freeze for a moment. Caesar's gaze was fixed on the glowing tentacles that were coiled around Pandora, and on the still expanding swarm of silvery blue moon jellyfish in the center of the room. Those things are a hybrid of experimental backlash and the attack form of moon jellyfish. They were enraged by the experiments and were draining your mother's life force, and ordinary magic couldn't dispel it. What should we do then? Luna cried out, watching in despair as her mother's body grew increasingly transparent. Caesar's gaze was sharp as a knife. The crucial moment of the plan has arrived. Listen, Luna. Caesar turned the girl's shoulders, forcing her to look into his eyes, his voice fast and urgent, with a hypnotic force. Your mother isn't dead. The moon jellyfish is eating her. They are living beings too, just in different forms. You can see them, right? Do you really want to save your mother? I want to. I want to. Please, Caesar, what should I do? Luna had completely broken down, and her only lifeline was the boy in front of her who seemed to understand everything. Use your magic to tame them. Caesar's voice drowned out the screams of the magical riot. I know, little Luna, you don't like the dark aura inherent in that spell. But in this critical moment, please disregard those dark presences. Understanding darkness is not about embracing it, but about lighting a lamp in the darkness to protect those who walk in the light. Use your most fundamental ability, the ability to see the harassing horseflies and dream threads and the spells I've taught you to communicate with and tame creatures. Send the command to the moon jellyfish swarm. Go tell them that's your mother. Let them go. Imagine your will as a knife, a fire, or something darker than them, something that can better understand them. Then shout it out. Caesar's words clearly carried a hidden agenda. But for a 7-year-old girl whose mind was almost destroyed by fear and despair, yet who possessed extraordinary talents. This is the only piece of driftwood we can grab onto. Luna turned her head sharply and looked at her mother again. The swarm of moon jellyfish had devoured Pandora's body until it was transparent, and the patterns on the floor behind her could even be faintly seen. This sight completely shattered the last thread of Luna's rationality. Let her go. With all her might, she uttered a spell that sounded inhuman. It was a primal roar, a mixture of pure emotion, will, and some kind of dark fuse planted beforehand by Caesar. Meanwhile, the stone of tranquility, which she had been tightly gripping in her right hand, was caught in the roar and the chaotic, powerful surge of magic within Luna. Smack! With a soft sound, it turned to dust. The powder didn't scatter, instead, it was instantly absorbed and merged into the invisible power fluctuations emanating from Luna's body. Miracle! Or rather, a disaster occurred. The magical energy that had been surging wildly in the studio due to the riotous activity of the moon jellyfish suddenly froze for a moment. The swarm of moon jellyfish clinging to Pandora shuddered violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer, and then began to convulse and twist erratically. They seemed to hear or sense something that made them extremely uneasy, even fearful. Chapter 71. Luna stood there, her light blonde hair dancing wildly without wind, her light silver-grey eyes unfocused, churning with pure, dark despair and rage. Centered on her, an invisible field spread out, but could be clearly perceived by all the wizards present. That field was cold, viscous, and filled with an inhuman sense of oppression. It wasn't warm or fiery like ordinary magic, but rather like the chill of the deepest part of a tomb at night, or like the whispers of countless fragmented, frantic consciousnesses. Where it swept, the flying silver ring fragments slowed down, and the dissipating energy flow became sluggish. This is a power unique to Luna. Luna, you! Xenophilius was stunned. He stared in disbelief at his daughter, at the aura emanating from her that he had never felt before, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. Caesar's pupils contracted slightly. It was a success. Under the combined influence of extreme emotions, the powder catalyst of the dark resonance stone, and his deliberately guided instruction to understand darkness through darkness, Luna's latent primal talent and taming magic generated immense power. This is a completely new and magical realm. A realm solely belonging to Luna's talent. Even Caesar doesn't possess this kind of talent yet. Under Luna's pressure, the moon jellyfish let out silent, sharp cries and suddenly fled from Pandora's body. It then collapsed and evaporated as if it had lost its support, leaving behind a mess and a pungent, burnt smell. The magical riot quickly subsided. The defensive silver rings clattered and fell to the ground, their light extinguished. Pandora's body stopped becoming transparent. But she lay there, motionless, her face ashen like plaster, her breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible, her life signs as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Mom! The terrifying aura surrounding Luna vanished instantly. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, scrambling to her mother's side. Her trembling fingers wanted to touch Pandora's face, but she dared not. Xenophilius rushed over, his wand trembling as he pointed it at his wife, uttering the most powerful healing spell he could think of, but the light disappeared into Pandora's body as if it had vanished into thin air. Caesar stood in the shadows by the doorway, his gaze finally sweeping over Luna. The other person, exhausted and emotionally broken, was sobbing softly beside his mother, his right hand outstretched limply, his palm still stained with the ashes of the stone. His gaze captured it precisely. On the inside of Luna's right wrist, in a place usually covered by her sleeve, several very faint, fine dark lines, like black veins or cracks, were faintly visible beneath the skin. The patterns in these subtle designs resemble moon jellyfish. They appeared for less than 2 seconds before slowly disappearing like an illusion, as if they had never existed. But Caesar knew it wasn't an illusion. Those were the initial imprints left on the soul and body when the primal dark magic erupted. It is the first sign of the possibility of degeneration. Vulnerable, but the seeds have already been sown. Starting today, everything will be okay. He quietly took a step back. He blended deeper into the shadows of the corridor, his face expressionless, only a hint of satisfaction in the depths of his eyes that suggested the plan was progressing as scheduled. Pandora did not die. However, all her vital functions were reduced to a minimum, Her magical core was severely damaged, and the connection between her soul and body was extremely fragile. After a consultation, the best healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Healings delivered a chilling conclusion. A permanent deep magical coma, with a less than 1% chance of awakening, and the possibility of dying from complete magical exhaustion during sleep. Luna's childhood was forever shattered that night. There was no funeral. Because Pandora is still alive in the faintest form defined by medicine and magic. She was placed in a private ward at the very back of the Charms Injury Department on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. Dozens of conduits and rune lines are connected to his body to maintain his life and stabilize his remaining magic power. She lay there, so still, like a doll that was made too realistically. Only the occasional, minute fluctuations on the monitoring instruments testify to the soul that was once full of whimsical ideas and whose laughter was like the chimes of a wind chime. It has not yet completely left this increasingly withered body. But this is crueler than death. Death has an end, a ceremony, a tombstone to express mourning, and words to say goodbye. This kind of unfinished death is nothing but waiting day after day, a faint hope, and the dull pain of watching helplessly as loved ones are slowly devoured by time. Xenophilius L. Good almost collapsed. He had lost the signature ethereal and curious air of the editor-in-chief of Singing the Quibbles. His eyes, behind thick glasses, became cloudy and empty. He spent most of his time sitting blankly on the bench in the corridor outside his wife's hospital room. Or at home, facing the unfinished experimental devices and manuscripts filled with wild ideas left by Pandora, one could sit for a whole day and night. Without the protection of the lady of the house, the magic in the house began to turn strange and sorrowful. Sometimes, cold water droplets seeped from the walls, like weeping. The steps, which used to move on their own, became sluggish and silent. Occasionally, the teapot in the kitchen would boil over by itself, then emit a whistling sound like a sob, as if waiting for the mistress of the house who would never come to pour tea again. The house and its male owner sank into the silent, hopeless ruins. Only Luna continued her daily routine, seemingly calmly. She eats on time, goes to school, quietly finishes her homework when she gets home, and then sits at the entrance of her mother's studio for hours on end. Looking at the devastation frozen in time with the disaster, her pale silver-grey eyes were blank and unfocused. No one knew what she was thinking. Caesar became the only person, besides Luna, who regularly appeared in this desolate house. He no longer needs excuses. He would bring simple food and help sort through piles of mail and letters from readers of the Quibbler. Then, most of the time, he would sit quietly next to Luna, without saying a word. Until one evening a week later, the setting sun, like blood, stained the Lovegood family's messy garden with an ominous orange-red hue. Luna sat on the somewhat rusty swing in the garden, gazing at the horizon. "They say Mom might never wake up," she suddenly said, her voice dry, without a sob, eerily calm. Caesar stood a few steps away from her and simply hummed in response. "Is it because the experiment went wrong?" Luna continued to ask, her gaze still fixed on the distance. "Exploring the unknown always comes at a price," Caesar's voice was calm and even. "Especially the path your mother chose. It was a lonely path, without a map, fraught with unseen traps." Chapter 72. Is it worth it? Luna finally turned her head and looked at Caesar. Her movements were slow, as if every tiny movement required her to overcome some invisible pressure. The setting sun cast deep shadows on her pale face, and the twilight, like gradually cooling embers, clung to her slender shoulders. Those light silver-grey eyes appeared exceptionally deep in the darkness, the edges of their irises seemingly shimmering with a light from the distant deep sea. Was it worth it to end up like this, all to see moon jellyfish and to draw a danger prediction map? Her voice was very soft, as light as a feather, yet every syllable concealed a sharp fragment. Caesar approached, knelt down in front of Luna, and lowered his gaze to meet hers as she sat on the swing. "It's pointless. In the eyes of other wizards, it's the most foolish thing to do, because they simply don't believe that there are any moon jellyfish in this world. And the results your mother obtained from her moon jellyfish experiments will become fodder for other wizards' gossip and a joke in the wizarding world. Then, Caesar changed the subject. However, I think only your mother can answer the question of whether it's worth it. He paused, his gaze piercing into the depths of Luna's eyes, as if trying to dispel the silvery mist and see into the trembling soul behind them. Perhaps now, we can ask ourselves another question, Luna. Do you want your mother to become a laughingstock in the wizarding world? Luna's breath hitched for a moment. The swing chains made a faint, rough scraping sound. She gazed at Caesar, something slowly focusing deep within her pupils, as if for the first time she truly understood the weight carried in his words, rather than merely hearing their sound. I don't know what I can do. I can't even protect her. You did it that night. Caesar's voice was deep and penetrating, although we were unable to prevent the full calamity from happening. But you used your own methods, your abilities and magic, and the ways in which the moon jellyfish existed, to dispel the last and most deadly threat. Your mother is still alive, even if only in this form. Every jump in the monitor's readings, part of it, is because of you. Because you stood there, not running away. Caesar reached out and gently grasped Luna's cold, thin wrist, then embraced the poor little girl. Luna, you are the most outstanding inheritor of that magic, perhaps even the only one. Caesar's voice carried a certain hypnotic allure. You can see a world that others cannot. Your mother has fallen, but her path continues. That path, leading to the unknown, fraught with danger yet also holding the truth, now stretches out beneath your feet. Luna's eyes widened. A surge of intense fear, confusion, and a flicker of excitement, ignited by those words, remained unnoticed even by herself. To follow, my mother's path, she murmured, repeating. It's not about repeating her experiment. Caesar corrected, his tone solemn and certain, but rather to inherit her exploration and complete her unfinished understanding. In your own way, with your unique eyes, make her sacrifice meaningful. This allows Pandora Lovegood's name to be known not just as that of a madwoman who made an accident during an experiment, but as the starting point of a great discovery. And you will be the one to continue the voyage, traversing the fog. Caesar released her wrist, but the weight of his words pressed heavily on her pulse. This is difficult. Extremely difficult. Caesar rose, his back to the last ray of sunlight, his face shrouded in shadow, only his eyes remaining clear. You will be lonely, misunderstood, and face dangers far worse than that night. He paused slightly, but if you choose to embark on this path, you won't be alone. I understand what you've seen. I understand the dangers of that path. I also have some spells that can help you walk more steadily and avoid repeating the same mistakes. Silence descends. In the distance, crows returning to their nests let out hoarse cries. Luna lowered her head, looking at her empty hands. The palm of my hand still felt as if the stone had turned to ashes, the screams of my mother when her experiment failed echoed in my ears, and the cold whispers in my dream. A great wave of grief surged forth once more. But at the bottom of that grief, something was ignited. It's not hope, that's too warm, too luxurious. It was a determination. Heavy as iron, cold as stone. She slowly raised her head, her face still free of tears. There was only an almost transparent pallor, and a heart-stopping calm that transcended age. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and grasped Caesar's hand, which hung at his sides. Her hand was cold, and his was just as cold. Caesar. Her voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear, I don't want to lose anyone else. She gripped his hand tightly, her nails almost digging into his skin. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to become stronger, how to understand the things in the darkness. How can I ensure that everything my mother sees isn't wasted? The sun completely set. Night fell. Caesar gripped Luna's cold fingers with a steady, firm touch. He lowered his head and gazed into the girl's eyes, which seemed particularly deep in the night. "I will teach you, Luna," he promised, his voice steady in the evening breeze like the recitation of destiny. "Start by understanding the darkness, and continue until you master it. For your mother, and for everyone you don't want to lose any more." The night was as dark as ink. Two lonely souls stood in the center of the dimly lit garden. A immersion in deliberately woven sorrow and guidance. Another falls into a carefully orchestrated, dark obsession disguised as love. They stood hand in hand on the boundary between the ruins of the known world and the unknown abyss. Meanwhile, in a ward on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital in the distance, the monitoring equipment emitted a regular, faint ticking sound, like the rhythm of a long dream that can never be completed and can never be awakened from. The witch on the bed breathed shallowly, no one knew where her consciousness drifted. The city lights outside the window gradually come on, but no one hears the gears of fate meshing and turning in the shadows, making subtle yet clear sounds that point to the future. In the 3rd month after Pandora fell into slumber, autumn rain began to frequently tap against the windows of the Lovegood family's house. Caesar's class officially began on a damp afternoon. He led Luna into the small, shady sunroom and brushed the dust off the old rattan chair. "Next, I will systematically teach you the entire set of magic I learned at the top of the world. It teaches you how to use these spells, combined with your own talents, to find, discover, and communicate with more magical creatures." Luna curled up in the wicker chair and nodded. Caesar took out a small earthenware jar wrapped in black cloth. "In this little earthenware pot lives a rather unhappy tenant. A little Grindelwald, driven away by its kind because of its interest in the patterns of seaweed." He lifted a corner of the black cloth. Among the moss and pebbles in the jar, a pale green outline the size of a fist undulated slightly. Chapter 73. Neither I nor anyone else has this ability. Caesar turned to Luna and asked, "Can you try to communicate with it? Not with your ears, but with the senses you use to see the harassing horsefly." It was chaotic, faintly confused, and perhaps also a lonely yearning for attention. Luna closed her eyes, recalling the cold, hidden connection. This time, she released it even more gently and lightly, like a spider's silk touching the surface of water. His finger slowly drew a circle in the air. A few seconds later, the pale green outline in the jar moved. A tiny, transparent tentacle tentatively extended, gently touching the jar's wall, pointing in the direction she was drawing a circle. It sensed it. Caesar's voice held a hint of satisfaction and surprise. "Luna, your talent is truly unique in the world. Even a genius scholar like Caesar could only detect the presence of little Grindelwald through various complex magical tools. Furthermore, it's merely perception, unlike Luna who directly sees and communicates with her naked eye." Caesar, satisfied, walked to the window. "From today onwards, this is our course. We will learn about many creatures, observe them safely, and understand their unique languages." He turned, standing backlit. "This requires patience, keen perception, and a heart that is neither easily afraid nor indiscriminately compassionate. Can you do it?" Luna glanced at the tiny tentacles clinging to the inner wall of the jar, then at Caesar in the shadows, and nodded. "I can." For the next few months, the small sunroom became a secret classroom. The lessons were wrapped in a dark fairy tale woven by Caesar. Luna absorbed it at an astonishing rate. Her talent lies not in powerful spells, but in her keen perception and empathetic understanding of the emotions and magical fluctuations of magical creatures. She displays an almost instinctive affinity when faced with danger, rejection, or dark creatures. Caesar's teachings always teetered on the edge of danger. The communication methods taught draw on the principles of dark magic creature taming, but are cleverly wrapped in understanding, empathy, and ancient natural covenants. He emphasized safe distancing, psychological protection, and a balance between cost and benefit, making everything appear as a rigorous and well-intentioned academic exploration. Xenophilius occasionally awoke and noticed that his daughter often spent time in the sunroom or writing late at night. But he was too exhausted to delve into the strange symbols in the notes, nor did he notice the change in his daughter's aura, a mixture of coldness and etherealness. Luna felt a brief, fulfilling peace each time she established a faint connection with a magical creature. It was as if by understanding what existed in the dark corners, I was a little closer to my sleeping mother. She was also a little closer to Caesar, the only one who understood her and guided her. On a crisp early winter morning, with a light frost covering the forest, Caesar led Luna deep into the old coniferous forest. Today was a practical taming lesson that he had arranged. "It's around here." Caesar crouched down and brushed aside the pine needles, revealing several claw marks with charred marks. "Swallowtail dog, very young. The paw prints are faint, it may be injured or has been chased away." They tracked it for half an hour and found it at the base of a dead spruce tree. It huddled in the depths of the shadows, emaciated, its forked tail drooping limply, one front paw bent unnaturally, and its ear missing a small hole. Its eyes, a tired, grayish amber color, stared at them warily and desperately, emitting a weak growl. Caesar calmly analyzed: light-colored fur around the eyes, dark blue paw pads. Rare atavistic features, mixed with the bloodline of the extinct night shadow wolf. In the swallowtail dog breed, which reveres pure strength, this outlier doesn't survive to adulthood. Luna's heart clenched. She could feel the intense loneliness and pain, a sense of alienation from the world around her. "It's dying. Can we save it?" Luna's eyes were filled with pleading. Caesar paused for a few seconds. "Swallowtails are creatures of darkness, difficult to tame, conventional taming magic will enrage them. But you're different, you can sense its difference. Do you want me to tame it?" Luna asked. Caesar nodded. "Communication is a two-way process, and it involves risks. This is a practical lesson." He took Luna's hand and guided her fingertips to the center of the symbol. "Imagine your silk threads extending and wrapping around it, providing shelter. Tell it that in your thread, different is not a defect but a mark. It will be very cold, and may sting. But if successful, you will forge a connection far deeper than any ordinary bond. It will become your true first partner." Luna closed her eyes, shutting herself out of everything. She focused all her attention on the trembling, grayish-white figure. She remembered the stains on her shoes that she couldn't wash off, the jarring laughter in the corridor, the endless ticking of the drip in the hospital room, and the unfillable emptiness in her father's eyes. "I remember always seeing things that others couldn't see, that transparent, cold film. Lonely. The loneliness of being misunderstood. The loneliness of longing to be truly seen." She transmits these feelings as cold cognitions to the swallowtail puppies through symbols. Imagine the shadows of that realm within your soul, the realm that can see darkness, spreading like the softest black veil, covering your trembling little body. There was no response at first. Then the cub suddenly convulsed, its grey-white eyes widening, a flash of fear followed by deeper confusion. Luna felt a cold, rough, wild, and painful spiritual touch crash into her consciousness. Like walking barefoot on broken ice, or getting tangled in rusty wire. "It hurts, it's cold." She didn't back down, steadily maintaining her stance of seeing and inviting. The cold touch began to soften, and it cautiously hovered and probed. The wariness and despair in the cub's eyes were slowly replaced by an incredulous, bewildered tenderness. It struggled to look up at Luna. Caesar observed quietly. Luna was pale, sweat beaded on her forehead, but her breathing was steady, and her fingertips did not tremble. Above the symbol, the air twisted slightly, and two faint dark grey and silver grey threads slowly attempted to intertwine. I don't know how much time passed. The cubs under the tree roots stopped trembling. It struggled to move its body deeper into the shadows, but its grey eyes remained fixed on Luna. The hostility vanished, leaving behind a weary and bewildered dependence, and a faint glimmer of newfound curiosity. Luna opened her eyes, let out a long sigh, and swayed as if she were about to collapse from exhaustion. Caesar put his hand on her shoulder. Did it work? The cub looked at her and blinked very slowly. Initial connection established. Caesar's voice was devoid of emotion. It has accepted your taming. But this is only the beginning. It needs healing food, and the bond needs continuous maintenance. He stepped forward to examine the injuries, treated the severe wounds and fractures with simple healing spells, and administered nutritional supplements. Throughout the entire process, the cub only flinched slightly, did not resist, and kept its eyes on Luna most of the time. Give it a name. Names strengthen connections. Luna crouched down in front of the cub. The little guy tilted his head back, making a soft gurgling sound in his throat. She reached out and hovered her hand above its head. The cub sniffed her fingertips and gently touched her fingertips with its cool, damp nose. Shadow, Luna whispered, you'll be called Shadow. Because we all have a bit of a shadow in us. The cub's shadow loomed, and a slight gurgling sound rose in its throat, as if in response. Chapter 74. Bringing it home secretly is a delicate task. Caesar used magic to put it to sleep, shrink it, and hide it in the inner pocket of Luna's cloak, taking a longer route to avoid acquaintances. Xenophilius discovered this while setting up a makeshift nest next to the fireplace in Luna's room. He stood at the doorway, holding a cup of cold tea, and saw the small, wounded animal with strange fur. He stared blankly for a moment, then his eyes widened. What is that? The voice was dry and hoarse. This is the shadow, Daddy. Luna stood in front of the little nest. It was injured and kicked out, and Caesar and I rescued it. Swallowtail dog. Xenophilius recognized the forked tail and his face darkened. Luna. These dark creatures, the swallowtails, are dangerous and cannot be tamed. Send them away immediately or notify the disposal department. It won't hurt me, it's different. It's lonely and needs help, and Mom won't chase it away. Upon hearing the name Pandora, Xenophilius stiffened, a deeper pain and irritation crossing his face. Your mother isn't here. She wouldn't allow such a dangerous creature to be kept. That's common sense. Seeing her father about to step forward, Luna opened her arms wide to protect her little nest. The shadow struggled to stand up, letting out a threatening growl, but Luna gently pressed it down. Dad, please. Luna's eyes welled up with tears. It only has me left, just like you're all I have now. The last sentence was spoken softly, yet it pierced Xenophon's heart like a blunt knife. He stood frozen in place, watching the stubborn tears on his daughter's pale face. Seeing the small animal, clearly abnormal and only dependent in its eyes, reminded me of my wife's empty chair and the cold medical equipment in the hospital. He was overwhelmed by a profound sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. He moved his lips a few times, then finally turned and left dejectedly. That night, Caesar stayed to help Luna with her trauma. As the shadows grew weary and fell asleep, Caesar whispered by the fireplace. Your father doesn't not love you, he's just too heartbroken to see beyond the shadows, and he can't see what you truly need. She paused, lowering her voice even further. Sometimes, choices need to be made to protect the people and things we care about. For example, don't tell your father everything, so as not to add more worry and fear to his already sad heart. This isn't deceiving you, it's a thoughtful form of protection. Do you understand? Luna hugged her knees, watching the fireplace fire flicker on her shadowy fur. I recall my father's hunched back as he left, and a thick fog hangs over my eyes. After a long silence, she nodded lightly and firmly. I understand. The shadow is our secret. I'll take good care of it and not worry Dad. Caesar reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Good boy. The fireplace fire cast their shadows on the wall, long and intertwined, making them indistinguishable from one another. In the shadows of the corner, the little beast stirred slightly in its sleep, curling itself deeper into Luna's blanket and the promised shelter of darkness. On Caesar's 10th birthday, London was shrouded in autumn fog. After breakfast, he said to Luna, "I'll take you somewhere. It'll be a birthday adventure, and also learning material for the next stage." The smell of the air changed after a series of complex knocks on the back door of the Leaky Cauldron bar. The alley was narrow, with tall, crooked black buildings on both sides. Pedestrians hurried by, their faces hidden by hoods and scarves, their eyes wary. Overturned alley. Luna instinctively moved closer to Caesar. After walking along the damp stone path for a few minutes, we stopped in front of a shop whose signboard was almost falling off. Caesar pushed open the creaking door. The store was crowded and dimly lit, with a lingering smell of old parchment and mold. The gaunt, skeletal old man sat behind the counter, slowly shaving off something that looked like a human finger bone. The old man glanced up at them, snorted, and continued shaving the bones. Caesar walked straight to the deepest, most shadowy corner and skillfully rummaged through the tattered pamphlets on the low shelf. Luna stood quietly behind him, curiously looking around. My gaze fell upon a tattered picture book lying on a pile of waste paper. Its dark red hardcover and faded gold-stamped title were worn and faded. Bedtime Stories, for Special Children. The cover illustration resembles a winged elf with an overly bright smile and two empty black dots where the eyes should be. Caesar found what he was looking for. An unassuming little book made of rough, dark green leather, its cover bearing no writing or design, only signs of wear. He blew away the dust, flipped through a few pages, and nodded. "Take the book back to the counter and place it along with a few silver coins." The gaunt old man glanced at the book and money, swept the silver coins into the drawer with his withered hand, and mumbled indistinct words in his throat. After leaving Knockover Alley and returning to the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, Caesar handed Luna the dark green book. "Here you go." Luna took the book. It was very light, and the leather cover had a delicate feel similar to the skin of a cold-blooded animal. Turning to the first page, one sees handwritten cursive script in dark brown ink. Title: Moonlit Fairy Tales and Little Guests in the Courtyard, for children who can see the stories behind the stars. It looks like an ordinary, slightly old children's book. Accompanied by simple, even childish, illustrations, a mushroom dancing in the moonlight, a little elf hiding behind a flower pot, and a field mouse holding a tea party under the tree roots. But Luna's eyes immediately told her that this was more than just a fairy tale. The lines of the illustration subtly formed the outlines of basic, obscure magical symbols. The metaphorical language and plot of the fairy tale subtly allude to descriptions of the habits, weaknesses, and basic communication methods of lower-level dark creatures. This is an introductory guide and illustration book on dark magic creatures, disguised as a fairy tale. The author of this book is said to be a witch from long ago. Caesar led Luna to a quiet corner of the bar and ordered 2 butterbeers. She believes that many demonized dark creatures are actually just misunderstood, lonely beings. She wrote these stories to teach her equally special daughter how to safely learn about them, and even to befriend some of them. Luna ran her fingers over the illustration of the little elf steals the gardener's silver thimble on the page. The angle at which the little sprites hide and the use of shadows in the painting suggest the stealth patterns of some small, invisible creature. "Did you only teach me, Caesar?" Caesar took a sip of his butterbeer and suddenly thought of another brown-haired girl, but he didn't continue the conversation. Instead, she changed the subject. "This book is another little secret of ours. Your dad probably wouldn't approve of the nameless fairy tale book bought at Nocturne Alley as reading material for an 8-year-old girl." Luna looked up at Caesar. The firelight from the bar fireplace danced in his dark grey eyes, adding a touch of warmth to his usually overly calm gaze. A complex mix of emotions swirled within her. She knew Tumblr Alley was no good place, and she knew this book might contain content her father would absolutely dislike. But she still hugged the book tightly and nodded vigorously. "I will read it carefully. With my eyes." Caesar smiled, a faint smile that reached his eyes. "Happy birthday, Caesar," Luna whispered. "Thank you." Caesar clinked his glass against hers. The best gift is seeing a good student. Chapter 75. Time flies like an arrow, and a year has passed in no time. The summer before my 9th birthday. Luna spent the time in a subtle sense of unease. The anticipation stems from Hogwarts. The castle my mother dreamt of, the place where my father studied, with moving staircases, talking portraits, and owls flying in the night sky. This is precisely the source of the panic. Caesar is 2 years older than her, and he will be leaving this September. On a sweltering July afternoon, panic became a reality. A brown owl flew through the window of the Lovegood house and dropped a heavy parchment envelope onto Caesar's lap in the shade of the garden. The envelope was made of thick parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. The reverse side features a wax-sealed shield emblem with a capital H in the center, surrounded by a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. A letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Caesar's expression didn't change much, but a knowing look of anticipation flashed across his eyes. Calmly open the letter, quickly scan the standard admission notice, the list of essential items, and the information for King's Cross Station platform on September 1st. Luna sat on the swing next to her, holding a book but unable to concentrate on the words. My gaze was fixed on the letter, fixed on Caesar's calm profile. My heart felt like it was being clenched by an invisible hand. He's leaving. The icy tide instantly submerged the July heat. The sunlight was blinding, and the purple daisies my mother planted before her death appeared noisy and unnatural. After reading the letter, Caesar carefully folded it and put it back in the envelope. He turned his head and met Luna's blank and panicked eyes, which she couldn't hide in time. September 1st, King's Cross Station, Platform 9/3/4. Luna opened her mouth to say congratulations, but her throat was blocked and she couldn't make a sound. Looking down at the dark green-covered book on my lap, my fingers unconsciously tightened, creating tiny creases. A long silence followed. Only the cicadas chirped their hearts out. Caesar moved. He took 2 things out of his old leather bag. The first item was a palm-sized mirror with dark silver metal edges. The back is engraved with intricate vine patterns, and tiny ancient runes, as small as grains of rice, can be faintly seen among the vines. The mirror was exceptionally smooth, reflecting Luna's pale face and unfocused eyes. A 2-way mirror. One side of a set of magical communication tools. The other side is with me. By infusing a little magic while calling the other person's name, and if the other person is also holding a mirror, a brief visual and auditory connection can be established. The distance is limited, but it's enough to cover most of the UK. Luna stared blankly at the cold mirror in her palm, her own image blurry and distant. The second item. Caesar then took out a scroll of parchment tied with a dark blue ribbon, unfolded it, and on it were listed 10 observation tasks in neat and powerful handwriting. Your holiday homework. Learning cannot stop while I'm away. Luna's gaze shifted to the parchment. Holiday Independent Observation Record, Beginner. 1. Find and tame at least 3 magical creatures that are active only after sunset, describing their appearance, movement patterns, and any faint magical fluctuations that may be detected. 2. On a moonless night, near the old oak tree on the west side of the forest, try to sense and record the frequency of mental disturbances released when the shadow bird calls. 3. Track the shadow's hunting/patrolling routes for 3 consecutive nights, and attempt to control the shadow's targets and attack methods. 4. The 10 tasks, each precisely targeting her current learning progress, cover sensory enhancement, magical micromanagement, adaptation to dark environments, and analysis of dangerous creature behavior. Like strong ropes, they firmly guide her along her predetermined path even when he is not by her side. These tasks will help you solidify your foundation and prepare you for the next stage of learning. Caesar's voice pulled her back from the task list. If you encounter anything you don't understand, or if you've completed a task, you can use the mirror to practice with me. Can you give me a learning report at least once a week? Luna nodded vigorously, clutching the mirror and parchment tightly as if they were lifelines. Seeing her trying to suppress her unease, Caesar suddenly leaned forward and got very close. Luna was so close that she could smell the mixture of old books, the cold air, and a very faint scent of potions on him. So close that his breath brushed against her ear. He spoke in my ear in a deep, clear voice that only the two of them could hear. Remember, Luna, you are special. You can see things that others pretend don't exist when they close their eyes. You can hear the whispers in the silence. You can understand the loneliness in the dark corners. The Hogwarts professors may teach you many useful spells in the future, but they may not understand them. You'll never fully understand what you truly possess, or how vast and real the world you can truly reach is. The words were like magic needles, precisely piercing the deepest soil of Luna's heart, a mixture of pride and bewilderment. But I will understand. Caesar's voice was even softer, yet each word struck a chord deep within our ears and hearts. Wherever I am, and whoever you meet in the future, remember this. I will always be the first to see your true self, and I will always be the one who understands your value. Hogwarts is just the beginning of another journey, not the end of our course. Caesar paused, slightly pulling away but keeping his gaze firmly fixed on her eyes, and continued to comfort her. You will go to Hogwarts, Luna. 2 years later, that owl will come for you. Before that, and after that, our paths will always run parallel. I promise. After speaking, Caesar straightened up and resumed his normal distance and tone, as if the private whispers had never happened. But Luna's world was completely bound by those words. The panic hadn't subsided, but it was now overshadowed by something much larger and heavier. She looked down at the cold two-way mirror in her palm. The mirror clearly reflects this moment. Her light blonde hair was disheveled, and her light silver-grey eyes still bore traces of lingering redness, yet deep within them burned two faint, stubborn flames. She looked at herself in the mirror, as if seeing the special girl Caesar described for the first time so clearly. Then she did something she hadn't even thought about. She raised her arms and hugged Caesar tightly, burying her face in the front of his crisp old shirt. I held her very tightly, her tiny body trembled slightly. Caesar's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. The hug reminded him of something else. That was another figure with brown hair. The one in front of us is silver-white. Caesar didn't hug her back, but simply raised his hand and gently patted her thin back in a comforting manner. I will finish my homework. Luna's muffled voice came from his chest, nasal but unusually firm. I will study hard. I'll wait for you, and I'll come to Hogwarts to find you. I knew you would, Caesar said, his voice trembling slightly through his chest. After a long while, Luna finally let go and took a small step back, her face flushed with embarrassment, but her eyes were no longer panicked. He clutched the two-way mirror and the parchment assignment tightly to his chest, as if they were his most precious treasures. Caesar gave her one last look, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Then he turned around, picked up the Hogwarts letter, and walked towards his quiet, tidy house in the sunset. The shadow stretched long behind me, with sharp, clear edges. Luna stood there watching his figure disappear behind the door. The mirror in my arms was pressed against my heart, its icy coolness gradually warming up with my body heat. A gentle evening breeze swept through the garden, causing the purple daisies to sway lightly. Chapter 76. Hogwarts. This is the first step in Caesar's mission. Only here could he become Voldemort's spy. The sorting cap stayed on Caesar's head slightly longer than on most freshmen. The whisper of that tattered pointed hat echoed directly in his mind. Unusually clear. Ambition is like an underground river, cold and resolute. A desire to prove oneself. No, it's more like a desire to control a certain narrative. Exceptional talent, especially in fields that require precise calculations and emotional detachment. Ravenclaw will appreciate your mind, but it's too noisy there, with too much pointless curiosity. Gryffindor? No, Your courage lacks fervor. Hufflepuff? Honesty and loyalty aren't your primary considerations. Then, only. Slytherin, Caesar responded calmly in his mind. The hat seemed to chuckle softly, as you wish. Slytherin's common room is located beneath the Black Lake, its shimmering green light seeping through the huge windows, the air perpetually carrying the coolness of the stone walls and the fishy smell of the lake. Silver-green decor, furniture carved with snake patterns, and the cautious, assessing glances of students as they whispered among themselves. Everything here is more in line with Caesar's expectations. He quickly rose to prominence due to his calm demeanor, impeccable manners, and the pure-blooded upbringing he received from the Wilkes family. His precision and control in potion-making and spell-casting, far exceeding that of his peers, earned him a certain degree of recognition. But his real goal was not reputation within the academy. Caesar chose the talent of Master of Illusion precisely so that he could serve as a double agent now. Illusion is not merely about creating illusions, but also about the precise manipulation of perception, the keen capture of emotional fluctuations, and the ability to control one's own sense of presence. Caesar began to notice which upperclassmen appeared unusually tired or excited after certain dates, with an irrational fanaticism lingering in their eyes. He listened to snippets of conversation in a corner of the common room, about certain gatherings and the increasingly blatant contempt for mud people and blood traders. It's about a subtle expectation regarding the Dark Lord, who has vanished but whose name is still mentioned with awe. The clues point to several 7th-grade boys with suspicious family backgrounds. And a gloomy-looking 6th-grade girl who excelled in potions and whose father was said to be in Azkaban. Voldemort's location has been discovered. But making contact requires an opportunity, and also an undeniable pledge of allegiance. Caesar created one. During an advanced potions class, he was granted permission to audit the class thanks to his solid foundation. Then, during this class, he accidentally helped the 6th-grade girl, Alicia Traverse, correct a stirring sequence that could have caused a minor explosion in the crucible. Later, when he returned her lost notebook, he accidentally let a piece of parchment with charred edges fall out. The note contained a notification of the change of meeting place written in cipher. Caesar happened to recognize a variant of this cipher and inadvertently revealed his knowledge of the historical origins of certain pure-blood revival theories. Alicia stared at him for a long time, her light brown eyes full of scrutiny. A few days later, an unsigned note appeared on Caesar's bedside table, containing only a time and place. Midnight, opposite the vanished giant tapestry on the 5th floor. It was a small, secret gathering. There were few participants, and the atmosphere was both fervent and oppressive. They discussed how to purify Hogwarts, how to prepare for the possible return of the Dark Lord, and how to identify and deal with those unworthy to use magic. Caesar listened in silence, only adding, when asked, in a calm, objective manner, citing classical texts, some information about the rights and obligations of ancient pure-blood families, or the historical evolution of certain unorthodox black magic defensive spells. His vast knowledge was remarkable, and the detached rationality he displayed while narrating made him stand out, and was also particularly dangerous, among a group of passionate teenagers. He didn't rush to swear allegiance, nor did he display blind fanaticism. He simply demonstrated value, showcasing a more ruthless and efficient way of thinking. This, in turn, allowed him to gain the attention of the inner circle even faster. Through Alicia and another 7th-grade boy, Walton. Caesar's name, along with the assessment that he was young but not to be underestimated, knowledgeable, determined, and perhaps capable of being put to use, began to be passed up through some hidden channel. At the same time, once a week, behind the curtains of the 4-poster bed in the Slytherin dormitory, or in the shadows of some secluded corner of the castle, Caesar would take out the dark silver two-way mirror, infuse it with magic, and ripples would appear on the mirror's surface, revealing the scene on the other side. Usually, it's in a corner of that old house on the outskirts of Exeter, Luna's room, the shady sunroom, or on the edge of the forest. The girl's face gradually came into focus in the mirror, always carrying an expectant, intently focused expression. Have you completed this week's tasks? Caesar's voice came through the mirror, slightly lower but still steady after being magically transformed. Luna nodded and began her report. Her narration gradually shed its initial naivety and discontinuity, becoming clear and organized, even acquiring a touch of Caesar-like calm objectivity. She describes how to easily and efficiently tame magical creatures of various insect species. How to distinguish the subtle magical ripples caused by the flapping of the wings of different flying creatures. How to adjust the mind protection charm to more effectively filter out the whispering interference from avian magical creatures. Caesar listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. His guidance was both distant and precise, like sculpting a complex instrument. Luna absorbed it eagerly. Her talent grew rapidly through solitary and focused practice. Her perception of magical fluctuations became increasingly acute, and her understanding of the emotions and needs of non-human beings became increasingly intuitive. They were also mastering those magical techniques that Caesar called unconventional but effective at an increasingly rapid pace. Exeter's old house and the surrounding forest became her private, expansive laboratory. Luna's father, Xenophilius. He spent most of his time immersed in his own grief and the increasingly bizarre editing of the Quibbler. He grew accustomed to the increasing number of handwritten notes, strange specimens, and the occasional low, peculiar chanting coming from her room. Or rather, they were unable to investigate further. Loneliness was her most loyal companion. At school, she was still that crazy girl Lovegood, only now she had lost interest in even explaining herself. Her mother's slumber was like an invisible barrier, completely separating her from the world of her peers. My father's silence is another, even thicker wall. On one page of her diary, she wrote, only the face that appears in the mirror each week, the steady voice of guidance, and the occasional well done, become the only stable source of light in my world. Chapter 77. Luna started counting on her fingers how many days were left until their next call. She would prepare her report in advance and practice her wording repeatedly, hoping to get more affirmation from him. When she finished the assignment Caesar had given her, she would imagine his expression when he saw the result. Not a smile. Caesar rarely smiled, but rather a hint of satisfaction that might flash across his deep grey eyes. Dependence, like vines entwining a single tree trunk, grows silently and wildly in the quiet soil. Luna was unaware that the tree trunk had long been hollowed out by borers, and was simply waiting for the right moment to guide the vines toward the predetermined, dark cliff. In the cold stone chamber at the bottom of the lake at Hogwarts, Caesar put down the two-way mirror, which had regained its calm after ending the call, his face expressionless. The girl in the mirror's ever-growing magic, her increasingly clear affinity for darkness, and her almost complete trust in him were all part of the plan. He gazed out the window at the dark lake, where occasionally a huge black shadow would slowly swim by. The test for Death Eater reserves is about to begin. And Luna, his most special creation that he had carefully nurtured, was also steadily growing in distant Exeter, towards the form he had hoped for. I can't even imagine what kind of expression my good student Luna will have when the simulation ends. Will she help him stop Hermione, or? Either way, it's going to be interesting. On the eve of the Christmas holidays, Exeter received its first decent snowfall of the winter. Fine snowflakes swirled down, covering the slanted roof of the Lovegood house, the desolate garden, and the edge of the forest, dulling all sharp outlines, plunging the world into a soft, silent grey-white. Caesar's return came without warning. Luna caught a glimpse of that familiar figure through the swirling snow at dusk, as she pushed open her creaking gate. He wore a black Hogwarts travel cloak, with a thin layer of snow on his shoulders, and his deep grey eyes remained as calm as a deep pool in the dim winter light. 2 weeks have passed since we last met through the two-way mirror. At home, Xenophilius remained listless, spending most of his time in his study. When Caesar entered the room, he brought with him a chill from the outside. He first gave a perfunctory greeting to Xenophon, who was slumped in his armchair with a vacant look in his eyes, and received a vague nod in response. Then, his gaze fell on Luna, lingering on her for a while. Luna stood by the stairs, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sweater. She looked thinner than in the fall, with a pointed chin, and her light blonde hair seemed to have lost some of its luster. Beneath those light silver-grey eyes, which always held an ethereal or focused quality, lay a faint bluish-black shadow. More importantly, Caesar could clearly sense that the magical field surrounding her was much stronger than before. It was a restrained, cold increase. But within this growing stream of magic, there was a subtle, unstable tremor. It was a sign of a slight conflict between doubt, fear, and the control of magic. "Go upstairs," Caesar gestured to her, his voice steady. Luna silently followed him back to her room. The swallowtail dog, who was crouching by the fireplace, immediately stood up upon seeing Caesar. Its grayish-white eyes stared at him, and it made a sound somewhere between a grunt and a growl from its throat, its tail not wagging. Caesar glanced at the shadows but said nothing. He closed the door, cast a simple soundproofing spell, then turned to face Luna. Before he could even speak, he heard it. "Caesar," Luna suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. You'll always be by my side, right?" Luna looked up, her pale silver-grey eyes reflecting his image in the firelight. It was filled with dependence, and a barely perceptible, fragile plea like that of a fledgling. "Always guiding me, telling me what's right and what's wrong, when I'm scared, just like now." Caesar looked down at her, and stared at her for a long time. The firelight danced in his eyes, yet it couldn't penetrate the deep grey background. His face remained expressionless. Then, he reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. It was a restrained and reserved embrace, lacking warmth, yet solid enough. "Yes, Luna." Caesar's voice rang out above her, steady and clear, like a promise, until the very last moment. He then took out a chocolate frog. Luna took a bite, it was very bitter. But she simply buried her face in the front of his cloak, which carried the chill of the outdoors and the faint scent of old books. Closing my eyes, it felt as if I had finally found the only stable floating island in the turbulent ocean. He made the promise. That's enough until the very last moment. But Luna didn't see Caesar's gaze as he looked out the window at the snowy night as he uttered at the last moment. That gaze pierced the cold air, casting its light into the unseen depths of the future, icy and precise, like a sniper locking onto a target. Caesar will certainly be by her side until the very last moment. Until she followed the path he had laid out completely, heading towards that predetermined, dark end. That might have been what he called his last moment. The snowy night was silent. The fire in the fireplace burned quietly, illuminating the two people embracing. A shadow, full of dependence, and a shadow, full of calculation, are cast on the wall, weaving together a warm yet illusory scene. The last sentence in Luna's diary tonight. "He made a promise to me. We'll be together until the very last moment, and that's enough." The turning point came on a gloomy, rainy afternoon in early spring. The air was damp and sticky, carrying the smell of earth and decaying plants, like a wet towel pressed against your mouth and nose. Xenophilius L. Good is looking for a bottle of ink. Pandora used to use a special iris blue ink that would subtly change color depending on the writer's mood. He remembered there might still be half a bottle deep in one of the drawers in his study. He rummaged through it, his fingers brushing against dusty documents, scattered notes, and a dried-out quill pen. Then, at the very bottom of a drawer filled with expired proofs of Sing the Quibbler, his fingertips touched an unfamiliar object. "It's not an ink bottle." He pulled the thing out, puzzled. "It is a book. The cover is made of rough, dark green leather, without any writing, and the edges are worn, giving it a sense of age and wear." This was clearly not the style of the Lovegood family's book collection. He frowned and casually flipped through it. The first page features a handwritten, cursive title, Moonlit Fairy Tales and Little Guests in the Courtyard, for children who can see the stories behind the stars. Fairy tale book? Xenophilius paused for a moment. Luna's? When did she start reading such old books? He continued scrolling down. Chapter 78. The first few pages do indeed appear to be childish fairy tales with simple illustrations. But soon, his professional sensitivity as the editor-in-chief of Singing the Divergence and a father's intuition about his daughter's unusual behavior made him realize that something was wrong. The plot developments of those fairy tales subtly reveal a strange, excessive familiarity with and rationalization of the behavioral logic of non-human beings. The lines of those illustrations, in inconspicuous corners, seem to form a simplified variant of runes. He read faster and faster, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. When he turned to the middle page and saw the story about how to befriend the coal spirit crying in the corner of the garden, the accompanying lines hinted at a complex structure of basic binding spells and emotional soothing. A chill ran up his spine. This is not a fairy tale. This is a disguised, introductory guide to dark magic creatures. The writing method is extremely covert and malicious, targeting children like Luna who possess special perceptions and are full of curiosity about unconventional existences. Xenophilius's hands began to tremble. He slammed the book shut and threw it back into the drawer as if he'd been burned. No, that's impossible. How could Luna be Caesar? It must have been Caesar who gave it to her. Anger and a belated, blinded panic overwhelmed him instantly. He frantically began searching Luna's room. Under the mattress, he found several rolls of parchment tied with dark blue ribbons, containing Luna's neat but chilling observations. Shadow fungus spore disturbance frequency, emotional analysis of night cry banshee chick vocalizations, detailed charts regarding the shadow territoriality and aggression triggering conditions of the swallowtail dog. He found more notes in a hidden compartment of his desk drawer. It contains not only observation records, but also drafts of practicing certain complex rune combinations, with corrections and comments written by Caesar in a different handwriting next to them. Xenophilius vaguely recognized those rune combinations. It belongs to some ancient and obscure ritual magic variant that establishes a mandatory communication channel with dark creatures. What truly gave him a heart attack was what he found in an old hatbox on the top shelf of the wardrobe. It was a simple little doll made of black feathers, the sharp teeth of some kind of animal, and dark red silk thread. It had no name written on it, but it emitted an extremely faint, unsettling magical fluctuation, like the rudimentary form of some kind of primal curse or marking medium. On a slip of paper beside her, in Luna's childish handwriting, was written, "Caesar said this can mark potentially hostile entities in advance, giving the shadows a warning. For practice." Clatter. A drop of warm liquid fell onto the unfolded parchment, spreading the ink. Xenophilius raised his hand to wipe his face in a daze, only to realize that he had been crying without even noticing. It wasn't sadness, but an immense, betrayed rage and a belated, heart-wrenching fear. His daughter. He is the innocent, lonely little Luna who always sees strange things. During the time he was wallowing in grief over the loss of his wife, letting himself become a walking corpse, right under his nose. She was systematically and step by step led to the edge of black magic by the boy she once thought might be able to cheer her up. Those courses, those assignments, those seemingly encouraging instructions on understanding and communication, all of them were paving the way for her dark talent. They are all distorting her perception. Bind her to those dangerous, forbidden things. And what did he do? He ignored it. He was consumed by his own pain and pushed his daughter into the arms of the seemingly reliable and knowledgeable neighbor boy. Self-blame and anger were like two poisonous flames, burning away what little reason he had left. He grabbed the dark green fairy tale book, the several scrolls of parchment notebooks, and the eerie little puppet, and stumbled out of Luna's room. Without even putting on shoes, he rushed into the cold, muddy garden and headed straight for the neighboring Kaiser Wilk's house. Caesar was in the living room, practicing a silent spell in front of an old, weathered mirror embedded in the wall. The magical threads flowing from the tip of the wand were precise and steady, outlining complex defensive runes in the air before instantly dissipating. Hearing the urgent and rough knocking, he frowned almost imperceptibly, dismissed the unfinished incantation, and went to the door. The door opened, and outside stood Xenophilius L. Good, soaking wet, with disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, clutching a pile of things, and a contorted expression. Wilkes. Xenophilius's voice was hoarse and broken as he hurled whatever he was holding at Caesar. What did you do to my daughter? What are these? What are these wicked, filthy introductory guides to black magic? You viper hiding among children. Caesar's gaze swept over the dark green books, parchment, and the feathered puppet scattered on the ground. His expression remained unchanged, not even his eyebrows twitched. He simply bent down calmly, picking up the items one by one and brushing away non-existent dust. Then he took it in his hand, stood up straight again, and looked at Xenophilius, who was trembling with excitement. Mr. Lovegood, his voice was chillingly steady. Please come in and talk. Standing in the rain shouting and yelling solves nothing and is unbecoming of someone of your status as editor-in-chief of Sing a Different Tune. His calmness only fueled Xenophilius's rage. Don't give me that. Answer my question. Why did you give Luna these things? Why did you teach her these evil tricks? Caesar stepped aside, gesturing for him to come in. Xenophilius was panting heavily, his chest heaving, but he still followed him inside, as if eager to conduct this trial in a closed space. The living room was quiet, the fireplace was burning, and it was dry and warm, a stark contrast to Xenophon's damp, cold, and disheveled state. Caesar placed what he was carrying on the coffee table, sat down in the armchair, and gestured for Xenophilius to sit as well. Xenophilius didn't sit down. He paced back and forth in the living room like a caged animal, then suddenly turned around and pointed at the things on the coffee table. Explain. Caesar leaned back, placing his hands clasped on his knees, his posture relaxed, even carrying a hint of scrutiny. What do you mean by explain? Explain why I am here when you are so immersed in grief that you have no time for anything else, while your daughter is isolated at school because of her innate talent and feels lonely and lost at home. Did you provide her with some guidance and companionship? Guidance? Companionship? Xenophilius shrieked, you call this guidance and companionship? Teach her how to forge dangerous connections with dark creatures? Teach her how to draw these runes that might attract misfortune? Giving her this poisonous book disguised as a fairy tale. That book, Caesar glanced at the dark green cover, is a legacy written by an ancient witch for her equally special daughter. It doesn't teach black magic, but rather how to safely recognize, understand, and cautiously deal with those beings who are feared and misunderstood by mainstream magical society. It teaches children to recognize danger and set boundaries, rather than to blindly fear or blindly get close. I believe this is crucial survival knowledge for a child like Luna who can see another world. Chapter 79. Survival Skills. Xenophilius laughed angrily. So you're making the decision for me, teaching her this stuff? What gives you the right? Because you didn't teach me. Caesar's voice suddenly turned cold, like ice scraping against glass, because after Lady Pandora fell, you chose to wallow in grief and self-exile. Instead of standing up to protect your remaining family and guide your daughter, who possesses a rare talent but is therefore more vulnerable and confused. These words were like a poisoned dagger, piercing precisely and ruthlessly into Xenophilius's deepest wounds and most unbearable guilt. His face turned deathly pale instantly, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a sound. Caesar pressed his advantage, his tone still calm, but every word carried immense weight. Luna needs to understand what her seeing means. She needs to take control of her talent, instead of being consumed by the fear and loneliness that comes with it. She needs power not to do evil, but to protect herself and the people she cares about. Because of you, Mr. Lovegood, you made her understand one thing in the cruelest way. In this world, no one can protect her forever, not even her parents who love her most. Wasn't the Pandora tragedy caused by insufficient strength, inadequate protection, and reckless exploration of the unknown? He leaned forward slightly, his deep grey eyes, like icy pools, reflecting Xenophyrus's devastated expression. I'm just teaching her what you couldn't teach her, how to recognize danger, how to build defenses, and how to protect herself and her loved ones using unconventional methods when necessary. Every rune and technique I taught her emphasized the importance of a balance between safety and cost. I'm giving her tools, giving her choices, not leaving her in the darkness of ignorance like you have done. To allow her to be hurt, rejected, and even, suffer the same fate as Pandora because of her difference. The words repeating the same mistakes were like the final, devastating blow that utterly crushed Xenophyrus. He staggered backward and bumped into the wall, barely managing to stay upright. He looked at Caesar, at that young yet cold, stone-carved face, at those unwavering eyes. The anger vanished, leaving only boundless, chilling despair and self-loathing. The boy's words were like a cruel mirror, reflecting his dereliction of duty, cowardice, and failure as a father. Yes, he couldn't protect Pandora. Now he can't protect Luna either. He had no idea that his daughter had learned so many dangerous things right under his nose. But the boy before him, with a cold logic he couldn't refute, attributed it all to necessary instruction and his failure to fulfill his responsibilities. He was overwhelmed by a profound sense of powerlessness and self-loathing. He slid to the ground, leaning against the cold wall, covering his face with his hands, and let out a suppressed whimper, like that of a wounded beast. Caesar watched him collapse silently, his face expressionless. After a while, he spoke again, his voice returning to its previous calmness, even carrying a hint of formulaic concern. You need a rest, Mr. Lovegood. As for Luna, I'll be temporarily suspending the lessons. You should spend more time with her, in your own way. But please remember, Caesar paused, his tone turning cold, prohibition and isolation cannot solve the fundamental problem. Luna's talent will not disappear. Forcibly suppressing it will only cause it to erupt in a more dangerous way one day. How to guide them is a choice you, as a father, must now face. After saying that, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. The meaning of seeing the guest off is self-evident. Xenophilius didn't know how he left the Wilkes house or how he got back to his cold, damp home. He slumped in the old sofa in the living room, like a soulless shell. By evening, Luna returned from outside, carrying a chill and a touch of excitement. She had successfully recorded a new bioluminescent pattern of nocturnal fungi. Dad! Luna sensed the tense atmosphere in the living room. Seeing her father's ashen face and swollen eyes, the excitement on her face instantly faded, replaced by worry and unease. Xenophilius slowly raised his head and looked at his daughter. She wore a dark blue cloak, her light golden hair was a little messy, her face was red from the cold wind, and her eyes were clear, yet seemed to hold something more than before. A calmness, or rather, a detachment, that has settled in beyond her years. She was still clutching the dark magic book that Caesar had given her, disguised as a fairy tale. A surge of emotion, a mixture of heartache, anger, and despair, rushed over Xenophilius once again. Give me that book, he said in a hoarse voice. Luna froze, instinctively clutching the book tighter. And, from this day forward, Xenophilius said, enunciating each word with all his might, you are not to see Caesar Wilkes again. You are not allowed to go to his house, you are not allowed to use that mirror to contact him, and you are not allowed to learn anything he taught you. Do you hear me? Luna's eyes widened instantly, her light silver-grey pupils filled with disbelief and shock, followed by a deeper sense of panic and offended resistance. Why? Dad! Caesar! There's no reason why. Xenophilius suddenly raised his voice, coughing violently with excitement, I am your father. I told you not to see him, and that's final. What he taught you, is wrong. It's dangerous. You'll ruin yourself. Wrong. Luna's voice rose, trembling with tears and stubbornness. He taught me to recognize the things that others were afraid of. He taught me to protect myself. He taught me to understand the world my mother once wanted to understand. He was helping me. And you never understand. You just sit there, doing nothing. His daughter's accusations lashed at Xenophon's heart like a whip. He stood up abruptly, swaying slightly from weakness, but his eyes were fierce. I don't understand? I understand it too well. Look at this. He pointed to the rolls of parchment he had brought back and tossed on the coffee table, along with the strange little doll. This is the result of his helping you. What are these? Luna, look closely. This is the edge of dark magic. He's pulling you into the darkness. That's not black magic. Luna shrieked, tears finally streaming down her face. That's knowledge. It's a way of understanding the world. Mom would do the same. You're just scared. You're scared of everything you don't understand, just like those people are scared of me. These words deeply stung Xenophon. He raised his hand, as if to strike, but in the end it just fell limply to his side. Chapter 80. He looked at her, at the undisguised disappointment and disapproval in his daughter's eyes, and at the unwavering defense of Caesar. He suddenly realized with absolute clarity that he had been utterly defeated in this battle for his daughter's heart and future. During his years of decline, Caesar had already occupied the position of understanding person, guide, and the only one who understood her value. Go back to your room, he finally said wearily, his voice hoarse and broken. Don't come out without my permission. And don't see him again. Luna stood there, tears streaming silently down her face. She glanced at her furious and desperate father, then at the dark green book in her arms. Caesar's calm expression, his patience as he taught her, that restrained embrace on that snowy night, his words until the very last moment. All of this stands in stark and cruel contrast to her father's current tyranny, breakdown, and the accusations she cannot accept. A clear and chilling choice emerged in her 9-year-old mind like never before. She did not argue further. She gave her father a deep look, her gaze complex, containing sadness, disappointment, and a resolute sense of detachment. Then, carrying the book, she turned around and silently walked up the stairs, step by step, back to her room. In the dead of night, all was quiet. Xenophilius lay fast asleep on the living room sofa, tears still streaming down his face. Luna's room window was silently pushed open a crack. A cold night wind rushed in. She had already changed into her outdoor clothes, wrapped tightly in a dark blue cloak. The shadows crouched quietly at her feet. She stuffed her most important notebooks and the dark green book into a small bag and carried it on her back. Then, she climbed onto the windowsill, her movements somewhat clumsy but exceptionally determined. She glanced back at the dimly lit room, then at the door where her father was. Then, she turned her head and looked out at the deep night, at the window of the Wilkes house next door, where a faint light was shining through. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the tangled branches of the old wisteria outside the window and carefully slid down. The shadow followed closely behind, landing lightly. My feet touched the cold, damp grass. Luna steadied herself, dusted off her hands, and pulled the hood of her cloak tighter, concealing her light blonde hair and pale face. She took one last look at her dark window. Then, in the shadows, without looking back, I crossed the sleeping garden and climbed over the low fence that had never really stopped anything. She walked towards the faint light next door, towards the understanding one whom her father forbade but whom she chose in her heart. Snow began to fall sporadically again in the early spring night, quickly covering her tiny footprints. Behind her, in the Lovegood family house, Xenophilius shifted uneasily on the sofa. He let out a muffled, painful murmur, still trapped in that shattered dream he could neither wake up from nor undo. The night at the end of June was heavy with tension, and there wasn't a breath of wind. The crooked roof of the Lovegood house cuts out a silent silhouette against the deep blue, almost black sky. Caesar stood at the window of Luna's room, without turning on the light. The moonlight cast a sharp shadow across his tall figure, cutting diagonally into the room. Luna sat on the edge of the bed. She had just finished the sensory expansion exercise assigned by Caesar. Her hair was damp with a thin layer of sweat, clinging to her pale forehead. His light silver-grey eyes held a lingering emptiness from the depletion of his magic, as well as a deep-seated confusion about the scene he saw while practicing in the mirror. Those whispered fragments of darkness that were guided out always left her with a lingering sense of unease afterward. "I've found something." Caesar didn't turn around, his voice was exceptionally clear in the silent room, like a stone thrown into a deep pool. "In the oldest manuscript fragment in the Wilkes family, there is a very, very ancient ritual record, incomplete, but with a clear core message." Luna looked up at his retreating figure. "It doesn't involve resurrection that goes against the laws of nature, and the cost would be unimaginable." Caesar slowly turned around, the moonlight condensing into two cold flames in his deep grey eyes. "But under certain conditions, it may briefly enhance the dream resonance between the living and those in a deep magical slumber. The theoretical basis is the combined power of blood ties and intense longing, which, under the catalysis of extreme celestial phenomena such as a total lunar eclipse, might be able to carve out a sliver of connection." He took 2 steps closer, stopped in front of Luna, leaned down slightly, and locked his gaze into her eyes. "Let the consciousness of the sleeping, even if it is only a wisp, briefly visit the person with whom they have the deepest blood ties through the channel of dreams. Like your mother, perhaps in a particularly vivid dream, she can come back to see you, and talk to you. Even if it's just a single sentence." Luna's breath caught in her throat. The cushion she was holding slipped to the ground without her noticing. His pale silver-grey eyes widened suddenly, surging with an unbelievable longing, fear, and a hope that had been suddenly ignited, almost painfully intense. The empty gaze in her mother's sleep, the monotonous ticking of the hospital equipment, the countless times she whispered to the wall in the darkness, receiving no response. All of this was easily shattered by the 5 words "come back and see you," and then reformed into a burning, desperate longing. Is it really possible?" Her voice was barely audible, trembling. Caesar straightened up, his tone regaining its usual calm and scholarly tone. "Ancient magic is full of possibilities that modern wizards cannot comprehend. Just like your mother believed that moon jellyfish could reveal the future. This ritual originated from an ancient tribe that had long since disappeared and worshipped the serpent of dreams and shadows. They believed dreams were a river connecting life and death, waking and sleep. The ritual itself was more like a reinforced, directed dream transmission." He walked back to the window and looked at the moon in the sky, which was gradually being eroded by a dark red hue. "There will be a total lunar eclipse tonight." With his back to Luna, he said, "But any magic that transcends the ordinary requires a special medium and a price. This ritual requires the blood of a creature that also teeters on the edge of reality and dreams as a resonant medium. The moon serpent is a dark magical creature that is theoretically endangered, or may even be just a legend. They live at the specific boundary between extremely pure magical waters and moonlight, feeding on the remnants of dreams, and their blood possesses rare dream-transmitting properties." He turned around, his face expressionless, only a sharp glint of planning gleaming deep in his eyes. "I know a place. In Wiltshire, at the very edge of a secret protected magical creature reserve, lies the Moon Shadow Swamp, which matches the descriptions in the records. The reserve's records show evidence of what appears to be molted skin from a moon water snake from the mid-20th century. This is the closest possible lead." Luna's heart was pounding like a drum. The hope was so immense, almost terrifying. Need to infiltrate the magical creature protection zone? Searching for legendary creatures that may never exist? Taking their blood? The dangers and moral concerns brought about by these thoughts are utterly fragile in the face of even the slightest yearning for the mother's consciousness. Chapter 81. Let's go. Luna's voice was unexpectedly calm, carrying a desperate resolve. I need to see my mother again. Even if it's just in my dreams. Caesar looked at her for a few seconds. Then, he nodded very slightly. Get ready. We need to bypass the reserve's routine monitoring. The ceremony must begin when the blood moon reaches its zenith. Time is of the essence. He paused, then added. Dress in the darkest clothes, and take on the shadow of a swallowtail dog. Its sense of smell and alertness are crucial in unfamiliar environments. Caesar didn't say there might be danger or that you could reconsider. He simply stated the plan, as if it were just a slightly unusual nighttime observation mission. Luna mechanically got up, changed into her old dark blue cloak, and stuffed the necessary tools and vials into her inner pocket. The shadow crept silently to her legs, and she stroked its dark grey fur. Before leaving, Luna glanced back at the room. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold, silvery glow on the floor, which was gradually eroded by the spreading dark red. The magical creature sanctuary in Wiltshire was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness and layers upon layers of protective spells. Caesar was clearly prepared. He led Luna around the main gate and walked for nearly an hour along a forgotten ancient boundary stone wall. Finally, it stopped in front of a crack in the wall foundation covered with glowing moss. Hurry, the gap will only open for 15 minutes. They squeezed sideways through the crack, the shadows following closely behind. The interior is a completely different world. Caesar took out a modified compass, and after the needle spun wildly a few times, it pointed firmly to the northwest. This way. They trudged through the mud and treacherous vegetation for nearly half an hour, the shadows occasionally emitting low whimpers, warning of magical creatures or natural traps lurking in the darkness. Finally, a relatively open body of water appeared ahead. Moon Shadow Swamp. A thick fog covered the water, making it a deep black color, yet it reflected the moon in the sky, which was mostly swallowed by a dark red glow, creating an eerie and tranquil scene. Caesar gestured for Luna to crouch behind a large patch of ferns. He took out a small pinch of silver powder and sprinkled it into the water. The powder dissolves instantly in water, spreading out in very faint, almost invisible ripples. Wait! Luna's heart pounded like a drum, and her palms were cold and clammy. Then, the mist in the center of the water surface stirred slightly. A slender, almost translucent shadow slowly rose from the depths of the dark swamp. It was about the thickness of an arm, and its entire body was silvery white like moonlight, but its color was dull. The moon serpent. Exactly as Caesar described. Moreover, it looked weak, moved slowly, and the magical aura surrounding it flickered. Caesar's voice was extremely low. Now is when it's least active and least defensive. Use this. He handed Luna a small crystal bottle and a black obsidian dagger. The bottle caught the blood, and the dagger sliced open the 3-inch deep ridge below its neck. Be quick and gentle, 3 drops are enough. Even one more drop might wake it or cause it to dissipate completely. Luna gripped the cold dagger and crystal bottle, her fingers stiff. The creature before me was both beautiful and eerie. Take its blood. For a slim hope of meeting his mother in his dreams. The shadow nuzzled her hand with its nose, its grayish-white eyes gazing at her as if urging her on, or perhaps worried her. The blood moon is about to reach its zenith. Time is running out. Luna took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her fear and hesitation. For Mom. She crouched low, using the shadows of the plants on the bank as cover, and silently slid into the cold, shallow water, approaching the unsuspecting water snake. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. She aimed carefully, and with trembling but resolute movements, she drew her dagger. The blade gleamed matte on the obsidian. Just as the tip of the knife was about to touch that slightly upturned, darker-colored reverse scale. Who's there? A sharp shout shattered the silence of the swamp. A blinding beam of magic shot out from behind the bushes not far away, striking the water in front of Luna and creating a large splash and a pungent, burnt smell. A wizard dressed in a conservation area ranger's uniform, holding a wand, rushed out of his hiding place, his face filled with shock and anger. Illegal trespassing. Destroying endangered species habitat. Drop your weapons and put your hands up. Luna was terrified, nearly dropping the dagger from her hand. Startled, the moonlight water snake shuddered violently, let out a silent shriek, and tried to dive into the deeper water. No. Luna instinctively lunged forward, trying to grab it, but only touched the slippery edges of its scales. The administrator had already raised his wand, and a beam of binding charm shot towards Luna. At that critical moment, a cold, urgent voice exploded in her mind, left side, unconscious on the ground, full power. It's Caesar. It was a powerful stun spell he had taught her just in case, emphasizing that it should not be used except in life or death situations, as it could have a serious impact on a wizard. Luna's mind went blank, leaving only instinct and Caesar's commands. She whirled to the left, pointed her wand at the charging administrator, and almost screamed the spell. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. A beam of light, much thicker than what she usually practiced, and carrying an ominous dark red hue, burst forth from the tip of her staff, shooting straight at the administrator's chest at astonishing speed. The administrator clearly hadn't expected this seemingly frail little girl to unleash such a powerful attack, and only had time to hastily deploy a layer of armor spell in front of her. The crimson beam struck the armored charm, producing a piercing cracking sound. The armored charm instantly disintegrated, its remaining magic slamming into his chest. Ugh! The administrator let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward. It crashed heavily into a twisted tree trunk, slid down softly, and fell silent. The swamp returned to silence, save for the cold glow of the blood moon and the fading magical aftershocks. Luna stood frozen in place, her wand still raised, a wisp of smoke rising from its tip. She looked at the motionless figure in the distance, then looked down at her trembling hands. That attack had drained most of her magic, and it also brought with it a strange, destructive pleasure that chilled her soul, followed by an overwhelming panic. She hurt someone. Maybe, he killed someone? Chapter 82. Leave it to me. Caesar appeared beside Luna, snatched the obsidian dagger from her hand, and moved with lightning speed. It precisely sliced beneath the reverse scale of the moonlight water snake, which had not yet fully submerged in the water. 3 drops of blood, silvery blue like liquid moonlight, seeped out and were caught steadily in his crystal bottle. The water snake emitted an even more intense mental fluctuation, then abruptly retreated underwater and disappeared. Caesar tightened the cork, shoved the bottle back into Luna's hand, and then quickly scanned the scene. He walked over to the unconscious administrator and quickly checked him over. Dead. Then, Caesar drew his wand and cast several complex spells in succession towards the muddy ground around the administrator, the tree trunks, and the direction of the water surface where the water snake had disappeared. Huge claw marks and drag marks appeared on the muddy ground, scratches resembling those made by wild beasts' teeth were left on the tree trunks, and unnatural foam rose on the water's surface. Let's go. Caesar pulled Luna, who was still in a daze, up and left along the way they had come. The swallowtail dog's shadow followed closely. They fled the protected area as quickly as possible, disappearing into the deeper darkness outside. Caesar stopped several miles away from the protected area, in a sheltered spot in a desolate hilly area. Luna collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, her body soaked and cold, whether from sweat, mud, or tears, she couldn't tell. She clutched the cold crystal bottle tightly in her hand, the 3 drops of moonlight serpent blood inside shimmered faintly, yet burned her palm like a branding iron. Caesar stood before her, his breathing slightly rapid, but quickly calmed down. He looked down at Luna, who was still in shock, and remained silent for a moment. Then, in his usual tone, he comforted her. You did a great job, Luna. You got what you needed. You also protected us and prevented something worse from happening. He paused, then added, his voice exceptionally clear in the night breeze. Sometimes, survival, or achieving a vital goal, requires making difficult choices. Today you've learned that, when necessary, you need to be decisive in order to protect yourself and what you want. It may even require paying a price you wouldn't normally be willing to pay. That's part of growing up. Luna looked up at Caesar, her eyes blurred with tears. Under the moonlight, Caesar's face was calm and expressionless. It was as if everything that had just happened, the infiltration, the scare, the blood draw, the killing of the administrator, and the staged scene was merely an insignificant step in the plan. She lowered her head, looking at the vial of blood of hope in her hand, obtained through near murder, and felt a churning in her stomach. For the first time, so clearly, she plundered and harmed more than one target. And, under Caesar's guidance, she succeeded. The taste of growing up, mixed with the stench of blood, the stench of the mud, and the cold moonlight, rises to the throat, bitter and indescribable. When they returned to Caesar's room on the outskirts of Exeter, which was heavily protected by spells, dawn was already breaking. Luna collapsed as soon as she entered the house. She slid down the cold stone wall to the ground, the crystal bottle in her arms rolling to the side with a soft clatter. She didn't pick it up. She just hugged her knees, buried her face in her arms, and her shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. There were no cries. Only suppressed, broken gasps and uncontrollable trembling. The scenes within the protected area flashed wildly through her mind. The elegant yet melancholic figure of the moon serpent, the shocked and furious face of the administrator, the destructive beam of light shooting from the tip of his staff, the dull thud of a human body striking a tree trunk, Caesar's profile, utterly composed as he staged the scene. She killed someone. A powerful dark magic spell was used. She knew it was, even though Caesar never said it outright. In order to obtain the blood of another endangered species. For the sake of a vague and uncertain possibility of meeting her mother in a dream. Bottom line. That bottom line she had vaguely sensed and felt a lingering fear about was crossed nakedly by her own hands tonight, under Caesar's gaze and encouragement. The shadow crept up to Luna, emitting a low, worried whimper, and gently nudged her hand with its head. But she didn't react, as if she had sunk into her own cold abyss of despair. Caesar closed the door, cast a final warning spell, and then walked up to her. He didn't speak immediately, but just stood there, looking down at the girl who was curled up in a ball, trembling uncontrollably. His original plan was to use illusion magic to create a beautiful dream for Luna, allowing her to communicate with Pandora. But now, perhaps it's no longer necessary. Caesar slowly crouched down, reached out, not to touch Luna, but to pick up the crystal bottle that had rolled to the ground. The blood moon has passed. The optimal time for the ritual has been missed. The next suitable blood moon will occur in 7 years. Luna's trembling paused for a moment. But this vial of blood is still precious. Caesar placed the bottle on the ground in front of her. It's something you gained by taking a huge risk. It's proof of your choice and action, even if you don't need it right now. Caesar paused, seemingly searching for the right words. Then, he did something that surprised even himself. He reached out and gently put his arm around Luna's thin, trembling shoulders, pulling her towards him. This was a closer embrace than the one on that snowy night, one that carried a heavier weight. Caesar's chin rested gently on her light blonde hair, which smelled of mud and cold sweat. Luna's body stiffened for a moment. Then, as if a dam had finally collapsed, the suppressed sobs finally escaped her throat, and she burst into tears in his arms. It was no longer a silent sob, but a childlike wail of grievance, fear, and self-loathing. Tears quickly soaked the fabric of Caesar's robe. Chapter 83. Caesar did not move, letting her weep. His palm patted Luna's back very lightly, slowly. I know it's hard, Luna. This path leads to understanding, to power, to changing the world, and it's never easy. It's full of thorns, demanding you make choices that most people can't imagine and bear weights that most people can't carry. Caesar loosened his grip slightly, placed his hands on her shoulders, and forced her to lift her tear-streaked face to look at him. He gently wiped away a hot tear from Luna's cheek with his thumb, his movements soft, yet his gaze was sharp as a knife. His words, like a hypnotic spell, mingled with the saltiness of tears and the faint warmth of an embrace, seeped into Luna's cold and chaotic heart. She longed for her mother, felt lonely, yearned for strength, hoped for protection, and depended on the only person who understood her. All of these were carefully guided and connected, woven into a seemingly reasonable web, full of pathos and a sense of mission, temporarily wrapping and soothing her conscience and fear that were on the verge of collapse. Through her blurry, tear-filled eyes, Luna looked at Caesar's face, so close to hers. His gaze was so resolute, so. It was as if she carried some heavy mission to share with him. But. Luna choked back tears, her voice hoarse, "We did bad things. I killed someone, we stole things." Her voice trailed off as she spoke, fear resurfacing. "Caesar, we'll go to hell, won't we? Like in the books, killing people with dark magic." Caesar stared at her silently for a long time. Then, he slightly tugged upwards at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. He leaned close to Luna, his forehead almost touching hers, his voice low but clear, each word distinct, like a brand. "If the path to the more authentic world we seek is destined to pass through hell." Caesar paused, his deep grey eyes fixed on Luna's light silver-grey pupils, and said, word by word. "Then, Luna, let's go to hell together, never to be apart, never." After he finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. Only Luna's gradually subsiding sobs and the tentative chirping of birds outside the window could be heard. Together, in hell, forever. This crazy, dark, yet strangely alluring and benevolent declaration, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the chaos in Luna's heart. The fear did not disappear, but was covered by a larger, more distorted promise. "If I'm destined to fall, at least I won't be alone." She gazed into the unfathomable grey of Caesar's eyes. "For the first time, I clearly saw a dark road, but it seemed to be nestled together. Okay, let's stick together until the very last moment." Luna stopped crying, and her body stopped trembling. His gaze slowly shifted from the emptiness of collapse to a weary yet resolute core, hardened by newfound strength. She reached out her icy hand and grasped Caesar's equally cold hand tightly. He didn't speak. But a certain vow was silently made in the still damp morning, amidst the embers of plunder and harm. At night, Luna's handwriting in her diary was as soft as a sigh. He said, "Let's go to hell together, never to be apart. We promised to be together forever, until the very last moment." Time flows on in silence and undercurrents, like the waters deep within a black lake, calm on the surface, yet concealing unknown creatures and forces within. 2 years have passed, leaving the old house on the outskirts of Exeter even more silent, and also making certain changes more clearly visible. It was a sweltering afternoon in July, with the sunlight blindingly bright. A sleek, dignified barn owl flew through the lovebird window that liked to mimic bird calls. He accurately dropped a heavy parchment envelope onto Luna's lap as she flipped through a thick old book in the corner of the sunroom. The envelope was made of thick parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. On the back of the envelope, a shield emblem is sealed with wax, surrounded by a capital H and silently encircled by a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Acceptance Letter. Luna's fingers traced the uneven wax seal, sensing the ancient and vast magical aura contained within. There wasn't much excitement, no jubilant cheers like one might have among peers, just a calm confirmation that it's finally here. Luna opened the letter and read it word for word, the standard acceptance letter, the list of required items, and the information about King's Cross Station platform on September 1st. Then, she carefully folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, got up, and went to her room. On the walls of the room were some charts she had drawn herself, recording the habits of various magical creatures. On the desk, besides the brand new package of the standard Hogwarts first-year textbooks, there were also several old books that clearly didn't belong on this list. That dark green fairy tale picture book, a copy of The Foundation of Hidden Existence Communication with charred edges, and a parchment scroll transcribed with obscure ancient runes. She quietly began packing her luggage. Brand new black school uniform, pointed cap, dragon skin gloves, balance scales, brass binoculars, crystal medicine bottles. Everything was prepared according to the checklist. Then, she opened an old wooden box with a simple lock. There were several non-standard items inside. That dark green-covered encyclopedia of dark magic creatures was carefully wrapped in a more ordinary book cover. The runes along the edge of the dark silver double-sided mirror shimmered faintly in the dim light. There was also a thumb-sized crystal tube sealed with mithril, containing 3 drops of silver-blue liquid. Luna placed them one by one into the dark compartment of the suitcase, carefully securing them with a transfiguration charm to hide them. His movements were practiced, his expression calm, as if he were merely tidying up a few ordinary stationery items. In the evening, an unsigned letter was delivered to her window by a sharp-eyed eagle owl. The letter was on ordinary parchment, and the handwriting was Caesar's distinctive style, neat yet slightly sharp. Luna. Congratulations! The doors of Hogwarts are open to you, but this is just the beginning. Remember, the knowledge taught in the castle is a useful tool, but the real world is far beyond the textbook. Our course will continue on a new stage. The Slytherin common room is beneath the Black Lake. If you happen to walk past the tapestry depicting trolls and ballerinas in the east corridor on the 5th floor of the castle after your potions class on a Thursday night, you might hear some interesting whispers. Stay alert, stay silent, finish your assignments, but look with your own eyes. The towers of Ravenclaw may be great for stargazing, but you need to remember that you truly belong in a more special place. Beside me.